Introduction. This is a fantastical world teeming with a plethora of dragons, each with its own unique and bizarre appearance. From the radio fairy dragon, the steel-chewing stone dragon, the dragon doctor tail-cutting dragon fighter knight demon dragon, to the bomber wind-slicing dragon and the 10-centimeter rotor dragonfly dragon. Not to mention the 70-meter super camel dragon. Gelin states, there is nothing unattainable, only what is unimaginable. In this vast world, wherever there are dragons, there I shall be. Hippie dragon, let us embark on our journey. Taming dragons and cultivating lands. A Viking's legendary tale of conquering the skies is about to unfold. A whimsical tale of fantastical beasts, not a serious saga of iron-blooded conquest. Chapter 0. Young man, do you yearn for power? Young man, I see the potential in you. You are destined to save the world. Come, let us traverse dimensions. Just as Gelin exited the subway, still disoriented, he was abruptly seized by a stranger, followed by an oddly inflected voice echoing in his ears. Sir, I'm in a hurry. Leave such a daunting task to someone else." He glanced incredulously at the elderly foreign man with silver hair, striking blue eyes, and a kindly smile. Gelin had often heard tales of the peculiarities one might encounter on the subway, but he never anticipated meeting one firsthand, especially in the form of an international friend. Noticing a group of attractive young women stifling their laughter nearby, Gelin hastily freed himself from the old man's grasp and turned to walk away. Yet the foreigner was undeterred, pursuing him and inquiring, "Young man, do you not desire power?" Without pausing, Gelin rolled his eyes and retorted, "No, I do not crave power. I yearn for women." "Women?" The old man's response seemed to momentarily perplex him, but he quickly regained his composure. "Not a problem," the elderly man declared confidently, patting his chest. "Do you see? If you merely scan this QR code with your phone, before long, you could traverse to another world, become a prince, ascend to kingship, marry a princess and a sorceress, and reach the pinnacle of life. Can you not feel a spark of excitement?" After delivering this rapid monologue, the old man added, "Young man, the women you desire are here too." Huh. At this moment, several passers-by gazed curiously at the odd pairing of the young man and the elderly foreigner, unable to suppress their laughter at the unfolding comedic scene. Seeing the elderly man persistently following him like an adhesive, Gelin finally halted, exasperatedly smiling. "Sir, please let me go. I have an interview and will be late. And your lines are so outdated." With that, Gelin sidestepped the old man and resumed his hurried pace. He initially thought the foreigner was simply a bored individual seeking attention, only to discover that he was promoting a QR code. Gelin held firm to his principles. He would never scan a stranger's QR code on the street. "Young man, are you certain you do not wish to traverse dimensions? Do you not desire to reach the pinnacle of life? This opportunity is singular." The elder, with arms outstretched and a serious demeanor, once again blocked Gelin's path. Gelin resolutely shook his head, astonished to encounter such a peculiar individual. Who has ever seen someone traverse dimensions merely by scanning a QR code? "Young man, you leave me no choice. It seems I must unleash my ultimate technique." "Ultimate technique? What on earth could that be?" Gelin was taken aback by the old man's proclamation when suddenly the elder thudded to the ground, exclaiming in a peculiar accent, "Accident. Someone has been struck. Oh no, a scam." Gelin stared down at the foreign man, clinging to his leg, utterly bewildered. "Young man, will you scan or not? Once you do, I will immediately release you." As Gelin stood there, mouth agape, a crowd began to gather around them. The elderly man whispered in his odd accent, "Please, just scan. Such a tactic exists." At this moment, Gelin was rendered speechless, his expression resembling that of someone utterly defeated. He silently retrieved his phone from his pocket, scanned the card the old man presented, and then dashed away into the crowd. To the onlookers, this appeared to be yet another instance of an elderly person extorting a young man, employing modern methods of QR code payments. Ultimately, the young man had to transfer funds to escape. Little did anyone realize that this great invention of scamming had now been adopted by foreign friends. Truly a remarkable example of cultural exchange. Additionally, some astute elderly bystanders recognized a lucrative opportunity, leading to an influx of QR code-wielding seniors at the subway station. But that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, after Gelin hurriedly departed, the elderly man dusted himself off and stood up. He staggered to an isolated corner and sat down, as if awaiting something. If someone had been nearby, they would have heard him muttering, "Thank goodness. I almost missed the main event, but I should still have time." On the other hand, Gelin arrived at the interview location only to find he was several minutes late. After the interviewer emotionlessly stated, The interview has concluded. He could only nod in resignation and leave. Gelin, a recent university graduate with a degree in naval engineering, a field notoriously difficult to enter, had finally secured an interview after numerous fruitless applications, only to see it slip away due to his tardiness. With a wry smile, he shook his head, feeling a twinge of despondency. An orphan, his life had been challenging, yet he remained optimistic and diligent. Thus, despite graduating from a less prestigious institution, he did not regard himself as inferior. However, the harsh realities of society had dealt him a significant blow. Young man, do you not wish to traverse dimensions? Do you not desire to reach the pinnacle of life? This opportunity is singular. For some inexplicable reason, Gelin suddenly recalled the words of the foreign elder. If one could truly ascend to the pinnacle of life, who would lament the absence of traversing dimensions? Indeed, the opportunity was singular, yet he had already missed it. Gelin slapped his forehead, resolving not to dwell on it further. However, when he pulled out his phone to check the time, a new interface unexpectedly appeared on the screen. Rainbow Gate established. Huh? Was this some game downloaded after scanning the code? Gelin grimaced, finding it all quite absurd. Locating coordinates. Location complete. Please wait. Countdown. 10, 9, 6. As he watched the numbers on the screen transition from 2 to 1, the display abruptly turned blue. What the? Gelin opened his mouth to protest, but before he could finish, the phone in his hand grew hot, and a brilliant white light enveloped him. Boom! Chapter 1. Dare you be even more shameless? Beer art so cold. Gelin involuntarily shivered. Muttering to himself, he slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a world awash in shades of crimson and white. A layer of icy snowflakes adorned his face, yet the color of the ice and snow was far from pure white. A beam of sunlight broke through the thin veil of frost, illuminating a hexagonal snowflake that sparkled with an alluring red hue. A dull, throbbing pain pulsed at the back of his head, as if attempting to rouse his awareness. Injured? As he struggled to recall the events leading up to this moment, he attempted to wiggle his fingers, but his limbs remained cold and unresponsive. Had I scanned a QR code from an old man, only for my phone to become infected and explode? No, that's not right. I was captured by a two-headed dragon and then plummeted from the sky. This bizarre recollection startled Green. How could such strange thoughts arise? The concept of transmigration. The old man had claimed that scanning his QR code would lead to a new world. Could it all be true? Had I truly crossed over? And in this realm, who am I? Just as this line of thought began to solidify, familiar yet foreign memories surged forth, their chaotic nature compounded by the persistent pain at the back of his head, causing Green to momentarily black out. It seemed unwise to dwell on such matters. He needed to rise swiftly. It would be a true tragedy to freeze to death in this snow. Resolutely, Green focused on moving his fingers, repeating the motion until sensation gradually returned to his arms. He slowly rotated his limbs and pressed his palm against the frigid ground, exerting all his strength. Finally sitting upright, Green took a deep breath, brushing away the congealed blood and ice from his face, and gazed ahead. Before him stood a towering peak draped in a blanket of snow, surrounded by an expanse of pristine white. The sun hung brightly in the azure sky, radiating an overwhelming brilliance, though the chilling wind and flurries of snowflakes that kissed his face offered little warmth. Now upright, he began to beat his stiff legs while scrutinizing his attire. His upper body was clad in a coarse brown fur coat with a woolen sweater beneath, while his lower half was encased in gray leather trousers. His feet were adorned with yellow leather boots, trimmed with deep gray fur. Though the craftsmanship appeared rough, the garments proved remarkably effective at warding off the wind and retaining warmth. As his body temperature gradually rose, Green began to feel a flicker of comfort. Once his legs regained their sensation, he stood and stomped his feet before taking a few cautious steps forward, glancing down a mountain. What he beheld left him utterly dumbfounded. Was this an island? He found himself on a gently sloping section of the mountain, and as he looked upward, he was met with a vast expanse of white snow, while below lay a lush forest brimming with verdant trees. The mountain was not particularly high, allowing a clear view of the base, with the foliage mingled in hues of green and yellow, and beyond that, a stretch of cerulean sea awaited. At that moment, he stood just above the snow line. Surviving on a deserted island? Surveying the desolate surroundings, Green wore a look of incredulity. Surely, it couldn't be this cruel. While others might find themselves as princes or nobles, Did my fate confine me to this barren isle, subsisting on nothing but the bitter wind? Moreover, my memories were fragmented. I had no idea where I was or what kind of world I had entered. What on earth was I to do? A gust of sea breeze swept away a flurry of snowflakes from the mountainside, sending the icy particles cascading into his collar, abruptly snapping Green from his stupor. In a frenzy, he dashed back to the spot where he had regained consciousness, scooping up a piece of ice that had formed from the melting snow to inspect his reflection. Though the image was not entirely clear, Green sighed with relief. Fortunately, he appeared human. What if he had transformed into some monstrous being? With brown hair and blue eyes, his fair complexion, high and delicate nose, and sharply defined facial features suggested a resemblance to Europeans, though his attire seemed less aligned with European fashion. As he tugged at the fur coat, pondering his situation, a sudden flash of color caught his eye, a dazzling, multi-hued glimmer beneath the snow. What could that be? He hastily cleared the ice and snow beneath his feet, revealing a hexagonal gemstone, roughly the size of a walnut, adorned with streaks of crimson ice. Green gingerly touched the scabbed yet tender wound at the back of his head. Bemused, could it be a coincidence that this unfortunate soul had fallen from the sky and landed upon this stone? But as he reached down to grasp the gemstone, a voice erupted in laughter within his mind. "Kid, can't you dig a little deeper to see what else lies beneath the snow?" "Who's speaking?" Green exclaimed, retracting his hand and scanning his surroundings, only to find an endless expanse of ice and snow. There was no one else in sight. "Is there a ghost?" He shivered, surprised to find that the voice vanished as soon as he withdrew his hand. It was when his fingers brushed against the gemstone that he had heard that voice. Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer to the gemstone, now realizing there might indeed be something hidden beneath it. Could it be the phylactery of a lich? His mind raced with various bizarre and terrifying notions. Yet ultimately, he couldn't resist the urge to gently excavate the ice and dirt surrounding the gemstone, only to be met with an unexpected revelation. It's a book. Gazing at the gemstone perfectly embedded in the spine of the book, Green exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't something bizarre, he would be content. Gathering his courage, he carefully lifted the book, and before he could fully process the sensation, the voice returned, echoing in his mind. "Kid, your cowardice is rather amusing. Have you forgotten me so soon, simply because I've donned a different guise?" Ha ha ha. Struggling to suppress the impulse to hurl the book away, Green steadied his racing heart and spoke. "Who are you? Are you within this book? Do we know each other?" "Hey kid, we just met. I can't believe you've forgotten so quickly." Green blinked in confusion, and moments later, a startled "what the hell" escaped his lips as he shouted. "So it's you, that shameless old man. You deceived me." Before he could finish, a louder voice resonated in his mind. "Did I deceive you? Are you not currently experiencing a transmigration? What kind of transmigration is this? An isolated island? Confused memories? And what pinnacle of life am I supposed to reach? This is absurd. Ahem, young man, patience is a virtue. Every endeavor requires a process, much like your memories. These are merely the after-effects of your transmigration. In time, all will be revealed. Is that so?" After venting his frustrations, Green's mood began to settle as he retorted, "By the way, who are you? Why are you in this book? And why did you bring me to this world? You may refer to me as Nibur, the Book of Dragons. As for my presence within these pages, consider me a sentient tome of magic or an advanced life form crafted by superior beings." "Oh." Green pondered for a moment before inquiring with a blank expression. "And what of the third question?" "Well." The voice in his mind seemed to hesitate at this juncture. "Speak quickly." Green's expression darkened as he pretended to hurl the book away. He had come to realize that as long as his skin did not make direct contact with the tome, he would not hear its voice. In this realm, that old man truly appeared to be nothing more than a talking magical book, seemingly devoid of any significant power. "Young man, I see a unique potential in you, a true candidate for saving the world." Before Nibber could finish, Green raised his hand and tossed the book towards a nearby cliff. Immediately after, a pang of regret washed over him. I really need to temper this fiery temper. It was indeed reckless to discard it without clarifying so many matters. However, that old man certainly speaks nothing but lies. Does he think I am so gullible as to fall for such childish tales? After standing in a daze for a moment, Green slapped his head and resolved to leave the area. Unexpectedly, he was startled by a sound akin to the flapping of wings, and upon turning, he was left utterly speechless. Goodness, this thing can fly? Upon first encountering the book, he had noticed the vividly depicted black dragon wings embossed on its dark purple cover. He had assumed it was merely an ornate detail of the book, but was astonished to see them unfurl into actual little dragon wings. As the book returned, it landed directly in Green's hands, followed by a breathless voice echoing in his mind. Please. Do not throw me again. My energy is truly running low. If you toss me once more, I may not return. Green, visibly exasperated, scoffed but ultimately relented, saying, Then tell me the truth. Why have you brought me to this world? And what method did you employ to facilitate my crossing? Alas, in this day and age, speaking the truth often invites disbelief. Hearing such pretentious words in his mind, Green furrowed his brow and pretended to throw the book again. The voice immediately panicked. No, stop. I speak the truth. I speak the truth. The truth. I was once a legendary sorcerer named Nibur, titled Holy Dragon, a legendary archmage and master alchemist. In my time, I served as the guardian mage of the Elven Empire, but I was ultimately betrayed by my own student. Yet, my soul is remarkably potent, allowing me to escape death and reside within this magical tome. I brought you to this world to aid me in reclaiming my corporeal form and exacting revenge. Initially, Green had listened intently to the now more earnest voice in his mind, but as the tone grew increasingly impassioned, his expression shifted from contemplation to displeasure. Finally, his ears flushed with anger as he lifted the book and slammed it to the ground, then stomped on it while exclaiming, How absurd! Do you think I haven't read Battle Through the Heavens? Such a cliched storyline is beneath you. Dare you be any more shameless? Chapter 2. The Book of Dragons. Upon discarding the book onto the ground, the irksome voice of Nibur ceased, leading Green to lose interest after a few futile stomps and come to an involuntary halt. This was akin to the act of striking someone. The louder the victim cried out, the more satisfaction the assailant derived from the act. If the victim were an inanimate brick, it is likely that, barring insanity, no one would continue to stomp on it incessantly. Casting a glance at the dragon book, now embedded in the snow, Green refrained from bending down to retrieve it and instead turned to descend the mountain. However, after a short distance, he found himself retracing his steps to pick up the book once more. As he grasped the tome, Nibur's exaggerated wailing echoed in his mind. Young one, I know you cannot bear to part with me. Boo-hoo. Hearing Nibur's melodramatic cries, Green could not help but scoff. Ha! Do you think I am reluctant to part with you? I merely wished to test the truth of your claim that your energy was insufficient to continue flying. It appeared that Nibur was momentarily taken aback by Green's retort, falling into a prolonged silence before finally responding. Young one, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of harming you. Though I am a being created by another, I possess emotions akin to yours. For countless years, I have lain quietly in the snow, a solitude that you may find difficult to comprehend. Thus, I yearned for companionship, waiting for millennia for this opportunity, only to find that you, young one, are disinclined to trust me. And why did you choose me to traverse with, rather than someone else? Green interjected, raising an eyebrow. You strike me as somewhat of a loser. Surely, no one would notice if someone like you went missing. At this, Green felt a twinge of pain in his chest, realizing that this dragon book Nibur was not only loquacious, but possessed a sharp tongue as well. Why so silent now? Young one, does it sting? Let me tell you, my judgment of character is astute. Caught off guard by the mockery from a mere book, Green felt 3 lines of frustration appear on his forehead. Damn it, if I can't best you in words, can I not find a way to retaliate? He promptly halted his steps, removed a foul-smelling boot he had worn for far too long, and raised it to bring the book crashing down onto the ground. Yet, as he was removing his shoe, Nibur seemed to grasp his intent and shrieked in alarm. Young one, I warn you, do not proceed with this. I shall not spare you if you do. Spare me? I am eager to see how you would manage that. Green smirked. Then, with his bare, foul foot, began to stomp vigorously upon the book. With each forceful step, he heard a cry of pain, a satisfaction that was 1,000 times greater than before. Young one, dare to stomp again, and I shall ensure your demise. Wait for it. Even as a specter, I shall not spare you. Halt. Cease at once. Young one, pray. Let me be. I assure you, I shall never again mock you. Spare the humiliation. Woe is me. Young lad, could you not perhaps tread upon that side instead? I beseech you. Master, I implore you to lift your esteemed foot and grant me respite. I shall divulge any information you desire. After enduring over 10 relentless stomps, Green finally ceased at the sound of Nibur's pleas for mercy. Rubbing his aching foot, he gasped, Now, I shall pose questions, and you shall provide answers. Answer precisely, without any extraneous words. Very well, I shall respond to your inquiries. However, before you commence, young one, might you kindly move your foul foot, your esteemed foot, aside? Humph. Green raised an eyebrow and huffed before bending down to retrieve the scattered books. Ah, the air above is indeed far superior. That sensation was quite exhilarating, young one. I must advise you, it is high time you washed your feet. Unexpectedly, the book began to boast once more. Green's eye twitched, and he bellowed, "Silence! Utter another word, and I shall cast you to the ground and trample you." At this outburst, the voice in his mind abruptly ceased, rubbing his throbbing head and calming his tumultuous emotions. Green inquired, "First question, what exactly are you?" Silence ensued, and just as Green grew impatient, ready to hurl the book to the ground, a feeble voice echoed in his mind. "Did you not instruct me to be silent?" Taking a deep breath to quell his near-manic frustration, Green replied in a low tone. "First question. Haha, young one, allow me to clarify. I am truly not a thing. No, that is not what I meant. I refer to listening to the incessant prattle." Green could no longer contain himself and roared, "Get to the point." Very well. In essence, I am an intelligent tool created by a higher life form. This higher being could be understood as an alien or perhaps even a deity. I am akin to a compendium on Earth, though I am far more advanced than that primitive contraption. After Nibber's explanation, noticing Green's lack of reaction, it could not help but continue. "What? Young one, do you still doubt me? Trust shall be determined by my judgment. Now, for the second question, you previously stated your name is the Book of Dragons, Nibber. Does this imply you are a reference book concerning dragons? Oh my, I did not expect your analytical skills to be quite so sharp. Indeed, I am a book about dragons, primarily designed to collect, analyze, and document the various data and characteristics of different dragons throughout this world. My original master was a fervent zoologist and a scientific madman, deeply fascinated by the unique creatures known as dragons, which is why I was created as such a tool. And then they departed from this world?" After a moment of contemplation, Green furrowed his brow and inquired, Yes. They merely passed by this planet, replenished their supplies, and subsequently departed. So you were abandoned here?" Green continued languidly, "Not abandoned. Young one, remember, I was merely forgotten. Like a book carelessly discarded after reading?" Clearly, Green's words struck a nerve with Nibwa, who took a considerable time before responding. "Youngster, I hadn't realized you possessed such a sharp tongue." Haha. Green smirked. "I merely learned from you. Now, for the third question, how did you bring me to this world?" Well, this is somewhat complex. Essentially, my book contains a world that only I can inhabit, which occasionally overlaps with your original realm. During this overlap, I can undertake certain actions, such as bringing you here. As for the technical aspects, you may regard the advanced beings capable of interstellar travel as having highly developed technology in this regard. Fortunately, I have acquired a smattering of it myself. Haha. The fourth question, why did you select me rather than another? This question is easily answered. A shoe fortuitously appeared beside me, and its previous owner had just departed. Thus, I sought an individual who fit this shoe, and that happened to be you. Oh, I see. Although Green felt this analogy was somewhat inappropriate, he grasped the concept. He then posed the fifth question, the one that concerned him most. What purpose did you have in bringing me to this world? Well, young one, do you see this colorful gem in my book? Green nodded. In this world, there exists a wondrous substance that you may refer to as magical elements. Moreover, there is a stone, or rather a mineral, that can repeatedly absorb and store this substance. The gem embedded in my book is such a stone. However, for reasons unknown, the magical elements in this world have been gradually diminishing since 2,000 years ago, resulting in my gem's inability to absorb elemental energy. Without energy, I may fall into a slumber from which I may never awaken, akin to human death. Thus, I must save myself by bringing you to this world to seek such a gem and prolong my existence. Do you understand, young one? Haha. Green smirked. Is it really so difficult to comprehend? It's as if you once had a solar battery that could recharge itself, but one day it transformed into a disposable battery, compelling you to find a worker to replace it. Is it not so? Well, your interpretation is acceptable. Nibor reflected for a moment before responding. Final question, what abilities do you possess that could expedite my quest for such a gem? What abilities? My dear boy, allow me to enlighten you. My abilities transcend your imagination. However, at present, my energy is insufficient, rendering many of my powers dormant. Nevertheless, my tome contains detailed information on 35 distinct breeds of dragons, knowledge that can undoubtedly assist you in taming these extraordinary creatures for your own purposes. Upon hearing Nibber's boastful claims, Green couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then why are the pages of your book completely blank? He had previously perused the Book of Dragons, only to find it devoid of any written content. My boy, if you refuse to believe me, why should I trust you? These secrets will be unlocked in accordance with the progress you make in fulfilling my tasks. The swifter your advancement, the more abilities I shall unveil for you. Next, you must aid me in finding a suitable replacement for my battery, gemstone, and in return, I shall guide you to the pinnacle of your existence. A win-win situation. Wouldn't you say? A win-win? Green rolled his eyes heavenward, thinking to himself how absurd it was to trust this creature. Chapter 3 Meow. My boy, do you not have other inquiries? For instance, why am I so well acquainted with your original world? What is there to question? It merely stems from your formidable learning capabilities. I surmise you gleaned your knowledge of Earth through the internet. Oh, how did you know? How did I know? Your speech is peppered with internet slang and memes. It would be astonishing if you had never encountered the web. I did not expect your deductive skills to be so sharp. Upon my arrival on Earth, I sought advice on how to quickly understand this world, and someone suggested the internet. I inadvertently stumbled upon a novel website called Qi, and I became utterly engrossed, nearly forgetting my quest for a means of crossing over. Goodness. Had I not remembered, my boy, you might have missed your chance entirely. As Green listened to Nibber's incessant chatter, he felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. How could an intelligent being be so juvenile and neurotic? It turns out it was all due to his obsession with novels. My boy, I have recently been reading Battle Through the Heavens. Do you not think I bear a striking resemblance to the character Yao Lao? Ahem. Thus, I am not only your golden finger, but also your mentor. You must treat me with the respect I deserve. Do you understand? Listening to the incessant prattle echoing in his mind, growing increasingly self-satisfied, Green darkened his expression and tucked the Book of Dragons into his bosom. Just as his mind had settled into a moment of tranquility, a long and resonant roar suddenly erupted from the distant mountains. Damn it! I forgot this world is inhabited by many different dragons. Though the fragmented memories are incomplete, they predominantly pertain to dragons. These creatures vary greatly in size and type, possessing an astonishing array of abilities, and their destructive power is formidable. They act without restraint, making them far more terrifying and troublesome than the other wild beasts of the wilderness. In summary, it is exceedingly perilous for an individual to linger in the wilderness. Upon this realization, Gelin resolved to descend the mountains swiftly in search of a safe haven, contemplating his next steps once his memories were restored. The terrain of this peak was not particularly steep, especially once he traversed below the snow line, where the ground was devoid of the slippery ice and snow, providing him some relief. Of course, it would have been preferable if it were not for the prickly coniferous forest. Shaking off his fur coat, Gelin approached the foot of the mountain, parting a branch of pine before bending down to emerge from the dense thicket. As he lifted his gaze, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him. Adjacent to the jungle lay a crystal-clear freshwater lake, its surface tranquil as a mirror, disturbed only occasionally by falling leaves that created gentle ripples. The surrounding ambience was serene and quiet, akin to a beautiful painting. Having felt a persistent tension since arriving in this world, Gelin's anxiety began to dissipate as he gazed at the clear waters of the lake. Parched, he leaned down to drink. However, as he raised his head, an inadvertent glance across the water caught his attention, and he was momentarily taken aback. What was that? A small creature resembling a cat, with a coat of orange fur, cautiously poked its head out from the dense foliage. Its demeanor was exceedingly cautious. It tiptoed silently while its round little head swiveled left and right, 2 large ears adorned with tufts of white fur occasionally twitching, seemingly attuned to the environment. Perhaps due to Gelin's covert position, the creature, after surveying its surroundings, failed to notice his presence. Once it seemed assured that no danger lurked nearby, its timidity waned, transforming its previously cautious steps into a confident prance. It hopped merrily to the edge of the lake, extending its pink tongue to lap up the clear water. As it drank, it effortlessly flicked its long, round tail, particularly the tuft of white fur at the tip, which was quite striking. It was only when the creature lowered its head that Gelin noticed it possessed 2 pairs of delicate, transparent wings resembling those of a dragonfly upon its back. A flying cat? Gelin's eyes widened in curiosity as he remained motionless, captivated by the charming little creature not far from him. Suddenly, a sharp sound, snap, startled the small beast, causing it to raise its head. Gelin exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely a pine cone that had fallen into the lake. When he turned back, he found that the little creature had evidently become aware of his presence. Its large, sky-blue eyes stared at Gelin, a small segment of its pink tongue sticking out, displaying an adorably bewildered expression. as though it were perplexed by the presence of another being in this secluded place. Thus, a person and a creature stared at each other across the not overly wide surface of the lake, their eyes locked in a silly gaze. The little beast appeared dazed, while Green wore a look of curiosity. After a brief moment, the creature seemed to snap out of its stupor. Its large ears, adorned with tufts of white fur, twitched a few times. Just as it appeared ready to flee, Green impulsively called out, "Meow." The creature's endearing expression instantly transformed into one of shock. It sprang backward on all fours and rapidly unfurled its delicate, gossamer-like wings, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. "Goodness, do I appear to be a villain?" Green pondered, his own expression now one of bewilderment. Earlier, while drinking water, he had caught a glimpse of himself in the reflection, and he thought he looked quite presentable, reminiscent of a youthful version of a certain celebrity. Perhaps the aesthetic sensibilities of animals differ greatly? Amused, he shook his head and muttered to himself. At that moment, he had only found the creature's cuteness delightful and had playfully called out, never expecting to frighten it away. Nevertheless, the pressing concern now was how to survive on this small island. Merely drinking water would not suffice. Green rubbed his rounded belly and scratched his head in contemplation. The surrounding forest was characteristic of a cold, temperate coniferous region, dominated by spruce, fir, larch, and pine trees, devoid of any fruits. Green had intended to gather some pine nuts to stave off his hunger, but discovered that most were either unripe or situated beyond his reach. As he descended the mountain, he spotted a few wild rabbits and mountain hens, yet without any tools at his disposal, he could do nothing but watch the delectable creatures pass by, swallowing his saliva in frustration. Chapter 4. The Dragon and the Flycatcher. Green, with a furrowed brow, listened to the rumbling of his stomach, contemplating whether he should follow in Bear Grylls' footsteps and try eating some insects. Suddenly, a sweet and fragrant aroma wafted towards him on the gentle breeze. This enticing scent resembled strawberries, mingled with hints of honey and even chocolate, presenting a lethal temptation for the famished Green. He followed the direction of the alluring fragrance. Upon emerging from a thicket of dense trees, he found himself in a small clearing where, between the low shrubs, four enormous, three-petaled flowers emerged, displaying a striking combination of pink and green. The green stems supporting the blossoms were as thick as a thigh, robust beyond ordinary blooms. Alongside the stems, a row of palm-sized green leaves grew in neat alignment. Additionally, two green tendrils, as thick as a thumb, hung down from either side of the three-petaled flowers. "What an extraordinary plant!" Green exclaimed, gazing in awe at the peculiar flora exuding such an enticing aroma. "Surely, it must bear some kind of fruit." He lingered in place for a moment, contemplating whether to approach for a closer look, when suddenly a familiar orange figure flitted into his view, its wings fluttering. To his surprise, this little creature had also been drawn in by the tantalizing aroma. Green stifled a silent chuckle, marveling at the delightful coincidence that bound them together. The orange beast rapidly beat its dragonfly-like wings, wearing an expression of rapture as it soared toward a cluster of blossoms above the branch. Gracefully descending into the heart of a magnificent flower, it seemed to have discovered something delectable, wagging its tail in excitement before lowering its head. At that moment, Green, hidden among the bushes and watching with amusement, suddenly noticed that two tendrils beneath the flower were stretching upward like sinuous appendages. This bizarre sight sent a shiver down his spine, prompting an unsettling realization that all was not as it seemed. Then, he witnessed the three-petaled flower above him snap shut like a mouth in an instant. Before he could call out a warning to the little orange creature, he abruptly saw a brilliant arc of electricity flash from the tip of its tail. The petals, which had been rapidly closing, froze as if paralyzed by the electric charge. Seizing the opportunity, the panicked creature desperately flapped its wings and attempted to fly away. However, an already stealthy tendril swiftly ensnared its hind leg. After a futile struggle against the binding tendril, the creature extended its white tail once more toward the tendril, releasing another arc of electricity, though this time it was noticeably weaker. Yet, the brief paralysis allowed the tendril to loosen its grip. With this newfound chance, the little beast flapped its wings and soared away, only to be caught unawares by another waiting tendril. Just as the creature was on the verge of escape, this second tendril struck like a whip, landing a heavy blow on the airborne creature. Though it managed to fly a short distance after the impact, it ultimately fell to the ground. In agony, it struggled to rise and flee from this perilous place, but its injuries were evidently severe. With a mere movement, it convulsed and collapsed. As Green watched the little creature fall just a short distance away, he contemplated rushing over to rescue it. However, what he saw next left him utterly stunned. The 4 sturdy flower stalks that had previously stood erect were now animated. The 3-petaled blossoms had transformed into 4 monstrous serpentine heads. The pink flower pistils morphed into long, hissing tongues emerging from the monsters' mouths. The drooping tendrils became antennae atop their heads, and even the palm-sized green leaves had transformed into fins along the long necks of these creatures. A chilling realization gripped Green as he broke out in a cold sweat. Overwhelmed by terror, fortunately, he refrained from approaching earlier. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly become a meal for this monstrous creature resembling a Venus flytrap. After all, he was not like the small beast on the ground, capable of unleashing electric arcs to evade that unsuspecting fatal strike. Glenn wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and exchanged a glance with the small beast that had already noticed him. Just as he turned to leave the area, he abruptly halted. What a gaze it possessed! Those blue eyes, reminiscent of the sky, sparkled with the excitement of hope, mingled with a plea for assistance. Tinged with despair from rejection, and infused with a touch of nonchalance in the face of life and death. This expression was entirely uncharacteristic of an animal. It was more akin to the emotions harbored by an intelligent being. At that moment, Glenn found himself confronted with a dilemma: to save or not to save. An impulse surged within him, urging him to instantly return and rescue the pitiful creature, while another voice in his mind incessantly warned him to flee this perilous location. Ultimately, it was a flicker of compassion that guided Glenn to make his final decision. Despite initially lacking a suitable weapon, he retrieved the dragon tome from his embrace. The cover, though soft and exquisitely textured to the touch, transformed into something as hard as steel beneath his foot, perfect for use as a makeshift club. Just as he extracted the book, the malicious laughter of Nibel echoed in his mind. Ah, 4-headed predator dragon. Hee hee, your luck is truly exceptional, my dear Glenn. Cunning, treacherous, and deadly. The fourfold terror and temptation, the Venus flytrap of dragons. Ha ha ha, beg me, and I shall reveal to you the secrets of taming this beast. As one of the dragon's grotesque heads opened its 3-lobed maw, poised to devour the small beast, Glenn could hardly afford to engage with Nibel. He rushed to the small creature, raising the tome above his head and striking at the dragon's eye. Perhaps due to the suddenness of his emergence from the foliage, the 4-headed dragon was caught off guard, and Glenn's blow landed squarely, causing one eye to erupt with green blood. The dragon let out a pained roar, momentarily abandoning its intention to consume the small beast. Seizing the opportunity, Glenn swiftly scooped up the creature and turned to flee. However, the other 3 grotesque heads could not simply stand by and watch as their imminent meal was snatched away. They extended their long necks, converging from 3 different directions to encircle Glenn. Chapter 5. Flight through the forest. Brutal, violent, chaotic. Young man, how dare you wield a dragon taming manual to strike the body of a dragon? You have truly insulted my dignity, the great Nibel. I shall teach you what it truly means to tame a dragon, what it means to embody the essence of a true master. Now, immediately, fetch me some mud. Listening to the furious roars of Nibber echoing in his mind, Green, cradling a small beast in one arm and clutching the Book of Dragons in the other, nearly stumbled to the ground. Goodness, I expected some miraculous solution or a display of extraordinary skill from you. But here you are asking me for mud. Do you truly believe I have the time to fetch mud for you in this dire moment? Have you ever seen a master play with mud when their life hangs by a thread? Have you? As Green deftly evaded the assaults of the 3 dragon heads, he couldn't help but voice his incredulity at Nibber's suggestion. The 4-headed dragon, fond of the dampness of rainforests and wetlands, could be tamed by indulging it with rainwater or playing in the mud, Nibber weakly explained in Green's mind. Play in the mud? Does it appear that there's any mud around here? Green shouted after narrowly escaping another bite from the 4-headed beast, feeling utterly cornered. 3 heads meant 3 different directions of attack. No wonder Nibber referred to this creature as a terrifying 4th power. Green was experiencing it firsthand. Fool, rush into the dense woods. The 4-headed dragon, massive in size, could only unleash its fury in open spaces. If you dashed into the trees, you would surely find safety. Do you think I hadn't thought of that? Green panted angrily in response. Can't you see I'm actively searching for an opportunity? Kid, have you forgotten about the 4th head? Run towards that direction. Upon hearing Nibber's guidance, Green recalled the dragon head he had struck earlier. Although it had now joined in the assault against him, it seemed to be suffering from some visual impairment, hesitating momentarily before lunging at him after finally locating his position. Once again evading a bite, Green charged towards the wounded dragon head. However, it was not willing to let him escape easily, yet its movements were just slightly delayed, allowing Green to narrowly dash past its snapping jaws. Ha ha ha. Have you realized, in the end, you still depend on me? Ha ha. now deep within the woods. Green was utterly weary of Nibber's boastful voice, so he tucked the Book of Dragons into his bosom, clutching the small beast and sprinting for his life. After running for several minutes, feeling the absence of pursuit behind him, he finally paused, leaning against a sturdy tree and gasping for breath. Just as Green rested by the tree, still taking in his surroundings, he felt the small beast in his arms thrashing desperately, its long tail striking against his neck while it emitted a series of frantic cries. "You little creature, I just saved your life. Why the urgency to escape my grasp? Do you think I would devour you?" Gelin grasped the small beast by its neck, bringing it close to his face, and admonished it sharply. However, at that moment, he noticed that the creature did not seem intent on escaping his grasp. Rather, it appeared to be signaling him about something important, as its tiny paws waved frantically upwards. A flicker of confusion crossed Gelin's mind, but before he could lift his gaze, he became aware of an enormous dark shadow looming beneath his feet. Growing larger by the second, he looked up in alarm, startled by the sight before him. How on earth did this monster catch up? Gelin thought, fear gripping him. In that instant, he did not dare ponder further. His only thought was to flee from the beast. The creatures of the sky always outpaced those on the ground, their visibility far superior. Although the four-headed dragon would need to descend further to capture him, Gelin knew it would not be easy to shake off this terrifying entity. Competing in stamina with a dragon? Gelin had no doubt that he would not prevail. A mere glance had left him in awe of the dragon's vast size. It was undoubtedly longer than a bus, not to mention its colossal wings that blotted out the sun. Thus, as he sprinted, Gelin felt an incessant dread, as if he were perpetually under the shadow of this monstrous being. His throat parched and chest constricted. He felt dizzy. Beads of sweat trickling into the wounds inflicted by the pine needles, his face ablaze with pain. Were it not for his robust constitution, he might have collapsed to the ground by now. Just as Gelin scurried like a mouse pursued by a cat, the small beast in his arms let out another urgent cry, and this time, he dared not disregard it. While running, he glanced down to see that one of the creature's forepaws was pointed towards a specific direction, calling out to him. "Is it urging me to run that way?" Gelin thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he changed his course towards the direction indicated by the small creature, as he was utterly at a loss for where to flee. However, the sight ahead soon filled him with regret for this decision. The once dense thicket was becoming increasingly sparse, revealing towering mountains in the distance. Running in this direction would surely lead him to his doom. As Gelin slowed slightly to reconsider his path, he felt a rush of air descending upon him from above. Without needing to look up, he could surmise that the four-headed dragon was lowering its altitude. Observing the small beast still howling and pointing in that direction, Gelin gritted his teeth and resolved, "Damn it, let us take a gamble." He charged forward towards the steep cliff, only to suddenly feel a gust of wind rush past him, followed by the sensation of something colliding against his back. Gelin swiftly turned around, only to behold a dragon's head from the four-headed beast hovering above, its three-pronged maw poised to unleash some substance upon him. To his dismay, he felt a viscous green slime adhering to his back, and it was evident that this noxious substance had begun to corrode his skin, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Without hesitation, Gelin tore off his fur coat and flung it aside. At that moment, Nibber, now back in Gelin's grasp, began to gloat. I told you. Although the four-headed dragon's sense of smell is not particularly acute, the moment you get a taste of its sweet saliva, it will track you down regardless of how far you flee. I suggest you find some mud to play with it. That would be your best course of action." Gelin quickly dismissed Nibber's suggestion, recalling that he could undoubtedly find mud by the lake, but his strength was nearly depleted, making it impossible to reach such a distant location. "Watch out. The four-headed dragon is about to spew its acid. This toxin is potent enough to dissolve metal. Be quiet," Gelin shouted back as he sprinted forward, furious at the audacity of someone so despicable who dared to call themselves a golden finger, hardly worthy of even being compared to golden leg hair. Fortunately, the dragon's massive size hindered its speed, and its aim with the venomous spray was rather poor. Thus, Gelin, despite his diminished pace, managed to stay ahead of it. As the cliff loomed ever closer, he still failed to spot any refuge from the impending danger. Just as he sensed the four-headed dragon closing in behind him, the small creature in his arms suddenly wriggled free, leaping to the ground and darting toward the cliff, only to vanish into the underbrush in an instant. Sold out. Chapter 6. A desperate escape. Gelin's heart sank as he momentarily froze, grappling with the shock of having been deceived by a mere animal. Just then, he noticed the small creature had returned, now crouching in a patch of grass at the base of the cliff, yowling at him as if urging him to come closer. The colossal four-headed dragon had landed on the open ground before the cliff, its gaze fixated on Gelin, and with a thunderous roar, it began to approach with heavy steps. Its elongated neck arched, reminiscent of a crescent moon, and as it drew near, it opened its three-pronged maw to lunge at Gelin. With no time to ponder, Gelin dove towards the patch of grass where the small creature awaited. Upon reaching the ground, he was astonished to discover a half-exposed cave entrance. Though modest in size, it was ample enough for him to squeeze through. As Gelin scrambled into the cave, he caught sight of the small creature, its round blue eyes wide with curiosity. But before he could utter a word, a foul stench wafted in from the cave entrance. As he turned around, he beheld the once narrow entrance now completely obstructed by the formidable head of a four-headed dragon, its gaping maw poised to strike. In that moment, he realized, with a surge of dread, that the creature's neck was exceedingly elongated. In a panicked response, he hastily withdrew his foot and began to crawl forward. Yet he was still a moment too slow, as one of his trailing feet was captured squarely in the monster's jaws. Oh dear, if a beast devours one's foot, it must surely spell doom. In my perspective, if one were to simply cast it aside like a shoe, this predicament would be effortlessly resolved. With a grimace of pain, he heard the voice of Nibber echo in his mind, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Speak plainly." "Huh, fool, why not just remove your boot?" Although Nibber's words were harsh, they sparked a realization in him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swiftly removed his boot and crawled deeper into the cave until he felt secure enough to glance back. The creature, with its grotesque three-part maw, continued to thrash wildly in its attempts to reach him, yet its neck had now extended to its utmost length. After a futile struggle, it became enraged, unleashing a furious roar within the cavern. "Had it not been for my timely intervention, you would surely have met your demise. Kneel and express your gratitude." Crouched on the ground, nursing his aching ankle, he found himself bemused by Nibber's shifting titles, one moment referring to himself as this sovereign, the next as this lady, and then as this lamenting one. He could not restrain his exasperation, retorting, "Have you been watching too much Empresses in the palace? I am male, while you are female. Your constant oscillation between identities is baffling. Are you perhaps a hermaphrodite? Humans are born of humans, and beasts of beasts, but who birthed the books? You dare mock me with gender confusion, little one? I suspect you have been rendered foolish by the four-headed dragon." Upon hearing Nibber's triumphant laughter, he reflexively tossed the Book of Dragons to the ground and shouted defiantly at the still howling creature blocking the cave entrance. "Are you not leaving? Do you expect me to serve you a meal?" With a bold stance, he placed one hand on his hip and picked up a stone from the ground, hurling it at the dragon's head, reveling in the audacity of his survival. At that moment, a small orange creature, emboldened, squatted beside him, tilting its round head in curiosity as it observed his antics with a blend of mirth and critique. When it witnessed him successfully strike the monstrous head with a thrown stone, its large, round eyes widened in astonishment. Seemingly captivated by the spectacle, it mimicked his actions, using its nimble forepaws to retrieve a stone from the ground and toss it toward the four-headed dragon. The diminutive creature's initial attempt fell short, yet it remained undeterred. On its second try, it nibbled on its protruding little fangs, seemingly summoning all its strength to hurl a stone, which struck the formidable dragon's front tooth as it roared inward. Upon realizing that it had indeed hit the terrifying beast, the creature erupted with excitement, bouncing joyfully before mimicking Gelin by plopping down onto the ground, leaning against a rock, and exposing its white belly. To Gelin's astonishment, the little creature imitated his laughter with a sound akin to a hearty chuckle. Goodness, could this little one be a type of dragon as well? How remarkably clever. Gelin marveled. He then bent down to retrieve the dragon book from the ground and inquired of Nibe, "Is this little creature a dragon too? Is it documented in your dragon book?" "Humph, little Gelin, the world is full of wonders. Do you think I must know everything?" Nibe replied, "While this little one is indeed a highly intelligent dragon, to me, it appears to be nothing more than a plaything, of little utility to you." Gelin could not help but roll his eyes, remarking, "I had wondered why you had been so silent since encountering this little dragon. It turns out you were unfamiliar with it. How amusingly obstinate you are now. Nevertheless, little Gelin, as the discoverer of this dragon, tradition dictates that I bestow upon you the privilege of naming it. You may now assign a name to this dragon type, which will aid me in documentation." "Must you truly confer such a right upon me?" Gelin scoffed. "I am the very essence of the dragon book. All matters concerning dragons across the realm fall under my jurisdiction. Do you doubt my authority?" At Nibe's pretentious response, 3 lines of annoyance appeared on Gelin's forehead as he retorted, "I have never encountered someone as brazen as you." "Brazen? Huh, little Gelin, I am indeed toothless. What can you do about it?" Just as Gelin contemplated tossing the dragon book to the ground in frustration, the the little creature began to wail once more, clutching a pebble in one paw while vigorously waving at the four-headed dragon with the other. Clearly, it felt that Gelin's single strike was insufficient. In response, Gelin picked up another stone from the ground, grinning as he said to the creature, "Do you wish for me to strike this beast several more times?" The little creature, with its wide, round eyes, may not have understood the words but unmistakably conveyed agreement. It once again nibbled its tiny fangs and hurled another pebble at the four-headed dragon, following it up with a defiant snort as it jabbed its nose at the beast. "Huh." Gelin chuckled as he observed the small creature tossing stones, then stroked his chin in contemplation. He tossed a stone toward the four-headed dragon, deliberately opening his mouth to exclaim, "Meow." Chapter 7. The Wonders of the World this time. The small creature did not flee in terror, but gazed at him with an endearing expression. After a moment, it picked up a stone and handed it to Gelin, calling out, "Meow." "Ah, exactly like that, meow," Gelin replied, taking the stone and laughing as he hurled it at the four-headed dragon. While Gelin and the small creature were enjoying their amusing game of tossing stones at the dragon, the four-headed beast was clearly incensed by the antics of these diminutive beings. Although most of the stones posed no threat to its thick dragon hide, such provocation ignited its fury. The dragon opened its vast, three-part mouth and snapped a few times. And when it realized it could not reach the two pesky creatures, it roared in rage, its throat convulsing as it unleashed a spray of green acid into the cave. Gelin, who had been vigilant, was prepared for this moment, seeing the creature spewing venom. He quickly grabbed the dragon book from the ground and took cover behind a protruding rock with the small creature. The cave's entrance was only about the size of a barrel, yet the interior expanded significantly. At Gelin's current position, he could stand upright without hitting his head, surrounded by jagged rocks that resembled a naturally formed cavern. The deeper recesses of the cave were shrouded in darkness, appearing endless and profound. Thus, upon realizing the four-headed dragon intended to unleash its venom, Gelin felt no panic, confident in the ample space and cover available for him to evade danger. "Little buddy, I understand your exhilaration from narrowly escaping and your desire to vent, but I advise you to exercise restraint. The four-headed dragon is notoriously vengeful. Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Gelin rolled his eyes toward the heavens, initially planning to wait for the dragon to leave before emerging from the cave, unaware of its troublesome nature. "Ha ha ha, kid, this time you brought it upon yourself. Don't blame me." Gelin glanced at the small creature now perched on his shoulder, which echoed his laughter, finding the situation amusing. With a smile, he reached out to stroke its chin, but just as he extended his finger, his expression froze. "Goodness, this little fellow can actually hear me? How is that possible? This defies logic." At that moment, Nibber, startled, exclaimed in Gelin's mind, "You once mentioned that the world is full of wonders. Perhaps this small creature possesses such extraordinary abilities." Gelin pondered for a moment before responding. "You don't understand at all. This pertains to the realm of the soul, and it's far from simple," Nibber replied, his tone filled with astonishment. "Do you know how I communicate with you?" Clearly, Nibber did not expect Green to provide a response. After a brief pause, he continued, "As soon as your skin makes contact with the dragon's tome, you will receive a signal akin to brainwaves that I emit, allowing you to hear my voice. This pertains to a deeper understanding and application of the sciences of the soul and life. It is indeed highly advanced. I never imagined that even this little dragon would possess such abilities." "Advanced, you say?" "While you are still relying on wire transmission technology, this small creature has already mastered the art of wireless reception. Do you not feel outdated?" Finally, seizing an opportunity to undermine Nibber, Green could not help but interject. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, the little creature on his shoulder cheekily stuck its tongue out at the four-headed dragon, producing a comical sound. Hee. Observing the little beast's antics, Green was momentarily taken aback. It took him some time to react, and he exclaimed in shock, "Did you teach it that, Nibber? Surprised, are we?" "Little Lin, this dragon possesses remarkable intelligence. It learned in no time at all," Nibber replied with a sense of pride. "Huh, even without you, I can find someone to converse with, as long as I teach this little dragon to speak." Just as Green was left speechless by Nibber's wildly imaginative notion, the four-headed dragon, which had been blocking the cave's entrance, grew increasingly agitated, shaking its head and dislodging stones from the surrounding mountains, before finally retreating. "Huh, at last, the four-headed dragon has retreated," Green exclaimed joyfully. He then noticed the little creature tilting its head adorably, extending a tiny paw towards him. Initially puzzled by its gesture, he soon realized it was yet another trick that Nibber had taught it. Amused, Green playfully bumped fists with the little beast. However, when he attempted to pat its fluffy ears, the creature deftly dodged his hand, leaping onto his head instead. Damn it. Nibber, did you teach it that as well? Green glared at the little creature perched atop his head, rolling his eyes. Humph, little Lin, you are mistaken this time. This little dragon dislikes strangers touching its ears and tail, but it adores fluffy things. Your soft hair makes for an excellent nest. Nibber chuckled. Stranger? Who do you consider a stranger? Green retorted, somewhat indignant. Huh, little Lin, although you are not entirely a stranger, it is evident that your affinity level has yet to reach the point where it would allow you to touch its ears. Thus, you still need to make more effort. Nibber teased. He then continued, by the way, little Lin, I want you to name this little dragon. Have you thought of one yet? Green rested his chin in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head. No, this is the first dragon I've discovered, so I must give it a fitting name. Originally, he perceived this little dragon as a diminutive creature akin to a kitten with outstretched wings. However, upon closer proximity, he realized that while its size resembles that of a cat, it bears a striking resemblance to a squirrel up close. Its skin is not the soft, plush fur one might expect, but rather resembles a velvety pelt, smooth and pleasant to the touch. I retract my previous statements. This little dragon is far from merely an adorable creature devoid of utility. My interest in it has grown considerably. It is only fitting that I think of a suitable name. As the little beast merrily tugged at his hair while perched atop his head, Glenn, with a sense of resignation, reached up to remove it, only then to notice a shadow intruding into the dimly lit cave. The creature had not yet departed. Glenn picked up a stone from the ground, pondering in confusion. Chapter 8. The World of Dragons. As the four-headed dragon extended its neck into the cave, its amber-hued slitted eyes surveyed the depths within. It then opened its enormous maw wide. Was it about to unleash venom? Glenn carefully sidestepped, observing with trepidation. However, this time, the four-headed dragon exhaled not green venom, but rather a foul white gas. What is this? Glenn was startled, and before he could contemplate further, he heard Nibber's voice resonating in his mind. Little Lindsay, that's marsh gas. If you wish to avoid suffocation, you ought to flee at once. Goodness. Marsh gas possesses such a capacity? Glenn exclaimed, spinning around and clutching the little beast along with the dragon book as he dashed deeper into the cave. Left with no other choice. Ha ha, little Lindsay, the four-headed dragon indeed possesses such abilities. Its four heads signify four distinct powers. One can emit an alluring scent akin to dragon berries. Another can spew corrosive green venom. A third secretes a transparent adhesive that hardens upon contact, and this particular head can release a noxious gas reminiscent of marsh gas. When confronted by adversaries, it can simply emit this pungent, foul gas, sending even the most ravenous of colossal dragons fleeing. Stumbling through the inky darkness of the cave, Glenn held his aching forehead and lamented, what an utterly suffocating ability. One must not be boastful. He had merely jested with the four-headed dragon to vent his frustrations, never anticipating such dire consequences. Now with no option for retreat, he continued along the dark, winding tunnel, indifferent to what lay ahead. As he contemplated whether to press on, the little beast atop his head suddenly began to meow, scurrying about on him. Little Lindsay, it seems to be indicating the direction you should take. Do you understand? Glenn paused, and upon noticing the little creature's gleaming green eyes in the darkness, it dawned on him. This little fellow possesses night vision. He chuckled, noting that most dragons possessed such abilities, which was nothing extraordinary. Nibber casually responded before falling silent. Just as Glenn was pondering why this talkative creature had become mute, he suddenly heard the sound of pages turning in his mind, leading him to realize that the old fellow had been engrossed in a novel lately. Guided by the little beast, Glenn ventured quietly through the dark cave. Although the path remained treacherous, he was no longer colliding with the walls. After what felt like an eternity, still without any sign of the cave's end, a hint of anxiety crept into Glenn's heart. Little creature, you resemble both a cat and a squirrel, and you've even learned to meow. I suppose I shall bestow upon you a name, Glenn said with feigned nonchalance. Let us simply call you Meow. Meow? The little one responded, its agreement evident in its lack of protest. As they continued their light-hearted banter, Glenn suddenly noticed a flicker of light ahead, and the further he walked, the clearer his vision became. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing there must be an exit ahead. After taking a few more steps, just before he could see the exit, the roar of rushing water filled his ears. Turning a corner, he was met with a breathtaking sight. The exit was a stark contrast to the narrow entrance of the cave. It was wide and expansive, with a magnificent waterfall cascading down. Emerging from the curtain of water, Glenn was utterly unprepared for the stunning landscape outside. He found himself in a valley embraced by towering mountains. At the cave's mouth lay a vast pool, into which the waterfall poured majestically. In the heart of the valley, not far from the pool, stood a towering oak tree, surrounded by vibrant flowers and lush greenery, with butterflies dancing gracefully about. The entire valley resembled a paradise untouched by time. Upon reaching this enchanting place, Meow appeared noticeably more spirited. It leapt from Glin's shoulder to the other, then playfully onto his head, excitedly meowing. Glin, somewhat exasperated, lifted the mischievous creature to his face and said, "You little rascal, if you dislike having your ears touched, then I certainly do not appreciate having something prance upon my head. Come down." As soon as he set Meow down, the little creature quickly scrambled back up his body. At that moment, Glin recalled that Meow had sustained injuries but had rapidly healed, yet its ability to fly remained elusive. Just as he contemplated lifting Meow again to discern the reason, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a yellow shadow hurtling towards him from the air, followed by a blinding flash. Glin felt a jolt of electricity surge through him, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Glin sensed he had just experienced an exceedingly long dream. In his dreams, he transformed into a youth named Green, residing within a Viking kingdom composed of numerous islands known as the Kingdom of Nivea. The island belonging to his tribe, the Thunder Tribe, was referred to as Dragontooth Island. Here, throughout the 12 months, nearly half the year is enveloped in the harsh grip of winter, while the other half, though comparatively mild, sees the inhabitants engaged in herding, fishing, and hunting, tirelessly stockpiling provisions to endure the protracted, frigid winters. Day after day, year after year, life is arduous, the environment unforgiving, and survival a relentless struggle. Moreover, in this realm exists a peculiar species that has thrived for millennia, far outnumbering the beasts, dragons. These dragons come in various sizes and shapes, wielding an array of extraordinary abilities, and they roam unchecked, frequently causing turmoil, ravaging livestock, and on occasion, claiming the lives of unfortunate Vikings. Green, the son of a locksmith, once enjoyed a relatively comfortable life due to his father's craft. However, during a fateful hunting expedition, disaster struck when his father fell victim to a two-headed dragon, leaving behind only 12-year-old Green and his 5-year-old sister. After enduring 4 long winters, Green, who had not acquired much of his father's locksmithing skills, found life increasingly difficult for himself and his sister. Desperate to alter their dire circumstances, an opportunity finally presented itself just after he celebrated his 16th birthday. King Harold III of Nivea unexpectedly announced a quest to find a suitor for his only child, Princess Victoria, renowned as the Viking Fairy. This selection was open to all eligible Vikings, whether noble or free. The foremost prerequisite for participation was dragon slaying. Only a warrior who had personally slain a dragon could advance to the next stage of selection. Understanding that securing a good wife could spare him at least 20 years of toil, Green eagerly registered for the challenge. Fueled also by a desire for vengeance against the creature that had taken his father, he resolved to slay a two-headed dragon. However, the double-headed nature of the beast promised double the danger, and lacking formal dragon-slaying training, Green soon found his choice to be fraught with peril. As he mustered his courage to charge at the dragon in the wild, he was swiftly knocked unconscious by the creature's tail. Upon awakening, he discovered to his dismay that he was being carried aloft by the two-headed dragon, soaring high above, with a misty expanse of clouds and a deep blue sea below. The thought of plummeting from such a height sent shivers of dread through him. He fervently prayed to the gods, hoping that the dragon would not loosen its grip. Yet his fortune seemed woefully lacking. Just as they approached a towering snow-capped mountain, the unsuspecting Green was suddenly hurled from the sky by the dragon, hurtling toward the rapidly approaching white expanse below, leaving him to scream in terror. Chapter 9. The Enchanted Elves of the Forest with a Start. Green awoke from his nightmare, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a circle of small creatures with large ears and round faces, peering down at him with curiosity. The moment the seemingly lifeless being on the ground regained consciousness, the little beasts were taken aback, swiftly retreating behind a larger creature of the same kind, their heads bobbing as they cautiously observed him. As Green sat up, Meow Meow leaped onto his shoulder, meowing excitedly and nuzzling its round head affectionately against his face. Rubbing his aching forehead, he glanced at the endearing Meow Meow and chuckled softly. All right. No need to nuzzle. I have already forgiven you. At that moment, he comprehended the reason behind the unexpected electric shock he had experienced earlier. Before him sat a larger yellow creature, accompanied by 3 smaller ones of various colors, all of which belonged to the same species as Meow Meow. It was evident that the larger yellow creature was the one responsible for the earlier shock, Meow Meow's mother. Concern often breeds chaos, a truth that transcends realms. What surprised him, however, was that following the electric shock, his chronic headaches had vanished, and he had completely recovered the memories of the original owner of this body, Green. This might well be a fortuitous turn of events. Nibber. Green picked up the dragon book from the ground and was startled to hear Nibber's playful voice. The dragon book, Nibber, is at your service. Coughing. Green nearly choked on his own saliva, completely taken aback by Nibber's recent indulgence in novels about League of Legends. Shaking his head in disbelief and regaining his composure, he addressed Nibber. Upon awakening, I discovered that my memories have returned, and my head no longer aches. Do you think this is related to the shock I received from that little creature? To his surprise, Nibber did not respond immediately, but instead exclaimed, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are there suddenly 4 more little dragons? Little Green, did you summon them? Summon? Have you lost your mind from reading too many books? Green exclaimed, frustrated as he held his forehead. Did you not notice anything unusual? Well, I was quite busy. Busy reading novels, I presume? Green rolled his eyes toward the heavens. Then what would explain my memory restoration? Your brain must have a problem, and a little jolt fixed it. Is that really a question, Little Green? Nibber casually replied, diverting the topic. Have you not yet decided on names for these little dragons? My dragon book has been eagerly awaiting this moment. Green smirked, dismissing Nibber's inappropriate phrasing, and declared, actually, I have already thought of names. In the mythological tapestry of the Viking world, there exists a delightful woodland sprite known as the pixie dragon, adorned with dragonfly-like wings and a penchant for frolicking amidst flora. This enchanting creature bears a striking resemblance to the whimsical dragons, leading me to christen them as the marvelous pixie dragons. As Gelin's words faded into the air, he was astonished to witness the dragon book in his hands fluttering open as if stirred by an unseen breeze. The gemstones therein sparkled with a dazzling brilliance. Before he could fully grasp the wonder of this occurrence, Nibber, with an air of pretentiousness, called out, Little Lindsay, when was your most glorious moment? Is it not when I unleash my ultimate skill, ah? At that moment, Gelin found himself at a loss for words. His expression blank as he gazed at the sudden flash of white light emanating from the dragon book. Upon the open pages, a wealth of new information unfurled. The left page displayed a vivid family portrait of the Meow Meow clan, strikingly lifelike and possessing a three-dimensional quality. The right page revealed the following details: species, marvelous pixie dragon, type, thunder, rarity, legendary size, small dragon breath, blank, skills, releases electric arcs through its tail, causing paralysis or fainting in those struck. Hidden skills: 1. Mimicry of human speech. 2. Acceptance and transmission of a wireless wave for communication. Personality: intelligent, sensitive, lively, and affectionate, with a penchant for playfulness and imitation, possessing a keen intuition for danger. Weakness: particularly fond of sweets or nectar, easily tempted by such delights. Taming method: a single act of rescue will endear it to you as its master. Firepower: 2 shots, young dragon stage. Range: 0 speed, blank, maximum flight speed, blank, maximum flight radius, blank. After thoroughly perusing the information and data regarding the pixie dragon, Gelin found himself far too intrigued to dwell on Nibber's earlier boastfulness. He pondered aloud, why are there so many blank spaces? Ah, Little Lindsay, Nibber replied. Remember that even gods are not omnipotent. Some truths can only be revealed through experience. Just like this data, it can only be completed after rigorous testing and analysis. Oh, Gelin mused, stroking his chin, but how shall we test them? Huh, that is for you to discover, Little Lindsay. If taming a dragon is not for the purpose of training, then it is utterly meaningless. Nibber retorted with a self-satisfied grin. Gelin, feeling exasperated by Nibber's pretentiousness, could no longer suppress his sarcasm. Does your pretentiousness know no bounds? Pretense is like the wind, ever at my side. My arrogance shall be eternally unforgettable, Nibber declared with a flourish. After a prolonged silence, a chilly breeze swept through, prompting the stoic Gelin to finally respond. Your pretense is truly remarkable. This time, he was genuinely taken aback, fearing that further conversation with Nibber might indeed summon a storm. He placed the dragon book on the ground and began to delve into the study of the pixie dragon before him. The magnificent spirit dragon stands approximately 40 centimeters tall. Unlike Meow Meow and the other juvenile dragons, its ear tips and tail tips are not white, but rather a striking black. At this moment, it gazes with its round, black eyes, exuding innocence. When it notices Green's attention, it lets out a series of calls and blinks a few times, appearing utterly guileless. Ah, truly a family trait. Such an adorable display. Very well, I forgive you. Seemingly understanding Green's sentiment, the large, curious dragon bounds toward him, nuzzling its plump head against him. The other 3 juvenile dragons, who had been playfully clinging to the spirit dragon, curiously observed this interaction, seeing their mother's affectionate demeanor toward this unfamiliar figure. Their wariness dissipated, and they wobbled over to Green, joining Meow Meow in their playful antics. However, much to Green's chagrin, it appeared that these 4 mischievous little creatures preferred to perch on his head. Chapter 10. The Tale of the Spirit Dragon. At this moment, the 4 of them were engaged in a spirited struggle for dominance of this lofty perch. As Green watched the flurry of small claws and tails darting before him, he rolled his eyes skyward in exasperation and exchanged glances with the female dragon beside him. To his surprise, the little female dragon blinked at him as if in relief, suggesting she too was often tormented by these 4 dragonlings. As Green pondered how to momentarily pacify these lively little beings, he suddenly noticed Meow Meow had inadvertently tumbled from his shoulder. While other juvenile dragons might simply flap their wings and return to the fray, it was evident that Meow Meow's flying capabilities had not yet recovered. With a feeble struggle, it plummeted toward the ground. Swiftly catching it, Green sighed in resignation and said, "All right. Enough of the commotion. Let me examine your body to see what's the matter." Meow Meow. He placed Meow Meow on his lap and gently parted one of its immobile wings. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the base of its wing was entangled with a transparent substance resembling plastic. He reached out to touch it. It felt quite rigid. Attempting to pry it off, he was taken aback when Meow Meow cried out in pain at the slightest movement. Quickly halting his actions, Green furrowed his brow in concern. How can we resolve this? The spirit dragon was inherently delicate and fragile, with limited offensive capabilities. Losing its ability to fly would pose a grave danger for Meow Meow. Nibber, do you have any ideas? Green picked up the dragon book from the ground, seeking assistance. Little Green, to solve a problem, one must first comprehend its nature. You should be aware of the origin of this gelatinous substance, correct? Green nodded, recalling that this substance was likely the viscous secretion from the 4-headed dragon that Nibber had mentioned. And what are its components? Green shook his head in uncertainty. Nibber, with an air of pretentiousness, casually uttered, cyanoacrylate. Following his statement, he chuckled to himself, clearly believing that Green could not comprehend his words. However, his smug laughter was abruptly cut short. Is it superglue? Green inquired, stroking his chin. Oh, I didn't expect you to know that. Let me test your knowledge further. How does one remove cured superglue? Without much contemplation, Green swiftly replied, by using alcohol, acetone, or banana oil, or by applying heat to soften it. It was at the mention of heat that he realized the implication of Nibber's inquiry. Wow, I never would have guessed. Little Lin, how come you know so much about superglue? Why? As an orphan raised in an orphanage, Green had learned early on to be self-sufficient, and his means of survival involved crafting models. He began with simple toys and gradually progressed to intricate models, particularly ship models. Although these creations required greater time and technical skill, they commanded higher prices and were immensely popular among enthusiasts. Thus, with his increasingly refined craftsmanship, he gained a modest reputation in the realm of ship modeling, earning enough to support himself independently. His later decision to pursue a degree in naval engineering was influenced by this journey. Consequently, he was thoroughly familiar with superglue, one of the most commonly utilized materials. However, considering these memories belonged to a bygone era, he preferred not to dwell on them. Presently, he surveyed his surroundings, contemplating how to start a fire. Just as he pondered whether to create fire by friction, he noticed the small juvenile dragons, no longer frolicking, now lined up obediently before him. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about these little creatures capable of generating arcs of electricity. With a newfound method for igniting a fire in mind, he promptly gathered dry grass and twigs, then gestured towards the juvenile dragon's tail and the grass, followed by pointing at the gel on Meow Meow. The juvenile dragon tilted its head, observing his gestures. After a moment of inactivity, just when Green thought it had not understood his intent, the juvenile dragon surprisingly lowered its head and wrapped its long tail around the base of Meow Meow's wings. To his astonishment, he witnessed the once rigid adhesive soften. Incredible! Can it do that? Green exclaimed, momentarily dazed. Unable to contain his excitement, he picked up the dragon book and addressed Nibber. Well, you see, electricity generates magnetism, and magnetism generates electricity, leading to eddy current induction, which produces heat. It's quite similar to the principle of an induction cooker on your Earth. As Green stood there, bewildered and forgetting to remove the softened gel, the juvenile dragon called out to him and pointed towards a nearby pond. Are you suggesting we use water? Green asked. The juvenile dragon, with its round, black eyes, nodded affirmatively. Isn't it said that after the establishment of the nation, animals are not allowed to cultivate intelligence? He initially believed that the little meow was sufficiently clever. However, to his astonishment, the larger one possessed even greater intelligence, demonstrating not only the ability to deduce from one instance to another, but also to offer suggestions. With a bemused expression, Gelin removed the remaining boot from his foot and picked up Meow, making his way towards the pond. The softened gel was easily removable, and with a splash of water, he cleared it away effortlessly. Feeling unshackled, Meow flapped its wings, let out a joyous cry, and soared into the sky. The other three little creatures, who had been obediently perched on Gelin's shoulder, immediately followed suit, darting out as soon as Meow resumed its normal state. Watching the four lively little spirit dragons frolic into the dense oak thicket, Gelin exhaled gently, his heart finally at ease. He had genuinely grown fond of these adorable little beings and wished for their safety above all else. Suddenly, an odd sound interrupted the moment. Gurgle. The little female dragon curiously peered at Gelin's gaunt belly and then at her own round, plump abdomen, seemingly puzzled by the source of the gurgling noise. Gelin chuckled wryly. Rubbing his stomach, it appeared he needed to find something to eat. Since awakening, he had only had a sip of water and, in the haste of his earlier escape, had forgotten about his hunger. Now that he had a moment to pause, his stomach began to voice its discontent. He rolled up his pant legs, preparing to leap into the pond to see if there were any fish, when he suddenly heard the little female dragon call out to him before darting towards the water. Chapter 11. The Dragon Cube. The little female dragon skimmed the water's surface like a dragonfly, deftly catching a plump fish and returning it to drop at Gelin's feet. Was it possible that the spirit dragon possessed such fishing skills? Gelin was taken aback by the lively fish before him, observing its fluid movements that indicated a high level of proficiency. But how was he to consume it? As he pondered this, he was suddenly greeted by the enticing aroma of grilled fish. The little female dragon coiled her agile tail around the fish, and with a flick of her black-tipped tail, a spark of electricity coursed through it, leaving the fish slightly charred. Well, this was rather reminiscent of an induction stove. At the little female dragon's invitation, Gelin picked up the grilled fish. Although the exterior appeared somewhat charred, it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, bursting with flavor. Meow. It seemed that the aroma of the grilled fish had drawn the four little creatures back from the oak thicket, where they now hovered in a line. Gazing hungrily at Gelin as he devoured the fish, their expressions filled with longing. Burp. Gelin looked up, having just belched, and noticed that somehow, four new items had appeared before him. 2 acorns, 1 boot, and a square metallic block of silver. What on earth were these? At this moment, Green was too preoccupied to think about the fish. He gazed at the 4 items on the ground, astonished as he exclaimed, "Is this a gift from you all?" The 4 little spirit dragons, though unable to comprehend his words, glanced at the objects and nudged them forward with their tiny paws, clearly indicating their agreement. Green reached out to grasp the metallic piece that piqued his interest, but a fleeting glance revealed that the 4 little creatures seemed quite invested in the matter. The orange cat-like dragon stared at him with wide, hopeful eyes, while the black spirit dragon held its head high, feigning indifference, though its frequent glances betrayed its true feelings. The blue one, noticing his hand reaching for the item, suddenly appeared less than pleased, and the pale pink dragon even turned away in a show of petulance. Finding the scene amusing, Green paused his movements and, with a sweep of his arms, gathered all the items towards himself. "Thank you so much for these gifts. I cherish them dearly," he said. "As a token of my gratitude, I shall share some roasted fish with each of you." He pondered for a moment before adding, "Let me bestow upon you names." Tearing off a piece of roasted fish, he placed it in the pink dragon's small hands and affectionately patted its round little head, saying, "You are so adorable. I shall call you Lulu." Lulu joyfully accepted the fish and bounded over to her mother, circling around her while cheerfully calling out, "Lulu, Lulu," clearly overjoyed to have received a name. Next was the blue spirit dragon. Before Green could extend his hand, it instinctively rubbed its little head against him. Upon hearing Green name it Habby, it disregarded the fish altogether and dashed away in excitement, chanting "Habby, Habby." Then came the black spirit dragon. Amused, Green observed this proud little creature and, after giving its head a gentle ruffle, declared, "With such a dark hue, you shall simply be named Little Black." Little Black shook its head, seemingly perplexed by its rather convoluted name, and wobbled back to its mother, unsure how to articulate this peculiar sound. Lastly, there remained the exuberant cat-like dragon. Just as Green intended to pet its head, it unexpectedly shoved its fluffy ears into his hand, releasing a comforting purr, meow. Upon first touching the marvelous spirit dragon's pointed ears, Green discovered that the tips were not merely fuzzy but possessed a texture akin to fine hair, with a surprisingly metallic quality. Could it be that this feature was responsible for its ability to receive and transmit wireless signals? Strangely, this thought crossed his mind, hinting at the hidden capabilities of the spirit dragons. However, he chose not to delve deeper into that inquiry at the moment. Instead, he tore off a generous chunk of roasted fish and placed it in the cat-like dragon's hands, giving its little backside a gentle pat as it scampered away. Gelin wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he had managed to pacify the four little creatures. He picked up a fist-sized block of silver metal from the ground, preparing to examine it, when he suddenly looked up to find the little female dragon staring at him with her small, black eyes, perched right in front of him. Oh dear. After soothing the baby dragons, he had completely forgotten about the larger dragon. Gelin scratched his head with a wry smile, gazing at the yellow little female dragon. After a moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Pikachu! Haha, from now on, you shall be called Pikachu." Indeed, it was Pikachu. Watching the joyful little dragon scamper away, Gelin shook his head with a smile and then turned his attention to the metallic block in his hand. To his astonishment, it was a Rubik's Cube. Gelin was taken aback by its robust craftsmanship and intricate design. It appeared to be a singular entity, with seams that were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. On the 6 surfaces of the cube, there were exquisitely detailed engravings, each unique and divided into 6 colors: gold, silver, red, yellow, blue, and purple. At that moment, the shapes and colors on the cube seemed chaotic and lacked any discernible pattern. Gelin attempted to observe it for a while, but, finding no clear direction, he refrained from hastily twisting the cube. He picked up the dragon book from the ground, intending to consult Nibwa, but before he could even speak, Nibwa's astonished voice echoed in his mind. Heavens! A 3-tiered puzzle dragon cube. Xia, where on earth did you procure this contraption? You recognize it? Gelin was momentarily taken aback. This is an intellectual toy invented by my original masters for children. I never imagined that, after nearly 10 millennia, I would still encounter such a thing. It is utterly incredible. Xia, do tell, where did you acquire it? An alien children's toy? Gelin nearly choked in disbelief. That answer was truly unexpected. It was a gift from Meow Meow. You see, there are 2 acorns and a boot on the ground as well. Most dragons have a penchant for collecting various items, especially shiny ones. And they possess a sense of gratitude. If you assist them once, they will present you with something in return. However, Xia, it seems that aside from Meow Meow, the other little dragons do not hold you in high regard. Haha, isn't this boot from your original master? My master would never wear such a boot. Nibwa's tone was filled with disdain. And did you even consider that such a tattered boot could possibly endure for millennia? Faced with Nibwa's merciless mockery, Gelin found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. Although the boot was exquisitely crafted and possessed an artistic flair, it was merely made of ordinary fur material, and thus could not possibly have survived for 10,000 years. Enough about that wretched boot. Quickly, open the cube and see what treasures lie within. Typically, each puzzle cube conceals a gift, intended as a reward for those clever enough to solve it. Chapter 12. The Dark Reaper of the Night. Little Lindsay. To unravel this 3-tiered dragon cube, the first thing you must comprehend is the 6 grand categories of dragons. 6 grand categories? What else is there besides lightning? Glenn inquired with curiosity. Flame, boulder, abyss, blade, and mystery. Upon hearing this, Glenn grasped the general idea behind the first 3 categories, yet the latter 2 left him somewhat perplexed. Blade? Mystery? What do they signify? Let me provide a simple example. What category do you think a 4-headed dragon falls into? Nibber chuckled softly. Flame? The 4-headed dragon does not breathe fire. Boulder? It doesn't quite fit that either. Abyss? It's surely isn't an oceanic dragon. Blade? I see no sharpness in a 4-headed dragon, and as for lightning, it is even less applicable. Thus, only one category remains. Why is it classified as a mystery dragon? Glenn pondered for a moment, taken aback. Mystery arises from the unknown. When something confounds people regarding its origin, it is often deemed mysterious, and the 4-headed dragon exemplifies this. Do you understand, little Lindsay? Nibber leisurely concluded his statement, throwing a rhetorical question back at Glenn. If he were standing before me at this moment, Glenn imagined he would be crossing his arms with an air of enigmatic profundity. Having grown somewhat immune to Nibber's habitual pretentiousness, Glenn now focused on the cube in his hands, having deduced that the 6 colors represented the following: red for flame, blue for abyss, yellow for boulder, purple for mystery, gold for blade, and silver for lightning. Thus, the patterns must represent the dragon puzzles. But what could these dragon puzzles entail? Just as Gelin contemplated this, Nibber interrupted him, saying, I know what you are pondering, little Lindsay. In adherence to the traditions of my former Master S-Star clan, I shall not divulge the answer. But I can offer you a hint. The 6 puzzles are the most representative of the 6 grand categories of dragons. You may reflect on the most common dragons in your memory. The most common dragons? Gelin involuntarily recalled the memories of the original owner of this body. Gelin, the flame category should be the flame frenzy. The abyss category should be the boiling dragon. The boulder category should be the Gurenko dragon. The lightning category should be the thunder caller. The blade category should be the lumber dragon. And the mystery category should be the two-headed dragon. Engaging with the cube not only hones one's spatial reasoning, memory, and reflexes, but also cultivates endurance. Such abilities are fundamental for prolonged interstellar journeys. Thus, the Star Clan of the original owner has traditionally employed this method to nurture these skills in children. Typically, a clever child can solve it in 10 seconds, while the slowest take just over 60 seconds. Little Lindsay, you cannot fall short of even a child, can you? 10 seconds? Gelin chuckled bitterly. Truly, a race capable of embarking on interstellar travel. Such extraordinary standards are beyond even that of children. Moreover, this cube is not merely a simple 3-tiered puzzle. It demands that each small piece be precisely positioned. As Green pondered, his hands moved swiftly, and after half an hour, he finally managed to piece together one side of the puzzle correctly. During this time, Nibber had taunted him with countless remarks. Come on, little Lin, hurry up. The flowers I'm waiting for are wilting. Sighed Nibber, with your current pace, do you really think you can reach the pinnacle of life? I find my task rather formidable. Little Lin, back in the day, you felt foolish and impoverished, utterly lacking in merit. Don't despair, at least your judgments are sound. Green mused that if he were to record Nibber's words, he could easily compile a book. Having faced Nibber's sharp tongue daily, he had long since developed immunity. To solve the puzzle cube, Green employed a rather rudimentary method. First, he assembled the patterns on each side, noting the correct arrangement of the dragon motifs. Before attempting to piece together all the dragon designs once more, he worked from noon till dusk, and then from dusk until nightfall, finally pausing when visibility dwindled. He hastily consumed a grilled fish and rested beneath the expansive, umbrella-like oak tree. At the break of dawn the following day, he resumed his efforts with the cube. At this moment, he no longer cared about what lay within. For him, it had become a challenge, a personal trial. If he could not even solve a mere cube, what significance did his journey through worlds hold? The 4 little creatures, initially intrigued by Green's rapid manipulation of the cube, soon lost interest. Little Black and Habby wandered off in boredom, while Lulu, after a brief observation, yawned and settled beside Green, dozing off. Only Meow Meow remained steadfastly by his side from dawn till dusk, and then from dusk till dawn, when the sun reached its zenith once more. Green stretched his aching shoulders and exhaled deeply, finally unlocking the cube. To his astonishment, he discovered a map within, accompanied by an illustration of a dragon. But what kind of dragon was this? In Green's memory, he had never encountered a creature resembling it. Its ebony skin, pale green eyes, streamlined body, broad chest, short, thick neck, and 3 pairs of wings. This dragon resembled a fighter jet, its elongated form and sleek appearance exuding an aerodynamic grace. Unable to contain his excitement, Green picked up the dragon tome on the ground. Before he could even pose a question to Nibber, he heard the jubilant voice resounding in his mind. Ha! Little Lin, the dragon suited for you has finally arrived. I am now honored to introduce you to the Grim Reaper of the Night, the offspring of thunder and death. The fastest flying dragon in history, Nightshade. Grim Reaper of the Night, Nightshade? Green's eyes widened. The name was indeed imposing. But what are the specific details? Today I am in high spirits. Little Lin, I shall grant you a complimentary opportunity. Nibber chuckled before dramatically inquiring. Summoner, when was your most glorious moment? My most glorious moment must be when I unleash my ultimate attack. Green exclaimed, covering his face in excitement. Congratulations, Xiao Lindsay, you're quick to answer. Nibber, noticing Green's pained expression, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he summoned the dragon book, which fluttered open to a blank page, and in a flash of white light, new information appeared. Species, Night Fury category, Thunder, rarity, legendary size, medium, dragon breath, acetylene oxygen charge skill, electric stone gas and oxygen ion cannon, hidden skill, personality, loyal, intelligent, playful, curious, eager to imitate, and energetic like a small animal. Vulnerabilities, taming method, the Night Fury, one of the most intelligent dragon species, is characterized by its intense curiosity and loyalty, making it prone to emotional attachment. To tame a night fury, one must first pique its curiosity and then gradually cultivate a deep bond. Firepower, 6, range, 600 to 1,000 yards, maximum flight speed, 540, maximum flight radius, 2,000. The swift turn reaches speeds of 3,525 kilometers per hour. Chapter 13, Farewell. Maximum flight speed of 500. Green couldn't help but click his tongue. The fastest swift turn on Earth can only reach a top speed of 350 kilometers, while the Night Fury can soar to 500 kilometers, truly a combat dragon among dragons. But this ion impact. Xiao Linzi, do you know what the most distinctive feature of the Night Fury is? What is it? Green inquired, closing the dragon book with curiosity. I won't reveal that just yet, Nibber replied mysteriously with a chuckle, but you will soon experience it firsthand. Keeping secrets again? Green grimaced in annoyance. Nibber, do you know which two types of people I despise the most? Upon hearing Green's sudden statement, Nibber could not resist asking. Which two? One is the type who speaks only halfway, and the other? Silence answered him. After a moment, Nibber realized. Oh, this lad is just teasing me. Moreover, he is cleverly mocking me. It seems his verbal skills have improved lately. My training has proven effective. Ha ha ha. Picking up another map, Green studied it closely and began to feel a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in realization. This is the very island where I reside. The red mark point on the map is not far from where I awakened, but it's situated on a steep cliff. How am I supposed to ascend? Green described his predicament to Nibber, hoping to hear his advice. Haha, of course you just fly up. Nibber responded nonchalantly with a laugh. Fly up? Green was filled with questions, but I currently have no dragon. Xiao Linzi, be adept at utilizing everything at your disposal. Do you not see that it is a dragon? A celestial spirit dragon? Observing the few little creatures frolicking as they flew by, Green appeared utterly bewildered. Size does not dictate everything. Youngster, your journey of dragon taming has merely commenced. For you, this is but a small step. However, for this world, it may very well be a monumental leap. Upon hearing Nibber's grandiloquent remarks, Green could only shrug in tacit acknowledgement. Contributing to the world? Serving humanity? He had never entertained such impractical notions. Believing himself to be no great figure, grounded reality was what he ought to focus on at present. Yet, little did he anticipate that in the not-so-distant future, Nibber's words would indeed materialize, though that was a tale for another time. The celestial spirit dragon's carrying capacity was rather limited. Green tested the stones on the ground, discovering that Meow Meow and the others weighed merely around 10 kilograms. Yet, the fully grown celestial spirit dragon Pikachu could carry over 3 times that weight. Although one dragon alone could not lift him, employing all 5 would pose no challenge, especially considering the high intelligence of the celestial spirit dragons. They swiftly grasped the techniques with minimal training. After executing a flawless test flight above the pond, upon landing, Green donned another pair of ornate, yet somewhat clumsy boots and beckoned, eager to lead the 5 celestial spirit dragons into the cave. However, to his surprise, Pikachu obstructed his path, vociferously calling out, "Why are you so resistant to venturing outside?" Green crouched down, reaching out to pet its head, only for Pikachu to swiftly turn its head away, evading his touch, then extending its claws to shield the eager little creatures behind it. Xiao Linzi, do you not realize that it is not resistance, but rather fear? Nibber interjected from where he was perched at Green's waist. Fear? Green sighed as he gazed at the resolute little female dragon, and he believed he could surmise the reason. Perhaps one day, Meow Meow's father inadvertently discovered a cave that led out of this valley, driven by curiosity, only to never return. After raising the 4 little ones, the female dragon strictly forbade her children from entering that cave. Yet one day, one of her offspring, Meow Meow, could not withstand her curiosity and ventured out, only to also vanish for a long time. Without Green's intervention, perhaps Meow Meow would have met the same fate as her father. Ah, what a sorrowful tale. Nibber sighed, communicating slowly in Green's mind, evidently having already contemplated this reason. Well then, if that is the case, let it be. Green chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Let it be? Kid, you cannot possibly tell me you plan to live out your days in solitude on this island. Can you? Have you forgotten you once mentioned a sister who needs your care? Since you have embraced this body, you must accept its responsibilities. This is a legacy. Nibber exclaimed in a sharp voice. He then tempered his tone. If you cannot locate that nightshade, you will undoubtedly be unable to traverse the vast ocean to return to your previous existence. I am aware of your impressive shipbuilding skills, but I strongly advise you to abandon that notion. It is impossible for you alone to construct a vessel capable of crossing the ocean. Ah, you have misunderstood me, Nibber. My intention is that since the celestial dragons are disinclined to leave this valley, I would never force them. Now that this approach has proven futile, we shall have to resort to an alternative. An alternative? What do you mean? Nibber inquired, astonished that Green might possess another plan. That four-headed dragon. Have you forgotten that I told you those dragons harbor grudges? Once you offend them, it is exceedingly difficult to mend a relationship. As for taming it, the hope is even more elusive. Without attempting, one can never ascertain the outcome. I admire your courage, young one. I hope you return safely. Having resolved his determination, Green did not hasten to depart this time. Instead, he lingered, spending a day harmoniously with the celestial dragons. He chased butterflies across the meadows, fished in the ponds with them, relished the delectable roasted acorns, savored the tender grilled fish, and then climbed the majestic oak trees, gazing at the twinkling stars alongside them. Drenched in the dew of the stars, he melded with nature. As the dawn of the following day broke, Green gazed at the azure sky and sighed softly. It is time to bid farewell. The same location, yet a different state of mind. Green affectionately ruffled the heads of Lulu, Habby, and Little Black before approaching Meow Meow, lifting it into his arms and rubbing his face against its fur. Meow Meow, perhaps sensing that this might be their last encounter, gazed at him with tear-filled cerulean eyes, nuzzling his face with a mournful cry, reluctant to part. Yet, parting is inevitable. After setting Meow Meow down, Green approached the little dragon Pikachu. Just as he intended to pat its head in farewell, Pikachu playfully rubbed its large ears against his hand, then stood upright and waved goodbye. Farewell, Green softly uttered, waving back before turning and plunging into the cascading waterfall. As he faced the dark cave ahead, he rubbed his blurry eyes and murmured to himself, I did not anticipate the current to be this swift, ha. Chapter 14. Reunion. Emerging from the cave, Green cautiously peeked around. Seeing no sign of the four-headed dragons outside the cave entrance, he rose from the underbrush. I thought this creature would be lurking here indefinitely. Placing the clay back into his pocket, Green scratched his head in perplexity. Previously, he had hoped that the four-headed dragon would not be obstructing the cave entrance. Now that it had truly departed, he found himself yearning for its presence once more. Humanity is indeed a complex creature. Despite the dragon's disappearance, Green had no intention of searching for it. He decided to revisit the place where he had originally awakened. Perhaps the terrain was not as steep as he imagined, and he might still be able to ascend. However, the outcome was utterly disheartening. Upon returning to the marked spot on the map and glancing upward, he was greeted by a sheer cliff face, devoid of any climbing holds and blanketed in a thick layer of ice and snow, which extinguished any hope of ascent. In the vicinity marked on the map, he could faintly discern the outline of a cave entrance. Why would one seal the night fury in such a perilous location? Wasn't this merely a reward for solving the puzzle? Green exclaimed as he picked up the dragon's book, unable to contain his sarcasm. Nibber scoffed dismissively, Little Green. Do you truly believe that after 10,000 years, the mountain remains unchanged? The passage of time is but a fleeting moment in the life of a planet, yet it brings about countless transformations. Examine the map closely. Do you not notice that this area should have been nestled within the mountain? A boulder must have dislodged over time, revealing the cave. Otherwise, accessing it would have been nearly impossible. What should we do now? Green asked, raking his fingers through his hair. Let us wander through the forest. Perhaps we might encounter another dragon. As for the four-headed dragon, I advise you to let it go, Nibber suggested. Initially speechless, Green finally murmured, Isn't that a bit too dangerous? Uninhabited islands are often home to many dragons, most of which are quite formidable, possessing various abilities. If we were to encounter a malicious dragon, it could spell disaster. Malicious dragon? Huh, Little Green. I believe the original owner of your body harbors a profound misunderstanding of dragons, as beings that have evolved over hundreds of thousands of years. Their history far predates that of upright monkeys such as yourselves. However, the emergence of any intelligent life is a rare and fortuitous event. Reliant on a delicate balance of conditions, Nibber paused before continuing. While dragons may not possess the same level of intellect as your self-serving humans, their intelligence is not as diminished as you might presume. They have simply adapted to a wild existence, living more instinctively, and typically do not attack humans unless they are truly famished or in the midst of navigating the forest. Green suddenly noticed a silence that struck him as odd. Just as he spoke those 3 words, he was met with a piercing shout from Nibber resonating in his mind. Little Green, quick! Hide! Hide! Green was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the urgency, when he felt a fierce gust of wind rush past him from behind. In an instant, the dragon's book slipped from his grasp. Smack! As the formidable breath he had long awaited was unexpectedly obstructed by a peculiar entity. The four-headed dragon let out a furious roar, its serpentine heads lurking within the dense foliage lunging towards Green. Nibber, glancing at the dragon's tome, now stained with a vivid green toxin, a pang of urgency gripped Green's heart as he yearned to retrieve it. Yet, a sudden force surged beneath his feet. Thud! It felt as though a massive log had struck his legs, causing the world to spin violently before he collapsed onto the thick carpet of fallen leaves. It was the four-headed dragon. One of its serpent-like heads had buried itself into the ground. The noxious stench wafted towards him, and in a desperate attempt, Green scattered the pine needles he grabbed from the ground and rolled away, narrowly evading the dragon's three-pronged maw. He hastily glanced back. The dragon's sinuous neck twisted like a serpent, blocking his escape route with an unyielding curve. At that moment, the venom from the dragon's tome had dripped onto the ground, its corrosive acid sizzling as it burned through the yellowing pine needles, releasing wisps of black smoke. One of the dragon's bloodshot eyes glared at him, while the other, a golden slit, gleamed with a savage delight. Was this truly a dragon? A shiver ran down Green's spine. He could no longer afford to ponder the tome, for his survival was now paramount. Mud. The method to tame the four-headed dragon involved appeasing it with rainwater or mud. He fished out some mud from his pocket and hurled it at the dragon's head, but the creature dismissed his offering with a contemptuous snort, shaking off the sludge before lunging toward him with lightning speed. Green harbored no illusions. As soon as he released the mud, he bolted. Yet the dragon was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. One of its heads obstructed his path, while another emerged from the thicket, aiming to bite him, with the remaining two still concealed. As the jaws descended upon him, Green instinctively dropped to the ground, then sprang towards the thicket in a desperate rush. However, just as he entered the underbrush, a powerful grip constricted around his throat, rendering him breathless. The third head of the four-headed dragon had appeared. It ensnared his neck with its elongated tendrils, regarding him with a mocking glint in its eyes. Had it long intended to drive him in this direction? Green clutched at the tightening appendages, his face flushed from the lack of air. Summoning all his strength, he managed to loosen the grip slightly. But before he could catch a breath, an even greater force tightened around his neck. Another tendril of the four-headed dragon coiled around him. Darkness encroached upon his vision, and the flailing of his legs grew sluggish. It felt as if a bomb was detonating within his chest. In that harrowing moment, he recalled Nibber's words, "Boy, I hope you return alive." He underestimated the insidious cunning and lethality of the four-headed dragon, as well as its fierce thirst for vengeance. Now he is paying the ultimate price with his own life. Gelin closed his heavy eyes, and in the fleeting moment before unconsciousness overtook him, he bitterly mused, who would have thought that he would meet his end at the hands of a four-headed dragon? This journey truly is absurd. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he felt a loosening around his neck, and then the long-forgotten air rushed into his lungs. It was as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought, or basked in the sunlight after a harsh winter. Gelin had never before found breathing to be so exquisite, so liberating. He gasped for air, sitting on the ground with a dazed head, still unable to open his eyes to comprehend what had transpired, when he heard the anguished roar of the four-headed dragon, accompanied by a voice that brought tears to his eyes. Meow meow. Chapter 15. The Frozen Night Demon. As Gelin beheld the series of blinding electric flashes before him, his mouth fell agape. He had initially thought that only Meow Meow had followed him and come to his rescue, but to his astonishment, Pikachu had also emerged, along with 3 additional little companions. At that moment, under Pikachu's lead, they were unleashing a barrage of electric arcs upon the massive form of the four-headed dragon. While the little fairy dragon's electric strikes may not have inflicted significant damage, every attack from Pikachu caused the beast considerable distress. The four-headed dragon thrashed its lengthy neck in a frenzy, attempting to swat away these irritating flies. Yet its agile neck could not match the grace of the more nimble fairy dragons. They danced in the air like dragonflies, soaring, descending, spiraling, and even hovering at will. What surprised Gelin the most was that the fairy dragon's pairs of wings operated independently. When it required slow flight, the first pair of wings would beat before the second, and when it needed to accelerate, both pairs would flap in unison. This manner of flight gave the impression that they were not merely soaring through the air, but rather swimming through the atmosphere. Their agility and swiftness infuriated the roaring four-headed dragon, yet it could do nothing to thwart them. Having evaded the onslaught of the four-headed dragon from all directions, Pikachu, like a warrior dancing on the edge of a blade, gracefully flew above one of the dragon's heads. It then extended its black-tipped tail and, akin to a dragonfly touching the water's surface, gently tapped the back of the dragon's head. Gelin merely caught a glimpse of a dazzling flash of white light, and then the 3 dragon heads howled in agony, while the remaining head lay motionless on the ground, as if it were a serpent bereft of consciousness. After a tormenting roar, the 4-headed dragon lumbered forward with its stubby limbs, charging toward the forest ahead, disregarding even Gelin, who stood rooted in shock. It resembled a formidable bulldozer, crashing into countless trees and branches along its path, then flapping its immense, leaf-like wings, lifting the unconscious dragon's head from the ground as it soared into the sky without a glance back. Meow meow, Habi, Habi Lulu, Lulu Pikachu. Pikachu, the 5 ethereal dragons gazed excitedly at the 4 retreating dragons, as jubilant as victorious children. They joyfully circled in the air, then, upon spotting Green on the ground, shrieked and darted towards him. Little Black first perched atop his head, while Habi and Lulu settled on his shoulders, and Meow Meow flew directly into his embrace, extending its tongue to lick his face. Haha, that tickles. Too ticklish. Stop licking. Green recoiled, sitting down on the ground, placing the excited little creatures in a line before turning to the adorably bewildered Pikachu before him. I should have known you would follow. Pikachu, Pikachu. He reached out to stroke Pikachu's large, black-tipped ears, letting out a deep sigh. Without the ethereal dragons this time, he would surely have faced dire consequences. Perhaps sensing Green's relief, Pikachu nudged its round head against him in a comforting gesture, as if reassuring him that they would never be separated again. Though they had only been apart for half a day, their reunion felt as though they had endured a protracted farewell. After spending a moment with the little ethereal dragons, Green recalled the dragon book he had dropped on the ground. He placed the little ones back onto his shoulders and, accompanied by Pikachu, walked over to retrieve it. Upon picking up the dragon book, Green was pleasantly surprised to find that, aside from a slight corrosion on the metallic edges, the pages and cover made of an unknown material remained entirely unscathed. Yet why was Nibber silent? Nibber, Nibber? Green called out twice, but received no response, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could it be that Nibber, in saving him, had exhausted its energy and fallen into slumber? Although Nibber had previously mentioned searching for the magical gem, it never seemed urgent, leading Green to believe that there was no cause for concern within the next several decades. After all, as a relic that had existed for over 10,000 years, Nibber measured time in centuries. He never anticipated that it would prove so ineffectual now. Green chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. After finally traversing to this realm and acquiring a golden opportunity, he found it rendered useless. What a tragic predicament he was in. Just as Green stood there, lost in thought, holding the dragon book, an extravagant voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Once, an invincible golden opportunity lay before me. Yet I failed to cherish it. Only when I lost it did I realize my folly. There is no greater sorrow in the human experience than this. If fate could grant me a chance to relive it, I would utter 6 words to that book. I shall cherish it wholeheartedly. If I must impose a duration upon this cherished moment, I would wish it to be an eternity, 10,000 years. Little Lindsay, why are you silent? Are you astonished? Is it unexpected? Haha, did you not foresee my return? I understand, little Lindsay. You are rendered speechless, aren't you? Haha, I knew you could not bear to part with me. Oh, what does your silence and forward stride signify? Are you overwhelmed with excitement? Little Lindsay, if you are indeed excited, you ought to express it. How can I discern your feelings if you remain mute? Though you gaze at me earnestly, you must articulate your exhilaration. Are you truly excited? Then speak. You cannot possibly be serious in your silence, can you? In the snowy mountains, within an ice cave, Grin found himself grasped by several ethereal dragons and ultimately soared into a cavern towering several meters high. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a profound chill. He was soon overwhelmed by the sight of an enormous frozen statue within the cave. This statue, towering over 3 meters and stretching over 9 meters in length, was crystalline and transparent, resembling a magnificent work of art. Encased within it was a slumbering night fury dragon, its eyes closed, poised as if it were about to take flight, forever captured in the moment just before freezing. Through the icy barrier, Grin could discern each scale upon the dragon's form with clarity, yet he was taken aback by its appearance. He had expected the night fury to possess a fierce visage, even if it did not align precisely with the descriptions in the dragon book. Surely, it would exude some semblance of majesty. However, as he circumnavigated the statue several times, he was surprised to find it bore a somewhat endearing quality. Akin to an oversized plush toy, the small ethereal dragons, upon entering this cavern adorned with icicles, did not rush forward immediately. They observed Grin as he circled the statue, cautiously reaching out to touch it. Sensing no immediate danger, they relaxed and perched upon his shoulder. Among them, the boldest was the intrepid little Black, who, After lingering on Grin's shoulder for a moment, took flight to the head of the Night Fury statue. After a brief exploration, finding it merely cool to the touch and devoid of peril, it called out to the other little dragons below, seemingly urging them to join in on the fun. Chapter 16. An Unexpected Turn of Woe. Little Black, who struggled to produce this peculiar sound, ultimately surrendered, showing indifference to Grin's insistence on calling it by that name. It summoned its companions from the top of the ice sculpture, but aside from the lively and playful Habby, the obedient Meow Meow, and the demure Lulu remained unmoved, still nestled on Grin's shoulder. Having claimed the vantage point atop the ice statue, the two little rascals began darting about, occasionally pausing to lie against the icy surface, diligently studying the colossal creature encased within. Occasionally, one might slip and fall, yet for the winged spirit dragon, this poses no challenge. With a mere flap of its wings, it effortlessly ascends back into the air. Nibber. Upon entering this cavern, Nibber finally ceased his incessant chatter, leaving Green quite astonished. But why? At such a crucial moment. Did he choose silence? Little Lin, do not disturb me. I am reminiscing about the past. How should this ice sculpture be thought? Should it be shattered directly? Or should one devise a means to transport it outside for it to melt? My life is filled with no regrets. I recall the day I ran beneath the setting sun, a symbol of my lost youth. Are you truly certain we need not intervene? That it will awaken on its own? Green, finally receiving Nibber's response, asked incredulously how it could be that just as we arrived here, it coincidentally awoke. How utterly unscientific. Does it possess some automatic awakening function? Little Lin, this is called black technology. Do you understand? The inexplicable does not equate to the unscientific. Moreover, it is not I who must ascertain this now, but you. Simply look up and you shall know. Look up. Green, bewildered, lifted his gaze towards the ice sculpture, only to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. Within the sculpture, the once closed eyes of the Night Fury now fluttered open, its dark pupils slowly rotating. Green happened to be standing directly beneath the sculpture. Perhaps the Night Fury, just awakening, had not yet noticed his presence. However, upon his fall, the creature's previously wandering gaze fixated intently upon him. Meanwhile, the mischievous Little Black and Habby, frolicking atop the ice sculpture, found Green's stumble rather amusing. Little Black swiftly scampered to the top of the sculpture, looking down at Green with an air of superiority. He let out a proud snort, and then roared towards the heavens, as if to declare, "Cowardly human, behold me, the brave one." Green opened his mouth, intending to call this playful creature down from the Night Fury, when he noticed the creature rolling its eyes towards him. Suddenly, it trembled, and the ice encasing it shattered into a fine powder. With no support beneath it, Little Black plummeted downward. Just as he attempted to flap his wings to soar back into the sky, he felt a massive black maw engulf him. In an instant, the Night Fury clamped down on Little Black, unfurling its wings and launching into a rapid ascent, its hind legs propelling off the cavern floor, swiftly ascending into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly for Green to react. Pikachu, though quick to follow out of the cavern, was evidently no match for the Night Fury's speed, falling behind by a considerable distance in mere breaths, helplessly flapping its wings as it watched the Night Fury vanish with Little Black, Meow Meow, Lulu, and Habby. A few little fairy dragons watched in alarm as the Little Black one was captured. They flapped their wings and attempted to fly out of the cave to follow, but were swiftly intercepted and drawn back inside by the returning Pikachu. Observing the sorrowful cries of the little fairy dragons at the cave entrance, Green felt as if his heart had shattered. He brandished the dragon book and bellowed, "Nibber, what is happening? Damn it, if you had known this would occur, why did you not warn me?" I too did not anticipate such an outcome. Normally, a sealed dragon would not leave immediately upon awakening, and they tend to be gentle creatures that are easily tamed. Furthermore, as cold-blooded animals, they typically remain stiff for a time after being unfrozen. I never expected this one to act so swiftly. It defies logic. What shall we do now? Green collected himself, sighed, and spoke softly. Wait. Each newly awakened dragon tends to regard its awakening place as a temporary home. There is a 99% chance it will return. How long does it usually take? Green asked helplessly, realizing he had no choice but to wait. That cannot be determined. Newly awakened dragons generally require substantial nourishment to replenish their strength. Once it has fed sufficiently, it may return. Substantial nourishment. Green's voice rose a few decibels. The Little Black 11T be devoured by the Night Fury. Will it? Rest assured. The Night Fury possesses high intelligence and would never resort to consuming its own kind. Such an occurrence has never been recorded. Sighing, Green crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, for he despised placing hope in the hands of others. Meanwhile, Pikachu sat at the cave entrance, gazing vacantly at the sky, neither howling nor calling out. It resembled a soulless stone, motionless in its place. Green approached the little fairy dragons, whose voices had grown hoarse from their cries, and gathered them in his arms. He then sat beside Pikachu, offering solace in the only way he knew, through companionship, to this grieving mother. The biting cold wind continued to howl, and swirling snow from outside the cave clung to Green and Pikachu, yet neither paid any heed to the icy flakes. They simply directed their gaze towards the distant sky, staring into the emptiness above. As the sun gradually sank, the evening glow under the night sky was splendid. Yet Green's mood mirrored the encroaching darkness, growing increasingly somber. Hours slipped by, and still, no sign appeared in the sky. He shifted slightly, attempting to warm his chilled limbs, and drew the now weary, sleeping fairy dragons closer. In that moment, he remained unaware that Pikachu, who had not moved at all, had the tips of its snow-covered ears imperceptibly quiver. Then, with a sudden flurry, it sprang to its feet, disregarding the layers of ice and snow that blanketed its wings, and soared forth into the cavernous expanse. Glen, taken aback by the abruptness of this event, did not have time to rise before he heard a peculiar, distant howling sound, progressively drawing nearer. Chapter 17. How to Tame Your Dragon, What on Earth? Glen scrambled to his feet, eyes wide as he peered outside, yet the sky ahead was barren. A few small fairy dragons were likewise roused by the jarring noise, their reactions quite curious. They first shook themselves awake, blinking in confusion, then promptly darted from Glen's embrace. Upon exiting the cave, they did not flee but instead directed their heads upward, jubilantly calling out. Upward, Glen hastily leaned out to gaze above, where he beheld a dark silhouette clinging to the precipice of the mountain, descending at a near vertical angle from the peak. It resembled a black lightning bolt materializing from the skies, a force of nature akin to thunder, conjuring a white tempest upon the pristine, snow-capped mountains. That piercing howl echoed like an eagle's cry, reminiscent of an owl's hoot, more jarring than thunder itself, more fearsome than a dragon's roar. Glen stood dumbfounded, watching this entity, akin to a diving bomber, approach the ground at a frenzied velocity, only to halt abruptly, then ascend swiftly, tracing a perfect arc in the air before spiraling back towards the cave. In its flight, it adjusted its posture, landing with its limbs on the icy surface of the cave, leaving deep gouges in its wake. Staring at the shadow that had settled within the cavern, Glen's mouth fell agape, a sense of stupor washing over him. After a long pause, a thought flickered in his mind. Good heavens, this is indeed a night fury. Little Len, do you know what the most distinctive feature of a night fury is? What is it? Glen inquired curiously, closing the dragon book. I shall not reveal that to you just yet, Nibor replied mysteriously with a chuckle, but you will soon experience it firsthand. Observing the small black creature shaking off as it leapt from the night fury's back, Glen sighed in relief, recalling Nibwa's previous words. Nibwa? Oh my goodness. Nibwa's voice brimmed with admiration, astonishment, and disbelief, and what followed left Glen utterly perplexed. Incredible. This is truly a monumental discovery. Ha ha ha. If I could study such a creature, the great Nibwa would be able to voice freely in the future. Ah ha ha. Listening to Nibwa's manic laughter echoing in his mind, Glen rubbed his ears. The shriek of a diving night fury? A shriek? Kid, I told you before, it's a distinctive feature of the night fury, a clear Doppler effect. I've known this all along. Now I'm talking about the fairy dragons. Ha ha, what a marvelous dragon indeed. Ah ha ha, Doppler effect? Glen paused for a moment, but quickly grasped the concept. As the night fury executed a high-speed dive at an angle exceeding 45 degrees, the sound waves compressed, resulting in an elevated frequency that manifested as a piercing shriek. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the dive bombers on Earth, leaving him astonished to discover that such an effect could also emanate from a dragon. What peculiarities could the spirit dragon possess? Xiao Linzi, did you notice the fine hair-like tufts at the tips of the spirit dragon's ears? Tufts? Gelin responded with surprise, glancing at the little spirit dragon, which was energetically bounding around Xiao He. What is the matter? Ah, just moments ago, as the night fury was returning, albeit from a considerable distance, I detected some peculiar waves. Upon closer observation, I realized this was the method by which the spirit dragons communicate over long distances. They can sense one another from afar and transmit simple messages. And these waves are emitted through those tufts on their ears. Radio waves? One could interpret it that way. Nibwa chuckled in reply. And what relevance does this have to you? Haha, Xiao Linzi, you simply don't grasp the concept. Once I comprehend the underlying principles, I can create something analogous. In the future, I need not rely on direct contact with you to vocalize. I can express myself freely, sing at will, and shine the brightest. Ahaha. Nibwa erupted into laughter before adding, however, you must help me procure some suitable materials. Sing at will? Speak at will? An image flashed through Gelin's mind. Nibwa chattering incessantly every hour of the day, driving him to the brink of madness, ultimately leading to his own demise. Perhaps we should postpone this discussion for now. I ought to check on Xiaohei's condition. Xiao Linzi, this matter cannot wait. It must be prioritized, understood? At the very least, it should precede the return of the dragon's tome to my pocket. Gelin rubbed his forehead and approached the cluster of chattering spirit dragons. Xiaohei appeared physically unscathed. If one were to identify a concern, it would be that its belly seemed somewhat distended. Is this a case of overindulgence? Gelin mused. Bemused, as he lifted it from the ground. Its body felt somewhat cool, and it shivered intermittently. However, its spirit was exuberant. Eagerly waving its tiny paws and vocally recounting its recent experiences to the other little spirit dragons nearby. Observing the restless youngsters, Pikachu huffed in annoyance, causing Xiaohei, who had been chattering away, to suddenly fall silent. With a look of innocence, it leapt from Gelin's arms to scurry over to its mother. Pikachu, lifting its head, did not spare a glance at it, instead fixating intently on the Night Fury, who was peering curiously from a distance. The Night Fury cautiously approached, only to have Pikachu swiftly lead several children further away, clearly rejecting any further encroachment upon its young. Phew! The Night Fury uttered a plaintive cry akin to that of a child, glancing at the eager Green, who had been watching intently. Hello, Green exclaimed, a wide smile adorning his face as he greeted the Night Fury. The creature merely cast a disinterested glance at the two-legged being before turning its head away. It slightly parted its letter-shaped mouth, exhaling a brilliant white flame akin to welding sparks, which evaporated the snow beneath it. Subsequently, it settled down to take a nap atop the now dry ground. Unexpectedly, this initial encounter had ended in failure. Green shrugged in resignation and retrieved the dragon book, inquiring, Nibber, how should one tame a Night Fury? Kid, don't disturb me unless absolutely necessary. Can't you figure things out on your own? You just disrupted my train of thought. Nibber bellowed at Green before fading into silence. Faced with yet another setback, Green rubbed his nose, reluctantly opening the dragon book himself. Night Fury, taming methods. The Night Fury, one of the most intelligent dragon species, possesses a keen curiosity and a loyal disposition, easily forming attachments. Therefore, to tame a Night Fury, one must first pique its curiosity, establish friendship, and gradually cultivate a deep bond. This is the most effective approach. Chapter 18. I may have awakened a false dragon curiosity and emotional attachment. Green stroked his chin, a plan forming in his mind. However, as dusk had fallen, he refrained from immediate action. He called out to the spirit dragons, who then grasped him and took flight from the cave, as they did not intend to spend the night within its confines. Upon witnessing these creatures that had roused him leaving, the Night Fury hurried to the cave entrance, only to discover that they had not ventured far. Relieved, it returned to its previous resting spot, once again drifting into slumber. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cave, the Night Fury lazily opened its eyes, yawning widely before slowly rising. However, as it poked its head outside, it noticed peculiar shapes scattered across the snowy ground below. These odd formations, crafted from snowflakes, resembled two round snowballs stacked atop one another. Nearby, several young dragons frolicked around them, exuding an air of delight. What could possibly be so entertaining? The Night Fury's interest was piqued. It spread its wings and gracefully leapt, gliding down to the snowy expanse. Yet, its arrival was met with reluctance. As soon as it touched down, the yellow dragon called the others to retreat behind it, moving far away, thus thwarting the Night Fury's desire to join in their play. Night Fury helplessly shook its head, and then its eyes brightened as it leapt towards the snow piles on the ground. It circled around to the front and couldn't help but grin. These snowballs bore a striking resemblance to that bipedal creature, save for the fact that their eyes were crafted from black stones and their elongated noses were mere twigs stuck atop. Although their appearance was somewhat abstract, they exuded an aura of playful charm. But how were they made? Night Fury instinctively extended its head and nudged the snowman with its nose. Little Lindsay, I must admit, your method, though juvenile, is remarkably effective. Night Fury was primarily playful, especially the younger ones, and upon observation, this Night Fury appeared to be in its growth phase, likely not exceeding the age of 60. 60 years, still in its growth phase? Green exclaimed in astonishment, then added incredulously, Isn't the lifespan of dragons quite long? Generally, dragons live between 75 to 300 years, depending on their species. However, most dragons do not die of natural causes, as they too have formidable enemies. Dragons' enemies? What are they? Green asked, glancing at the Night Fury, which was currently nudging the snowman with its nose. To him, a dragon like the Night Fury, which was elusive and swift as lightning, with remarkable combat prowess, should have no rivals, let alone enemies. Surprised, are you? Nibber chuckled and continued. There are always stronger beings out there. One dragon surpasses another. While Night Fury is formidable, it cannot be deemed the mightiest of dragons. This world is home to countless extraordinary dragons, undoubtedly some more powerful than it. Moreover, for dragons, there exists an even more frightening adversary. Can you guess what it is? Little Lindsay? At this point, Nibber's laughter took on a teasing tone. Humans? Green stroked his chin. Haha, I didn't expect you to be quite astute. However, this answer is not entirely accurate, for in this world, there are not merely humans as sentient beings. Nibber chuckled again and continued, thousands of years ago, dragons ruled this planet. During that time, while most intelligent life was in a primitive state, they were already capable of posing a threat to dragons. Fortunately, this young Night Fury has not encountered such a scenario. Otherwise, seeing a bipedal creature like you, it would have surely unleashed a blast of its electrical breath. And you wouldn't be able to appear before it as effortlessly as you do now. Green, somewhat speechless, rubbed his nose. Suddenly, the nearby spirit dragon let out an annoyed cry, prompting Green to turn and look, nearly bursting into laughter. It turned out that the Night Fury, while nudging the snowman, had not anticipated the fragility of the creation. A gentle nudge caused it to collapse onto the ground. Witnessing their snowman being ruined by this giant, several spirit dragons angrily shouted at it. Startled, the Night Fury swiftly leaped aside, only to inadvertently forget its long tail. In a careless sweep, it inadvertently reduced several snowmen behind it to mere ruins, which only heightened its caution. However, for such a gargantuan creature, even the smallest snowman would inevitably be encountered. No matter how careful it tried to be, the outcome was predictable. Observing the irate spirit dragons baring their teeth and roaring at it, the Night Fury sensed their disdain. As if they were attempting to expel it. With a plaintive hum, it began to meander through the snow, only to later joyfully call out to the spirit dragons before racing a short distance across the snowy expanse, accelerating into the sky and soaring away into the distance. Gelin, shielding his eyes against the sun, pondered the Night Fury's destination with curiosity. His wait was brief, as the sharp whistle of the creature's flight soon returned. It descended rapidly before a few petite spirit dragons, startling them, before grinning widely and spitting out a lively fish onto the ground. Was this an apology? Gelin chuckled at the unfolding scene, stealthily approaching. The Night Fury, brimming with excitement, nudged the fish toward the spirit dragons. But Pikachu merely glanced at it with disdain before turning away, unimpressed. It had no desire to befriend a creature that silently absconded with its offspring. Seeing the spirit dragons still unwilling to accept it, the Night Fury let out a despondent sound and, with its head lowered, prepared to depart. Just then, the bipedal figure emerged, picking up the fish it had discarded. Gelin, after retrieving the fish, approached Pikachu, affectionately stroking the little one's large ears before squatting down to point at the fish on the ground, then at the Night Fury. Pikachu, somewhat reluctant, shook its body but ultimately obeyed, wrapping its tail around the fish. A spark of electricity crackled, and the fish was rendered charred. Once again picking up the roasted fish, Gelin walked over to the Night Fury, placing it before the creature. The Night Fury tilted its head, examining the roasted fish, and then Gelin, before lowering its nose to sniff. Its verdant eyes sparkled with delight as it promptly devoured the fish in a single gulp. Having never experienced the taste of roasted fish, the Night Fury bounced about in exhilaration, resembling an eager puppy as it sat before Gelin, tongue lolling out in delight. Chapter 19. The heights are cold. After witnessing the Night Fury's transformation post-feast, Gelin felt a peculiar shift in the atmosphere. Unable to contain his amusement, he patted the dragon book at his waist and remarked, "Nibel, are you certain this is a dragon and not merely a lost large black dog? Have you ever seen a black dog with wings?" The habits of the Night Fury are merely reminiscent of certain traits found in dogs. Nibel, feeling rather impatient, replied curtly and then fell silent, engrossed in his own activities. Observing the Night Fury before him, eagerly panting and wagging its tail, Green found himself somewhat speechless. At least it was not a giant husky. However, the objective of capturing its attention had been achieved. The next step was to earn its trust, forge a friendship, and gradually tame it. Having prepared for this moment, Green retrieved a fish and placed it before Pikachu, allowing it to cook the fish to perfection before holding it up. As the Night Fury leaned in, he tempted it by placing the grilled fish near its nose, but refrained from offering it immediately. Pointing to the snowman that had been toppled on the ground, and then to the fish in his hand, he chuckled, saying, "If you wish to have the grilled fish, you must first restore these snowmen." Clearly, the Night Fury did not comprehend his words. It tilted its head in confusion and continued to fixate on the delicious fish. "No worries if you don't understand. Just follow my lead," Green declared, tucking the fish back into his pocket and crouching down. He began by compressing the snowflakes on the ground into a small snowball, then rolled it across the snowy expanse. Several small fairy dragons, upon witnessing Green's actions, chirped with delight and hurried to join him in the snowball-making endeavor. They had played this game earlier that morning, and resuming it now was effortless. Observing the little dragons quickly form a small snowball and roll it about, the Night Fury widened its eyes in astonishment. It extended its front paws, mimicking the little dragons, first gathering the snowflakes together and then compressing them with vigor. With a resounding pop, the snow exploded, scattering flakes across its face. Undeterred, the Night Fury gathered another mound of snow and compressed it once more. Yet, the result was the same, for a creature of its considerable size. Even a slight application of force was immense. At that moment, Green returned, rolling a snowball the size of a tire, while several small fairy dragons trailed behind, pushing basketball-sized snowballs. Seeing the Night Fury struggle repeatedly to create a snowball, the little ones perched atop their own creations and began to giggle. Frustrated by the laughter directed at it, the Night Fury turned away, facing its back to them as it continued its endeavor. As it pivoted, its long tail swept through the snow, sending a flurry of snowflakes cascading over the small fairy dragons. Green, caught in the crossfire of snowflakes, sighed and brushed the powder off his clothes, surprised to find that the creature possessed such a playful spirit. After successfully rolling the first snowball, Green and the little ones commenced work on a second. Meanwhile, the Night Fury was still in the process of forming the base of its first snowball. As it attempted to emulate Green by pushing the snowball with its claws, it inadvertently shattered it into countless pieces with a gentle press. Night Fury shook its head in frustration and once again began to form the foundation of a snowball. However, this time it wisely chose not to use its claws. Instead, it extended its large head and rolled the snowball forward with its nose. To its surprise, this method proved quite effective, and it joyfully called out as it pursued its snowball. When Gelin returned with the second snowball alongside the little fairy dragons, Night Fury also arrived, pushing its own snowball with its nose. Notably, its snowball was exceptionally large. Gelin and the little fairy dragons stood in awe, their mouths agape at the sight of the enormous snowball before them. Observing their astonishment, Night Fury grinned with satisfaction and then hopped away to begin rolling its second snowball. As it returned with its massive creation, Gelin had already stacked the two snowballs together. At this moment, it was Night Fury's turn to be stunned, as it had not anticipated such a maneuver. Its snowball was far too colossal, clearly unsuitable for stacking. When it merely lifted it with a paw, the snowball exploded, covering its face in snow. The sight of the little creatures laughing at its predicament made Night Fury huff in annoyance, prompting it to roll yet another snowball, this time of a more manageable size, which it then placed atop the larger one. Meanwhile, the little fairy dragons had already adorned the snowman with branches and stones, and Night Fury, curious about the forming figures, approached, concerned that their creation might be ruined by the large creature. The little dragons perched atop the snowman's head and began to protest. Night Fury, unfazed, took a distant glance, comprehending the situation before bounding back with a branch and two stones in its mouth. This time, however, it did not act immediately. Instead, it set the items down near Gelin's feet. "You mean for me to help you place them on top?" Gelin inquired, surprised by Night Fury's gestures. With wide eyes, Night Fury nudged the branch and stones forward. "All right, I understand." Gelin chuckled, amused by the creature's realization that its claws were not well suited for such tasks and its willingness to seek assistance. This was precisely Gelin's intention. The aim was not merely to play but to foster deeper connections through interaction. However, when he picked up the branch and stones and approached the snowman that Night Fury had built, he was struck by a dilemma. The snowball beneath the snowman was taller than he was, and with the addition of the upper snowball, even jumping would not suffice to place the items on top. Gelin scratched his head in frustration, wondering if he needed to stand on the snowball. Yet, as he extended his foot onto the snowball, Night Fury emitted a warning snort, clearly worried that he might damage its snowman. "So what do you suggest we do?" Gelin shrugged helplessly. The Night Fury tilted its head, observing the diminutive figure of Green, whose height barely reached its chin, and silently cracked a grin. Just as Green was contemplating whether he was being mocked, the dragon stepped onto the snowflakes, crunching them beneath its weight as it approached him. With the Night Fury now standing merely an arm's length away, Green instinctively held his breath. He was acutely aware that this was the closest he had ever been to such a magnificent creature, although classified as a medium-sized dragon. The Night Fury stood at least 2 meters tall and stretched nearly 10 meters in length. Its wingspan seemed to exceed its own body when unfurled. Standing before it, Green felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, what transpired next nearly caused his jaw to drop in disbelief. "Are you suggesting I climb onto your back?" Green exclaimed incredulously as he gazed at the crouching dragon. Wow. The Night Fury continued to lower its body, emitting a couple of calls while its large, agile eyes darted between Green and the snowman, clearly indicating its intent. Green's mind was momentarily fogged, struggling to accept the astonishing reality that the Night Fury had so readily accepted him, permitting him to ascend onto its back. "Little Green, are you not going to climb up? Do you realize how rare this opportunity is?" The sudden voice of Nibber jolted Green from his stupor. Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, he finally placed his hand upon the dragon's neck. The moment his fingers made contact with the Night Fury's skin, his body involuntarily jolted. He had not anticipated that its body would be so warm, akin to a cozy hearth, which took him completely by surprise. He had always assumed that cold-blooded creatures would feel rather unpleasant to the touch, reminiscent of a snake he had encountered in a previous life, whose icy demeanor had left him feeling uneasy. Consequently, he had harbored a dislike for cold-blooded animals. Yet, the sensation the Night Fury provided completely shattered that preconceived notion, akin to discovering a genuine leather hot water bottle in the midst of a frigid winter, making it difficult to let go. At the same time, the Night Fury tensed slightly, stretching its neck uncomfortably but not retreating. Encouraged by this, Green patiently waited until the dragon's body gradually relaxed before placing his other hand upon it as well. Perched atop the Night Fury's neck, Green pressed the twig and stones onto the snowman's face and was just about to dismount when he suddenly felt the dragon jerk its head upward. It craned its neck to admire the snowman, which had been completed and appeared quite splendid, and joyously began to leap in the snow. This exuberant leap proved to be quite a challenge for Green, who was still on its back. Gelin clung tightly to the neck of Night Fury, deeply concerned about the possibility of being thrown off and tumbling down in a disoriented state. Just as this thought crossed his mind, something far more terrifying occurred. Night Fury gradually unfurled its immense wings and began to sprint across the snowy terrain. In an instant, Gelin experienced a sensation of weightlessness, and with a sudden jolt, he found himself soaring through the sky. The only sound that reached his ears was the rush of wind, and the icy gusts lashed against his face like daggers. Unable to open his eyes, Gelin pressed his body firmly against Night Fury, which provided a sliver of warmth to his nearly frozen form. Fortunately, this sensation did not last long. After frolicking in the air for a brief moment, Night Fury descended back to the ground, and Gelin seized the opportunity to leap from its back. As he stood shivering on the ground, memories of the time when Little Black was brought back by Night Fury flooded his mind, and he realized that his current state was not much different from that of the dragon. However, he did not feel the thrill he expected. Instead, a singular thought occupied his mind. It was indeed freezing up there. Chapter 20. Pip along, we depart Xylinzi. How does it feel to ride a dragon for the first time? Was it exhilarating? Just as Gelin dismounted, he heard Nibwa's teasing voice. The experience was too fleeting, lacking any profound sensations. The only thing he could truly feel was the cold. To his surprise, Nibwa was momentarily speechless by this response and pressed further. Aren't there any other insights? Well, I think a specially designed saddle is essential. Otherwise, flying through the air is quite perilous. Now that's a valuable insight. Otherwise, you would have wasted this rare opportunity. What else? A pair of wind goggles is a must. Otherwise, at the speed of Night Fury, it's impossible to keep your eyes open. Indeed, that counts as another. Go on. One should wear thicker clothing, preferably a leather coat, a leather hat, a scarf, and perhaps a mask as well. Xylinzi, those observations are quite commendable. However, they are currently unattainable. I think you should hasten to tame this Night Fury and return to the place you once called home. We cannot linger on this island any longer. Gelin nodded in understanding, glancing at Night Fury, which was now crouched before a snowman, tilting its head curiously. He gently approached and pulled out a roasted fish from his pocket, offering it to Night Fury. The dragon eyed him with its large gaze, then extended its head to swallow the fish, but this time it did not consume it entirely. Instead, it left half of it and nudged it toward Gelin with its nose. Sweat beaded on Gelin's forehead, He had not anticipated that Night Fury would share its food. With an awkward smile, he almost declined the offering when Nibwa's voice echoed in his mind. Xylinzi, you cannot refuse this. Dragons only share food with their friends. If you turn it down, it signifies that you do not wish to befriend it. Ah, is that so? Gelin helplessly picked up the roasted fish from the ground and, suppressing his disgust, took a bite. Night Fury watched with delight as Gelin consumed the fish, opening its mouth and letting out a soft call before playfully licking Gelin's face with its tongue. Gelin, taken aback, was left in a state of confusion, startled to the point that the fish slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. How? Night Fury's curious call, feeling the sticky drool on his face. Gelin helplessly wiped it away with his sleeve. To his astonishment, the drool was remarkably adhesive. The more he wiped, the stickier it became, as if there was more of it. Ha ha, little Gelin, do not waste your efforts. Night Fury's drool cannot be wiped clean, unless you jump into the water for a wash. Gelin looked exasperatedly at Night Fury, who was playfully sticking out its tongue and laughing before him. Night Fury, with its innocent wide eyes, glanced back, then devoured the remaining roasted fish from the ground. It then hopped away, rolling a snowball as it went. Perhaps due to Gelin's interaction with Night Fury, the little elemental spirits began to realize that this great creature was not so fearsome after all, and they too started rolling snowballs, while Pikachu, standing nearby, did not intervene. The snowballs multiplied, and more snowmen were built, providing Gelin with increasing opportunities to ride on Night Fury's back. From initially lying still on Night Fury, too frightened to move, Gelin gradually opened his eyes, sat upright, and eventually even dared to sway his body while seated atop Night Fury. The little elemental spirits, having played together, grew more harmonious with Night Fury, and they now bravely stood on its back, flying alongside Gelin. Night Fury welcomed this, joyfully howling whenever a little spirit landed on it, taking them on exhilarating flights. Among them, the closest bond was with the little black one, who would seize any chance to climb onto Night Fury's back, sliding down like a slide from its neck to its back, then from its back to its wings, sometimes even gripping Night Fury's tail, swinging back and forth like on a swing. Perhaps due to their shared color, Night Fury displayed exceptional tolerance towards the little black one, always cooperating no matter what it did. After assembling another snowman, Gelin clapped his hands and jumped down from Night Fury's back, proclaiming, "All right, today's game's come to an end. Let us head down the mountain to catch some fish." How? How? Night Fury protested with a few calls, feeling that it had not had enough fun. The other little elemental spirits, perched on its back, looked longingly at the snowman on the ground, clearly reluctant to leave. Gelin, shrugging his shoulders in resignation, said, "Let us go. The snow on the ground has melted. We shall find another place to play tomorrow." He pointed to the ground, where the black soil was already visible. The little spirit dragons uttered a disheartened cry, subsequently taking flight to perch upon his shoulder, as if in agreement. However, the Night Fury lingered, glancing back repeatedly, reluctant to part ways. After only a few steps, it suddenly let out a jubilant call and turned back towards the original path. Gelin and the spirit dragons swiftly glanced back, puzzled by its sudden change of course. The Night Fury accelerated, soaring into the sky, heading towards the snow-capped mountains. Upon nearing the peaks, it circled around once, then ascended rapidly to a higher altitude before diving down towards the mountain base. During its flight, Gelin observed it open its mouth, unleashing a beam of purple-white light. This radiant force traveled with incredible speed, striking the snow-covered mountain. Moments later, a resounding roar echoed from the summit, and the thick blanket of ice and snow cascaded down like a wave. Is this truly necessary? Gelin gaped in astonishment. Yet, the little spirit dragons did not share his sentiment. They watched as the formerly snow-laden ground was quickly replenished, joyfully soaring into the air to greet the returning Night Fury. Brimming with pride, faced with the approaching avalanche, Gelin was left in a state of bewilderment, contemplating his escape. Just as he contemplated dropping to the ground, he felt a sudden lightness, and the towering wave of snow receded, lifted by the Night Fury to the skies. Observing the spirit dragons fluttering around him with wide eyes, Gelin exhaled in relief, only to feel himself lighten once more, tumbling into a mound of snow. Ha ha ha. After tossing him into the thick snow, the Night Fury playfully dove in after him, its tongue lolling as it burrowed into the snow. It occasionally peeked out to sneak a glance at Gelin, who remained motionless. The spirit dragons, seeing the fun, chirped with excitement and joined in, wiggling their behinds in the snow. Witnessing the flurry of movement, Gelin shook his head in disbelief. Feeling slightly dizzy, these creatures might as well be a bunch of playful puppies rather than dragons, especially this new Night Fury. Suddenly, A yellow rear and a black-tipped tail appeared before him. Before he could react, a Pikachu burrowed into his arms, abruptly lifting its head and showering him with snowflakes. Pika Pika. Gelin chuckled, realizing Pikachu also enjoyed the playful antics. He affectionately patted the little creature on the head, brushing off the snow from his clothes. You all go ahead and play. I think I'll sit this one out. Pika Pika. The thought of a grown man wiggling his backside in the snow was too amusing to bear. Gelin resolutely shook his head as night descended upon the Spirit Dragon Valley. Having already become familiar with everyone, Night Fury did not return to the cave of its awakening this time. Instead, it accompanied them to the valley. After dinner, Green found himself alone, seated in a steaming hot spring pool, accompanied by 6 dragons, all with bulging bellies. This was a discovery made upon their return today. Gazing at Night Fury, who lay lazily beside him, tongue out and eyes squinted, Green looked up at the nearly full blue moon in the sky and sighed, feeling as though he might have awakened a false dragon. This creature was not only gluttonous and playful, but also quite mischievous, having led several little fairy dragons astray. Perhaps noticing Green's gaze upon it, Night Fury emitted a soft grunt and extended its neck. Green, exasperated, reached out to scratch its neck, causing it to retract contentedly and resume its relaxed pose in the water. You are such a rascal. From now on, I shall call you Pippi. Ah woof, ah woof. Night Fury opened its eyes for a moment, and upon hearing its new name, let out a call without any sign of discontent. However, just as Green turned away, he spotted Little Black pouting as it flew over from the water to glare at him. Oh, do you wish for a name change as well? Ah woof, ah woof. Little Black is quite fine, isn't it? Ah woof. All right then, let me think. Since your mother is named Pikachu, how about we call you Pix? Little Black pondered for a moment, attempted to call out the new name, and upon finding it easy to pronounce, happily wagged its tail and jumped back into the water. I shall be returning tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Green gazed at the starry sky, unable to suppress his thoughts on the matter. To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, Meow Meow flew over and nestled against him, clearly unwilling to part ways. Following suit was Pikachu, who rubbed its chubby head against him and then pressed its large ears into Green's hands. Next came Lulu, Habby, and Little Black. Understanding the meaning behind the fairy dragon's actions, Green let out a relieved sigh. However, at that moment, Night Fury also leaned its head over. Though it did not comprehend why everyone acted this way, it enjoyed mimicking them. Splash! With a sudden thrust, Green found himself dunked into the water by Pippi, sputtering as he emerged. Looking up at the sky in disbelief, this creature always caught him off guard. Volume 21, The Misty Sea Boom. Clear the way. Quick, move aside. The foremast has been hit. My leg, my leg. Fire the cannons. Fire at once. Run. Flee. The Black Sail Fleet has reappeared. Silence. We cannot retreat. Whoever runs, I will have their head. In the midst of the tempest, a man clad in red with crimson hair raised his mighty axe, bellowing to the heavens. As beneath his feet, the pirate who had just spoken lay reduced to a pile of flesh. Boom. Ah, the port side has been hit. Return fire. Give them hell. The dragon's blood is gone. Damn it. We must flee. Captain, we have no dragon's blood left. We should escape at once. A pirate, his head wrapped in a red cloth, stumbled to the side of the red-haired man, gasping heavily. What is the matter? Are you tired of living, Iron Hook? The red-haired man cast a fleeting glance, his body unwavering on the swaying deck. Captain, save me, please. My leg is broken, my leg. Is it broken? Excellent. Ah. Upon hearing the anguished plea abruptly cease, Iron Hook wiped the rain from his face, gazing at the severed corpse before him, and shuddered involuntarily. Captain, the Dragon Hunter and the Tiger Shark have also sunk. The 3 ships we have left stand no chance against Blackbeard's 15-vessel fleet. Iron Hook, suppressing his fear, added. And the dragon's blood is exhausted. Our cannons can no longer fire. Oh, Eric replied coolly, his blood-red eyes unblinking amidst the torrential rain. Aren't those 2 ships still firing? After a brief pause, he inquired. Captain, they are firing. Iron Hook pointed ahead. But look, they've already turned their helm. Captain, we must flee quickly. If we don't escape now, once the storm subsides, we will have no chance left. Tell Double Blade to keep close to them. After much effort, Iron Hook finally heard the captain's response, his face lighting up with joy. He turned hastily to return, but after a few steps, he halted. Captain, that wretched woman and her pretentious knights are unreliable. They are using us. Since their arrival, we have not only failed to seize a merchant ship or hunt a dragon, but we have also drawn the ire of the formidable Blackbeard. Captain, she is a source of calamity. We can no longer follow her. Clang. What? Do I need to say it a second time? Looking at the blood-dripping red axe above him, Iron Hook trembled, quickly shook his head, and dared not speak further as he dashed towards the bow. The tempest at sea came swiftly and departed just as quickly, moments ago. It was a furious storm with thunder and lightning, and soon the skies cleared, calm and serene. For the Red Demon pirates, who had just survived a brush with death, this should have been a moment to celebrate their narrow escape, yet their recently eased hearts leaped into their throats once more. By the gods! Black sails! It's Blackbeard's fleet pursuing us again. The lookout atop the mast shouted hoarsely, his voice straining. Ding ding ding. You scoundrels! Rise! Take your positions. Prepare for battle. The first mate, Gold Tooth, aboard the Adventure, was jolted into action by the lookout's alarm, and he bellowed in urgency. However, a group of pirates sprawled across the deck remained as inert as a heap of mud. As the warning cries grew increasingly frantic, Gold Tooth brandished his spiked club and advanced toward the pirates on the deck. Yet, before he could raise his arm, he heard the lookout from another mast cry out in terror. It is the Misty Sea. Ahead lies the Misty Sea. Turn back. Turn back. In an instant, the pirates, who had previously been reluctant to stir, sprang to their feet and rushed toward the bow of the ship. A chill sea breeze swept through the cold mist, brushing against their faces as they gazed upon the fog-enshrouded expanse of the ocean, eerily tranquil like a stagnant pool. A shiver coursed through them all. Turn back. Quickly. Turn back. One pirate shouted, the first to regain his wits. Damn it. Blackbeard's fleet is already upon us. We must turn back, take our positions. Prepare to fire. We have no dragon's blood left. Where's the captain? Where's Captain Eric? Gold Tooth, what shall we do? Should we turn back? As the pirates clustered around the helm, Twin Blades nudged the dazed Gold Tooth. We cannot turn back. The captain is on that witch's ship and will return shortly. But Gold Tooth, will you not command us to turn back? Must we truly wait for the captain's return? I believe that even if he does return, he would undoubtedly agree to turn back. A pirate, adorned with a red bandana, sporting an eye patch over one scarred eye, interrupted Twin Blades, proclaiming loudly, indeed, Gold Tooth. No ship has ever returned alive from the Misty Sea. It is the realm ruled by the Grim Reaper, the land of the dead. Only the souls of the departed venture there. We must turn back. Legends speak of demons with horns dwelling in that accursed place, creatures driven solely by slaughter and destruction, from which no one can escape. They bring plagues and curses, and a single glance from them guarantees a swift demise. Gold Tooth stood before the menacing throng of pirates, rendered speechless. The tales of the Misty Sea were so terrifying that any pirate who had heard them would react in this manner, and he was no exception. Yet he understood that turning back at this moment was not an option, for behind them lay Blackbeard's pirate fleet. Perhaps those unaware of the truth believed Blackbeard pursued them with such ferocity due to Queen Mary, but Gold Tooth knew the reality was far more complex. A bitter enmity existed between Captain Eric and Blackbeard, one that could never be resolved. Even if they surrendered, they would still meet their end, for as a pirate, he understood his kind. They sought only ships and gold, regarding captives as utterly superfluous. If they could derive the thrill of vengeance amidst the carnage, they would relish the prospect of a bloodbath. Before departing, the captain had instructed that until his return, the course must remain unchanged. And we are to follow the vessel Revenge Queen. Are you out of your mind? Do you intend to follow them to their demise? Turning back would be tantamount to courting death. Gold Tooth scoffed, gesturing towards the visible fleet of black-sailed ships trailing behind. One-eyed, do you truly believe you can evade the onslaught of 15 ships and hundreds of arcane cannons? He paused, then asserted, if you think you can, I shall relinquish the helm to you. Yet we must not venture into the Misty Sea. It is the realm of death, and we cannot sail in that direction. We are at an impasse. Who claims we are at an impasse? Blackbeard is merely a hound of the Dragonheart Empire's navy. He seeks only the head of that deposed woman, and it bears no consequence to us. Huh. It seems you wish to turn tail and surrender, seeking a new captain. Who says I wish to surrender? The captain has returned. Chapter 22. Queen Mary gazing at the expanse of sea, encircled as if by a white veil. Blackbeard glanced briefly before setting down his spyglass. Captain, they have entered the Misty Sea. Shall we pursue? Scar could not restrain himself from asking. What? The infamous Scar, feared by the Barce Navy, is now afraid? Blackbeard chuckled at his first mate. Captain, it is different, is it not? Scar, seeing the captain produce his pipe, hastened to light it, then continued, regardless of whether the legends of the malevolent spirits of the Misty Sea are true. It is indeed a fact that every vessel that has ventured within has never returned. That region is undeniably cursed. Red Demon Eric and Bloody Mary have entered there. They shall not return. We have driven them into that abyss. Surely, that should suffice for the naval lords, yes? At this, Scar cautiously inquired once more. Huh. You little rascal, if you have come to your senses, why not turn the helm? Blackbeard took a puff from his pipe and shot a glare at Scar. Upon hearing the captain's response, Scar's face brightened instantly, and he shouted, Hard to port, turn around. Long live Blackbeard. The moment Scar's cry faded, the other pirates aboard erupted in cheers. Clearly none wished to enter that cursed sea. Misty Sea, adventurer. Captain, you have returned. Seeing Eric approach with an impassive expression, Gold Tooth rushed forward. The very pirates who had just been clamoring to turn back now dared not utter another word. Heads bowed. They prepared to leave when they heard the captain's calm voice. One-eyed, stay here. The pirates halted, relieved it was not themselves, but their pace quickened nonetheless. Captain, I shall not dare again. I merely did not wish to follow that woman to a needless death. Captain, please spare me. Just as the one-eyed man turned away, he heard Eric shout and immediately turned back, kneeling on the deck and confessing his faults. Confess. You have committed no wrong, Eric said, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he looked at the one-eyed man on the floor. A task? What task? The one-eyed man raised his head and saw that the captain did not appear angry, causing him to cease his weeping. You are to take a dozen men in a small boat to the front of the Blood Knight. To the Blood Knight? Boss, didn't they refuse our boarding? The one-eyed man's expression faltered. Then he continued, What are we supposed to do once we arrive? Once we enter the Misty Sea, you will lead the way with your small boat. This time, you are in charge. Lead the way? The one-eyed man's heart skipped a beat. Was this not akin to a suicide squad? His face paled, and he opened his mouth to refuse. But upon seeing the captain pick up the massive red axe from the ground, he hastily swallowed his words. Boss, this is unfair. Why must we pave the way while they linger behind? Are we to perish in vain while they reap the rewards? A thought crossed the one-eyed man's mind, and he quickly devised a means of refusal. Eric cast a calm glance his way and offered a rare explanation. You will lead the small boat ahead, with the Blood Knight and the vengeful queen following. Ultimately, it will be our ship, the Adventurer, that trails last. Furthermore, Queen Mary will also board the Knight. So it is not only we who will be at the forefront. Boss, once we enter the Misty Sea, anything could transpire. None of us can predict where danger may lie, the one-eyed man added. Enough with the clever tricks, one-eyed. The captain has spoken. You must depart immediately. Iron Hook interjected, sneering, Your questions are irrelevant. Once we enter the Misty Sea, the crews of all three ships will be redistributed to ensure that each vessel has both our men and theirs. Do you understand? The one-eyed man opened his mouth to protest again, but seeing Eric halt in his action of polishing the axe, he quickly stood and dared not utter another word. Hastily turning to leave. What a coward! Spat Iron Hook. Watching the one-eyed man retreat in defeat, he spat on the deck. Is everything arranged? Eric inquired, glancing at the three ships lined up together as they prepared to enter the Misty Sea. Yes, Captain. We have awaited this opportunity. In the Misty Sea, aboard the Blood Knight. Your Majesty, my presence suffices. You should return to the Queen. Lannister knelt on one knee on the deck, addressing Queen Mary, who stood at the bow clad in velvet. Mary cast a fleeting glance, her voice indifferent. Where I stand is not for you to decide. As one ventures further, the mist ahead thickens considerably. Even though the distance is not great, the three tethered sailing vessels, aligned in a row, can no longer perceive one another, save for the sound of water lapping against the hulls and the connecting ropes that assure their unity. Do you believe in those legends? After observing the relentless fog, Mary found herself growing somewhat bored and descended the steps from the bow of the ship. It was unexpected that the Queen would care about such matters, Lannister mused. Taken aback momentarily, Your Majesty, I cannot ascertain the veracity of those legends, but I assure you, whether it be demons or death itself, I shall not allow them to harm you. Oh, Mary glanced at the pirate beside her, whose expression was somewhat dazed, and then continued, Lord Lannister, have you ever heard of the Viking pirates? The Viking pirates? Your Majesty, are they not the barbaric folk who brought the whip of death plague? I have encountered references to them in the library. However, after that plague, has this marauding and murderous race not been extinguished? Observing the Queen as she moved toward the stern, Lannister rose to follow her. Do you not find the demons depicted in the legends of the Misty Sea reminiscent of the Vikings? Reminiscent? Lannister paused, contemplating before he spoke, with horns atop their heads? Yet, is it not true that more than just the Vikings possess horns? The Minotaurs of the New World bear similar robust horns. Seizing the rare opportunity to engage the Queen in conversation, Lannister continued along the thread of their dialogue. Minotaurs do possess horns, yet they do not favor sailing on ships adorned with dragon sculptures. Indeed, you are truly the Queen. That woman is extraordinarily beautiful. A mere glance from her nearly rendered me breathless. Heh, Such is your only aspiration. Do you know what I think? Even in death, I would gladly partake once more. Heh, you could indeed aspire to that, provided you pledge your loyalty and become a knight. Perhaps you might find the opportunity. Ha ha. The sound of lewd laughter echoed through the fog, yet Mary maintained her impassive demeanor, not even furrowing her brow, as she continued her leisurely pace forward. However, as the Queen's guardian knight, Lannister could not overlook the disgraceful antics of these wretched pirates. He drew his sword and advanced towards the pirate who was still staring at him in bewilderment, ready to strike. Ah, what are you doing? Do you wish to start a battle? A fellow pirate, witnessing his comrade collapse into a pool of blood, drew his curved dagger and, while attempting to parry, shouted in a blustering manner, "How dare you attack us? Humph, those who insult my queen shall perish. Are you out of your mind? At such a time, you dare to kill our men." The pirate, observing the knight's increasingly aggressive onslaught, shouted urgently, "Someone help. They are declaring war." Without casting a glance at the pirates who had begun to encircle him, Lannister wiped the blood from his sword. "Lord Lannister, what is your intention? Do you wish to wage war against us?" The iron hook halted the pirates, whose eyes sparkled with the glimmer of desire. In a commanding tone, he declared, "Commence battle? Do you believe you possess the qualifications for such a venture?" The corner of Lannister's mouth curled slightly as he sheathed his sword, pushing aside a pirate who obstructed his path, casting a fierce glare at the one who dared to block the Queen's way. Mary, her expression still indifferent, gently stepped over the corpse of a fallen pirate and continued onward. Yet, as she passed a throng of eager yet hesitant pirates, she abruptly turned, exclaiming, "Listen! What sound is that?" Sound. Lannister hesitated momentarily, intending to respond, when a cacophony arose from the bow of the ship. "The rope has snapped. The line on the small boat has broken. What is happening? Release the prisoners. Quickly, let them down to investigate." Before the clamor subsided, those aboard the vessel felt a slight tremor beneath their feet, followed by a panicked scream. A whirlpool. A massive whirlpool. Steer away. Chapter 23. I believe there is still hope unexpected. Isn't it, little Lindsay? I possess such skills, ha ha ha. Be silent. Can you not remain quiet for even a moment? Groaning in exasperation, Green rolled his eyes skyward while perched upon the back of the Night Fury. As they departed from the Isle of the Celestial Dragons, Nibber suddenly expressed a desire to be tied to Pikachu's back. At that moment, Green was perplexed by his request, yet complied, now regretting that decision immensely. For reasons unknown, upon affixing the dragon's book to Pikachu's back, Nibber was able to transmit signals through the fur of Pikachu's ears, enabling him to communicate without physical contact. Of course, these utterances manifested directly in Green's mind, yet at last, Nibber had finally extricated himself from Green's control. Once granted the freedom to speak, Nibber became insatiable, chattering incessantly since their departure, and after 2 hours of relentless discourse, Green felt as though his head might explode. Be silent. Little Lindsay, I am the true dragon's book, the greatest tome in history, unassailable and unstoppable. Those who follow me shall thrive, while those who oppose me shall perish. This is the sole unchanging truth of the world. You dare to command my silence? Nibber huffed in indignation, asserting, "If I wish to speak, I shall. If I wish to sing, I shall. I can elevate you to prominence. I can assist and protect you. I can tame the Night Fury and ensure that the four-headed dragon cannot harm you. My abilities are unparalleled. So, little Lindsay, why are you silent? Are you awed by my melodious voice? Ha ha ha. Speak, little Lindsay. If you have words to share, do so. How am I to know if you enjoy my songs if you remain mute, you Nibber? Ah, little Lindsay, you finally spoke. I thought you had lost your voice." With a chuckle, Green rubbed his face, which had grown somewhat stiff from the biting cold wind, and spoke deliberately. "Nibber, do you recall the tale of a fly that incessantly buzzed and prattled in my ear? Do you know how I dealt with it?" "Oh, what happened?" Nibber inquired nonchalantly, fully aware that Green was referring to him. "I seized the fly, crushed its abdomen, and extracted its intestines, then used them to strangle it. With a swift motion, the whole tongue protruded, and then, with a swift slice, the entire world fell silent." To Green's surprise, he found Nibber chuckling in response. After a moment of bewilderment, he joined in the laughter and exclaimed, "Yukong, you are mischievous once more." However, Green did not wish to engage further in frivolous banter. Instead, his gaze was drawn to a distant white speck on the azure sea, rising and falling with the waves. He squinted and remarked, "What is that?" "Ah." Nibber clearly also spotted the object, which appeared to be a person. Green's eyes brightened as he patted the head of his companion, Pippi, urging it to fly toward the figure. Returning to the place where Green had once lived was no simple task. Having been carried to the island of the Celestial Dragon by the two-headed dragon while unconscious, Green was uncertain of his exact location in relation to Thunder God Island. Thus, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to recognize familiar islands or encounter someone he knew. Fortuitously, he did indeed come across a figure. However, this individual seemed to be deceased. After leaping down from the nightshade's back and observing the pale woman in a white dress sprawled on the wooden board, Green extended his hand to check for breath at her nostrils, only to helplessly shrug. Little Lindsay, I believe this woman may still be revived. Pikachu, accompanying Nibber, also alighted on the wooden board. Revived? Green expressed surprise, uncertain how the woman had managed to reach the board. Yet he was confident she had been submerged for quite some time, her body now as cold as that of the deceased. First, loosen her clothing. She may merely be experiencing respiratory distress, having slipped into a state of apparent death. Very well. Acknowledging Nibber's typically accurate judgments, Green complied. He began to unfasten the waterlogged fleece jacket that enveloped the woman's upper body, only to discover her chest was tightly bound in a layer of white cloth. No wonder she could suffocate while above water. This must be the reason. Little Lindsay, quickly untie it. Green nodded, but as he loosened one side of the white cloth, a soft object sprang forth, revealing a hint of rosy flesh beneath the pale exterior. In astonishment, Green awkwardly touched his damp, warm nose, and as he raised his hand, an alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Cough, cough, he feigned a cough, hastily lowering his hand. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and uncover it. Nibber shouted at the dazed Green. Are you so distracted by a woman's form that you forget what you were doing? Unable to withstand even the slightest temptation. How can one achieve great things? Lindsay, you have truly disappointed me. Upon hearing Nibwa's critique, Gelin had yet to feel the flush of embarrassment when Nibwa's next utterance nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. I didn't see that coming. This woman is still 36. What should be the next step? Although Nibwa's unexpected remark caught him off guard, it did awaken Gelin to the pressing matter at hand, saving the individual in distress. Is there any doubt? Treat a drowning person as you would wish to be treated. Nibwa casually replied, and, with Pikachu in tow, moved aside. Cradling the woman's slender waist, he placed her across his legs, pouring water into her mouth before laying her flat on a wooden board. Then, suppressing his discomfort, he commenced artificial respiration. Though the woman's features were exquisitely beautiful, possessing an indefinable aura, the sensation of what felt akin to kissing a corpse left Gelin feeling somewhat queasy. Nevertheless, he understood that Nibwa would never speak without reason. If he believed she could be saved, there was generally no cause for concern. After several rounds of artificial respiration yielded no response, Gelin leaned down to listen to the woman's chest, discovering her heart had ceased to beat. No heartbeat. Nibwa straightened, expressing his regret with a shrug. No heartbeat. This is hardly a problem. Lindsay, step aside. What are you going to do? Gelin began to inquire, only to witness Pikachu turn around and extend its long tail. A flash of electricity surged through the air, momentarily blinding him. What on earth are you doing? Ugh. Gelin rubbed his eyes, preparing to chastise Nibwa for allowing Pikachu to discharge electricity indiscriminately, when suddenly the woman on the ground convulsed and expelled a mouthful of seawater. Is that really possible? Gelin was utterly bewildered. Lindsay, are you convinced now? For issues like this, a jolt of electricity will suffice. From now on, please refer to me as Nibwa, the Lord of Thunder. Cardiac defibrillation? Gelin finally grasped the concept. Understand now? Hurry, apply some pressure. Observing the woman's chest gradually rise and fall, he cautiously extended his hand, feeling the cold, slick surface, followed by a soft texture. After applying firm pressure several times, the woman coughed up more seawater. Her eyes fluttering opened briefly before rolling back as she fainted again. What now? Straightening her clothing, Gelin lifted her and declared, let us find an island nearby. Build a fire and dry her out. Lindsay, your clothes are drenched as well. To rescue a damsel in distress, one must not end up in peril themselves, for that would be a futile endeavor. Glancing up at the circling Pippi in the sky, Gelin sighed. But how do we get up there now? The Night Fury is of colossal size, rendering the small wooden plank incapable of supporting its weight. Although Pip can swim, he generally avoids plunging into the sea, as he requires a running start to take off. Landing on the water is effortless, but ascending is a challenge. As Meow Meow and Habby observed, Gelin had just leaped off the back of the Night Fury, rousing several slumbering fairy dragons. They had been hovering curiously, watching his industrious efforts, and upon seeing him finally conclude his tasks, they joyfully chirped, alighting on his shoulder and tilting their little heads to scrutinize the slumbering woman occupying their resting place. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about the fairy dragons? Gelin exclaimed, slapping his forehead, suddenly inspired with an idea. Chapter 24. The Revenge Queen in the Misty Sea. Aboard the Revenge Queen, a cacophony erupted. What transpired ahead? The ropes have snapped. There are cries for help. It's a demon. Turn back. Do not turn back. His Majesty and Lord Lannister are still aboard. Eric, standing on the deck of the Revenge Queen, had also heard the violent sound of wood splintering. Although the thick fog obscured his vision of the unfolding events, he dashed toward the helm. Chaos reigned among the crew. As the flagship of the former Royal Navy of Dragonheart Kingdom, the Revenge Queen was the first large sailing warship featuring a three-tier main deck, measuring 51 meters in length, 147 meters in width, and 17 meters in depth, with a draft of 8 meters and a hull thickness exceeding 50 centimeters. The vessel weighed over 500 tons. Furthermore, the ship boasted more than 90 magic crystal cannons, making it a formidable maritime fortress. Yet, faced with the unknown, fear permeated the hearts of all aboard. Upon reaching the stern and witnessing the bewildered helmsman, Eric kicked him aside and seized the wheel, altering the ship's course. Continuing forward in the direction of the stricken vessel would surely lead to demise. Stop. Do not turn. A knight drew his longsword, pressing it against Eric's throat. Damn it. How dare you touch our captain? The approaching pirates bellowed in outrage. It's a whirlpool. Quick, change course. Change course. Oh my, the knight has been torn apart. Turn back. It's too late. Before either faction could engage, a chorus of startled shouts erupted ahead, followed by a sudden lurch of the Revenge Queen, accompanied by creaking sounds. However, this disarray was short-lived. Having already adjusted course, the ship jolted momentarily before swiftly regaining stability. The Revenge Queen narrowly skimmed the edge of the whirlpool as it sailed past. The Knights of the Blood Knight Order exchanged glances with the pirates, then, almost instinctively, turned their attention to the expressionless Eric at the helm. "Boss, should we turn back?" inquired the dual blade, stepping forward alongside Eric aboard the Queen's vessel. "We must not turn back. Both the Queen and Lord Lannister are aboard the Knight. We must halt the ship to conduct a search and rescue." At the dual blade's question, the knights, who had just sheathed their weapons, stirred restlessly once more. "What fools! Stopping the ship in the Misty Sea? Do you seek death?" "We shall not accompany you in that folly," a pirate shouted vehemently. "We must stop. No one leaves until the Queen is found." "I will leave. What can you do to stop us?" Clang. The knights drew their swords once more. "Look, the mist is thinning." It was unclear who first noticed this phenomenon, but upon hearing the shout, the confronting knights and pirates turned their heads to survey their surroundings. As the ship navigated around a great whirlpool, the once dense fog truly began to dissipate. Though still somewhat hazy and unclear, they realized that the mist was nearing its end. "Ha ha ha, boss, we've emerged," exclaimed the ecstatic dual blade, unable to contain his joy. Has the adventure followed? Eric relinquished the helm, returning it to the Queen's original helmsman. He was unconcerned that the knights would choose to stop the ship at this juncture. Anyone could discern the correct choice: to navigate out of the fog before sending a small boat for rescue, or to anchor in this perilous sea. They've kept up. The tether has not broken. They must have seen our wake shift and followed suit. The dual blade glared fiercely at the knights who still refused to depart before catching up with Eric. "How goes that matter?" "Boss, they are still hesitating." The dual blade lowered his voice slightly. "But there should be no issue. They have not been paid in 3 months. He added, "Now might be the perfect time to strike while they are leaderless," gesturing emphatically with his hand. Eric pulled out his spyglass to survey the azure sea ahead. Shaking his head, "It is not yet the optimal moment. Our numbers are still too few. Let us await a more favorable opportunity." From one angle, the ridge appears a peak. From another, it seems a slope. Heights and depths vary in every direction. Little Lindsay, quite fortunate in matters of romance, mused. Ahem. At this moment, Grin, grasped by the celestial dragon and returned to the back of the nightshade dragon, held the woman he had rescued. Feeling rather awkward as he cleared his throat, although she remained in a state of slumber, her subconscious instinctively sought warmth, causing her to lean into his embrace. This resulted in her partially unbuttoned garment revealing a dazzling expanse of white skin. Grin adjusted her clothing repeatedly, only to find it displaced again shortly thereafter, and thus he ceased his futile efforts. However, the alluring sight made it difficult for Grin, focused on searching for the island, not to steal a glance downward. Observing Green's demeanor, which bore an air of composure yet hinted at an undeniable temptation, Nibber seized the opportunity to jest. He cleared his throat and theatrically recited, "The sea embraces all rivers. A truly accommodating woman is indeed grand. What do you think of this verse, little Lin?" He continued, "Ah, this poem is indeed remarkable." Green, momentarily entranced by the woman in his arms, quickly responded to Nibber's inquiry, inadvertently making a humorous blunder. Ha ha ha, little Lin, it seems you are utterly captivated by beauty. Nibber laughed heartily before adding, yet, this woman is truly exceptional. Though her complexion is quite pale, it possesses a certain feminine fragility. Her lips, although tinged with purple, curve enticingly, and her exquisite countenance, complemented by cascading platinum locks, is irresistibly alluring. Little Lin, I dare say a solitary soul like you, who has never known the touch of a girlfriend, would find it overwhelming. Solitary soul? Green rolled his eyes, defiantly extending his middle finger toward the dragon book. Having accumulated over 30 years of life across 2 lifetimes without ever having a girlfriend, he found the term solitary soul rather unpalatable, preferring to consider himself a lone wolf. However, with the dragon book perched upon Pikachu, the creature looked perplexedly at Green's gesture. Tilting its head in contemplation, it mimicked Green's action, also extending a middle finger in his direction. Green was taken aback, while Nibber nearly doubled over with laughter. Little Lin, you've brought this upon yourself. Ha ha. Just as Nibber's laughter subsided, an even more amusing spectacle unfolded. A few small fairy dragons, frolicking around Night Fury, observed their mother's gesture and decided to follow suit. They flew before Green, extending their little claws in unison. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, rolling its eyes upward, noticed the small fairy dragon's antics and, intrigued, attempted to imitate them. However, its large paws were ill-suited for such a gesture, leading it to fly forward with a frustrated cry. Oh woo. Ha ha ha. Little Lin, do you know what true growth entails? Nibber chuckled before pausing mischievously. What? Green replied, maintaining a stoic expression. True growth is when the phrase raging waves no longer conjures images of the sea. Nibber continued. Didn't you traverse worlds in pursuit of a romantic companion? Ha ha. I can only assist you this far. The rest is up to you, young man. Ha ha. Chapter 25. The Viking Prohibition. As Green tread upon the soft sands, he gazed at the decaying planks and assorted debris continuously washed ashore by the waves. A realization dawning upon him. He had arrived at this place. 3 days westward by boat from the Scandinavian islands, inhabited by the Vikings, lies a treacherous location known as Shipwreck Island, a place that fishermen have long avoided. Once a mere reef, this island has become notorious due to the frequent shipwrecks in the surrounding waters. The currents have carried debris and remnants of sunken vessels here, gradually enlarging the landmass over time, rendering its geography unmistakable. Upon realizing his position, Green let out a sigh of relief. The issue of returning was resolved. However, he had discerned, at first glance, that the woman before him was not a native of the Scandinavian kingdom, for the Vikings had never donned such attire, and her features bore subtle differences. She must be from the southern continent, south of Misty Isle. This revelation posed a dilemma for Green. Among the Vikings, a few enduring and time-honored maxims have prevailed. Crossing the Misty Sea to reach the southern continent is strictly prohibited. Any interaction with vessels or individuals from the southern lands is forbidden. Invaders are to be dealt with mercilessly, and those who contravene these edicts face exile. This Viking prohibition has been in effect for approximately 3 centuries, a line not to be crossed in the hearts of all Vikings. As for the reasons behind this decree, Green was not entirely certain based on his recollections. The question of whether the woman should be considered a potential ally or a threat was indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Upon sharing this concern with Nibel, his companion simply whistled and jested, suggesting that Green should first address the immediate situation. Does she appear to have a fever? Fever? Green immediately glanced down. Noticing that the woman's formerly pale complexion had turned flushed, her delicate brows furrowed, and her lips cracked. He reached out, touching her smooth forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. This illness had arrived at an inopportune time. What to do about the fever? Cooling her down and providing her with warm water were the only remedies that came to mind at that moment. After placing the woman upon a sheltered rock, Green began to search the beach, where numerous remnants of shipwrecks had washed ashore. He found a piece of tattered cloth, rinsed it in the sea, and folded it neatly, placing it upon her forehead. With a newfound smile, he lifted another object in his hand, the legendary artifact of Viking lore, the horned iron helmet, an essential item for their domestic, travel, and combat lives. He thrust it into the sand, then gathered some dry twigs, calling over to Pip, who was frolicking on the beach with the little spirit dragon. Pip, come ignite a fire. Upon hearing Green's call, Pip scampered over, mouth agape, and unleashed a dazzling arc of electricity onto the pile of twigs, akin to a welding torch. As the flames roared to life, Green scratched Pip's chin as a reward. He propped a plank against the horned helmet, ensuring that as the seawater boiled, The condensation would flow down the board into a shell resting on the ground below. With a precious bit of fresh water carefully gathered, Green found himself in a dilemma as he prepared to feed it to the unconscious woman. The comatose individual would not swallow, so was he to resort to mouth-to-mouth feeding? Gazing at the woman's alluring lips, Green could not help but swallow hard. Fortunately, Pikachu and Nibber were not nearby, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He raised the shell to his lips and took a sip before leaning down. Her lips were soft, with a hint of sweetness that sent a jolt through him, and he finally managed to transfer the water into her mouth. To his surprise, at that moment, the woman stirred and began to awaken. Green quickly straightened up. As she slightly opened her eyes, her long eyelashes framed her dull blue irises. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Green coughed awkwardly. Ahem, I'm here to save you. I hope you understand. Not caring whether she comprehended his words, he mumbled and took another sip from the shell before leaning down once more. The woman remained with her eyes partially open, observing Green as he fed her water, showing no intention of closing her eyes. Once he had finished, he gently placed her back on the ground and hurriedly retreated to a distance. Lowering his head, he stared blankly at the shell in his hand. Although the woman's eyes were calm and devoid of emotion, they instilled in him a sense of unease. It felt akin to facing a dozing lion. While there was no bloodlust in her gaze, the aura of a ruler was unmistakably present. Had he inadvertently saved a queen? Amused by this sudden thought, Green shook his head and lifted his gaze, only to be startled. Pikachu had appeared before him, its little black eyes wide with curiosity as it tilted its head. Hey, little Lindsay, it seems this woman is quite extraordinary. She doesn't appear to be someone you can easily control. Upon hearing Nibber's suggestive remark, Green's previous awkwardness dissipated, and he reached out to pat Pikachu's head as he walked towards the beach. I didn't see that coming. Nibber, you're quite the seasoned player. Little Lindsay. You just noticed? Want me to guide you? I've been delving into a fascinating book lately. A fascinating book? What kind of book? Green picked up a piece of wood from the ground, intending to start a fire for warmth. Nibber chuckled, speaking deliberately. Golden. Bottle. Plum. To his surprise, Green showed no reaction. Nibber then exclaimed, Little Lindsay, would you like me to recite a passage for you? Please don't. We're out in the wild, and I can't afford the nutrition. Best you keep it to yourself. Upon returning, Green noticed that the woman had closed her eyes and drifted back into a deep slumber, for reasons he could not fathom. A sense of relief washed over him as he stacked the collected wooden planks and gestured to Pikachu to assist in igniting the fire. He lifted the woman from the ground and settled against the rocky outcrop, not with the intent to take advantage of her, but rather because, despite the necessity of cooling down during a fever, one must avoid the chill of the wind. Lacking any protective measures against the cold, Green could only hold her in his embrace. Lindsay, do you really not need it? Perhaps you will find it useful soon enough. Hee. Do you not require my guidance to enlighten you? Enlighten me? Green twitched his lips. Nibber, fortunately, that day you were on a novel website. Oh, Lindsay, what do you mean by that? I fear you might have unlocked the door to a new world, embarking on a path of no return. Chapter 26. The truth as night descended, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and the blue moon began to rise. The chilling wind continued to howl, while the sea crashed against the rocky shore, producing a rhythmic sound. Behind a massive boulder, a flickering campfire could be seen dancing in the breeze. Having just finished dinner, Green sat alone, his back against the rock, his 6 dragons beside him, all of them with protruding bellies, gazing up at the starry sky in a daze. Not far from them, a young girl draped in animal skin sat quietly, her platinum hair occasionally lifted by the sea breeze, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty, illuminated by the glow of the campfire. She resembled a statue of a goddess from ancient mythology, untouched by the mortal realm. Lindsay, she has been staring at you. Could it be that she has fallen for you? She is not looking at me. She is merely lost in thought. Do not speak nonsense, all right? Green replied softly to Nibber, casting a fleeting glance at the girl. This woman, or rather, this girl, had awakened during the evening hours, and an embarrassing incident had transpired. At that time, Green was attempting to feed her water. Although he had noticed her eyes were open, he presumed she had yet to regain her strength. So he intended to offer her another sip. Unexpectedly, she spoke, declaring, I have recovered. Green was momentarily taken aback and replied, I can see that. He proceeded to lower his head to offer her another mouthful, but as he raised the shell to his lips again, he caught sight of her cold glare directed at him, and suddenly, realization dawned. Since she could speak, she could surely drink on her own. His face flushed with embarrassment. Green sought to explain himself, but seeing her furrowed brow and turned head, unwilling to say more, he could only scratch his head awkwardly. Next came the time for dinner. Fortunately, with Pikachu, the little fishing expert, present, neither he nor Pippi, the glutton, had gone hungry in recent days. By this time, the girl who had fallen into the water had likely regained her strength as she slowly sat up on her own. Green offered her a roasted fish, which she accepted without refusal, yet she remained silent. After gently patting the heads of the little creatures that had come closer, Green decided to take the initiative to speak, for there were matters he needed to inquire about. At that moment, although the young girl uttered but a single phrase, her peculiar accent did not hinder his comprehension, indicating that their communication posed no issues. "Are you from the southern continent? Are you a Viking?" Remarkably, both spoke simultaneously. Green extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, hoping the girl would speak first. However, to his embarrassment, she maintained a neutral expression and remained silent, merely gazing at him, evidently waiting for him to initiate the conversation. With a bemused touch to his nose, Green pondered briefly before deciding to break the silence himself. The girl's eccentric demeanor suggested that if he did not speak first, she would likely remain mute. "I still have that same question," Green remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. "Indeed. But that continent is not referred to as the southern continent. It is known as the wasteland continent," the girl replied, her response notably thorough. "Oh, I am indeed what you refer to as a Viking." Green shifted slightly, allowing a few tired companions to find a more comfortable position, before curiously inquiring, "What brings you here?" "To my knowledge, no one from the southern continent has traversed the mists for centuries." Mary blinked at Green, contemplating that this was a question she herself wished to pose. She had read in the ancient tomes safeguarded by the royal family that the Vikings were depicted as a savage, brutal people, driven solely by plunder and slaughter, reveling in adventure and conquest. Centuries prior, they had occupied many regions of the wasteland continent, but after the outbreak of the Whip of Death plague, they seemingly vanished without a trace. Subsequent research by the priests of the Light Church revealed that the plague, which nearly decimated half the population of the wasteland continent, was likely brought by these Vikings. Consequently, later texts portrayed them as demonic beings, adorned with horns, delighting in murder and the spread of disease, transforming the mists, where they had once disappeared, into a forbidden realm, a legendary land of death. It was due to her understanding of this truth that she had the audacity to lead her fleet into the mists that day, seeking refuge from her pursuers. "We are a merchant ship bound for the new continent. After encountering a storm at sea, we inadvertently entered the mists and subsequently fell into a whirlpool, leading to the sinking of our vessel." Mary chose to withhold some details. Although this boy diverged greatly from her preconceived notions of Vikings, she steadfastly adhered to the principle of not placing her hopes in the trust of others. "How many companions do you still have?" Green inquired hastily. "2 more ships." Mary regarded Green with surprise, sensing something unusual emanating from this Viking youth. "Can you reach them?" Mary furrowed her brow, hesitating to respond. Observing her cautious demeanor, Green shrugged and quickly added, "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inform you that if you can contact them, you should leave this place immediately, for the consequences may be dire." "Why?" Mary could not help but ask. Green pondered for a moment and decided to speak candidly. "The Viking prohibition?" Upon hearing Green's account, Mary was struck with confusion, questioning why the Vikings would harbor such dread towards those from the realm of magic. Could it be due to the Whip of Death? Were they fearful of contagion? What, then, had incited this horrific plague? As he observed the young girl lost in thought, Green found himself momentarily entranced. Previously, he had never believed in the existence of ravishing beauties that could captivate nations, for to him, the women of Earth were merely average, often the products of makeup or cosmetic surgery. At first glance, one might be dazzled, but a second look would reveal an unsettling artifice, and with time, the allure would become tiresome. Thus, he had never conceived of a goddess in his heart. Yet, the girl before him was exquisite in her simplicity. Her elegance was unadorned, her skin as fair as snow, and her delicate features, arching brows and pearly teeth, were accentuated by a noble aura that undeniably stirred his heart. Just moments ago, when she had blinked a few times, his pulse quickened in response. Reflecting on the fact that he had shared a kiss with such an enchanting figure, Green felt that his first kiss had been exceedingly worthwhile. He could only wonder if there would be more opportunities in the future. Suddenly, he was jolted from his reverie by an unexpected dry cough, causing him to return to the present. He noticed the girl, now expressionless, turning her head away, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he wiped the drool that had escaped from the corner of his mouth. This was indeed a significant blunder. What he failed to notice was that, in that fleeting moment she turned away, a hint of amusement sparkled in her calm eyes. Chapter 27. The Whip of Death and the Dragon of Despair. Have you heard of the Whip of Death? Is it a weapon? Since the earlier conversation, Green felt too shy to speak again. To his surprise, after a brief silence, the girl initiated a question. However, the inquiry left him somewhat baffled. It was the name of a disease, a most dreadful plague. As if recalling something terrifying, the girl wrapped her fur cloak tighter around herself and tossed a piece of wood into the campfire before continuing. Near the Elven Sea, on the Korea Peninsula, there once existed a city named Gaffa, part of the Eastern Batnian Empire. Powerful Viking raiders had plundered their way south from the northern realm of magic. But due to Gaffa's formidable geographical advantages, its sturdy walls, and the tenacious defense of its soldiers, the numerically superior Vikings found it challenging to conquer the city. The siege persisted for an entire year. During this time, a terrifying illness began to spread among the Vikings, resulting in the death of numerous soldiers. After a period of stalemate, the Viking raiders launched another assault, this time employing a new tactic. They hurled the corpses of those afflicted with the disease into Gaffa, leading to a rapid outbreak of infections within the city. Initially, the patient experienced chills, headaches, and subsequently developed fever, delirium, coma, extensive skin hemorrhages, foul ulcers, and respiratory failure. In a matter of days, often just 2 or 3, or at most 4 or 5, death ensued. The cadavers exhibited a dark purplish hue, reminiscent of the Viking marauders who, donned in horned helmets, launched their attacks amidst the frigid fog. Akin to the malevolent demons under the dominion of the legendary goddess of death, Hel. Thus, this plague was dubbed the Scourge of Death. This affliction swiftly spread across the entire continent of the magical realm, indiscriminately claiming lives regardless of social standing or wealth, leaving no remedy and no survivor from the clutches of this harbinger of demise. In the kingdom of Rhine, 56,000 perished from the contagion of the Scourge of Death. In the city of Den held in the Duchy of Tulip, only 5 souls endured. In Moria, the once invulnerable dwarfs' corpses nearly filled all the mines. And in the empire of East Bartonia, this millennia-old dynasty found itself bereft of heirs, splintering under the weight of the epidemic. In numerous locales, corpses were unceremoniously discarded like refuse onto handcarts. During those harrowing days, funerals were incessant, yet the mourners were few. Bearers often transported entire deceased families to nearby sanctuaries, where priests hastily designated burial spots without ceremony. Following this horrific plague, the Viking marauders, who had once nearly subjugated half the magical continent, vanished as if they had never existed. However, the root of this calamity remained that of their merciless pillaging. Noticing the young woman's gaze lingered on him, Green innocently shrugged, for he deemed himself a Viking. Yet the events transpired centuries ago, and he did not believe the plague's origins lay with his kin. So how did this plague come to an end? Mary inquired, brushing her windswept hair back. No one knows how it ceased. She continued. Yet, within a year following the departure of the Viking marauders, this dreadful plague gradually faded away. Green absent-mindedly touched his nose, pondering the curious coincidence. And it was no wonder the Vikings had become scapegoats. Which ancient gods do you Vikings now revere? Mary posed another question. Ancient gods. Green found the term perplexing. To his knowledge, the majority of Vikings worshipped a pantheon known as the Aesir, consisting of both male and female deities, each overseeing different facets of daily life from their abode in a realm called Asgard. Odin stood as the king of this divine lineage and the father of the gods, while Green's tribe, the Thunder God clan, revered Thor, Odin's son, who was legendary for his dominion over war and agriculture. As thunderous storms rolled in, Thor would traverse the skies in his chariot, earning him the title of the Thunder God. The ancestors of humanity in our realm, the land of illusions, once revered the gods. However, following a cataclysmic battle known as the Twilight of the Gods, most of these deities have perished. Only the God of Light, the solar embodiment Bader, has been reborn, leading us to embrace the faith of the resurrected God of Light, while the departed deities are referred to as the old gods. As she spoke of these matters, the girl exhibited a hint of excitement, which surprised Green, as it was the first time he had witnessed such an emotion in her. Can gods truly die? Green's tone was somewhat flippant, for he was an atheist raised in a communist environment. Perhaps the girl felt a twinge of indignation at his irreverence. Her round, wide eyes fixed on him as she coldly remarked, all things in this world are destined for destruction, yet only the light shall endure eternally. Then why does night still fall? And where has the sun gone? Green chuckled softly, feeling a sense of triumph, convinced that the inhabitants of this world had yet to grasp this conundrum. Otherwise, they would not deify the sun. Surely you're not oblivious to this. The world is, in fact, spherical, and our realm continuously revolves around the sun. The arrival of night merely indicates that our half of the world has turned away from it. Even the twinkling stars above do not emit their own light. They merely reflect the sun's radiance. The sun is the center of all, and the light is the creator of all existence, the very essence of life. Mary cast a sidelong glance at Green. The heliocentric theory? Green was taken aback by the girl's response, astonished that the scientific understanding of this world had advanced to such a point. Did that look she gave him imply she viewed him as a simpleton? Observing the bewildered expression of this Viking youth, Mary felt an unfamiliar sense of satisfaction. She slightly raised her chin, revealing her elegant, swan-like neck, and continued, in the Book of Light's prophecy left by the god of light, Bader, it is said that at the northernmost edge of the world lies a cold and misty place called Niflheim. There, Hel, daughter of the malevolent god Loki, established a realm of the dead, known as the Land of the Dead, where its inhabitants are referred to as the Nibelungen. After the twilight of the gods, the black dragon Nidhogg, the instigator of the cataclysm that shattered the cosmic world tree, was not slain by the gods. Instead, it concealed its battered form within the underworld ruled by the goddess Hel. One day, the dragon of despair shall awaken. It embodies all negativity, rising upon the frozen earth with the desire to obliterate the world. It is both the end and the despair, the harbinger of doom, the terminator of all things, the chief of malevolent dragons, the eternal adversary of life itself. Chapter 28. Without you, despairing dragon, the destroyer of worlds? A dragon, a creature of evil? Green followed the gaze of the girl and glanced at the several creatures sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber, looking utterly bewildered. At that moment, Pippi lay on its back, belly up, snoring thunderously, amusingly blowing a large bubble of snot from its nose intermittently. Meanwhile, the other little spirit dragons were in various disheveled positions of sleep. Meow was nestled in his embrace, revealing only its tiny rear. Lulu had curled up into a small ball beside Pikachu, while Habby, with its little white belly exposed, was sleeping soundly against the rocks. As for the little black creature, it lay on its back atop Pippi's hefty belly, seemingly unbothered by the possibility of Nightshade rolling over in its sleep and crushing it. Perhaps the stark contrast between the scene before her and her own descriptions left Mary momentarily speechless. She glanced at the dazed Viking youth and coughed softly, slowly closing her mouth. After a brief silence, she pondered and added, I am not referring to them, but rather to other dragons. Other dragons? Green regained his composure, realizing why the girl had looked at Pippi and the little spirit dragons with a peculiar expression when she first awakened. The root of it lay here. He deliberated before speaking. In my view, dragons are merely creatures with slightly peculiar traits. Like other wild beasts, their nature is thus. Their instinct for survival may cause some disturbances to humans, yet this does not render them symbols of evil. Existence is justified. The morality of all beings in this world cannot be judged solely by human values, let alone those ephemeral prophecies. You may insult me, but you shall not insult my faith. Light is the only truth in this world. The Book of Light's prophecies has been validated over millennia and is infallible, Mary replied coldly. Indeed, those with faith are formidable. Green shrugged, saying, Madam, let us not be agitated. I am not insulting your faith. I am merely expressing a viewpoint. Does the God of Light prohibit other voices in this world? Beneath the sun's illumination, there must also be shadows of darkness. Mary replied softly, wrapping herself more snugly in her animal hide, leaning against the rocks and closing her eyes. Alas, I am becoming the agent of darkness. Green sighed, shrugging once more. And after adding several sturdy logs to the fire, he too slowly closed his eyes. Cough, cough. Gawain, have you found His Majesty? Lannister coughed as he propped himself up on the edge of the bed. He had been rescued from the sea after falling in, and although not much time had passed, he still suffered from a high fever. Not yet, Gawain replied, his expression grave. My lord, those pirates have been utterly unproductive these past few days. They seem preoccupied with other matters. When they returned last night, they appeared particularly excited. Lannister took a sip of water, furrowing his brow as he asked, what is going on? It is said that they have discovered numerous traces of dragons in these waters, and they even captured one yesterday. What of the red demon, Eric? He has remained aboard the Adventurer and has not ventured out. The pirates should be set aside for now. You must swiftly arrange for additional personnel to broaden the search area. At that time, I placed His Majesty on a piece of a sailboard. There should be no unforeseen incidents, though it is possible he has drifted to more distant waters. Lannister rubbed his bewildered forehead and spoke weakly. Indeed, my lord. Gawain placed his right hand over his chest, inclined slightly, and turned to leave, but paused momentarily and added, my lord, recently Barbassa has protested to me several times. What are the protests about? The matter of wages, and they wish to hunt dragons as well. Did I not instruct them to return and receive their payments? Those mercenary Northmen. You must immediately bring Barbassa to me. Yes, my lord. Would you care for some? Pikachu's roasted fish, crispy on the outside, tender within, is quite delectable. Upon waking, Green fed several clamoring little creatures and then offered a roasted fish to the girl. Mary bit her lip but accepted the food, for she was genuinely a bit hungry. However, she did not intend to accept it without asking, "May I inquire how you tamed them?" Well, Green hesitated. It's actually quite simple. If you approach them from an objective standpoint, treating them as intelligent beings equal to humans, you will earn their trust, and naturally, they will become your friends and be tamed. Noticing that Green was not entirely truthful and seemed to be trying to convince himself, Mary lifted her head and cast him a sidelong glance before she began to eat the roasted fish. Green was taken aback by the sudden expression from the usually indifferent girl, momentarily at a loss for words. "Little Lindsay, are you stunned? You've forgotten to eat your roasted fish." It must be said that men can be quite shameless. Just last night, he declared they were incompatible, yet this morning, he pretends as if nothing happened and comes fluttering around to curry favor. "You, my dear fellow, are not truly smitten, are you? Planning to sell me out as well?" Upon hearing Nibber's teasing, although Green could not retort, he discreetly raised a middle finger in his direction. Every night, once Pikachu fell asleep, Nibber would dutifully keep silent, not disturbing the celestial dragoness rest. However, he was still aware of the events from the previous night. You should keep your ability to tame dragons from the dragon hunters or pirates from the demon realm, including my companions on this trip. Mary, still munching on her roasted fish, suddenly remarked, prompting Green to inquire curiously, why? In the demon realm, dragons are not only regarded as malevolent creatures, but also as highly sought-after alchemical materials. Capturing a dragon can yield a significant sum of gold coins, and often even titles of nobility and military honors. Of course, this is also related to the dragon's size. The larger the dragon, the higher its value. Is it merely a matter of size, without regard to species? Green exclaimed in astonishment. Have you heard of the magic crystal cannon? Upon hearing the young girl's inquiry, Green shook his head. What about that book of yours? Mary pointed to the colorful gem embedded in the Book of Dragons. I am somewhat familiar with magic crystals, Green remarked, scratching his nose. But you likely do not comprehend its true value. Mary continued, ordinary magic crystals can be categorized into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with red being the most common and purple representing the highest quality. Beyond these ordinary crystals, there exists an extraordinarily precious and rare variety known as the elfin gem. How rare and precious is it? Green hastily inquired, as this greatly influenced the difficulty of assisting Nibber in his quest for such a gemstone. One of these elfin gems is embedded in the triple crown of the Pope of Light, Mary said with a slight smirk, adding, however, it appears that his is not as large as yours. Chapter 29. The Magic Crystal Cannon in the Land of the Magic Realm. 99 of humanity venerates the God of Light, with the Pope serving as the highest earthly representative and leader of the faithful. The crown he wears, symbolizing authority, is adorned with a magic crystal that is somehow not as grand as that found in the Book of Dragons. Upon hearing this, Green felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. When he accepted the task from Nibber, he had anticipated that the difficulty would amount to searching for a needle in a haystack. Challenging, indeed, but achievable with the right approach. Yet, he never imagined that it would transform into an endeavor akin to fishing for the moon in the water, a notion decidedly unrealistic. Little Lin, you aren't truly frightened, are you? It's merely a search for a colorful gemstone. Just because she hasn't seen anything larger doesn't mean such wonders do not exist in this world. Furthermore, you are merely assisting me in locating a stone, while I am tasked with guiding a hopeless soul, devoid of a girlfriend and employment, to the pinnacle of life. A challenge as arduous as molding mud onto a wall, sculpting rotting wood into beams, or teaching a sow to climb a tree. Silence. At the sudden interjection from Nibber, whose words grew increasingly caustic, Green could not help but turn to admonish him. Yet, as he regained his composure, he noticed the girl gazing at him in astonishment. Hastily, he patted the head of the Pikachu beside him, chuckling. Ah, I was merely conversing with it. You can communicate with dragons? The girl's expression was one of disbelief. Well, this dragon is an exceptionally intelligent creature, capable of communication. Green laughed heartily. Mary did not press further. Everyone harbors secrets they prefer to keep undisclosed, and that is quite normal. She tossed the remnants of the fish she had consumed into the water, steering the conversation back to its previous topic. Centuries ago, an alchemist named Bino from the Gothic kingdom inadvertently discovered that shattering magic crystals into powder and then infusing them with dragon's blood would instantaneously release an immense surge of energy. This explosive force was sufficient to launch a solid iron ball hundreds of meters away. Utilizing this power, he invented a bell-shaped weapon, which served as the precursor to the magic crystal cannon. Over time, this weapon underwent continuous enhancements, evolving into the formidable magic crystal cannon we know today. As the young girl squatted on the ground, she sketched a magic crystal cannon for Green. Later, another invention emerged, a handheld magic crystal gun, though both weapons shared the same underlying principle. Nevertheless, these two armaments bore certain common flaws, cumbersome loading and lack of precision. However, when compared to the archaic crossbows and catapults of yore, they proved significantly more effective. Magic crystal cannon? Magic crystal gun? As he listened to the girl's narrative, Green's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Were these not akin to the early front-loading cannons and muskets of Earth? The only distinction lay in their propellant, comprised of dragon blood and magic crystals. It was no wonder that the larger the dragon, the greater its value. Upon this realization, Green exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that these were not the invincible magical cannons capable of razing cities, as depicted in ludicrous novels. If that were the case, his existence in this world would be utterly untenable. Upon clarifying the nature of these weapons, the Viking youth before him appeared not frightened, but rather relieved. Yet Mary furrowed her brow and cautioned, "I advise you to exercise caution. These weapons are beyond the comprehension of you isolated Vikings, who have been cut off from the world for centuries." She cast a glance at the beach where the knight Wyrm and the fairy dragon frolicked, and continued, "Dragons, while possessing an array of bizarre abilities, can sometimes catch one off guard. However, after years of dragon hunting, the denizens of the magic realm have developed their own methods for dealing with them. Many years ago, dragon hunters discovered a herb known as dragon root, whose sap, when applied to weapons and used to strike a dragon, would often incapacitate it through poisoning. Such a thing exists? Green pondered, suddenly more cautious. It made sense why the people of the magic realm not only held no fear of dragons, but also regarded them as a resource. The origins of this boldness lay here. What does this dragon root look like? He inquired. It is a vine-like plant, quite unremarkable in appearance, typically found deep within forests, discernible only to seasoned herbalists. However, its tuberous roots are quite substantial, and the green sap is extracted from them. Furthermore, weapons treated with the sap will appear green. This characteristic is crucial for you to remember. Eric. Upon hearing the jubilant cheers emanating from the nearby adventurer, Lannister, leaning on his cane, exited the cabin just as Gawain approached with the Queen's crewman, Barbassa, in a hurried manner. What transpired? Lannister inquired. My lord, Captain Eric led an expedition today and captured a sizable dragon, measuring at least 20 meters in length, Barbassa exclaimed excitedly. What manner of dragon? Lannister asked casually. It is an entirely new species, presumably unique to these waters, with 2 pairs of wings that grant it formidable flying capabilities. Accessory wings? My lord, that is not the case. It is said that when it flies, the 2 pairs of wings can form a cross shape, functioning equally without distinction. Did you rush here solely for this matter? Lannister furrowed his brow and glanced at the taciturn Gawain beside him before continuing. Have you found His Majesty yet? Not yet. However, we have discovered that the currents in this maritime region flow in a singular direction. Thus, we have been searching along that current. Gawain's voice was somewhat somber. Lannister nodded gravely, recognizing this news as the only valuable lead in recent times. My lord, do you think His Majesty? Barbassa interjected quietly. Silence. His Majesty is divinely protected. Nothing can befall him, Lannister retorted angrily before breaking into a fit of coughing. Gawain shot Barbassa a fierce glare and hurriedly stepped forward to assist Lannister in sitting down. After a moment, Lannister caught his breath and said, You must increase the number of personnel and broaden the search area. This matter cannot be delayed. But, my lord, there is a concern. Gawain, detecting the undertone in the captain's words, subtly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. My lord, it is not that I have a problem. It is that we have run out of dragon's blood on the ship. What if those pirates suddenly turn on us? Barbassa, sensing the rising tension, quickly interjected. Lannister, holding his forehead in silence for a moment, replied, Let us set that issue aside for now. Our foremost priority is to locate His Majesty. Just as Lannister intended to emphasize this point further, a knight suddenly galloped over from the distance, exuberantly exclaiming, My lord, our small vessel has spotted a column of smoke on the island ahead. Really? Lannister, leaning on his cane, stood up excitedly. Yes, my lord. That small island lies at the end of the current, and it is highly likely that the smoke is from His Majesty. Huh. Quickly, prepare the ship. This time I shall personally go to bring His Majesty back. My lord, but your health. Go at once. Chapter 30. The Last Night, Xiao Linzi. I told you long ago that this woman is beyond your control. Now that she wishes to leave, what can you do? I never intended to do anything. He replied. Her choice to stay or go is her own. Gelin observed the girl on the beach, tossing a damp piece of wood into the fire, and whispered to Neber beside him, You're just speaking contrary to your heart, Xiao Linzi. When someone looks at her with longing. I can't believe you Haven Tea felt a stir in your heart, haha. Upon hearing Neber recount his past, 3 lines of annoyance appeared on Gelin's forehead. Just as he was about to retort, the girl turned towards them. At that moment, 2 massive sailing ships gradually revealed themselves on the distant sea. The girl dusted off the mud from her hands and walked straight towards them. She removed a necklace with a ring from her slender neck and draped it around the Viking youth's neck. Before he could comprehend what was happening, she wrapped her arms around him and gently kissed his cheek. Goodbye, the girl said softly. As the young girl turned her back and walked towards the seaside, Green, frozen in astonishment, finally reacted. He rushed forward, frantically extracting a metallic cube from his pocket and placing it into the girl's hand. Then sheepishly scratching his head with a silly grin. This was the only gift he could muster. You should take your dragon a bit farther away. Best not to let them see. Green nodded earnestly. I've been meaning to ask, what is your name? Mary Stewart. Oh. I once believed that love would render women foolish. Yet it seems even men are susceptible. Xiao Linzi, she has already departed. Can you cease that foolish grin? With a glance at Green, who stood behind the rocks, occasionally smiling at the distant boat, Niebla could not help but voice his irritation. To his surprise, after he spoke, he expected Green to retort, only to find Green turning to him with a smile, saying nothing further, which drove Niebla to a state of frustration. The world is reeking with the scent of romance, while I alone emit the fragrance of solitude. Xiao Linzi, we ought to depart. Niebla shouted. The day is waning. We must prepare and set off tomorrow. Waning? Pai and several sylph dragons looked up at the sun still high in the sky, exchanging puzzled glances. Niebla continued. Your Majesty, I noticed someone by your side upon my arrival. Was it your savior? Lannister, leaning on his cane, inquired softly beside Mary. No one. Mary replied coolly. Upon our return, immediately inform the ships to set sail. We must leave this place. But, Your Majesty, we have spotted numerous dragons in these waters. Should we not capture a few to replenish our ammunition? Shall I repeat myself? Very well, Your Majesty, if you insist. Lannister exchanged perplexed glances with the knights nearby. For this was not in accordance with the Queen's typical demeanor. Ordinarily, such a reasonable suggestion would surely be executed, as it was precisely what they ought to do at this moment. In the Viking Sea, aboard the ship Revenge Queen, what? Return? Why should we return? This sea is teeming with dragons. If we fill the hold, we shall return wealthier than ever. We refuse to turn back. The sailors erupted in uproar upon hearing that Queen Mary's first command was to return. Clang. Upon hearing these base sailors dare to defy the Queen's order, the knights swiftly drew their swords. Barbassa, I feel it necessary to discipline these insubordinate rascals, Lannister coldly addressed Barbassa, who stood before the sailors. Barbassa raised his head. Addressing Lord Lannister, I believe it is imperative that you heed our counsel. Lannister, momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and replied sternly, What? Do you wish to defy the Queen's command as well? Barbassa cast a glance at the Queen, who stood at the prow of the ship, gazing distantly at the sea, and proclaimed loudly, She is no longer a queen. You seek death. Lannister brandished his sword, aiming a strike at Barbassa, but at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from a distance. Boom. Who is firing cannons? My lord, the adventurer is firing upon us. Quickly, protect Her Majesty. The knights, realizing the urgency, swiftly encircled Mary, only to hear the clamor of battle erupting from the ship's hold. A throng of pirates surged onto the deck. You traitor! Gawain shouted at Barbassa, who had taken the magical crystal guns offered by the pirates. Traitor? Since the moment we departed from Dragonheart aboard this warship, we have been labeled as such. Barbassa retorted loudly. Yet what have we gained by following this woman? Uncertainty? Hunger? Now that we finally have a chance at fortune, she dares to order a return? Barbassa bellowed. This woman has lost her mind. All for her personal vendetta. She is no longer our queen, merely a wretched soul consumed by hatred. Only you stubborn, antiquated knights, who should have been cast aside by time, still cling to that foolish chivalric spirit, while you pledge your loyalty to others. You are but tools to shield against danger. Stand aside, Sir Gawain. Barbassa aimed a magical crystal gun at him and spoke softly. I have already pledged my loyalty to Her Majesty and will not regret it. How noble. Barbassa scoffed, pulling the trigger. Bang. Next, Sir Rhodey, what say you? Against formidable foes, fearless and undaunted. Oh, still reciting oaths, are we? Fire. Bang. Next, Sir Owen. Brave and loyal, worthy of God. Fire. Next, Sir Gum. Straightforward in word. Unyielding in spirit. Fire. Bang. 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 One knight after another fell, crimson blood staining the deck, yet the remaining knights showed no sign of retreat. They shouted their vows, bravely sacrificing themselves, resolutely standing before Queen Mary. At this moment, the sailors no longer fired, and even Barbassa dared not speak, overwhelmed by the gravity of the scene. However, for the ruthless Red Devil pirates, it made no difference. They continued to shoot down the remaining knights. As they prepared to fire at Lannister, who steadfastly held his sword in one hand and leaned on his staff with the other to protect Queen Mary, a voice rang out from behind. Hold. The Red Demon. Eric pushed aside the pirate before him and stepped forward. Hearing Her Majesty the Queen's adage, do not bow your head, lest the crown fall, do not shed tears, for the enemy shall rejoice, I found great admiration for Her Majesty. I wondered if I might have the honor of seeing her bow her head just once. If she were to kneel before me in tears, pleading for mercy, I would spare both her and her companion, and even take her as my wife. What say you? Eric chuckled. Boss, you can't be serious. Such an exquisite woman, and you wish to keep her all to yourself? That hardly seems fair. A pirate shouted. Indeed. Boss, if you take the meat, you must leave us some broth. Another chimed in. I've never had the pleasure of a queen before. Laughter erupted among the pirates. You seek death. Upon hearing such vile insults directed at his queen, Lannister, in a fit of rage, cast aside his cane, ready to charge at them. At that moment, Mary suddenly interjected. Enough. Eric stroked his red beard and smiled. What is this? Has Her Majesty consented? Hand me a dagger. Mary commanded Lannister. Taken aback, Lannister knelt. Your Majesty, we still have a chance. Before I die, I will ensure no harm comes to you. It is of no consequence now. Lanny, perhaps I have always been an unworthy queen, Mary said softly as she lifted the dagger and assisted Lannister to his feet. In my death, I find my life. Ha ha. Boss, she actually intends to take her own life. Does she not realize that even the deceased beautiful women pique the interest of depraved pirates like Goldtooth? How fortunate. Goldtooth called out, mimicking the nobles, grinning with his gold teeth, bowing in an awkward semblance of a gracious gesture. Just as the pirates roared with laughter, a peculiar, piercing shriek suddenly echoed from the sky, rapidly approaching. What is that? Heavens, a dragon. A black dragon. Take cover. Whoosh. Boom. Ah. Chapter 31. The Battle of the Little Dragons. Part 1. Witnessing Goldtooth, now a mangled heap upon the deck, the pirates scattered in panic. What dragon? Did you see it clearly? Eric asked from behind a mast. Boss, it's impossible to see. It's moving too fast. Whoosh. Take cover. It's coming back. Fire. Where are the ballistae? Release the ballistae. It's too fast. We cannot aim. Crash. Boss, get down. The mast has broken. Barely escaping, Eric rolled aside. Beads of cold sweat forming on his back as he watched the mast splinter against the deck. Pushing away a pirate who attempted to assist him, he rose, bellowing, Everyone, arm yourselves with dragon-catching tools. I refuse to witness it for a fourth time. And first, lock these two up. Eric wiped a trace of blood from his face and gestured toward the bow, where the Merry Queen and the Lannister lay. From noon until dusk, that infernal black dragon would occasionally emerge to launch surprise attacks. 3 masts on both the Queen and the Venture had been severed by its violet and white lightning breath, and the deck was marred by the charred remnants of flames ignited by the burning sails. Those unfortunate souls, more than 10 of them, who had perished under the dragoness onslaught, could only be deemed exceedingly unfortunate. This black dragon was not like the typical foolish ones. It refrained from close combat, opting instead to strike from a distance with its formidable breath. Moreover, it astutely targeted essential structures on the ships, such as masts and sails. Although the casualties were minimal, the sudden assaults and the ensuing fires had left the pirates utterly exhausted. Fortunately, like most dragons, this one preferred not to be active at night. Thus, as dusk descended, the accursed black dragon vanished without a trace. Having extinguished the last of the smoldering planks, Pegleg tossed aside his water bucket and spotted Eric standing at the bow. Just as he intended to approach, he noticed Iron Hook blocking his path. What do you think you're doing, Pegleg? Iron Hook inquired. This afternoon, I spied a rider on that black dragoness back. I must inform the captain, Pegleg exclaimed, bewildered, glancing at Iron Hook. Iron Hook rushed forward, covering Pegleg's mouth and whispering urgently, if you wish to court death, be my guest. The captain relishes slaughter when he's in a foul mood. How do you reckon his mood is now? Peering cautiously, Pegleg caught sight of Eric's face, as dark as a pot's bottom, and shuddered in fear. signaling Iron Hook to release him. Iron Hook cast a disdainful sidelong glance at him and muttered, "Have you been bewitched by that black dragon? A rider on its back? Surely, it must be a demon." It could indeed be a demon. I thought I saw horns atop its head. Silence. If your nonsensical ramblings reach the captain's ears, you'll surely become today a second unfortunate soul. Just moments ago, a sailor had angered Eric and had been reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. Now, he sat on the deck, polishing his axe. This day, that black dragon seemed to challenge his authority, having attacked more than once under his furious roars, even leaving a deep gash on his left cheek. What incensed him further was the necessity to find a place to repair the long-coveted Revenge Queen. Shipwreck Island. After Mary departed in the daylight, Green spent his time scouring the shores of Shipwreck Island for debris washed ashore, hoping to uncover something of value. Just as he joyfully discovered a monocular, a tremendous roar emanated from the distant sea, startling him. He initially believed it to be thunder. However, the sky was clear at that moment, and he swiftly realized that something must have occurred over there. As he rowed Pai towards that maritime expanse, concealed within the clouds, he peered through his binoculars and immediately discerned that a fierce battle was underway aboard the colossal sailing vessel. The sporadic gunfire echoed incessantly, while Mary was encircled by a group wielding weapons, trapped in their midst. Without hesitation, Green urged Pai forward, though he refrained from drawing near to engage. For Mary's cautionary words still resonated in his mind. After several probing attacks, witnessing the relentless onslaught of dragon-hunting weaponry from the enemy, Green felt a deep sense of caution and resolved not to act recklessly. The Nightshade's swiftness was paramount. He must exploit this advantage to maintain the upper hand. Should he plunge into the fray, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences, and its dark hide dictated that its true prowess could only be unleashed under the cloak of night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, and the last vestiges of twilight vanished into the ether, Green smeared the final application of black mud across his face and declared to Pai and the spirit dragons beside him, "Let us commence our venture." With a resounding howl and meow, he prepared to rescue Mary under the cover of night. "Nibber, are you ready?" he inquired. "Ha, little Green. We are all set to embark," Nibber replied. "Rest assured, with Captain Nibber leading, victory shall be ours, and we shall return triumphant." At that moment, all but Lulu among the spirit dragons had transformed into shades of black. Even the Book of Dragons tethered to Pikachu was smeared with the same black mud. "Proceed according to plan. Let us not deviate from our course. Xiaohei shall infiltrate first to ascertain Mary's precise location, and then you shall follow suit. Once you devise a means to extract Mary, signal me and Lulu. I will have Pai glide along the surface of the sea, and once we secure Mary, we shall make our swift departure. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Nibber responded emphatically. A wry smile graced Green's lips as he rubbed his forehead, a nagging sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Entrusting the leadership to Nibber could very well lead to calamity. "Nibber, form ranks. Count off. Pikachu 1. Meow 2. Xiaohei 3. Habi 4. Nibber, salute." The spirit dragons elegantly raised a paw in salute to Green, executing a charming military gesture before circling above his head and soaring towards the shadow of the massive sailing vessel in the distance. Pai squad onward, Nibber called out. "For love, charge forth." Green. Aboard the Adventurer, Mary leaned against the cabin, quietly observing the colossal dragon shackled within the adjacent cage, its fate sealed by chains and locks. Remaining silent. This place had once been a prison for dragons, surrounded by iron bars, with the floor laid in a thick layer of copper plating. And even the cage's iron locks were as thick as a thumb. "Lonnie, have you ever regretted it? For the sake of your fallen comrades. Your Majesty, from the moment we pledged our allegiance to you, we resolved to follow you for life, without a trace of regret." Lannister knelt on one knee and inquired, "What dreams do you harbor, my lady?" "Your own dreams, Lanny," Mary gently asked. Taken aback by Her Majesty's sudden question, Lannister hesitated before replying. "I once vowed to restore my family's former glory, but alas, it seems that dream may remain unfulfilled." "Perhaps," Mary rose to her feet. "Your Majesty, why must we choose surrender? Now disarmed and imprisoned here, I am utterly unable to protect you. Nor can we escape," Lannister lamented, striking the iron bars that were as robust as his arm with frustration. "Are dragons truly malevolent creatures?" Mary mused softly. She surmised that the black dragon that attacked today must surely belong to that Viking boy, yet she could not fathom why it had not departed. "Indeed, dragons are wicked, as prophesied by the gods," Lannister replied. "Meow?" A faint sound of a cat interrupted Lannister, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He could not recall any cats aboard either of the two ships. Similarly startled were the two pirates outside the cage, who had been dozing in their chairs. One of them opened his eyes in confusion, surveyed the surroundings, and nudged his companion, saying, "Did you just hear a cat meow?" "A cat meow?" The other pirate, slightly opening his eyes to glance around, yawned and irritably replied, "You have a terrible hearing. What nonsense are you spouting? There are no cats on our ship. And don't disturb me. I need to rest. Do you understand?" He tugged at his collar, burying his head within his garments, and soon fell back into a deep slumber. The pirate had long wished to keep a few cats aboard to deal with the rampant rats, but after Eric became captain, he dared not broach the subject again. For everyone knew that the captain harbored an aversion to cats. After glancing around and finding nothing amiss, he shook his head and closed his eyes, concluding that he had indeed been overly preoccupied with thoughts of cats, even in dreams. Unbeknownst to him, a nimble shadow had darted into the cage just as he opened his eyes. Mary gazed at the small black dragon hiding behind her, momentarily taken aback. But she quickly realized that it was one of the Viking boys' dragons named Pix. Could it be that he had come to rescue her? Lannister too had spotted the feline-like creature, yet he remained silent, slowly approaching the queen's side. He whispered, "Your Majesty, what is this creature?" "A dragon, a little dragon." "Someone may have come to rescue us," Mary replied. "How can that be?" "Our people," Lannister nearly exclaimed, but he quickly comprehended that during the queen's disappearance, significant events must have transpired. "Do you recall the Vikings I mentioned to you?" Lannister nodded affirmatively. "After I fell into the sea, I was rescued by a young Viking who possessed the remarkable ability to tame dragons. He revealed to me that the moral compass of humanity cannot be the standard by which we judge the inherent nature of all creatures in this world. Dragons are inherently as they are, by their very essence." Chapter 32, The Battle of the Young Dragons, Part 2. "Your Majesty, this is impossible. Such a malevolent creature as the dragon can never be tamed. History is replete with fanciful individuals who have attempted this, and their fates were invariably tragic," Lannister whispered, suppressing his voice. "Then how do we explain this?" Mary bent down, cradling the small black dragon in her arms. "Can this truly be classified as a dragon?" Observing the creature, which occasionally twitched its large ears, Lannister opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Outside the cabin of the adventurer, a watchful pirate rubbed his eyes and addressed his companion. "Did you see that just now?" "What?" Another pirate replied languidly, polishing his magical crystal pistol. "It seemed like several things scurried past over there." "Rats?" "Impossible. They were of considerable size." The pirate gestured with his hand. "Huh, perhaps you spotted a rat king." The other pirate jested, but as he finished, he received no response from his companion. He looked up, slightly taken aback. "What's wrong? Are you asleep?" "Let us not concern ourselves with those two anymore. We should head inside." After Pikachu retracted its tail, Nibel instructed several spirit dragons with new commands. As the small black dragon had already relayed its precise location, the spirit dragons entered the cabin and swiftly approached their target, incapacitating the two sleeping pirates outside the prison. Meow Meow retrieved the keys to the dragon's cage from their slumbering forms. Upon the arrival of the other spirit dragons in the cabin, the small black dragon straightened up, and upon seeing its companions, it let out a joyful cry and eagerly jumped down from Mary's embrace to greet them. Lannister watched in disbelief as these three small creatures filed in, his mouth agape. Could this be the reinforcements Her Majesty spoke of? "What are you two still doing there? Hurry up and move." "Who spoke?" Lannister jumped at the unfamiliar voice, reaching for his sword, only to find nothing at his side. He then noticed the small yellow dragon perched on the ground, its beady black eyes fixated on him with a wary gaze. "Your Majesty, this creature can speak?" Lannister's voice trembled slightly. Mary was equally taken aback. She was aware that these little dragons could mimic human sounds, but she had not anticipated them articulating such complete words. Yet, the accent bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an elderly person. "Do not be alarmed. Just follow them quickly," Mary whispered. What surprised her further was that the little dragons had barely taken a few steps before they turned back. "Is someone coming?" Lannister picked up a curved dagger from the ground and positioned himself in front of the queen. Nibber had not initially intended to engage in any ventures. However, upon boarding the ship, he unexpectedly discovered that nearly all the pirates were fast asleep, leaving only a few sentinels who had already been dealt with. Now, in this desolate realm, to squander such a splendid opportunity by doing nothing would be a disservice. He cast a glance around and noticed the terrifying behemoth of a dragon, ensconced in a cage across from him, and promptly instructed Pikachu to return. "Your Majesty, they intend to release that vile dragon. It is exceedingly perilous." "We should leave at once," Lannister urged, observing the smaller dragons attempting to unlock the dragon's prison. Yet, Nibber's expression bore no trace of anxiety. Rather, it was tinged with curiosity, leaving Lannister momentarily bewildered. Be cautious, Your Majesty. Do not advance any further. Those dragons, having just escaped their confinement, will undoubtedly unleash a massacre. Lannister interjected, blocking Mary from stepping forward. Mary waved her hand dismissively, indicating there was no cause for concern. The lock on the dragon's cell was not intricate, yet the shackles and chains binding the creature were clearly beyond the capability of the smaller dragons to dismantle. Come here, unlock them. Mary and Lannister heard the small dragon speak once more. As the yellow dragon waved at them, brandishing the key it held, Mary nodded and was about to approach. Lannister mustered his courage and extended his arm to shield her, saying, Your Majesty, allow me. Mary shook her head, insisting, There is no need. Some matters I must verify personally. Yet, she persisted, Step aside. Lanny, this is my final command to you. If we manage to escape this time, I shall cease to be a queen, and you shall no longer be my knight. You may pursue your own dreams and love, rather than dedicating your life to another. Having uttered her decree, Mary circumvented the stunned Lannister and stepped forward to take the keyring from Pikachu's claws. Wait, before unlocking the shackles, we must first calm it, otherwise it will certainly go berserk. Mary halted her actions and turned to Pikachu, inquiring, How do we calm it? She now understood that the voice was not emanating directly from the small dragon, but resonated within her mind. Place your hand upon its snout. Do not fear or hesitate. Close your eyes and convey with your heart that you harbor no malice. When you feel ready, we shall release it, Nibber stated calmly. Compared to training a novice like Green, who had never encountered a dragon, Nibber preferred to straighten out someone who had once been invincible against dragons, as it would provide him with a greater sense of accomplishment. Furthermore, it appeared that this newly acquired pupil possessed considerable potential. This was a dragon unlike any Mary had ever seen. Its scales were a deep brown, its visage fearsome. But most striking were the robust crimson horns and the grand crown upon its head, majestic and imposing. It resembled a queen more than anything else. At this moment, a heavy shackle locked tightly around its expansive jaws, rendering it unable to open its mouth or move its head. Numerous chains adorned with iron hooks traversed its enormous wings. Suspended from the ceiling of the cage above, vivid crimson blood flowed incessantly from its wings, dripping into a metallic basin upon the floor. Pain and suffering relentlessly tormented it. Yet its eyes remained brimming with defiance and pride. Mary could empathize with that feeling, as if it were her own. She gradually closed her eyes, placing her hand upon the creature's horn-like nostrils. The beast furiously shook the chains and shackles that bound it, longing to devour the diminutive being before it. Its adversaries bore a similar appearance. If it could escape, it would unleash the fury contained within its jaws to incinerate everything in sight. However, the iron implements deeply embedded in its flesh halted its movements with a mere stir. Rage intensified within. This agony it vowed to repay in kind. Chapter 33, The Battle of the Young Dragon, Part 3. Hatred brings no glory to anyone. It only begets suffering. A deeper darkness cannot dispel darkness. Only light can accomplish that. Mary, I hope you learn to embrace forgiveness and the art of forgetting. Your Majesty, they have stolen your love, taken everything from you. Now they seek to usurp my throne as well. Forgiveness? That is impossible. Sometimes, the only way to ensure the loyalty of your subjects is to instill a greater fear of you than of their enemies. I shall show no mercy. Those heretics claim they can pray directly to God, do they not? Very well. Bind them beneath the scorching sun. If God hears their penance, he shall forgive them. This is the sun's decree. Their deaths are inconsequential. This voice, both distant and near, emanated from the depths of her being, rooted in memories long buried. As Mary placed her hand upon the brow of the terrifying dragon, she sensed only the raw power of rage and the desire for vengeance. She felt it resonate within her. Forgiveness and forgetting? Mary understood that such notions were unattainable, for she had already endured. Yet, she also realized that hatred could cloud one's judgment, often leading to dire consequences. Choosing to temporarily forget and await the opportune moment might be the most prudent approach to resolving hatred. Mary slowly withdrew her hand from the dragon's forehead. Do you believe this is sufficient? The voice inquired. Mary pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. She had merely conveyed a thought to the dragon. Sensing its breathing gradually steadying, she felt it had begun to comprehend. Release the shackles. Set it free. Perhaps you will win its loyalty, or become the first sacrifice on its path to revenge. The dragon, gradually freed from the chains that bound it, slowly raised its massive body. However, the confines of the narrow dragon cell were clearly inadequate for it to fully stretch out. Nevertheless, Both the onlookers and the dragon could sense the latent power within its colossal frame. With a visage etched in pain, the dragon gradually folded its injured wings and, using the pair of claws beneath, crawled over to Mary, placing her gently upon its back. For most dragons, this gesture signifies a profound trust, or at the very least, a friendly overture. Nibber let out a low whistle, seemingly pleased with the unfolding lesson. He could only hope that Kobayashi wouldn't be startled by the commotion. Chuckling at the thought, Gelin, riding atop Pip, cradled Lulu as they soared near the waters surrounding the two ships. The communication range among the spirit dragons is not boundless. It expands gradually as they mature, and Pikachu's wireless range has already reached several miles. Yet, despite their prolonged journey, there had been no word from Nibber, causing Gelin to feel a twinge of anxiety. Lulu still no news? He inquired. Lulu peeked out from Gelin's embrace and shook her head softly. Compared to the other spirit companions, Lulu was distinctly more introverted and timid, which was why Gelin had chosen to keep her by his side for this venture. As Gelin contemplated whether to draw closer to assess the situation, he suddenly noticed a bright, blazing crimson flame igniting in his peripheral vision, resembling a pillar of fire. That very spot was precisely where the two ships were anchored. Meanwhile, Bob the Bucktooth, observing the other pirates slumbering around him, stealthily rose from his hammock. Lying there, he could not help but envision the exquisite visage of that woman, igniting a flicker of desire within him that grew ever more intense. He decided to tempt fate, thinking that perhaps Earless and Ironhand were already indulging, and he might seize the opportunity to taste the queen's allure first. Yet, he was not alone in this line of thought. As he emerged from the cabin, he stumbled upon another shadowy figure, and the two pirates exchanged a moment of surprise before sharing a knowing grin and heading together toward the dragon cell. At that moment, Nibber was instructing Mary and several spirit dragons to collect the saliva of the Windslasher dragon using an abandoned wine barrel. Given the Windslasher dragon's enormous size, it was evident that it could not stealthily enter and exit like the smaller spirit dragons. Thus, he devised a plan. The saliva of the Windslasher dragon was highly flammable and possessed formidable explosive power. By blowing open the ship's cabin, not only could the Windslasher dragon escape swiftly, but it would also deliver a profound lesson to the pirates. Little did he anticipate that two reckless individuals would arrive just at that moment. After hearing the queen's earlier words, Lannister stood outside the dragon cell, lost in thought. When something that a person has tirelessly safeguarded for over a decade suddenly vanishes, a profound sense of confusion arises from the depths of the soul. At this moment, Lannister felt precisely that way. Thus, when two furtive pirates stealthily entered the cabin, sensing something amiss and contemplating a discreet retreat, he remained oblivious to their presence. It was only when one of them inadvertently knocked over an object that Lannister was roused. Yet by then, it was too late. The two pirates scrambled out of the cabin, shouting, "Help! The prisoner has escaped. The dragon has escaped. Hurry!" Bucktooth Bob seized a bucket from the ground and began to strike it. Instantly, a tremendous uproar erupted. "Your Majesty, you must flee. I will hold them off," Lannister declared, brandishing a curved dagger to block the entrance of the cabin. Nibber realized that collecting the saliva of the Windslayer dragon was no longer feasible. He instructed Pikachu to toss aside the barrel and turned to Mary, saying, quickly, "Direct it to breathe fire at the ship's wall." Mary was uncertain how to command the colossal dragon to breathe fire, but she understood that unleashing its fury was paramount. The long-awaited Windslayer dragon unleashed a continuous, scorching ring of flames against the ship's wooden wall, which ignited as if a log had been thrown into a blazing inferno. Though the thick ship's wall might have been difficult to breach through sheer force, it quickly formed a massive gaping hole under the dragon's searing flames. Nibber directed several sylph dragons to emerge from the blazing fire ring and called out to Mary and the knight, "Climb onto the back of the Windslayer dragon. We must depart." Mary nodded in agreement. "Lanny, hurry. We must leave this place." "Your Majesty, you go ahead. I will hold the rear," Lannister said, gazing at the oncoming pirates armed with various weapons. In that moment, he understood that he could only reclaim that which he had lost while protecting the queen. Since she no longer required him, it was time for him to reunite with those valiant souls who had once perished in battle. "Nibber, what on earth are you doing? Create such a commotion and not hurry to escape?" Chapter 34, The Storm King and the Windslayer Dragon. "Nibber, what are you doing? Are you not rushing to flee after making such a ruckus?" The hastily arriving Green shouted as he observed several sylph dragons emerging from the flames. "Haha, little Leansy. Welcome to this bonfire feast. You shall soon witness the grandest torch of your life," Nibber replied, his words nonsensical amidst the chaos. "Have you rescued anyone?" Green demanded loudly. "Still inside." Nibber grinned at Green's astonished expression, saying, "Do not worry. They will emerge shortly, and soon you will witness an even greater surprise. They? Surprise? Green was baffled by Nibber's words. Had they saved someone besides Mary? Splash. Gelin observed a shadow swiftly leaping from the burning ship's porthole into the sea. Just as he was about to render assistance, a thunderous roar reverberated from within the ship's hull. The wall, which had been engulfed in flames, was suddenly shattered by a colossal creature, sending splintered wood and fiery embers swirling through the air. A massive dragon ascended from the inferno, roaring defiantly as it unleashed a torrent of flames, resembling a colossal flamethrower, its vast, forked wings casting a shadow that obscured the sky as it traversed from one end of the ship to the other. The dragon's furious cries echoed in the heavens, while the terrified screams of people filled the fiery chaos below. Countless sailors, consumed by the flames, wept in despair, while pirates faced the judgment of the inferno, succumbing to terror. In their panic, they leapt into the sea, only to be struck down by the collapsing masts and searing sails. At that moment, the once dim surface of the ocean appeared as if illuminated by a blazing sun, symbolizing the demise of the wicked and the rebirth of a fiery queen. Xia, the grand torch of the bonfire party has been ignited. Should you not join us? Ni Bao exclaimed, navigating through the flames with the ethereal dragon. Spotting Gelin, who sat motionless on the Night Fury's back, he laughed heartily. Is this what they call a surprise? Gelin, momentarily stunned, opened his mouth in disbelief before regaining his composure. He directed Pippi to skim over the water's surface and rescue the individual who had fallen, swiftly ascending toward the immense dragon in the sky. Now that we've saved the person, it is time to consider our departure, Gelin remarked. Xia, we are currently in an advantageous position, riding the dragon. Why should we leave? Ni Bao protested, clearly dissatisfied, as he felt the thrill of the moment had just begun. Did you not notice the wounds on the dragon's wings? Its movements have slowed. It likely cannot endure much longer. Very well, Ni Bao replied, his tone laced with regret, recognizing the severity of the dragon's prior injuries. As Pikachu landed atop Pippi's back, Gelin gently inquired, Ni Bao, what manner of dragon is this? He gestured for Mary, perched on the dragon's back, to follow him. Haha, Xia, when was your moment of glory? Was it when you rode the Night Fury? As for my moment of glory, stop. There are outsiders present. Let us refrain from grandstanding and get to the point. Gelin interjected hastily. All right then, Ni Bao sighed in resignation, feeling the disappointment of not being able to showcase his prowess. Species, Windslayer Dragon category, flame, rarity, epic, size, large, dragon breath, sustained, searing circular flames, akin to a fire tornado. Abilities, the Windslayer Dragon possesses exceptionally robust muscles, making it an outstanding flyer, typically employing a pair of wings. When confronted with intricate weather conditions or rugged terrain, no dragon in the skies exhibits greater agility than the Gale Cutter. Its forelimbs, positioned on its lower wings, possess remarkable dexterity, effortlessly disengaging from traps that ensnare it. With a short neck capable of a 180-degree rotation, nothing can escape the keen gaze of a storm slicer. Hidden skill. The saliva of the Gale Cutter is highly flammable and possesses formidable explosive potential. Personality. The Gale Cutter is imbued with confidence and pride, embodying the regal essence of dragonkind. It can instill fear in mischievous younglings and remains unflappable in the face of danger. It never initiates attacks unless provoked. In battle, it becomes fiercely aggressive, presenting a formidable challenge. Weakness. Dragon Root Grass, Taming Method, assist a Gale Cutter in reclaiming its lost pride. Firepower. Range. Maximum flight speed. Maximum flight radius. Damn it. Why is no one attacking? Shoot down those two monsters. Eric stood aboard the Vengeance Queen, watching the adventurer ablaze, his heart bleeding. Another ship destroyed. This marked the 5th vessel since he encountered that woman, and fortune had evaded him ever since. First, a storm ravaged their base. Then, the most formidable pirate king, Blackbeard, assaulted them, followed by inexplicably provoking a powerful black dragon. Were it not for the acquisition of another sailing ship, they might have found themselves swimming in the open sea. Iron Hook was right. That woman was a harbinger of disaster. Captain, those are our men over there. We might hit them. Silence. Attack. Eric bellowed. A band of inept pirates could not even keep a single dragon at bay. What use were they to him? At Eric's roar, the pirates fell silent, none daring to respond, allowing the 2 dragons to escape. The inferno continued to blaze, with drenched pirates climbing the rigging to the deck, aware of the oppressive atmosphere and refraining from loud groans. Eric, however, was not inclined to let them off easily. Brandishing his blood-red axe, he approached the shivering lot, coldly inquiring, "Who can tell me what transpired?" The soaked pirates trembled, none willing to answer. As they too were bewildered by the events, a smile gradually crept onto Eric's face, a familiar sign to those who knew him, a precursor to violence. Some pirates, recognizing this ominous omen, felt their legs weaken, a warm rush escaping them in terror. Heh! Eric's grin widened. Such cowardice is hardly befitting a pirate. Keeping you alive is a waste of provisions. As Eric raised his formidable axe, a pirate could no longer contain himself and exclaimed hastily, "Captain, I believe I have spotted a black demon with horns riding atop that black dragon. It is that very demon who stealthily infiltrated our cabin, unleashing both the great dragon and Bloody Mary." Chapter 35. I am Grinklender. After a night of turmoil, the weary little ones had retired early to their slumber. Aside from the somewhat irritable Pip, who had failed to incite any chaos, the only surprise for Grin was the man he had fished from the sea. "Your Majesty? What is the situation?" Grin inquired, suppressing his voice as he gazed at two figures in the distance, one standing, the other kneeling. "Haha, I am not entirely certain. However, it appears that the girl, little Lin, might indeed be a queen," came the response. "Sir, I am exceedingly grateful for your timely rescue once more," Mary said, approaching Grin with an elegant bow, as it seemed the matter was resolved. I am Grinklender. You may simply call me Grin." He scratched his head and gestured towards the man standing motionless nearby. "Is he all right? He is a Lannister, once my knight. I asked him not to refer to me as queen any longer. Perhaps he is struggling to accept that," Mary replied, blinking slightly. I cannot shake the feeling that Mary seems somewhat different from the cold-faced girl I rescued earlier. It is as if a person burdened with a heavy load has, one day, cast off those weights, and anyone who beholds them can sense that profound lightness and vitality emanating from within. "Queen, may I inquire from which realm you once hailed?" Grin asked, unable to quell his curiosity. Mary turned her gaze to the other side, where the imposing Stormwing dragon lay tiredly. "Can you tell me what kind of dragon this is?" Reluctant to revisit her past, Mary preferred to focus on the present, as her previous experiences had not been particularly pleasant, and she had already lost too much. From the moment she resolved to let go, she was determined to transform herself and embrace a new life and fresh beginnings. Noticing Mary's desire to avoid discussing her past, Grin awkwardly touched his nose. "It is a Stormwing dragon, a creature of exceptional flight capability," he explained, detailing its characteristics to her. "It seems to have accepted you. Your next task is to gradually deepen your bond with it and tame it slowly. However, before we proceed, I have a serious question to pose. Do you still perceive dragons as inherently malevolent beings?" Mary knelt down to stroke the wounds on the Stormwing dragon's wing. In her past, she had never been so close to such a terrifying creature, nor had she ever wished to understand them. Yet, after encountering this Viking youth, she felt as though she glimpsed a world transformed. Dragons were not the greedy, brutal, wicked, and perilous entities that tales often portrayed. They did not inevitably herald disaster and destruction with their appearance. They are flesh and blood, possessing emotions as rich as those of humans. After a moment of contemplation, Mary shook her head and pondered, "How shall I cultivate a bond with it?" "You might begin by giving it a name." Green knelt down to scratch the neck of the Windslayer dragon. Pikachu and several spirit dragons greatly enjoyed his ministrations, a discovery he had recently made. It was evident that the Windslayer dragon shared this preference. Due to past traumas, the moment Green crouched, the Windslayer dragon instantly opened its eyes. Although it recognized that this individual meant it no harm, it remained vigilant. Yet, when Green began to scratch its neck, its tense body immediately relaxed. Mary observed this with curiosity and mused, "When it is angry, it resembles a fiery whirlwind. Thus, I shall name it Furywind." Setting sail from Thunder God Island and heading west for 2 hours, one encounters an uninhabited isle, aptly named Crescent Island by the Vikings due to its crescent moon shape. At this moment, Green stood upon this isle, bidding farewell to several spirit dragons, Mary, and the ever-aloof knight, Lannister. This time, he intended to bring everyone back, for unresolved issues would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Firstly, there was the Vikings' attitude toward dragons. The majority harbored a strong aversion to them, as dragons had ravaged their crops, incinerated their homes, terrified their livestock, and pilfered their catches. Some even harbored deep-seated hatred towards dragons. Green had once been among them, a sentiment rooted in the loss of many loved ones to these creatures. Secondly, there existed the Viking prohibition. Should any Viking witness Green bringing 2 individuals from the southern continent into his home, he would swiftly find himself imprisoned for violating the laws of the Nordic kingdom. Then there was his family's situation. According to his memories, his father had neither precious land nor livestock, relying solely on his craft for sustenance. Consequently, After his father's passing, Green and his sister Annie had struggled to make ends meet. Their only source of livelihood came from doing odd jobs in exchange for food, a predicament exacerbated by Green's past reckless nature. Bringing back so many mouths to feed posed a significant challenge. Currently, in the wilderness, resources were abundant, and the spirit dragons were adept at fishing, thus, ensuring their hunger was not an issue. "Mary, I entrust them to you. Please take good care of them," Green said, as he affectionately embraced Pikachu, Little Black, Habby, and Lulu, rubbing his face against theirs. This time, he planned to bring only Pikachu and Meowth back at first, testing the waters and resolving some issues before returning for the rest of the group and the dragons. Mary received several little creatures from Green's embrace, nodding earnestly. They were indeed her saviors, and during their time together, she had grown deeply fond of these ethereal dragons. Even without Green's urging, she would tend to them with utmost care. "Farewell. I shall return shortly." Green tucked Meow into his arms, mounted Nightshade, and waved to the assembly of onlookers, dragons. Soon, they would be home. Upon their return, everyone would be able to collect 10 crowns from my father, and additionally, I would present each of you with a ewe as a supplementary reward for this dragon hunting expedition. In the Viking seas, a tall, robust blonde man stood on a single-masted Viking longship, brandishing a war hammer as he proclaimed loudly. Beneath his feet lay a massive, vividly patterned green, two-headed dragon, languishing in a state of lethargy. The joyful anticipation of returning home, coupled with the material incentive from the chieftain's son, young thunder god Rear, ignited a wave of excitement among the other Vikings aboard, who began to chant, "Rear, Rear, Rear." However, their jubilant cheers quickly transformed into cries of alarm. "Look! What is that? By the gods, it is a black dragon. It is flying towards us. Quickly, grab your weapons and attack. Hurry! It could easily destroy our ship." Just as the Vikings frantically raised their bows and crossbows to aim at the approaching black dragon, a plump boy burst forth from the crowd, shouting, "Do not shoot! Do not shoot! There appears to be a Viking atop it. My heavens, that is little locksmith Green, returning on a black dragon." Chapter 36. I have returned. Viking ships are generally compact, utilizing both sails and oars, symmetrical and indistinguishable at both ends. These vessels are nimble and light, capable of swiftly retreating even in complex situations, and they can easily navigate against currents when transitioning from the sea into rivers. One of the most distinctive features of a Viking ship is the intricately carved dragon head, sculpted from a single piece of oak, adorning both the bow and stern, thus earning the name dragon ship. The reason for this nomenclature lies in the fact that while dragons often posed significant challenges to most Vikings, they also symbolized courage, strength, and terror. Hence, the imagery of dragons was extensively woven into Viking life. Observing the fearful expressions of those aboard the dragon ship as they gazed upon them, Green refrained from landing Pippi on the small vessel. Instead, he greeted them as they sailed parallel. "Hello, everyone. Good morning. Are you also heading home?" A profound silence enveloped the ship. No one responded to Green's casual greeting. They fixated on the nearly sea-level black dragon, their expressions shifting from fear to astonishment, and then to suspicion, yet still, no one uttered a word. Gelin helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He had not anticipated any favorable occurrences. He merely wished to greet his fellow tribesmen and perhaps offer them a word of caution. The outcome was evident. His presence was hardly welcomed. As he gently stroked Pippi's head, preparing to take his leave, a stout figure with a round nose and a thick neck emerged from the crowd. Trembling, he inquired, "Gelin, is this the dragon you hunted for the dragon-slaying tournament?" "The dragon-slaying tournament?" Gelin momentarily faltered, quickly realizing that the man referred to the first assessment of the royal suitor selection for the princess. "Well, sort of." This rotund individual was named Sam Wilson, the son of the blacksmith Het from Thunder Island. Given that Gelin's father was a locksmith, they had business dealings, thus Gelin was somewhat familiar with him. However, Sam bore an unflattering nickname, Timid Sam, which had previously deterred Gelin from forging a friendship with him. It was surprising that upon his return, the first person to greet him was this timid fellow. "Is this a knight WIRM?" Sam pointed with a chubby finger at Pippi, his small, dark eyes wide with astonishment. "You actually recognize it?" Now it was Gelin's turn to be astonished. "Haha, I knew such dragons truly existed. Did you see? This is the mightiest dragon, exceedingly rare, incredibly swift, a lightning bolt in the night, the legendary Grim Reaper." Gelin watched as this suddenly exuberant and animated man flailed his arms in excitement, leaving Gelin somewhat bewildered by the situation. However, observing the other Vikings aboard the dragon ship, their faces nearly dripping with ink-black discontent, Gelin sensed that this was likely not a fortuitous event. Enough. Indeed, as Sam took a deep breath to continue, a tall Viking youth wielding a war hammer interrupted him with a commanding voice. The young man then turned to Gelin, fixing a piercing gaze upon him as he declared, "We have matters to attend to. Please take your leave." Gelin rubbed his nose and glanced at the listless two-headed dragon aboard the ship, nodding in acknowledgement. As he watched the shadow of the dragon vessel vanish over the horizon, Rael remained silent, his demeanor grim as he sat on the ship. In this selection of suitors for Princess Victoria, he was determined to secure victory, for it was common knowledge that King Harold had but one daughter. Marrying Princess Victoria signified the acquisition of an entire kingdom, especially for the offspring of chieftains from the various islands of the Navia kingdom. This was an opportune moment for a powerful alliance, or a chance for usurpation. Thus, in the first event of the suitor competition, he was resolute in striving for first place. To ensure his success, he had made extensive preparations. The inaugural dragon-slaying contest stipulated that each participant must personally slay a dragon to qualify. However, it failed to specify the type of dragon or the method of slaying, resulting in varied interpretations. What could be more awe-inspiring than vanquishing the mightiest dragon in person? Thus, he resolved to hire some assistants to capture a living dragon, intending to bring it back for the contest. Among the hired hands was timid Sam, a scholar of dragons who was said to be the most knowledgeable and experienced on Thunder God Island, or so the rotund man claimed. When he inquired about the most formidable dragon in the Viking seas, timid Sam revealed that a legendary black dragon was considered the strongest. This dragon was exceedingly rare, never seen by human eyes, existing only in the ancient tomes and folklore of the Vikings, and he firmly believed in its existence. Nevertheless, Rael was disinterested in such ethereal tales. He prioritized reality. Subsequently, on the advice of the rotund man, he opted for a two-headed dragon. Two heads meant double the offensive prowess, making it arguably the most powerful dragon in reality. However, to his astonishment, just as they were returning triumphantly home, a child of a locksmith emerged, having conquered the fabled black dragon and ridden it back. For Rael, who had never considered the commoners as competitors, this was a staggering blow. Rael, there's no need for such concern. That little locksmith is hardly a threat. A long-haired, bearded man pushed through the murmuring Vikings and limped toward Rael. "Uncle Geoffrey, do you have a plan?" Rael looked up, surprised at the sight of the limping man. "This isn't the place for discussion. Let us return and talk," the limping man whispered, glancing at the other Vikings as he helped Rael to his feet. From above, Thunder God Island resembled an irregular war hammer, with Green's home nestled in the upper left corner, a small nook of the hammerhead. Facing the sea and situated on elevated terrain, it was sparsely populated. However, the sole advantage was its proximity to the northern forests of Thunder God Island, making it convenient for gathering firewood and hunting. As Green descended on his dragon, Peppy, landing in the clearing before his home, he jumped off the dragon's back and beheld a small figure holding a large axe, gazing at him in awe. His heart swelled with emotion at the sight of the dust-covered girl, surrounded by neatly chopped firewood. This was a task Green had often undertaken in the past, chopping wood to trade for food. He slowly approached, took the axe from her hands, and gently stroked her flaxen hair, his voice thick with emotion as he softly said, "I've returned." Chapter 37. Annie the little girl remained utterly unresponsive. Her emerald green eyes fixated on the distant night fury, which was playfully sticking out its tongue and laughing heartily. "Ah, Annie, allow me to introduce you to my new companions. This one is named Pippi, and the other is called Meow Meow. They are both dragons." Green first cradled Meow Meow out of his arms, then waved at Pippi, urging it to come over and say hello. With a lively bounce, Pippi scampered over, lowering its head to curiously inspect Green's sister, Annie. Before Green could intervene, Pippi extended its long tongue and gave Annie's face a hearty lick. At that moment, the dazed Annie finally reacted. She let out a shriek, snatched Meow Meow from Green's grasp, and dashed into the house, slamming the rickety wooden door tightly behind her. Green glanced at his empty hands, and then exchanged a look with the innocent-looking Pippi, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "I should have warned you not to lick people indiscriminately." Pippi tilted its head back, gazing at the sky, pretending not to hear. "What a disobedient creature." Green sighed, shooting at a disapproving glare. He approached the door and knocked, calling out, "Annie, open the door. I'm back. There's a dragon outside. You must shoo it away. It could devour us." Hearing the clanging of metal, Green recognized the object his sister had in hand. It was the sword left behind by their late father. "It's a dragon tamed by your brother. It won't harm you," he reassured her. "I don't care what kind of dragon it is. They are all dangerous." Annie shouted defiantly, "But Meow Meow is a dragon too." Green attempted to reason, knocking once more on the door. "Please open up. It's as lovable as Meow Meow, just a tad larger. I assure you, you will come to adore it. Meow Meow is not a dragon, came Annie's resolute declaration, accompanied by the sound of her unsheathing the sword. I will absolutely not grow fond of it. You must send that dragon away, rubbing his head in exasperation. Green understood the root of his sister's fears. It all stemmed from the tragic loss of their father at the hands of a dragon when Annie was merely 5 years old, leaving a profound scar on her tender psyche. This trauma rendered her paralyzed with fear at the sight of dragons and instilled a deep-seated aversion to all of them. Yet, he pondered, why did she adamantly refuse to acknowledge that Meow Meow was a dragon? Pippi, feeling unjustly wronged, lay down with a whimper. Bewildered by the lack of affection from others, at a loss for a solution, Green settled on a wooden stump outside his home and called to Annie within. Have you eaten? I brought you some delicious roasted fish. Would you care to try some? I've already eaten. Meow Meow has too. Don't think you can trick me into opening the door. Get rid of that dragon, came the response, accompanied by the sound of her munching on something inside. Meow? Green gently patted his head, suddenly recalling the small pouch he had crafted from animal hide for Meow, which had been filled with roasted fish when he set out. However, why was it that Meow had so quickly bonded with his sister to the extent of sharing food? Could it be due to their blood relation? Green scratched his head once more, perplexed that the first obstacle he encountered upon returning was his own sister, something he had never anticipated. What should he do now? He pondered while stroking his chin. Tap, tap, tap. The familiar sound of footsteps reached his ears, prompting Green to lift his head. He beheld a young girl standing dazedly in front of his home and hurried to greet her. Helen, hello? I'm back. The girl before him was adorned in a deep gray robe, holding a wooden box in her hands. She was even more beautiful than Mary, with an ethereal grace and features that seemed to have been painted by the finest artist, reminiscent of an angel descended from the heavens. Particularly striking were her large, enchanting blue eyes, which sparkled with intelligence, akin to a serene, profound ocean. Yet, at that moment, her gaze was tinged with astonishment and confusion as she stared at Pip, who was lying at the threshold. This is a dragon I have tamed, named Pip. It is very obedient and poses no threat to anyone, Green hastily explained. The girl paused momentarily before her expression returned to serenity. She extended the wooden box to Green and gestured toward the house. Nodding in understanding, Green realized that Helen had brought them some delicious food. Helen was a Vilva, also known as a seeress, a figure present in every Viking tribe. Her responsibilities primarily encompassed matters of funerals and rituals, as well as healing the sick. Naturally, such services were compensated, with each treatment yielding some form of goods or wealth, determined by the patient. The status of each Vilva was esteemed. They served as prophets, priests, and healers for the Vikings. Consequently, Helen often had surplus food to share, providing assistance to Green and his sister during their many trying times over the years. Annie, open the door. Your sister Helen has arrived. Pip curiously lifted its head to observe Helen, and upon noticing that this newcomer seemed unafraid, it eagerly approached her, wagging its tail. Don't lick her. Please don't lick her. Green silently prayed as he rushed over, positioning himself between Helen and Pip. Helen winked at Green, sensing that there was no cause for concern. Although it was her first encounter with such a dragon, she could perceive the innocent heart of the black dragon before her, akin to that of a child. She extended her delicate hand and gently caressed the nostrils of Pip, who responded by narrowing his eyes in blissful contentment and uttering a soft hum. Following this, he extended his pink tongue. Green, ever vigilant, swiftly stepped forward to block Helen, casting a stern glare at Pip, exclaiming, "You stubborn creature, you never learn." Creak. The once tightly shut door finally swung open. Annie peeked her little head out to catch a glimpse of Pip in the yard, only to promptly shut the door slightly. However, upon seeing Helen, her anxious expression transformed into one of joy. She waved at Helen and cheerfully called out, "Sister Helen, do come in." Helen responded with a gentle smile, nodding as she slipped through the narrow opening of the door. Just as Green bent down to seize the opportunity to enter, Annie, in a fit of irritation, slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Meow? Green, watching the little feline gesture through the door crack, could only helplessly rub his reddened nose as the creature vanished from sight. He had banged into the door. Chapter 38. Stubbornness. Pip grinned in a peculiar manner, and Green knew it was mocking him. That rascal was quite clever. "It's all your fault," Green retorted, rolling his eyes as he picked up an axe to begin chopping wood. Although he had no intention of making a living by this upon his return, he felt compelled to gather supplies for the winter during his leisure time, a customary practice among the Vikings. With each batch of wood he chopped, he instructed Pip to stack them onto the woodpile. Initially, the creature seemed enthusiastic about the task, but soon grew bored and scampered off to play. It climbed onto the roof, then soared to the treetops, and shortly thereafter disappeared into the thicket. In this new environment, Green observed that Pip appeared more vibrant and energetic rather than disoriented. Just as Green contemplated reprimanding Pip to avoid alarming the neighboring households, the previously sealed door creaked open. Helen stood at the entrance, beckoning him to enter, while his sister Annie sulked silently behind her. Green cleared his throat, signaling for Pip to follow. But as he stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him, leaving an excited Pip stranded outside. "Do not allow it in," the little girl declared with a frown. Helen shrugged at Green, clearly at a loss. Pip outside whimpered in a pitiful tone. "Let him in. I am uneasy leaving him alone out there," Green implored hastily. Unmoved, the little girl maintained her stern expression, saying, "Didn't you just assert he wouldn't harm anyone and is quite obedient? What are you worried about now? Let him stay outside." With a sigh, Green realized how sharp-tongued his sister had become. He helplessly scratched his head, deciding it best to soothe Pip outside before making his own entrance. The dwellings of the Vikings were predominantly constructed from timber, nestled against hillsides or other sheltered locales. Their forms resembled inverted wooden ships, with roofs adorned in scales reminiscent of dragon skin. The facades of these houses appeared modest, yet their interiors were surprisingly deep. Designed primarily for warmth and protection against the cold, these homes typically boasted few windows, rendering their interiors somewhat dim even during daylight hours. Upon re-entering the abode, Gelin was taken aback by the colorful skeins of wool laid out upon the table, alongside a partially knitted sock. "What is this?" he inquired, astonished. The young girl, with a defiant huff, turned away, refusing to answer. Yet, in that fleeting moment of her turning, Gelin perceived a glimmer of moisture in her eyes. Startled, he stepped forward and grasped her small hands, which she had attempted to hide behind her. Her delicate palms bore calluses and scars, testament to her efforts in chopping wood and learning to knit. Observing the girl stubbornly turning her head away, striving to suppress her tears, Gelin felt a pang in his heart. He enveloped her tightly in his embrace, whispering, "It's all right. It's all right. I have returned. From now on, let me handle these matters. I promise we shall soon lead a good life." Perhaps sensing the girl's inner turmoil, the little cat emerged from her embrace and leapt onto her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek with its round head. The sound of a bell chiming unexpectedly caught Grelin's attention. He noticed a bell adorning the cat's neck, which stirred memories from the past. For years prior, following the untimely death of his father, their household had harbored a small, orange kitten, a cherished companion of Annie during her childhood. However, that period marked the family's most challenging times, when even procuring sufficient food for themselves was a struggle, let alone for a pet. Ultimately, the kitten was sold to another, exchanged for a mere fish that would only provide basic sustenance. Gelin stood there, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. Nibber had once imparted wisdom to him. Upon accepting this body, one must also embrace the responsibilities that accompany it. A lesson he held dear. Yet, upon his return, a lingering doubt resided within him. He was not the original Gelin. Could he truly fulfill the role of an elder brother? In that moment, a flicker of enlightenment washed over him. This was indeed a legacy, a force derived from the very blood coursing through this body. It transcended the soul and the confines of time and space. "Gelin, Gelin, are you home?" Just as Gelin was coaxing the tearful girl into laughter over a meal, a familiar yet muffled voice called out from beyond the door, hesitant yet earnest, echoing intermittently. Green stood up and peered through the crack of the door, only to discover a rotund figure trembling in fear, desperately attempting to escape from his yard, while Pippi was crouched low, blocking the way. Sam, having returned home on his dragon boat for a brief respite, soon hurried out again, eager to observe the legendary Night Fury up close. However, upon arriving at the locksmith Green's abode, he was met only with the tightly shut door, devoid of any sign of the elusive dragon. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a shadow descended from above, obstructing his path. It was the fabled Night Fury. Sam's excitement surged, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yet as he beheld the magnificent dragon before him, its head held high, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Apart from its name, he knew nothing of the Night Fury, and with Green seemingly absent from its side, he couldn't help but fear that should the creature become aggressive, he might be its next meal. His heart began to race. Fortunately, the Night Fury did not appear intent on devouring him. Instead, it stared at him with its large, curious yellow-green eyes. Tentatively, Sam rose onto his tiptoes, planning to sneak past the dragon and return when Green was home. However, the moment he lifted a foot, the Night Fury mirrored his movement, raising a claw as it flicked its tongue. He moved left, and it followed suit. He shifted right, and it did the same. He crouched low, hoping to slip away, yet the dragon lowered its massive head, once again blocking his escape. In that moment, looking at the innocent-faced Night Fury, panting and with its tongue lolling out, Sam felt a wave of despair wash over him. He thought that perhaps this was where he would meet his end. "Mom, I want to go home," he whimpered. Chapter 39, The Vikings' Wilderness Survival Guide. Where the terrifying giant dragon lurks, Green opened the door to find the plump figure in his yard sobbing uncontrollably, utterly speechless. Wasn't this timid Sam just aboard a ship moments ago? How had he managed to arrive at his home so swiftly? Clearly, Sam had heard the door open behind him. Trembling, he turned to find Green standing at the threshold. "Green, come quick. Your dragon wants to eat me," he cried. With a sigh, Green stepped forward, pushing Pippi aside. "Do not worry. It is merely playing with you. It certainly will not eat you." "Really?" Sam halted his cries, his face alight with curiosity. "Why? Is the Night Fury herbivorous?" Green, taken aback by the sudden transformation of the inquisitive lad before him, paused for a moment before replying. "The Night Fury is not herbivorous. I would classify them as omnivorous. Among their preferred delicacies are fish, and their intelligence is remarkably high. Generally, they will not harm anyone unless provoked." Upon hearing such previously unknown knowledge about dragons, Sam promptly retrieved a small sheepskin notebook from his pocket, jotting down notes with great enthusiasm. He nodded vigorously, overflowing with excitement, and remarked that his visit to the Green household was indeed worthwhile. After briefly outlining some characteristics of dragons, Green, intrigued by the sight of the plump man engrossed in writing, leaned over to take a glance. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Are all these your own notes?" The notebook in Sam's hands was densely filled with information about Night Furies on one side, while the other side featured a rough sketch of a Night Fury. Although it lacked the finesse of the dragon book, it was nonetheless enough to leave Green in awe. "Well, what do you think? Not bad, right, Green? I dare say. While you may be the first Viking to tame a dragon, you certainly are not the first to understand them," Sam declared proudly, lifting his chin. Green regarded the man before him with sincerity and asked, "May I take a look?" "Of course." Sam readily passed the book over. As Green opened the first page of the sheepskin tome, he was greeted by the title, Viking Wilderness Survival Guide, Where to Find Terrifying Dragons. The subsequent content detailed various types of dragons commonly found in Viking waters and described the areas they frequented. As Green diligently perused each page, his astonishment grew. Despite his timid nature, this plump man was undoubtedly a talent, a rare gem, indeed. Seemingly sensing Green's admiration, Sam bashfully scratched his head and said, "Well, I can't claim all the credit. My grandfather, known as the unluckiest Viking, Roy the Dragonwort, was the first to document knowledge about dragons. Later, I discovered some of his notes at home and compiled them into this book." Green was familiar with the infamous Roy, having heard many tales about him on Thunder Island. Mostly regarded as humorous anecdotes among the Vikings, for whatever he attempted seemed to invite chaos and destruction from dragons. However, he was puzzled by the term Dragonwort. "Hey, Green, are you familiar with catnip?" Sam asked with a chuckle. Green nodded. Similar to the effect of catnip on cats, this plant is elongated and flat, with a small ball at the tip of its leaves, exuding a unique fragrance that is highly appealing to most dragons. After consuming it, dragons may exhibit temporary changes, such as sneezing, chewing, rubbing, rolling, roaring, or babbling incoherently. Some dragons become excessively lively, while others sit dazed, staring into space. This plant poses no threat to the dragonkin. It merely induces some peculiar behaviors in them. Is there truly such a plant? Green glanced momentarily at Pip, who sat attentively beside him, and could not help but think, this is something that Pip must absolutely not encounter. Let us converse inside. After chatting for a while, Green found the rotund fellow rather agreeable, and thus extended an invitation. In Viking custom, hosts rarely invite guests into their homes without due consideration. However, once an invitation is proffered, it signifies a desire for open dialogue. Sam eagerly nodded as he shared the sentiment. As they entered the dwelling, Pip stealthily squeezed in as well. Although Annie's expression was somewhat displeased, she remained silent. When Sam, intrigued by the feline cradled in her arms, inquired if it too was a dragon, the little girl immediately retorted with indignation, "Meow meow is not a dragon." Observing Sam's bewilderment, Green offered an apologetic smile, saying, "Ah, my sister may have a bit of a temper." Helen approached and poured hot water for both gentlemen, astonished to encounter a truth speaker in this place. Sam promptly rose and bowed to Helen. Although the witch Wulva was not considered a noble among the Vikings, nor did she hold a rank comparable to the Jarl of each tribe, respect for her emanated from the hearts of every Viking, rather than a submission to power. Was it you who helped Rail capture that two-headed dragon? Green asked earnestly once Sam was seated. Sam tilted his head slightly and whispered, "The Jarl promised that if I assisted Rail in capturing a dragon, our family would be exempt from taxes this year. If you truly understand these dragons, you would realize they are not malevolent. Many troubles can be resolved with proper handling. They are also creatures of great wisdom. And your actions could very well lead to a most tragic fate for that dragon," Green said passionately. "I know." Sam lowered his gaze, "but we are mere commoners. What can we change? Moreover, Green, during the 2 nights of the full moon, you must exercise caution. Someone may seek to trouble you." The rotund fellow suddenly raised his head. "Someone is after me. Why?" Green furrowed his brow. "Did you not also enlist for the princess's suitor selection? If you arrive at the Colosseum on King's Island riding that black dragon, I assure you, you will secure the first position in the initial round. None of them, including the children of the Jarl, could achieve such a feat. Subduing a great dragon is evidently far more challenging than slaying one. You will become their greatest obstacle in their ascent to power." Chapter 40. Helen watching the corpulent figure gradually recede, Green's expression grew somber. Although Sam's words were tinged with pessimism, the reality was indeed as he described. Ordinary Vikings, though referred to as freemen, were not truly free. They remained under the dominion of the Jarls of their tribes. Wherever there exists a class, oppression inevitably follows, and this holds true even among the Vikings. Ordinary Vikings were required annually to pay a head tax to their chieftains, in addition to taxes for shipbuilding and timberland. However, it is noteworthy that Viking chieftains, in certain respects, lacked the unchecked power of medieval lords elsewhere on the globe. Hailing from a lineage of seafarers, the Vikings placed a significant emphasis on justice, almost to the point of severity, demanding that even a coin-sized nugget of gold be shared equally. Thus, when disputes arose between 2 Vikings, the chieftains lacked the authority to render solitary judgments. Instead, such matters had to be resolved through a collective vote at the tribal assembly, where all freemen could present their evidence. Consequently, Green harbored no fears of retribution, but rather a concern over the employment of unscrupulous tactics. "Brother, Helen is leaving. You should go see her off." Green, lost in thought at his doorstep, was suddenly roused by Annie's voice. Helen stood quietly on the steps, holding a wooden box, her expression composed. Unlike her usual abrupt departures, she seemed to be awaiting something, and Green realized she had something to convey. Previously, Green and Helen had merely been friends, their mutual feelings acknowledged yet unacknowledged, as both understood that a future together was implausible. The witch Wulva had devoted her life to the gods and forbade marriage. After a brief contemplation, Green beckoned to Pip. Recognizing the sacrifices she had silently made, he could not let her down. Pip bounded out of the house, obediently squatting in the yard. Clearing his throat, Green approached, took the wooden box from Helen's grasp, and then grasped her hand, leading her to Pip's side. While Helen remained momentarily dazed, he lifted her slender waist and leaped onto Pip's back. Under the astonished gaze of the little girl, he directed Pip, soaring into the fiery embrace of the evening sky. The sea breeze still whistled past, yet Green felt no chill. The girl had grown somewhat limp in his arms. The breathtaking hues of the sunset were best appreciated in their entirety. Helen's exquisite profile, illuminated by the twilight, resembled the sun at dusk, no longer blindingly radiant, yet profoundly endearing. Lowering his head, Green inhaled the fragrant scent of her hair and softly declared, "Helen, this time I must participate in the selection assembly." Sensing the girl in his arms stiffen slightly, he hastily continued, "However, I do not intend to marry any princess. Rather, I hope to change the Vikings' perception of dragons. And I hope you can understand." As they soared through the sky for a while, Helen gradually acclimated, turning slightly to grasp Green's hand and inscribed in his palm, "Go ahead, I support you." She paused momentarily before continuing to write, "I am a true prophet, destined to remain unmarried for life, and thus unsuitable to be your wife." Green tightened his embrace around the girl and shook his head, declaring, "It matters not. Centuries have elapsed, and we Vikings have been confined to this ocean for far too long. Certain customs must indeed be reformed." Helen stared blankly for a moment, then turned her head to glance at Green. Before inscribing, "You seem to have changed. Indeed, this world has reached a point where transformation is essential. And I too must embrace change," he replied. Helen resided in the Temple of Thor on Thor's Island, perched atop a northern peak, not far from Green's home. Aside from a few visitors seeking remedies during the day, the nights were largely devoid of company. After Green gently lifted Helen from the dragon's back, she did not immediately return, but instead rose onto her tiptoes to bestow a soft kiss upon his forehead before turning away. The grand doors of the Temple of Thor, adorned with intricate carvings, creaked open slightly, revealing an elderly woman with snow-white hair who emerged slowly, bearing an oil lamp and leaning on a cane. With her dim eyes, she scrutinized Green closely, then shifted her gaze to Peppy, who was curiously peering around. For a fleeting moment, Green felt as if a shooting star had passed before him. And by the time he regained his senses, the temple doors had closed once more. It was the fateful kiss of the witch Vilva, a blessing that could only be used once in a lifetime. May you not disappoint her hopes, he seemed to hear a voice whisper. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn broke, Green lingered in bed, reluctant to rise, when he was abruptly awakened by the raucous sounds of an argument outside. An irate man's voice boomed. It was right here. I saw that enormous black dragon fly in yesterday. But my brother's dragon is very well behaved and would never harm your yaks, a little girl countered. So it is your brother's dragon. Bring him out. I demand compensation. And hand over that black dragon, the true culprit. Alas, the Hoy family's cow has just given birth. The calf is still nursing. Voices from the crowd chimed in. Indeed, these dragons are despicable. How can one even keep them? They are a menace to others. What is that little creature beside you? Is it also a dragon? Capture it. We must not allow any of these pests to remain. Do not touch it. Meow Meow is not a dragon. Hearing the little girl's shrill cry, Green hurriedly donned his clothes and rushed outside. A stout Viking wearing a horned helmet and sporting a bushy beard was bending down, attempting to seize Meow Meow from the ground, while Annie stood defiantly in front of him, wielding an axe. However, upon spotting Green emerge with a drawn sword, the Viking immediately straightened up, adopting a wary stance. Many Vikings are known for their fierce tempers, often resorting to violence without a word upon encounter. Fortunately, this particular locksmith proved to be rather cowardly, merely positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. Hoy let out a silent sigh of relief, but his expression quickly shifted to one of rage as he seized a bloody bull's head from behind and tossed it before the Green siblings, bellowing. Look at the havoc your dragon has wreaked, Green. I know you brought back a black dragon, and you didn't even secure it. Now it has killed my cow, and I demand its life in return. Chapter 41. Accusation. Pippi emerged from the doorway, swaying his head. He had risen even later than Green. Once in the courtyard, he stretched his neck, shook his body, and wiggled his backside. As he lifted his head, ready to let out a loud howl, he inadvertently glanced down and noticed a throng of unfamiliar faces staring blankly at something outside the yard. Oh, what interesting spectacle is this? Pippi curiously darted into the crowd, startling the bewildered Vikings, who stumbled back a few steps. Following their gaze, he observed that aside from 3 individuals, there was nothing remarkable in the yard. The Night Fury rolled its eyes in boredom. What is there to see? It languidly returned to the courtyard, where it spotted the bloody bull's head. Pippi sniffed it and promptly kicked it aside, finding its foul odor quite unappetizing. The Night Fury snorted in disdain, as Pippi, in a playful manner, meandered back to Green. Eagerly awaiting breakfast with its tongue lolling out, Green shrugged at the completely dumbfounded Vikings, saying, Do you really think my dragon would bite a cow? Besides, it doesn't even enjoy such things. Its only delight is fish. After the initial shock, the Vikings began to murmur among themselves, clearly bewildered by the peculiar black dragon that shattered their preconceived notions of dragons. Hoy, equally astonished, found that the unfolding events did not align with his expectations. However, he had already accepted money from others and accrued substantial gambling debts, rendering him without an escape route, as those aiding him in repayment were far more fearsome than the casino operators. It was definitely that dragon. Just yesterday, I witnessed that vile black beast sever my yak's body in half with its sharp teeth and swallow the other half whole. Hoy shouted hoarsely. Sharp teeth, you say? Huh. Green sneered, his face betraying no emotion. Are you quite certain? Absolutely. I would never mistake it. Hoy insisted, his eyes wide with fervor. According to Viking law, those who make false accusations will have their tongues severed. Green stepped forward. Hoy, defiantly holding his ground, retorted, And what of it? Green regarded the man before him as unyielding as a bull, and concluded that this individual was indeed intent on causing him trouble, though he hadn't anticipated such a base approach. Green waved at Pip, who was gazing in rapt fascination behind him, and then, under the watchful eyes of the gathered Vikings, gestured for the Night Fury to open its wide jaws. Observing the fearful Viking man retreating several steps in terror, Green slightly curled his lips, mocking, My dragon has no teeth. Impossible. This cannot be, exclaimed a tall Viking youth. Disbelief etched across his face. How could a dragon possibly be toothless? All dragons are certain to possess teeth. Not far from Green's abode, in a concealed corner, 3 elegantly attired Vikings, accompanied by several guards, observed the unfolding scene. When they witnessed the black dragon's mouth open, revealing its utter lack of teeth, one of them was incredulous. What shall we do now? Rail sought counsel from his companions. It is all that fool Hoy's fault for speaking foolishly and providing them with an opportunity. Geoffrey's expression darkened, although he had assisted the young master. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Should this matter escalate to the tribal council, the punishment for slander among the Vikings was severe. If Hoy, that imbecile, revealed his involvement, he too would face the corresponding consequences. Young Master Rail. There are many simpler ways to prevent that little locksmith from bringing his dragon to the selection ceremony. There is no need for any trickery, remarked a rugged Viking, stroking his beard with a grin. Uncle Rocky, do you have a better plan? Rail inquired hastily. Just watch me, young Master Rail, Rocky replied with a slight smile, leading his guards forward. Make way, clear the path. Officer Rocky is coming. The surrounding Vikings hastily parted to allow him passage. Sir, please help me. This black dragon killed my cow and refuses to acknowledge it, Hoy exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of the approaching officer. Rocky ignored Hoy, first glancing at Pip frolicking in the courtyard, then at the distant bloodied head of the cow. He turned to the onlookers and said, You all, explain what has transpired. After the Vikings recounted the events in a cacophony of voices, Rocky, astonished, turned to Green and asked, Your black dragon truly has no teeth? May I see? Green nodded and called Pip over, prompting him to once again open his mouth. In truth, the Night Fury did possess teeth, but they could retract like a cat's claws, only revealing themselves when necessary, a secret known solely to Green. Upon witnessing the dragon's toothless mouth, Rocky expressed his astonishment, then, with a serious demeanor, pointed at Hoy and instructed his guards, Lock him up for now. We shall deal with him at the tribal council and cut out his tongue. Sir, I did not foresee that your arrival would lead to this. Hoy stammered in panic. Silence, if you wish to avoid the severing of your tongue at this moment. Rocky quietly interjected as he approached Hoy. Observing Hoy being led away, Green cast a puzzled glance at the newly appointed sheriff, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. Were those individuals not the troublemakers? Just as he contemplated turning back, he suddenly heard the sheriff proclaim, Lauren, take your time. The previous matter has been resolved. Now we must discuss your dragon. The dragon, what about it? Green was momentarily taken aback. This is the dragon you prepared for the selection tournament, isn't it? Rocky inquired. Green nodded. Regardless of how you tamed it, or whether your dragon possesses teeth, it must be temporarily confined. For no one can assure that it won't exhibit ferocity and harm others. You are correct, esteemed sheriff. Your dragon must be contained. We must ensure our safety. This dragon must be secured. Listening to the fervent Vikings behind him, Rocky smiled slightly and continued, Green, you may choose to keep your dragon temporarily at the arena on Thunder Island or decide to leave. However, I advise the former. For wherever you seek refuge on nearby islands, your dragon may attract the ire of other tribes. On the morning following the full moon, I can release you. And then you may proceed to participate in the selection tournament. How does that sound? Rocky added. Chapter 42, Sam's Dream. Damn it, I have truly been ensnared. Within the arena on Thunder Island, Green lamented, striking the iron bars before him in frustration. Yesterday morning, when the sheriff proposed temporarily confining Pip in the arena, Green had an ominous premonition that this was not a favorable turn of events. Yet faced with the impassioned Vikings, he found himself with no alternative. Before the Vikings shifted their stance towards dragons, he could not afford to act too recklessly. Aligning with public sentiment was essential for future endeavors. Thus, he brought Pip to the circular arena hewn from the mountainside on Thunder Island. Nearly every Viking tribe possessed such a venue, differing only in size. These arenas, carved into the mountains, featured a thick stone wall with a cave-like entrance, secured by heavy iron bars as a gate. Above the arena, a coarse iron chain net was stretched to separate the audience from the combat area. This installation was a later addition, intended both to deter dragons and to trap them. Each year, the most significant spectacle at the Viking gladiatorial games was dragon slaying. The bravest Viking warriors donned horned iron helmets, wielded round shields, and brandished an array of weapons to slay the dragons they had captured, eliciting frenzied applause from the audience. Now, Green found himself confined within a stone cave in this very arena, trapped in what was originally a holding area for dragons. With iron bars as thick as a man's arm, a broken chain lay upon the ground, severed by Green at the behest of Pippi. However, to his surprise, even after breaking the iron lock on the gate, the door remained obstinately shut, seemingly controlled by some hidden mechanism. What should they do now? Green exchanged a resigned glance with the wide-eyed Pippi before they both sank to the ground. Upon their arrival yesterday, they had been occasionally permitted to roam within the arena, But upon awakening, they found the gate locked and the guards who had once stood watch conspicuously absent. Pippi let out a feeble howl, its hunger pangs evident. Having not eaten since morning. You rascal. Green chuckled wryly, shaking his head. It was indeed his own lapse in vigilance that had led to this predicament. He had not anticipated such underhanded tactics from the opposition. If they remained trapped here for even a single day, they would miss the first event of the selection ceremony, effectively disqualifying them from what lay ahead. Without participation in the selection, the plans he had meticulously crafted would be rendered futile, necessitating a complete reevaluation of their strategy. As Green sat lost in thought, Pippi suddenly rose, its elongated, oval-shaped ears perked upright. Is someone coming? Green quickly leaned toward the entrance. He spied a rotund figure adorned with a horned helmet, peering about the arena as if in search of something. Sam, over here. Green called out. Ha ha, Green. I knew you would be here, Sam exclaimed, his face lighting up as he hurried over. I'm trapped here. Do you have a way to set me free? No problem. Just watch me, Sam replied, producing a metal handle from his pocket. He inserted it into a concealed hole in the wall and turned it forcefully, causing the previously immobile bars to swing open. Where did you find this tool? Green inquired, astonished as he led Pippi out. Ha. All the gates here were crafted by my family. Naturally, I'm familiar with them. They feature not only visible locks, but also hidden mechanisms, for which I possess all the necessary tools. Sam chuckled. I came to your home yesterday, and your sister informed me of your confinement here. I suspected things wouldn't be so simple. This morning, when everyone departed and you were missing, I deduced you might be trapped, so I brought my tools to find you. Upon hearing Sam mention his sister, Green quickly asked, Where is she now? Rest assured, I have already sent her ahead with the witch Helen, Sam replied. Green looked at the earnest-faced Sam and said, I truly appreciate your help this time, Sam. Ha, no need for thanks. Sam shyly scratched his head. Actually, I have a request that I hope you will consider. What request? Could you help me tame a dragon? Sam said, his face alight with eagerness. You wish to participate in the selection ceremony as well? Green inquired, curiosity piqued. Not at all, with a face full of envy. Sam gazed at Pippi beside Green and continued, I have always harbored a dream of nurturing a dragon of my own. Yet I am uncertain of how to tame such magnificent creatures and daunted by the obstacles that stand in my way. However, the day I witnessed you soaring past me on a night fury, do you know what I was thinking? At that moment, Sam's voice grew fervent. You have realized the dream I dared to envision but feared to pursue. You are a true Viking warrior, Green, just like those ancestors who dared to strive, to innovate, and to challenge all odds. You wield action as your weapon, rather than relying on feeble words to justify yourself. Green, you are destined to become a remarkable individual. While I may lack your pioneering spirit, I possess the courage to follow greatness and become your companion, even if I am condemned in the future. Cast away to the ends of the earth, I would harbor no regrets. For I too am in pursuit of my dream, akin to those valiant Viking warriors of yore. Unwavering until death, I have glimpsed the gates of Valhalla opening for me. Green, would you accept me? The stout fellow extended an arm, gazing earnestly at Green. In the traditions of the Vikings, this gesture signified a wish to become blood brothers, fighting side by side, united in purpose, an unbreakable bond. Green remained motionless for a considerable time. He did not see himself as the great figure Sam envisioned, merely a person struggling for survival. In contrast, Sam was a dreamer, always nurturing grand aspirations. Green believed he was merely an incidental figure in Sam's journey. Even in his absence, Sam would surely realize his dreams. Just as Sam, disheartened by Green's silence and beginning to retract his hand, Green suddenly reached out and clasped it firmly. What kind of dragon do you desire? Green asked with a smile. You have accepted me, Sam exclaimed in delight. The stout fellow first spun around in excitement before eagerly inquiring, Can it be any dragon? Green nodded with a smile. That is simply marvelous. I knew you were a dragon-taming expert. I must ponder this carefully. Green, may I tell you in a couple of days? No problem. Chapter 43. The Perceval Arena. King's Island is centrally located within the Nordic Kingdom, the largest expanse of land within the Viking seas, home to tens of thousands of Vikings, including the Nordic royalty. It is not far from the islands inhabited by other Viking tribes. When Green, riding Pippi with Sam, arrived at the arena on King's Island, the selection ceremony had only just begun. What? We have to pay to enter? Standing at the entrance of the arena, Green was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the guard's words. He had no recollection of such a regulation. You must be a contestant in the selection ceremony, right? The guard, wielding a long spear, pointed a thick finger at Pippi, who was gazing around curiously beside Green. Is it true? Can contestants enter for free? Green inquired, astonished. for he was utterly penniless. The guard maintained a stoic expression, informing him that every participant was required to pay an entrance fee of 1 crown. Green, taken aback, could not help but ask, who established this rule? Why, it is none other than our clever and beautiful Princess Victoria, the guard responded with pride, then cast a disdainful glance at Green. Surely, you do not lack even a single crown for the fee? Green was left speechless, he truly had none. With your demeanor, do you dare aspire to win the affection of our lovely Viking elf? The guard curled his lip in contempt. I suggest you return whence you came. This, too, is a test set forth by Her Highness. Just as Green felt the sting of humiliation from the guard's scorn, Sam, trembling, stepped forward and produced a gold coin from his pocket to offer to the guard. This is my entry fee, he said, his face pale. And how much is the admission fee? The guard, glancing at the shivering, stuttering figure before him, looked up at the sun. It is not cold today, he exclaimed. The first 10 rows cost 50 euros each. Rows 11 to 20 cost 30 euros. Rows 21 to 30 cost 10 euros. Rows 31 to 40 cost 5 euros. And rows 41 to 50 cost 1 euro. The guard rattled off the prices at lightning speed, having repeated them countless times that day. Euros are the silver coins of the Vikings. 1 crown equals 100 euros. I want a seat in the first 10 rows, Sam stammered, pulling out another gold coin from his pocket. Sold out, the guard replied, his face unmoved. Then how about the first 20 rows? Sold out. The first 30 rows. Is there anything available? After the exhilaration of his first high-altitude flight had begun to wane, the plump fellow finally managed to speak coherently. Sold out. The first 40. Sam shouted. Sold out. The last 10 rows? Sam's expression turned pained. Sitting in those seats would be akin to perching atop a tree and gazing down at the insects below. Not to mention the deafening cheers from the crowd and the flailing arms obstructing his view. There are some seats in the corners, the guard remarked. Accepting Sam's coin, he swiftly produced an iron stamp, dipped it in ink, and pressed it onto the back of Sam's hand. There you go, you may enter now. Green observed the entire exchange in silence, watching as Sam, with a furrowed brow, waved goodbye and prepared to enter. Suddenly inspired, Green seized the opportunity, pulled something from his pocket, and pressed it into Sam's hand. Here, take this. It's a good item. Huh. You can go in with peace of mind. Sam glanced quizzically at the long tube in his hand, but before he could discern what it was, he was hurried into the arena by the guard. Now, may I enter as well? Green asked eagerly, hearing the calls resonating from within the Colosseum. He certainly did not wish to arrive only to find that the grand tournament had already concluded. What about your vessel? Inquired the guard. What vessel? Green blinked in confusion. We arrived riding dragons. Warriors accompanied by dragons are required to secure their dragons aboard ships and enter through the waterway over there. Dragons are not permitted to pass through this entrance. And what is the reason for that? Green was somewhat bewildered. Dragons are perilous creatures, even when bound by chains. They pose a risk of injury. Therefore, in the interest of public safety, Her Highness has decreed that captured dragons must not enter through the audience's passage. Is there no room for negotiation? Green glanced at the narrow waterway that was insufficient for Peppy to fly through, addressing the guard. The guard remained impassive. Oh, I didn't realize you possessed such principles. Green stroked his chin and inquired further. As long as we do not enter through these audience passages, is that acceptable? The guard pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well then. Green mounted the back of Night Fury and, to the astonishment of the guard, soared into the sky. Peppy, let us depart. Green resolved to fly directly into the arena from the mountaintop. Kings Island's Coliseum, also known as the Parcel Arena or the Berserker Coliseum, stands as the largest arena in the Kingdom of Navia. The Parcel Arena is constructed upon a circular mountain and features 50 tiers of seating, accommodating over 80,000 spectators simultaneously. Typically, grand gatherings of the Vikings or significant festive celebrations are held here. Due to the vastness of the arena's ceiling, it lacks the chain net seen in other coliseums, offering an open expanse. Thus, when Green appeared in the sky atop Night Fury, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from all the Vikings present. Let us rewind time to a little over 10 minutes prior. As Sam hurried into the Coliseum with the items Green had given him, he was immediately taken aback by the overwhelming cacophony of horns and the roaring cheers that filled the arena like an ocean. The number of attendees at this selection tournament evidently surpassed any previous gladiatorial event. The allure of beauty combined with power is indeed irresistible to anyone. The rotund gentleman sighed slightly, and under the guidance of the orderly guards, swiftly found his place. Below, we have Albi, the son of Jarl from the Black Raven tribe. He has slain a fearsome tail-stinging dragon capable of launching a deadly rain of poisonous quills. Huzzah! Just as Sam settled into his seat, a booming, enthusiastic voice resonated throughout the Colosseum. What is this? In the past, it was impossible to hear what was being said up front. Next, we shall highlight the remaining 2 Viking warriors. They are, from the Thor tribe, the son of Jarl, Little Thunder, Rail, Huzzah, and from the God of War tribe, the son of Jarl, the youngest berserker in history, Douglas, Huzzah. These 2 valiant Vikings did not merely return with the severed heads of slain dragons. They captured them alive. They resolved to demonstrate how to slay a perilous and formidable 2-headed dragon, along with the most formidable fire demon in history, right before our eyes. Oh, gods above! This is unfathomable. Their bravery is unparalleled. This is the essence of our Viking warriors. Uha, uha, uha. Observing the surrounding Vikings, who were initially struck with awe and subsequently rose to their feet, fists raised in unison, Sam felt a sense of resignation as he too stood up. Although these dragons were indeed formidable, having witnessed Green tame a night fury, Sam found himself less enthralled. His greater concern was the clarity and volume of the commentary that had previously been inaudible in the arena. What was the reason behind this? Unable to contain his curiosity, Sam inquired of a nearby individual. It is Princess Victoria who has invented a colossal horn capable of amplifying human voices manifold. It is as simple as that. And you, my hefty friend, I advise you not to disrupt my viewing of the match. Observing the fierce-looking Viking who exchanged a few words before turning back to cheer, Sam couldn't help but smirk. Can you truly see? The figures in the arena now resemble mere insects. And those once terrifying dragons have diminished to the size of cattle. Although the sounds were now discernible, the lack of visibility was equally maddening. Frustrated, the hefty individual scratched his head. Ah yes, the device Green provided. Sam examined the long tube in his possession, then raised it to his eyes. The world became remarkably clearer. Chapter 44. My beloved is a dragon tamer at this moment, amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of Vikings. Rel's expression was far from favorable. He had anticipated a certain victory today, yet it was evident that he was not the sole contender with such aspirations. The robust individual beside him, akin to a raging bull, had always been his rival, and this occasion was no exception. As the son of the chieftain of the 3rd largest island in the Scandinavian kingdom, Douglas was hardly inferior, having bested him in last year's gladiatorial tournament to become the youngest berserker in history. This had always been a source of anguish for Rel. In preparation for this selection contest, he had invested considerable effort, striving to emerge victorious with absolute superiority. Little did he expect to encounter a humble locksmith capable of taming dragons before the competition even commenced, only to find that his old adversary had devised a similar strategy. As a fierce and daunting fire-breathing dragon, the strength of the fire demon and the 2-headed dragon were nearly indistinguishable. Thus he found himself at a negligible advantage. Look, what is that? Odin, it is a black dragon. It is descending. There is someone atop it. As Rail stood in the arena, lost in thought with a stoic expression, he was jolted by the shouts of those around him and instinctively looked up. It was that damned commoner. Rail recognized the black dragon. Shouldn't he be trapped in the Colosseum of Thor's Island? He immediately turned his gaze towards the noble seating area, where the constable of Thor's Island, Rocky, wore a similarly perplexed expression. Glenn, riding on Pip, soared over the mountain's edge and into the air above the arena. Captivated by the throng of people below and the deafening cheers, a scene that rivaled the grand concerts on Earth. Having resolved to use this selection contest as a catalyst to alter the Vikings' perception of dragons, Glenn believed it imperative to leave a profound impression from the outset, thereby enabling them to truly comprehend the power and might of the union between humans and dragons. Come on, Pip, it's time to showcase our true prowess. With Glenn's command, Pip flapped his enormous wings and ascended to the heavens. Once at a sufficient altitude, he executed a dramatic turn and dove towards the ground at a vertical angle. As the night fury plunged, its iconic piercing scream echoed. The Vikings in the Persel Colosseum bore witness to the most exhilarating dragon flight in history. The black dragon leapt into the heights, trailing a shrill cry, akin to a streak of black lightning racing towards the earth. Just as they anticipated the dragon's imminent crash, it unfurled its wings and tail fins in an instant, gracefully arcing back into the sky. Upon reaching the arena once more, it opened its mouth and let out a resounding roar, then unleashed a spherical bolt of lightning towards the heavens. The bolt, shimmering with a silver tail, ascended into the cloud layers and, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, created a rippling wave of light that radiated outward in all directions. As the light dissipated, the thick clouds transformed into a veil of mist, and under the midday sun, this mist gave rise to vibrant rainbows. The black dragon descended like a deity, traversing the multicolored arcs, its wings vast enough to obscure the sun, and gently landed in the center of the arena. Silence enveloped the nearly 100,000 spectators. Not a voice was raised, not a sound was heard. For a long moment, the arena remained hushed, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. At last, a tremorous voice from the back corner of the arena broke the stillness. "Ah, it's Gelin. It's Gelin. Huzzah!" With this exuberant exclamation, the other Vikings awakened from their stupor and joined in the chorus. Huzzah! The roar of jubilation that followed was earth-shattering. My beloved is a legendary hero, destined to one day ride a black dragon, traversing a rainbow to claim me as his bride. In the center of the arena, upon a viewing platform, stood a petite girl with fiery red hair styled in twin tails, clad in a maid's outfit. She tilted her head, her small fists resting beside her cheeks, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement. "All right, Maria, stop daydreaming and come back," chided a golden-haired maiden in a flowing platinum gown adorned with a laurel crown, her forehead pressed in exasperation. "Your prince has arrived, your highness." Maria, blushing, turned to the short-haired girl and pouted. "I merely voiced what you wished to express." "I hardly recall my words being articulated in such a manner," the short-haired girl replied, rolling her eyes in disbelief. "Enough with the details. Close enough will suffice. Moreover, your highness, do you not think that this dragon-riding knight aligns more with your preferences?" Maria trotted back to the side of the short-haired girl, clutching her arm. "Those dragon slayers are simply barbaric. So savage. There is no beauty in that, humph." The little maid scrunched her freckled nose as she finished her statement. Beside the short-haired girl stood a stoic girl with long black hair clad in armor. She maintained a blank expression, her brow only furrowing slightly upon hearing the topic. "Freya, sit down. There is no danger. You need not be so cautious," the short-haired girl instructed, turning to the armored maiden. Freya nodded slightly, but remained silent. Even as she sat, keeping her posture rigid, one hand resting on the hilt of her sword at her waist. "Your highness, do you know which tribe this dragon-riding youth hails from?" Maria inquired with wide, curious eyes. The short-haired girl contemplated the young man in the arena, waving to the cheering Vikings, before responding, "He is not a son of any tribe I am familiar with. I have never seen him before." "Could it be? Is he a commoner?" Maria gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, then exclaimed, "Your highness, is this not precisely what you have always desired? He possesses talent, courage, and admirable looks, and most importantly, he is free from any ulterior motives, truly the ideal candidate. Whether he is suitable remains to be seen. Let us first observe the ensuing competition." Chapter 45. The Ugly Two-Headed Dragon. Oh, this is truly remarkable. In my 2-decade career as a bard, I have never witnessed such extraordinary flying prowess in a dragon, nor have I ever seen anyone capable of riding a dragon in flight. I am certain that this is the first for all present. After the cheers of the Vikings subsided, the enthusiastic commentary resumed. Now, I believe everyone is eager to discover the identity of this Viking warrior. Allow me to solemnly introduce the dragon tamer Gelin Hill from Thunder Island and his ebony dragon. The commentator paused momentarily while discussing dragons, evidently lacking familiarity with this unprecedented black dragon. Nevertheless, the information he shared incited a wave of astonishment among the assembled Vikings. Lagloff refrained from disclosing which tribe he hailed from as the son of a jarl. Could it be that this dragon tamer is merely a commoner? Indeed, he is but a humble locksmith from our Thunder tribe. Odin, how can this be? How did he manage to tame such a colossal dragon? None of the commoners participating in the competition managed to slay a dragon. He must be the only free man to have succeeded. Yet, what can be done? We commoners lack assistance, equipment, and professional training. Hunting a dragon is an arduous task. Our neighbor, young Doka, entered the dragon-slaying tournament and returned with a broken leg. Poor child. And what of it? Our neighbor's child has yet to return. Just as the Viking audience buzzed with chatter, the commentator's voice resounded once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, I bear good news. We have another commoner contestant who has just arrived. He is Hilarosen from Glacier Island. And he too has captured a dragon, a small and cunning terrible dragon." As the commentator's words concluded, the anticipated cheers failed to materialize. Instead, the previously murmuring Vikings fell silent for a moment before erupting into uproarious laughter. Gelin, observing the young Viking boy standing awkwardly with a cage in hand, comprehended the source of their mirth. First and foremost, Glacier Island is the northernmost isle of the Scandinavian kingdom, where winter reigns throughout the year, and the environment is harsh and frigid. Consequently, only a handful of Vikings reside here, a number too few to constitute a tribe, devoid of any jarl or nobility. A few years prior, A man named Old Rosen claimed to be the leader of Glacier Island and aspired to establish a glacier tribe. Yet, such aspirations were evidently not recognized by other Jarls, leading the populace to regard it as a humorous anecdote in daily life, widely circulated. It is likely that this comical Rosen is the elder of the young boy. Furthermore, the dragon he has brought to the competition, the terrible dragon, is known to be the smallest dragon species recorded by the Vikings, measuring approximately the length of a human arm, with relatively modest offensive capabilities. However, one must not underestimate it. Terrible dragons are gregarious creatures, often found in groups ranging from 5 or 6 to several dozen. If one incites the ire of a single dragon, these competitive little beings will undoubtedly summon their companions, unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon you. Thus, while terrible dragons have always posed a nuisance to the Vikings, they do not constitute a grave threat. Moreover, these mischievous individuals are notably astute and cunning, always adept at discerning various traps, making them difficult to capture. Had it not been for the emergence of Green, perhaps when this humble boy from the common folk appeared with the fearsome dragon, the watching Vikings would have been generous with their cheers. Yet now, in the absence of comparison, this newcomer has evidently become a source of amusement. Esteemed warriors and ladies of the Vikings, it is now midday, and all competitors have gathered. Let us commence the main event of the day. Now, we invite our little Thor, Rael, to demonstrate how to slay a powerful and grotesque two-headed dragon. Just as Green leaped down from the back of Pip, intending to inquire how this frail boy from the glaciers managed to capture such a terrifying beast, the commentator's voice resonated once more. Several other competitors quickly retreated to the sidelines, leaving only little Thor Rael and the perplexed Green standing at the center of the arena. Truly, a warrior capable of taming dragons. Our remarkable young lad appears unconcerned about the possibility of being harmed. Observe how he stands there, seemingly devoid of any intention to move. Huzzah! Upon hearing the commentator's voice and the thunderous cheers of thousands of Vikings from the stands, Green finally comprehended the situation. Yet he had no intention of departing, for he sought an opportunity to rescue the two-headed dragon. Rael cast a disdainful glance at Green, who remained resolute in the arena, his expression darkening. This was his moment, and he had not anticipated that this wretched commoner would attempt to steal his thunder. As the iron bolt securing a dragon's cage was removed, a thick plume of green smoke began to billow forth, a customary tactic employed by the two-headed dragon before it strikes. The creature, known for its penchant for ambush, revels in tormenting its target amidst the smoke. Its vividly green skin camouflaged within this haze makes it difficult for most to locate them. Observing the now unlocked cage, Rael did not, as most would, reach for a shield and weapon. Instead, he lifted a bucket of water that had been prepared nearby. One head of the dragon could emit this green smoke, while the other was capable of unleashing sparks to ignite it. By dousing the head that could produce sparks with water, it would be rendered incapable of igniting the green mist. Rael silently recited the key points the rotund man had imparted to him, then circled the swirling green smoke, seeking the dragoness form. It became evident that they were a team, having previously drenched both heads of the two-headed dragon. Now, he had only a 50% chance. To avoid misidentification, Rael had tied a red cloth around the neck of the head that could emit sparks as a marker, thereby significantly reducing the difficulty. However, this clever ruse was unbeknownst to others. Only he understood its significance. He prowled. Rear patiently circled around the green mist, never daring to venture within, even in the face of the disapproving jeers from the increasingly bored spectators. Such restraint is an essential quality for a hunter trained in the arts of his craft, and Rear believed himself to be excelling in this regard. As the saying goes, diligence bears fruit. Eventually, the two-headed dragon, losing its patience, extended one of its heads from the verdant haze, provocatively regarding Rear, with a particularly conspicuous red cloth tied around its neck. Seizing the opportunity, Rear dashed forward, swiftly hurling the contents of his bucket towards the creature. The aim was true. A smirk of disdain crossed Rear's lips. It was hardly a formidable foe. He then seized a spear and shield from the nearby armory, bravely shouting as he charged into the emerald fog. The dragon's head, momentarily stunned by the unexpected drenching, now glimmered with a mocking light in its yellow eyes as it observed the audacious human entering its lair. Chapter 46. The Berserker's Fiery Fury. Who is the craftiest hunter? The two-headed dragon delivered a vivid lesson to all present Viking spectators. Suddenly, there was a resounding bang, and the green mist ignited as if set ablaze by a spark, causing Rear to be hurled outwards by the force of the explosion, engulfed in flames. He grimaced in pain, desperately attempting to shed his now flammable attire, but today, he had evidently made a poor choice. His luxurious bear fur coat had become the perfect kindling, the fire rapidly consuming him. Screaming in agony, Rear struggled futilely to extinguish the flames engulfing his body. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a voice cried out, "Jump into the waterway." The waterway, a small river meandered through the Pelsair Coliseum, once utilized for naval battle displays, now serving as Rear's lifeline. Without a moment's thought to discern the source of the shout, he howled and leaped into the waterway. In that instant, the world fell silent. Everything transpired too swiftly. The Viking audience merely witnessed Rear, spear and shield in hand, charge into the flames, only to be blasted out and subsequently plunge into the adjacent waterway. Had he failed to slay the dragon? And what of the two-headed beast now? Their anxieties shifted to this pressing concern. Though the released dragon's wings had been incapacitated, rendering flight impossible, its massive form still posed a threat to the Vikings below. It was evident that returning it to its original cage would not be a simple task. The guards of the arena hurried to the scene. Yet none dared to approach too closely, for they were unwilling to be the ones incinerated before the gaze of thousands, only to find themselves leaping into the waterway with no means of escape, gazing at the two-headed dragon in the distance. Its long neck stretched provocatively as it glared at the guards. Green absent-mindedly stroked his chin. This two-headed creature was not merely cunning and treacherous. The red cloth was evidently tied around its other neck, yet it had removed it and secured it on this side instead. Rael had fallen victim to underestimating the dragon's intelligence. The two-headed dragon clearly excelled in the art of tormenting its foes far more than he did. Squeak! A bolt thrower was wheeled out, the most formidable dragon-slaying contraption devised by the Vikings, capable of launching from massive dragon-hunting bolts at once, with tremendous penetrating power and range. A dragon rendered flightless was not overly difficult to contend with. Since recapturing it would prove challenging, the guards resolved to slay it instead. "Wait," Green interjected hastily, stepping forward. "Allow me. I possess a method to return it to its prison." The captain of the guards glanced at Green and gestured for the bolt launchers to cease their preparations. It was fortuitous that someone was willing to take on the task. After all, dragon-hunting bolts were not infallible. Should they inadvertently provoke the creature, the guards would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. Green mounted the dragon's back, positioning himself in front of the fleeing two-headed beast. This cunning creature clearly understood that it might not stand a chance against the Night Fury. Resorting to its previous tactic, it opened its large mouth and once again exhaled a plume of green smoke, attempting to conceal itself within. "Huh, you think that will work again?" Green chuckled, patting the head of his dragon, Toothless, who immediately began to flap its enormous wings. A gust of wind swept through, and the two-headed dragon's stealthy form was instantly revealed, its bewildered eyes wide with shock, completely unprepared for this countermeasure, realizing it had lost the element of surprise. The two-headed dragon turned and fled. It had always been thus. Rather than confront a formidable foe, it preferred to escape. However, Green would not grant it such an opportunity. The agile Toothless once more positioned itself in front of the dragon, unleashing a wave of electric energy at its feet. The two-headed dragon quickly altered its course, only to find Toothless obstructing its path yet again. This continued 3 times until the dragon was ultimately forced back into its cell. As the iron bolt of the dragon's prison clicked into place, the audience in the arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, reveling in the spectacle they had longed to witness. Ahem, esteemed guests, an unforeseen incident has occurred. The dragon-slaying performance by our warrior Rael may require a brief intermission. As the commentary resumed, the Viking spectators responded with a chorus of boos, their disappointment palpable after Rael's earlier performance. Next, we invite the youngest berserker in history, Douglas, to demonstrate how to conquer a terrifying fire demon. The voice of the commentator announced promptly. Following the earlier mishap, the Viking audience refrained from cheering immediately, choosing instead to await the final outcome. Green beheld a robust Viking, as formidable as a bull, charging into the center of the arena, thumping his chest like a mighty gorilla. Just as Green anticipated the commencement of the spectacle, Douglas abruptly turned and bellowed at him, declaring that regardless of how he had tamed the dragon or what tricks he might employ next, the ultimate victor of this selection contest must be him. With a fist raised in defiance, Douglas strode fiercely toward the gate that imprisoned the Inferno beast, personally unfastening the iron bolt. A thunderous roar erupted within the arena as the dragon unleashed its fury. Were Green to describe the Inferno beast, he would articulate that it possessed the quintessential form of a dragon: crimson scales, demonic horns, razor-sharp fangs, a fearsome visage, barbed spines along its back, vast bat-like wings, and a menacing gaze that would instill dread in any sentient being confronted by this creature. which exceeded 20 meters in length. Yet, at that moment, the valiant berserker Douglas felt no trepidation. Wielding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, he shouted and charged toward the ferocious Inferno beast. The spirits of the fallen are with me. The Inferno beast glared menacingly at this familiar yet diminutive creature, the one who had ambushed it, rendering it unconscious and imprisoning it in a cage. It had lost its freedom and, more grievously, its ability to soar through the skies. The creature before it would pay dearly for this transgression. The dragon's massive maw, filled with fangs, unleashed a torrent of pent-up rage upon the advancing Douglas. Flames cascaded like a river of fire, engulfing the figure on the ground, yet Douglas pressed on against the Inferno. Indeed, he surged against the current. Each berserker bestowed with the title of Persil was granted a cloak crafted from dragon hide, a testament to their divine protection from Odin. They wielded the might of dragons, the spirit of bears, and the valor of wolves. On the battlefield, they were unstoppable, the most ferocious warriors, relishing the challenge of formidable foes. Only those who fell in battle earned the title of berserker. To perish in a sickbed was a disgrace. The clash between the berserker and the Inferno beast was undeniably more riveting, with the roars of the audience echoing continuously. The colossal dragon, deprived of its fiery advantage, sought to rend the loathsome human to shreds with its sharp claws and terrifying fangs. Yet Douglas matched it blow for blow with his weapon. Each strike drew blood, but he too bore new wounds. This was the most spectacular dragon-human duel ever witnessed in the Persil arena, bar none. As the spectators' voices grew hoarse, as Douglas became drenched in blood, and as the massive dragon panted heavily, the battle raged on. Amidst a chorus of astonished exclamations, Douglas sprang forth, leaping onto the back of the fiery behemoth, intent on conquering this dragon as the commoner had done. What others could achieve, he too must accomplish, and with unparalleled excellence. For he was Persil, driven by unwavering conviction. Had it been any other dragon, Grin would have undoubtedly marveled at Douglas's audacity. However, this was a flame-wreathed terror. To mount its back and push it to the brink of despair was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 47. The second contest. Nibber had once warned him never to approach a flame-wreathed terror cornered in despair. In such moments, the creature exudes a viscous substance akin to kerosene, engulfing itself in flames from its snout to its tail, resembling a true dragon of fire. Douglas had not anticipated that the body of the fiery behemoth could ignite. Facing its breath, he had thought he could withstand it with dragon hide, yet flames erupted from beneath, catching him utterly unawares, and his garments were soon aflame. Learning from the past, without needing a reminder, he immediately plunged into the waterway. The audience, witnessing the berserker's frantic leap into the water, fell silent, their hopes dashed. Was this to be his failure? Disappointment washed over them, for this was not the outcome they desired. Just as they believed Douglas would remain submerged like the previous contender, Rail, they were astonished to see the berserker, nearly bearing his skin, clawing his way back onto the shore. Grin, equally astonished, watched as the tattered figure of Douglas retraced his steps, reclaiming his axe and shield. They had all underestimated Douglas's fierce determination. When one's ambition eclipses their sense of embarrassment, even if tomorrow the world would discuss the paleness of the youngest berserker's posterior, he would persist in the contest. Perhaps the sight before them was indeed jarring, for Grin, speechless, rubbed his nose and approached Douglas, who now stood confronting the fiery behemoth. The dragon bore wounds, and its strength was nearly spent, yet its stubborn pride forbade it from succumbing at that moment. Having earned its respect through combat, it was now time for Douglas to show his own respect. He was to lower his weapon, signaling his benign intentions, and attempt to place his hand upon the dragon's snout. If it acknowledged him, he would henceforth be recognized as a dragon tamer. Why do you wish to assist me? Douglas turned and gazed deeply into Grin's eyes. I merely seek to aid this dragon, or perhaps, to aid myself. Grin replied with a shrug. Ultimately, Douglas chose to trust Grin's words. He cast aside his weapon and stepped forward, placing his hand upon the dragon's snout before the astonished gaze of the Vikings. The dragon did not retaliate. Odin, where art thou? It is truly astonishing. Today, we may have witnessed the birth of the second dragon tamer among the Vikings. As the once ferocious Flame Fury was led back into the dragon's den by Douglas, commentator Lagravoth gasped in amazement. However, before he could finish his thought, a voice rudely interrupted him. Today, we are engaged in a dragon-slaying competition, not a taming contest. Any contestant who fails to slay a dragon should not be deemed successful, myself included, bellowed Rail, now clad in a fresh outfit as he stood at the commentary podium. Indeed, today's event is a dragon-slaying competition. If they wish to succeed, they must first slay the dragons they have tamed. Several contestants who had already slain dragons echoed this sentiment, eager to eliminate a few formidable rivals. Lagravoth held no authority as a judge, and he turned his gaze toward the royal dais, where King Harold III, the most powerful figure of the Kingdom of Navia, sat. Your Majesty, this is indeed the case. From the outset, it was stated that only warriors who slay a dragon with their own hands could prevail. A middle-aged man, pale and bearded, rose from the left. He was Oridyar, leader of the Thunder God tribe and Rael's father. Although he felt immense disappointment that his son had failed to slay the dragon, he could not bear to see his opponent's son succeed. He envisioned the dire consequences should the third-ranked force of Navia ally with the first. Your Majesty, I beg to differ. Taming a powerful dragon is evidently far more challenging than slaying a foolish one. I believe that a warrior capable of taming dragons undoubtedly has numerous opportunities to kill them, and thus, they should be recognized for achieving a greater feat. A robust man with a bushy beard rose next. He was Graham, Douglas's father. Observing the two leaders clashing once more, the heads of the other tribes exchanged glances but remained seated, knowing it was not yet time to take sides. There was no need for hasty declarations. Oh, today is my daughter's selection ceremony. This matter is not suitable for me to arbitrate. Let us see what her own opinion might be. Chuckled a handsome middle-aged man with golden hair and a crown, stroking his beard. He was King Harold III, often referred to as the golden-haired king of Navia. As the contestants gathered once more in the center of the arena, Green understood that the time to announce the final results was approaching. The standard proposed by Rael had already crossed his mind. However, it was not intended to secure his ultimate victory, but rather to enlighten the Vikings on the tamability of dragons. Now that his objective had been achieved, the remaining results seemed less significant. Furthermore, the outcomes of this competition had exceeded his expectations. The Vikings were not as resistant to the dragonkind as he had anticipated. Of course, there might be some dissent, but it was drowned out by a chorus of astonished cheers. Among the most significant achievements of this event was the potential acquisition of a new supporter. Thank you for that, Douglas brusquely remarked as he approached. He then added, I won't hold back in the upcoming matches. Green shrugged nonchalantly. Given the recent performances of the two warriors, Princess Victoria resolved that their participation was justified. Whether it involved taming dragons or those who hunted them, they had met the requisite standards. They had every opportunity to slay these dragons. But a few minor mishaps occurred solely for the sake of showcasing their skills to the audience. Despite a portion of the Vikings expressing their discontent with boos upon hearing the commentary, the majority accepted the outcome. After all, this was someone else's matchmaking event, and they were merely there for the spectacle. The Vikings had inhabited these waters for generations, yet their homes appeared rather new, a fact that was likely clear to all present. Thus, Princess Victoria decided to address this issue. The next competition would entail constructing a dragon-proof dwelling within 7 days or sourcing superior building materials. Chapter 48. Pippi wants fish. As the competition concluded, the Vikings surged out of the arena, eager for more entertaining pursuits. Such grand events were rare communal gatherings for all Vikings. Tribes from various islands within the kingdom would bring an array of peculiar items and rare treasures to trade or exchange with one another. Moreover, the bards, who typically roamed from place to place, would converge during this time to share captivating tales and enchanting stories. As Green soared out of the arena on Pippi, he gazed at the throngs of people below and the cacophony of lively shouts, scratching his head in exasperation. How would he find anyone? However, while it was difficult for him to spot others, they could easily see him flying above. Green, over here, here. Just as Green was beginning to feel anxious, he suddenly spotted a plump figure in the crowd, waving a garment and calling out to him. It was Sam, along with his sister Annie and Helen. As the night fury descended from the sky, the Vikings, who had been looking up in awe, quickly scattered, creating a vast open space. Though they cheered from a distance, it did not imply they were brave enough to approach such a formidable creature. Haha, your flight performance was simply magnificent, Sam exclaimed, gazing enviously at Pippi following Green. Have you decided what kind of dragon you want? After greeting Helen, Annie, and Meow Meow, Green turned to Sam and inquired, shouldn't we be hurrying to construct that dragon-proof house? Sam's expression was one of surprise. Although the second competition did not explicitly prohibit seeking assistance, the 7-day time frame was still exceedingly tight. Even the construction of a house solely from stone was no simple feat. Oh, it's all right. I have devised an excellent plan. But first, let us discuss what kind of dragon you desire, Green chuckled. Sam was quite intrigued by Green's confidence. This question had perplexed the Vikings for many years without a satisfactory solution. To his astonishment, Princess Victoria had brought this dilemma to light during the selection competition. Upon further reflection, I discovered that most dragons are not suitable for me, but there is one that I truly admire, Sam mused, resting his chin on his hand. Which dragon? Green inquired with curiosity. The great tooth-chewing stone dragon. Sam replied. How fortuitous. Green clapped his hands in delight. The method I have conceived for building a house is indeed related to the chewing stone dragon. Related to the chewing stone dragon? Sam's gaze turned somewhat bewildered. Get up, Green exclaimed, exasperated, as he looked at Pip, who lay on the ground, rolling about and refusing to rise. Today, this fellow is determined to ruin my reputation. To provide some context, after discussing plans with Sam, Green led everyone to explore the marketplace. Although his pockets were empty and he could not purchase anything, it was essential to survey the Viking market. In front of the B. Russell Gladiator Arena lay an expansive sandbank, and a small river running through the arena formed a circular flow encircling the sandbank as it rushed toward the sea. At that moment, countless ships were docked along the river, with Vikings from various regions standing on their boats, hawking their wares. This grand gathering would continue until the selection competition concluded, prompting many Vikings from distant lands to temporarily settle on their vessels and acquire essential supplies. While wandering through the market, Green noticed a few items of interest, but had to abandon the thought of purchasing them due to his lack of funds. Similarly, Annie and Helen also spotted some appealing goods, but wisely refrained from voicing their desires, which left Green feeling somewhat disheartened, yet more resolute in his intention to earn money swiftly. However, to his surprise, Pip also became enamored with an exquisite basket of succulent salmon. This fish, characterized by its small scales and minimal bones, boasted a vibrant orange-red hue and tender, exquisite flesh. It could be enjoyed raw, grilled, boiled, or stewed, and was highly cherished by the Vikings, though it was not often found, making it rather expensive. Upon seeing this culinary delight, Pip began to drool profusely and stood stubbornly in front of the fish stall. When Green urged him to move, Pip squatted on the ground, glancing at Green while extending his head toward the fish, clearly indicating, I want to eat this. The other Vikings who were originally buying fish at the stall, upon witnessing the presence of the formidable black dragon, promptly vacated the area in fear. The fishmonger, though hunched over and eager to flee back to his ship, found himself unable to abandon the fish he had painstakingly caught. Thus he remained trembling in place. How much for your fish? Green inquired, noticing that Pippi was stubbornly refusing to budge. €1 each, the fishmonger stammered. Goodness, that's exorbitant. Green exclaimed, shrugging helplessly at Pippi. Come on, brother. We truly cannot afford this. In protest, Pippi lay sprawled on the ground, howling in defiance. The fishmonger's spirits plummeted. No one wishes to conduct business while being obstructed by a terrifying behemoth. He cast a forlorn glance at Green, silently pleading for him to remove the black dragon from his premises. Yet, Pippi's sudden childish tantrum left Green at a loss. Surrounding them were Vikings, forming layers of awestruck onlookers, gazing in disbelief at the antics of the black dragon. Their expressions akin to witnessing a cow soaring through the sky. Dragons could behave this way? As the initial shock wore off, their faces transformed into amusement. Some stifled laughter behind their hands, others pointed and guffawed, while a few even stepped closer, reducing the distance between them and the spectacle. Just as Green contemplated borrowing more money from Sam, a bright voice rang out. Uncle, we'll take all your fish. How much in total? Look, it's Princess Victoria. Where? Let me see. Truly, our Viking fairy is stunningly beautiful. I regret not having signed up for the matchmaking event. Damn it, don't crowd from behind. Chapter 49. Victoria. This was the first short-haired woman Green had encountered since arriving in this world. Although Viking customs did not explicitly forbid women from cutting their hair short, nearly all Viking women wore long hair, stemming from humanity's long-standing aesthetic preferences, where long locks are generally perceived as more feminine. Yet, at this moment, Green could not deny the extraordinary beauty of this short-haired girl before him. Her allure was not ethereal like Helen's, but rather a refined and delicate elegance. With a standard nine-headed figure and a proportionate, elongated form, her brows arched like distant mountains, lashes fanned like feathers, her bright, clear eyes sparkled, her nose was finely shaped, and her soft pink lips complemented her fair, slender neck. Her golden, exquisite short hair slightly revealed glistening earlobes, rendering her nearly flawless appearance akin to an earthly fairy. Your Highness, doesn't he look like a silly goose? She teased, giggling, as Green stood entranced, gazing at the short-haired girl emerging through the parted crowd. A mischievous voice suddenly broke the silence. He felt a tug at his sleeve. His sister Annie, observing her brother finally coming to his senses, shot him an irritated glare. Wow, that's simply adorable. A red-haired little girl in a maid outfit dashed out from behind the short-haired girl, rushing to Annie's side. She pointed a finger at the little dragon, asking, "Is that also a dragon?" Annie's expression immediately hardened. "It is not a dragon." "Not a dragon? That's impossible. It clearly has wings." "I said it's not a dragon. Where did you catch it? Why do you care where I caught it? Did you buy it? Where did you get it? I want to buy one too." "You can't buy it." Annie proudly lifted her chin. "Then can you sell this one to me?" "Mew Mew won't be sold." Annie shouted in frustration, tightly hugging the little dragon in her arms as she stepped back. To her surprise, the red-haired girl was undeterred, lifting her skirt as she chased after Annie. "So its name is Mew Mew. Can I pet it?" "No. I have honey cheesecake. If you let me touch it, I'll share a piece with you." "You're so annoying. Just move aside. My sister might have a bit of a temper. My maid can be a little clingy." To their astonishment, both Green and Victoria spoke simultaneously, exchanging surprised glances before breaking into smiles. Green bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Your Highness. Have you decided how you will approach the upcoming grand tournament?" Upon hearing Princess Victoria's words, Green momentarily froze, then awkwardly scratched his head, beginning to grasp the situation. The essence of this tournament was essentially for her to select a suitor, and the participants were expected to have the same purpose. Now, with Princess Victoria broaching the subject, Green felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment. Noticing the change in the young man's expression, Victoria responded with a natural, easy smile. "You need not feel that way. Among us Vikings, marriages have always been determined by the entire family. While a woman may have the right to select from a list, it is not true freedom. Although I am a princess of the realm, I must still adhere to tradition, which is why I requested my father to alter the format. Even if it is not true freedom, at least I have more choices." At this point, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Victoria's face. But it was just a moment before her expression returned to its light-hearted demeanor. She playfully winked at Green. "Dragon Tamer Green, I have high hopes for you. Please do not let me down." Feeling a hand discreetly pinch him from behind, Green coughed awkwardly and quickly shifted the topic. "Your Highness, could you kindly spare me some of that salmon? My dragon may not leave if it doesn't consume these fish today." Green helplessly smiled as he pointed at the ground where Pip lay. "Huh, it truly is amusing. Let these fish serve as a welcoming gift for it," Victoria said with a faint smile at Green, then turned and beckoned. "Maria, let us depart." Green placed the basket filled with salmon before Pip, who immediately flipped over and stood up, eagerly thrusting its head into the basket and devouring every morsel within moments. Burp. Night Fury let out a loud belch without any semblance of decorum. At this moment, most of the Vikings who had gathered to watch had followed Princess Victoria away, relieving Green of any concern about losing face. He secretly sighed in relief and said to Sam, Helen, and Annie beside him, "Let us return as well." Just as he intended for everyone to mount the dragoness back and take their leave, he suddenly noticed a disheveled Viking hurrying ahead, pursued closely by a young boy. This lad was none other than Hill Rosen, the one who had participated in the grand tournament from Extreme Iceland. "Pip, block him," Green instructed as he approached. Merchant Johann felt particularly unfortunate today. Initially, he had refused to lend money to a boy he encountered outside the arena. But the boy passionately asserted that he could undoubtedly become the most popular contestant of the day and laid out his plans. Finding the boy's confidence somewhat credible, Johann lent him the money and even placed considerable bets in an external gambling scheme. In the end, he not only lost everything, but now the boy who borrowed from him was attempting to default, inciting Johann's fury. After reclaiming what he believed was rightfully his, Johann turned to leave. After the competition, he had heard rumors of high prices being offered for these smaller dragons, and he was determined to recoup his losses through this venture. As he hurried along, lost in thought, Johann soon collided with a massive creature. He quickly looked up, terrified to find himself face to face with a dragon. "What on earth?" Green inquired, observing the cautiously approaching Hill. "He stole my dragon," the Icelandic boy in ill-fitting patched clothing panted. "Nonsense. You pledged it to me, and now that you cannot repay the debt, does it not belong to me?" Merchant Johann retorted, carefully distancing himself from the black dragon. "Could you grant me a few extra days? I assure you, I will repay your money." Hill stammered, his face flushed. "You all heard that, right?" He admits it himself. "And we had no agreement regarding an extension." "Humph," Johann huffed in annoyance. "What exactly is going on? Explain everything from the beginning. And do not think you can escape. If you believe you can outrun a dragon, feel free to try," Green said first to Hill, then turned his gaze to the bearded man who was attempting to leave. Upon listening to Hill's narration, Green finally grasped the situation. It turned out that this young lad from the icy realm of extreme ice had stumbled upon an injured, terrifying dragon in the wild. Upon hearing about the selection contest, he decided to bring the dragon along, even resorting to borrowing money for the endeavor. He naively believed that being the sole contestant with a living dragon would surely make him the star of the event. However, he quickly realized he was not the only one with such an idea. The plan unraveled, leaving him unable to repay the debt and at risk of losing the dragon he had formed a deep bond with during the nurturing period. "How much do you owe him?" Green inquired, stroking his chin. €1 and 50 euros, Hill replied, his gaze lowered. "Wasn't the registration fee €1?" Green asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. He himself had set aside 50 euros. The bearded Viking interjected, unable to contain himself. Observing the almost water-drenched face of the blushing lad from extreme ice, Green could only roll his eyes. "Sam, lend him the money to settle the debt. I'll reimburse you in a couple of days," Green instructed Sam, who nodded and retrieved the money from his pocket, handing it to the bearded Viking. After returning the terrifying dragon's cage to Hill and exchanging a few words, Green allowed him to leave. Sam, perplexed by Green's actions, couldn't help but ask, "What did you say to him just now?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely intend to establish a dragon circus," Green replied with a chuckle. "A dragon circus? What on earth is that?" Sam queried, bewildered. Chapter 50, Dragon-Shaped Melting Furnace and Stone-Chewing Dragon. Will this truly work? Sam asked, unable to contain his curiosity. At that moment, he and Green were crouched behind a boulder, observing a patch of grass not far away. "As long as what you said holds true, there should be no issues," Green nodded reassuringly at Sam. They were currently on an uninhabited island in the Viking Sea known as Sunstone. According to Sam's notes, chewing dragons frequently roamed this area, prompting Green to bring Sam to this deserted isle. Given the naturally timid nature of the chewing dragon, it typically flees upon encountering other creatures, making it challenging to approach, let alone tame. However, recalling Sam's earlier mention of dragon pearl grass, Green devised a plan. Use the grass as bait to lure the chewing dragon closer, then proceed to tame it. The method of taming the chewing dragon was rather straightforward. This gentle giant, which had a penchant for various stones, was quite amiable and emotionally expressive. By simply offering it some of its favorite stones, one could easily win its affection. "One is coming," Sam exclaimed in hushed excitement. Green quickly turned his head back. A rather plump dragon was soaring through the sky, measuring over 4 meters in length, its body adorned with gray skin and dotted with protrusions resembling pebbles of varying sizes. 2 relatively modest, draconic wings fluttered rapidly, complemented by a colossal, spiked tail at its rear, lending a robust appearance to the creature reminiscent of stone. The head of the stone-chewer dragon bore a slight resemblance to that of a hippopotamus, albeit with subtle differences. Its rounded lower jaw enveloped the upper jaw, revealing numerous formidable teeth within its mouth. Unlike the hippopotamus, its snout was not flat, but instead featured a triangular protrusion atop it. At this moment, the stone-chewer dragon had landed vertically upon the ground, basking in a state of bliss as it inhaled the aroma of dragon's pearl grass. However, when Green prepared to approach, it suddenly resembled a drug-imbibed ruffian, hastily flapping its wings and shaking its head before soaring back into the sky in a wobbly manner. What could be the reason for this? Green pondered momentarily. "Well, you see, dragons that consume dragon's pearl grass can experience one of 2 states," Sam remarked, scratching his head. Green and Sam did not have to wait long, as another stone-chewer dragon soon passed through the area. This time, there were no surprises. Upon consuming the dragon's pearl grass, it immediately fell into a dazed stupor. Even as Green and Sam walked past, burdened with their bags, it remained oblivious to their presence. "Shall we begin?" Sam inquired, retrieving some stones from his pack. "Indeed," Green replied, placing the dragon's pearl grass back into his bag. Regarding the stone-chewer dragon's peculiar predilection for stones, Nibber had previously shared some insights with him. As a draconic creature, one might wonder how dragons remain unaffected even during frigid nights or in icy realms. This is attributed to their unique physiological structure. Almost all dragons possess an internal heat source, which serves both as the organ for exhaling dragon fire and regulating body temperature. Within the stone-chewer dragon's body lies a massive stomach akin to a furnace, capable of melting various stones into magma, from which it absorbs essential elements for its sustenance. Green had once posed a particularly intriguing question. How does the stone-chewer dragon's body avoid being scorched from within by this high-temperature furnace? Nibber informed him that his former master had once dissected a stone-chewer dragon's corpse and discovered a special layer resembling fireproof material lining its stomach. This substance had formed over the years from the dragon consuming minerals such as graphite and clay. Additionally, his master found that feeding the stone-chewer dragon certain iron ores resulted in a metallic molten liquid upon its expulsion, which, upon cooling, could solidify into a reasonably high-quality steel. aptly named Stone Steel. Green was astounded by the Stone Dragon's remarkable abilities and whimsically contemplated some unique ideas, such as feeding it a proportional mix of clay and limestone, wondering if the resulting output could form cement. After all, the smelting temperature of iron ore is not vastly different from that required for cement production. Moreover, if one were to proportionately feed the stone chewer with soda ash, limestone, and quartz, while controlling the timing, could it possibly expel molten glass? Indeed, there are numerous similar ideas. Nibber was astonished by Green's imaginative thinking, yet he did not dismiss the feasibility of such an operation. Of course, it all depended on Green's willingness to experiment. Presently, he and Sam were engaged in this very endeavor. Green, do you know why the stone chewer enjoys consuming these stones? Sam inquired, while following Green's instructions to feed the oblivious creature that was mindlessly munching on rocks. You could say that the stone chewer must frequently consume these minerals to repair its stomach, which is eroded by high-temperature lava. Otherwise, it could very well be scorched from within by its own fiery breath. Do dragons fear fire? Sam exclaimed, astonished. There is no absolute material that is impervious to flames. It merely depends on their melting points. Melt point? Sam scratched his head in confusion, as Green often introduced him to terms he had never encountered before. Crack, crack. The stone chewer, momentarily distracted, soon regained its awareness. Upon noticing the two humans before it, it hesitated, then instinctively attempted to flee, only to have its mouth promptly filled with another delectable stone. Crack, crack. The stone chewer involuntarily resumed its gnawing. Sam, noticing the creature's demeanor, exclaimed in delight, Green, look. It hasn't flown away. Sam, you've succeeded halfway. Keep it up. Give it a name, and engage it in conversation to foster a bond. Name it. Sam's eyes sparkled. As he stroked his chin, I must ponder this carefully. What should I call it? Little treasure? No, you're not small. Little stone? That's no good, too mundane. It doesn't quite match your charming appearance. How about meatball? Hee, that name resembles my favorite food. Not bad, not bad. Observing Sam, who was now seated beside the stone chewer, chattering away, Green stood in a moment of disbelief, shaking his head. Stone chewer? Charming? What peculiar taste does this chubby fellow possess? Aside from finding the stone chewer somewhat adorably foolish, I see no other admirable qualities. Chapter 51. Construction in a corner of the Pelsair Coliseum, enclosed and separated, Green stood with 7 or 8 Vikings, presenting the drawn plans to the group. After ensuring they all understood, he nodded and waved his hand, declaring, since there are no questions, let us commence. The second competition involved constructing a sturdy house within 7 days. More accurately, the aim was for the participants to discover a building material superior to wood. Of course, if someone insisted on organizing a considerable workforce to erect a stone house, that was permissible, yet no one would choose to undertake such a task. The methods previously employed by the Vikings had been irrevocably deemed unreliable. They were not only laborious and time-consuming, but also exorbitantly costly. In the kingdoms of Scandinavia, apart from the royal castles, only a few noble estates were constructed of stone, while the majority of dwellings were predominantly wooden. This choice not only facilitated the use of readily available materials, but also made repairs considerably easier. Upon returning home with a small boat laden with cement blocks, Green and Sam's first destination was Sam's father, as they required assistance. Sam's father, Old Hant the blacksmith, had long been exasperated by his son's obsession with dragons. To his astonishment, Sam returned with a dragon, igniting a furious reaction from Old Hant. This creature is of no worth beyond hauling objects, and its enormous appetite makes it a poor investment. However, his ire was short-lived. The remarkable properties of the stone-chewing dragon left him utterly astounded, as it was the finest steel he had encountered in his 2 decades of blacksmithing. After Sam elucidated the origins of this extraordinary steel, Old Hant promptly agreed to assist, on the condition that Green would help him tame a dragon in return. Green readily acquiesced, recognizing the necessity of garnering more support for his future endeavors. The cement clinker, once fired, required crushing and grinding into powder for utilization, a task that would typically demand considerable time and effort. Yet, with the stone-chewing dragon, the process became significantly simpler. They merely needed to have it lift its colossal tail like a meteor hammer and strike it down a few times, followed by grinding the resultant material with a stone mill. After excavating the foundation, wooden boards were inserted on either side, with iron bars placed in the middle. Green, along with the others, mixed cement and sand in a 3-to-1 ratio with water, pouring the resulting mortar into the structure, followed by the addition of stones. This method was employed to conserve cement as much as possible, disregarding the size and shape of the stones, which would be entirely concealed within the mixture. After sequentially pouring the cement concrete, they used wooden mallets to strike the wooden boards acting as barriers on either side, ensuring no gaps formed between the cement and the stones. Remarkably, within just 2 days, they had constructed the 4 walls of the cement cottage. And the next step was to place the roof. As it was merely a display house for the competition, the structure was not particularly large, likely not exceeding 10 square meters, thus making the roofing process relatively uncomplicated. A layer of wooden boards was laid, supported temporarily by wooden columns, followed by a smooth application of cement mortar and iron bars on top. For the next few days, they would simply need to continually water the cement as it set. Upon completion of the house, the participating Vikings could hardly believe that they had erected a dwelling in a mere 4 days. Unable to contain his excitement, Sam's younger brother Luke crouched down and pressed his finger against the already solidified cement at the base of the house, marveling at its stone-like hardness. He exclaimed in wonder, "Odin, how astonishing! This is truly a miracle." He chuckled, remarking that this was no miracle, merely a simple demonstration of a dragon's ability. Green gazed at the earnest young lad with a smile. Sam's brother, unlike him, was not portly. Rather, due to his continuous training in blacksmithing alongside their father, he possessed a robust physique, exuding maturity and steadiness. He approached tasks with diligence and sincerity, and apart from occasionally displaying a hint of youthful shyness, he seemed akin to an adult. Though merely 15, he had garnered Green's profound admiration. "Brother Green, could you also help me tame a dragon?" Luke, enviously observing his sibling as he fed stones to the rock-chewing dragon, could not restrain his eager approach to Green. "And me too, Brother Green. I wish to have one as well." "Yes, yes." And the other apprentices from the Sam family chimed in, their voices rising in excitement. This should not pose much difficulty. Green mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully before nodding. The group of young boys, upon hearing Green's response, momentarily paused, then erupted in joyous cheers. "Long live Brother Green." However, do not rejoice too hastily, Green chuckled, raising a hand to signal them to quiet down before continuing. "To possess a dragon, you must first understand their habits, discerning what is permissible and what is not. For instance, many dragons enjoy having their necks grasped, yet the rock-chewing dragon is an exception. This area functions like a switch on their bodies. Should you seize its neck, it will open its mouth wide and unleash a torrent of molten lava. Furthermore, you must not treat them as ordinary animals. Most dragons are exceedingly intelligent and possess emotions akin to those of humans. Once you become a dragon knight, they will be your companions, your friends, your siblings." As Green elucidated these points, the young men gathered closely, listening intently, including Sam's father, the old man, who joined them. From noon until evening, they returned to Sam's home, where a bonfire was lit, and Green continued his discourse. By this time, however, he was not the sole speaker. Sam also contributed, sharing insights from his notebook about dragons. Observing the attentive would-be dragon knights, diligently jotting down notes, Green stepped aside and gazed skyward. He had been contemplating a pressing issue. With his emergence, an increasing number of Vikings would undoubtedly shift their perspectives on dragons, recognizing the benefits these creatures could offer. In such a scenario, there would be a burgeoning need for more dragon knights, for in Green's view, dragons were not merely powerful beings, but significant drivers of societal advancement. Thus, how could one achieve the mass production of dragon knights while ensuring their amicable disposition towards dragons and maintaining quality? Green concluded that he needed to establish a school, an institution dedicated to imparting knowledge about dragons and the art of dragon taming. Courses are established such that only those who pass the assessments may graduate, earning a dragon to call their own. Chapter 52. I am not targeting anyone. 7 days, a span that can be perceived as both lengthy and brief. As the dawn of a new day breaks, the arena of Parasail once again buzzes with vibrant activity. Standing upon the arena, with only Douglas and Rail by his side, Green realizes that it is only the 3 of them who have accomplished this task. After all, this has long been a perplexing challenge for the Vikings, and now they are tasked with resolving it within a mere week, which undoubtedly constitutes a significant trial. As the commentary resumes, the moment arrives for unveiling the results of the second competition. This time, however, the event appears more specialized. Princess Victoria has invited the renowned master architect and sculptor, Master Bartholdi, from the Kingdom of Navia, to serve as the judge for this contest. The venerable Bartholdi, having been appointed as the royal architect by the king, has not participated in such activities for quite some time, as he has reached an age where he ought to be enjoying his twilight years. Nevertheless, this time, in order to ensure the esteemed Princess Victoria's interests are safeguarded, he is willing to engage once more. Each time he stands in the Parasail arena, Gazing upon this colossal structure built upon a mountain, Bartholdi feels his heart swell with emotion. Once, he too was among the builders, participating alongside his mentor. Now, accompanied by his most accomplished student, Shanin. He returns to this venue. With Ail's assistance, Bartholdi approaches the first house to be evaluated, constructed by Rael, the son of Jarl from Thunder God Island. The house, modest in size, resembles traditional Viking architecture, yet it is distinct in that it is crafted from a dark, dense wood. Bartholdi circles the house, refraining from immediately allowing an examination of its fire resistance and sturdiness. Instead, he turns to Ail and inquires, "Can you discern what type of wood this is?" Ail steps closer, knocking on the surface, and after a moment of contemplation, he responds, "Master, could this possibly be that ironwood you mentioned, which grows in the abyss of darkness?" Bartholdi smiles, nodding in affirmation without uttering a word, and proceeds to the next structure. Behind him, the guards have already taken up hammers and fuel to commence testing this house. The Viking spectators are soon treated to a wondrous sight. As the hammer strikes the structure, the wood does not splinter. Instead, it emits a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Subsequently, when the fuel is poured over it, the wood neither ignites nor burns, but rather produces smoke and extinguishes. The onlooking Vikings erupt in excitement. If they were to construct their homes from such wood, why would they ever fear destruction by dragons? At this moment, Bartholdi has arrived before the second house, which was built by Douglas, the son of Jarl from War God Island. The house bore no particular distinction, being square in shape with a flat roof, and from the exterior, it appeared as if it were constructed from stone blocks. However, it was evident that the reality was far more intricate. Bartholdi approached, extending his finger to touch the still damp wall, then bringing it to his nose for a sniff, before turning to his companion, Errol, and remarked, "Come now, let me test you. What materials were used in this dwelling?" Errol nodded, mimicking his teacher's actions, inhaling thoughtfully before responding, "There's limestone. And what else? Volcanic ash?" Errol's tone wavered with uncertainty. "Haha, you are not mistaken," Bartholdi exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth at Errol's answer. "But, teacher, can volcanic ash really be used to construct houses?" Errol queried, astonished. "Ah, that is a tale from long ago. When the Colosseum of Pelsair was erected, my mentor recounted that those ancestors had indeed contemplated the combination of limestone and volcanic ash, but then, abruptly halting before the third house, Bartholdi gazed in astonishment at the structure before him. Though it bore a striking resemblance to the second house, square with a flat roof and dark gray walls, this edifice appeared to have coalesced more effectively. Its walls were remarkably sturdy, devoid of the dampness that suggested incompletion, and the wooden columns that once supported the roof had been removed. How long did it take to construct this house? Bartholdi swiftly turned to address the captain of the guard behind him, recalling that soldiers had been stationed nearby during the construction. "It should be about 4 days. The captain pondered before responding. Their building method is quite similar to Douglas's, but their structure solidified more rapidly. They merely needed to sprinkle some water afterward. When they dismantled the wooden boards, I even sent someone to inspect it. It was indeed quite marvelous." This was Grin's first ascent to the commentary platform of the arena, situated on a promontory before the king's dais. To the left sat the noble seats, occupied by the leaders and aristocrats of various tribes. To the right, the honor seats were filled with Viking witches from the temples of distant islands. At this moment, the 3 participants of the second round stood awaiting the final judgment of Master Bartholdi. The venerable Viking elder, with hair silvered by age, leaned on his cane as he approached the horn, clearing his throat before speaking in a gravelly voice. "I have just inspected the houses they built. All 3 are quite sturdy and possess a degree of fire resistance." As Master Bartholdi spoke, the Viking audience gradually fell silent. By the rules, all 3 have passed. Before the Viking crowd could erupt in cheers, Bartholdi abruptly shifted his tone, declaring, "However, in terms of practicality, this is not a personal critique, but rather a statement that apart from the house constructed by the young locksmith Grin, the others are nothing but rubbish." A profound silence ensued. No one anticipated that Master Bartholdi would ultimately deliver such a remarkable critique. Green lowered his head, somewhat speechless, and absent-mindedly touched his nose while gazing at the frail Viking elder before him. Just moments ago, he had been concerned that this master might be easily toppled by a gust of wind, yet in an instant, he uttered such commanding words. However, was he not merely thrusting himself into the flames? Indeed, the nearby young god, Rael, first cast a fierce glare at Green, then exclaimed in anger, "Even if ours pales in comparison to his, must we declare ours to be worthless?" He could accept defeat, yet he would not tolerate such an affront. Bartholdi straightened slightly, and regarded Rael for a moment before addressing the assembly with his resounding voice. Perhaps many of you are unaware of the materials used for that black wooden edifice. Allow me to elucidate, he continued. Firstly, it is constructed from a rare wood known as ironwood, which only flourishes in the dark abyss. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the Viking audience, for the terrifying tales of the dark abyss could fill days and nights without end. It was a cursed isle, its surface riddled with dark, unyielding rock, devoid of any vegetation. At the island's core lay a vast, profound chasm, cleaving the land as if it bore a scar. Within resided countless razor-like dragons. And should they soar past you, even the stoutest armor would be rendered to mere pulp. Under ordinary circumstances, no Viking would dare to set foot on this accursed isle, let alone venture to discover if any trees grew beneath the dark abyss. Furthermore, ironwood is exceedingly heavy and dense, rivaling steel, thus making it quite arduous to fell. If one were to attempt its harvest, it could only be done incrementally through burning, followed by chopping at the charred remnants. The duration of this endeavor would depend solely on one's lifespan. Upon hearing Bardider's elucidation of this timber, Rael found himself at a loss for words, as he too was unaware of its growth characteristics. He had merely salvaged some of this wood from a fishing outlet near the dark abyss. Now, let us discuss the second house. Upon hearing the master mention him, Douglas shrugged nonchalantly. He cared only for passing, regarding the ranking as a matter of consequence only in the final contest. This edifice was crafted from a mixture of volcanic ash, lime, sand, and gravel. While the materials themselves were commonplace, they bore a critical flaw. Their solidification period extended for months, and they could not withstand particularly frigid temperatures, lest they crack. Thus, this method was impractical for us Vikings. Now, let us turn to the third type of house. It was constructed from a substance known as cement, a fact I only recently learned from Green. The material in question is remarkably commonplace, a mixture of marble and clay, subjected to high temperatures. Results in this form of cement. Once ground into powder and combined with sand and stone, it becomes a viable resource for constructing edifices. Upon completion, these structures rival the grandeur of castles built from colossal stones, impervious to the threats of dragons or the perils of fire. Moreover, its curing period is exceptionally brief, allowing for swift decoration and habitation. Is it truly so wondrous? Exclaimed the Vikings in astonishment. Master, do you possess knowledge of the precise method of producing this cement? Some astute Vikings clamored for procurement. Green, how much cement do you have left? I wish to order 10 ships worth. Count me in. I desire 20 ships. The lower tiers of the arena were predominantly occupied by affluent Viking merchants, who had evidently recognized the immense potential of this cement. Oh, I am not well versed in these inquiries. I merely provided a succinct explanation from a professional standpoint. Should you wish to procure this cement or inquire about the formula, you may consult our inventor, Green, at a later time. Chapter 53. The Pirates. Green, how much cement remains? I shall take it all. Damn it, I was here first. Green, is your cement formula for sale? As Green exited the arena, he was swiftly encircled by a throng of merchants, most seeking to purchase cement, with a few inquiring about the production process. However, Green would not sell, for even if he did, others would struggle to replicate it. Their use of charcoal would not achieve the requisite temperatures for cement production. Everyone, please do not jostle. There is ample cement available, as long as you place an order. I assure you that delivery will be prompt. Green waved his hand to silence the clamorous merchants and continued. However, you must first pay a third of the total as a deposit. A deposit before delivery? The Viking merchants were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in protest. Little locksmith, this is not customary. We Vikings have never operated in such a manner. Indeed, it has always been payment upon receipt. All orders will be formalized with a written contract, complete with handprints. Should we fail to deliver on time, we will refund double the deposit. Clearing his throat, Green added, furthermore, those who place their orders first will receive their goods within 10 days. Upon hearing Green's explanation, the merchants gradually quieted down, sensing the merit in this contractual approach, which provided a degree of accountability for both parties involved. Even in the event of a breach, the contract could serve as proof of their claims at the tribal assembly. What is the price of your cement? Some merchants began to inquire about substantive details. 5 crowns for 1,000 pounds. Green had already determined a price that was neither exorbitant nor meager, but rather perfectly fitting for the current market. The Viking merchants exchanged glances, feeling somewhat reassured, and were about to inquire with Green about the contract when a squad of guards abruptly entered. Dragon Tamer Green, His Majesty summons you. Upon hearing the guard's words, Green was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation, suspecting it was indeed about the cement. Just then, Sam arrived with the others, prompting Green to inform the waiting merchants, "You may now seek out Sam. I have entrusted him with full authority to address these matters." The royal palace of the Kingdom of Scandinavia, known as Rosenberg, is situated at the heart of King's Island, bordered by a serene lake in front and majestic mountains behind, connected to the outside world solely by a long stone bridge. During foggy weather, the towering Rosenberg appears to shimmer and fade like a scene from a fairy tale, earning it the title of the Enchanted Castle. Upon his arrival, Green was immediately summoned by the king, accompanied by Princess Victoria and Master Barditor. "Your Majesty." Green bowed respectfully. "Ah, please be seated." King Harold smiled warmly, inviting Green to take a seat before continuing. "I wonder if our dragon tamer has any intentions of selling the method for producing cement?" "I do not plan to sell it at this time." Green replied hesitantly, but truthfully. "Rest assured, the price will be most satisfactory," King Harold assured him. In the prime of his life, Harold, with his golden hair and handsome features, complemented by a neatly trimmed beard, exuded charm that was quite disarming. "It is not a matter of price," Green quickly interjected. "Cement requires the involvement of dragons for its production." "Dragons? I have never heard of dragons participating in production," King Harold exclaimed in surprise, exchanging incredulous looks with the equally astonished Master Barditor. "Do you mean they are involved in transportation? Surely, manpower could suffice." "Not quite, Your Majesty." Green shook his head and elaborated on the method of producing cement using the stone-chewing dragons, leaving everyone present utterly astounded. They had never imagined that dragon taming could yield such benefits. "Is it true that only with dragons can the requisite temperature for cement firing be achieved?" Barditor was the first to regain his composure and pose a technical question. Green nodded in affirmation. "And how do you tame these dragons?" Victoria inquired, her curiosity piqued. After a moment's contemplation, Green rose and stated, "In my view, dragons are intelligent beings, although their intellect may not match that of humans. They cannot be regarded merely as beasts. They possess a multitude of capabilities. Once tamed, they can be utilized not only for production, but also as means of transport, and even to form a dragon army." "A dragon army?" King Harold gazed at the imaginative youth before him in astonishment. "You know, there have been others who entertained such notions in the past, yet they never succeeded. Most dragons are fiercely untamable. You may merely be an exception," he said, unable to conceal his disbelief. "No, I do not share that sentiment," Green replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. "I believe their approach is fundamentally flawed. They attempt to tame dragons using methods designed for domesticating livestock, which is utterly futile. To earn their trust, one must first show them respect, and crucially, refrain from hunting them. Have you considered how to address their dietary needs?" Barditor interjected. "We Vikings barely sustain ourselves in this harsh land. If we are to care for these insatiable dragons, we may find ourselves facing numerous uncontrollable issues. That conundrum is quite easily resolved. We can employ the dragons for fishing." "Your Majesty." Just as Green was about to elaborate further, a guard hurriedly entered, accompanied by the Jarl from various tribes. "What has transpired?" King Harold inquired immediately, for it was unusual for a guard to escort them without prior notice unless something of great importance had occurred. "The Dragon Tongue Island, located at the westernmost edge of the kingdom, has been attacked." "What?" King Harold rose abruptly. It had been centuries since the unification of the Nordic kingdoms that such an event had transpired. "Who are the assailants? What is the extent of the casualties?" he pressed. "It is unclear where they hail from. We only know they came with a massive ship and assaulted the unsuspecting Dragon Tongue Island. Fortunately, most of the warriors from the Battle Axe tribe were attending the selection festival, so casualties were minimal. A survivor has come to relay the news, and Rolf has already returned with his men." "Only one ship?" King Harold exhaled with a slight relief. Since the implementation of the Viking prohibition, there had been no conflict for hundreds of years, and the tribes had coexisted peacefully. Who could possibly choose this moment to attack Dragon Tongue Island? The other Jarls wore expressions of confusion, each convinced that it was not their own kin responsible. "Ahem, Your Majesty, esteemed Jarls, I may have an inkling of their origin." Green coughed, stepping forward. "A few days ago, while I was training dragons, I passed by Shipwreck Island and encountered a band of pirates from the southern continent. Engaging them in a fierce battle, I had thought they had departed, yet it seems they have returned." "Pirates from the southern continent?" The Jarls exchanged glances, first taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Poor Rolf, that old scoundrel. He is likely to strike a small fortune. Huh, it has been ages since I last tasted blood. Surely his great axe is yearning for action. Damn it, why must such fortune elude me?" Observing the once concerned expressions of the Jarls transform into mirthful banter, Green turned to Master Barditor in confusion. "What has come over them?" "Ah, brave dragon tamer Green. Have you forgotten what we Vikings once did?" King Harold interjected with a smile, recalling the essence of their heritage. He holds great expectations for this boy of humble origins, unencumbered by ulterior motives, possessing both capability and insight. Should he truly resolve the issues concerning the dragons, he would indeed be the most suitable choice for my daughter as husband. We are Vikings, renowned and formidable Vikings. In the past, even the armies of the southern continent were not our match, let alone a band of petty thieves from there. However, Your Majesty, centuries have elapsed, and we Vikings have remained isolated for so long. The world outside has undoubtedly transformed. Their vessels are now colossal, equipped with long-range weapons capable of launching iron projectiles. To advance against them without any reconnaissance is to invite our brave Viking warriors to their doom. Is this our dragon-taming warrior? He appears merely to be a coward, afraid for his life. Perhaps Green's voice grew too loud for the chieftains, who had been laughing moments before, erupted into mockery upon hearing his words. We Vikings have never feared death. It merely adds to our glory as we journey to Valhalla. Indeed, none can best us on the seas. We are the fearless Viking warriors. Yet, I implore everyone not to underestimate our foes and thus avoid futile sacrifices. Our steadfastness does not imply that others have remained unchanged, Green earnestly stated, gazing at the chieftains who looked down upon him. There is a place for your voice here. Coward, begone. Do not further disgrace our Thor tribe. A pale-faced, middle-aged man scowled at Green, rebuking him. He was Orod, the father of Riel, a chieftain of the Thor tribe. Very well, Victoria, please escort Green away. Observing Green open his mouth to speak again, King Harold gestured for silence. Your Highness, do you also share this sentiment? Upon exiting the palace, Green softly inquired of the silent Princess Victoria beside him. Is what you say truly the case? Victoria gazed intently at Green. Indeed, I assure you. With our current methods of warfare, we Vikings stand no chance against them, Green affirmed with a nod. Chapter 54. Does this constitute cheating? The Vikings have always been known for their obstinacy, both in their approach to life and their attitude towards foes. Both are difficult to alter. Victoria turned to gaze at the lake's surface. Like a stubborn bull, it is unlikely to change direction without first experiencing a painful collision. Yet now a stone pillar has emerged. Although immensely solid, it can reveal the benefits of change, serving as a valuable lesson for the bull. Victoria's unexpected words left Green in contemplative silence for a moment. Could this be the distinction between the elite and the common folk? Enough of this. Victoria turned back to Green with a gentle smile. Now, speak of your cement. If I wish to procure a substantial quantity of this cement, I am uncertain about the extent of your supply. Your Highness, do you require such a significant amount of cement? Green inquired, somewhat taken aback. The king's castle is constructed of stone, thus it is not as susceptible to the destruction that dragons inflict upon ordinary wooden houses. If it pertains to road construction, the urgency is not as pressing for the Vikings residing on the archipelago, as they predominantly rely on ships for transportation. I intend to establish a permanent marketplace on King's Island, as opposed to the current assembly that occurs merely once a month. This initiative would not only facilitate the daily transactions of the populace, but also invigorate commercial development, thereby yielding increased tax revenues. A commercial street? Upon hearing Princess Victoria's explanation, Green immediately grasped the concept. Indeed, that term is quite apt. It is a commercial street, he affirmed. Victoria, with a playful wink, continued, moreover, as this commercial street flourishes, we can expand this area further, attracting more residents to settle here. Eventually, our Nordic kingdom could establish its own city. Gazing at the radiant young woman before him, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, Green felt his heart momentarily skip a beat. He cleared his throat and averted his gaze. The supply should not pose any issues. However, Your Highness, I would like to request a parcel of land to construct a cement factory. What size of land do you require? She queried. It should not be too small, and ideally situated away from residential areas, as we will need to domesticate a considerable number of dragons. I recall you mentioning that producing cement requires limestone, correct? Victoria adjusted her wind-tousled hair and tucked it behind her ears. Indeed, Your Highness. To the south of King's Island, not far away, lies an uninhabited rocky island primarily composed of limestone. You may establish your cement factory there. An island? Green was instantly elated by Princess Victoria's words. Before he could express his gratitude, she added, however, you must first supply King's Island with 30 ships of cement at no charge. Not a problem, Green replied readily, his heart racing at the thought that 30 ships of cement could secure him an island. Such a bargain was unparalleled. Perhaps Green's enthusiastic agreement caught Victoria off guard, for she paused and then added, furthermore, you will be required to pay a certain commercial tax to King's Island. That should also be manageable, he replied. Oh, you needn't appear so troubled. Green, it's evident to everyone that you are destined for wealth, Victoria teased, playfully winking once more. Surprised to discover this lively side to the princess, Green stood momentarily speechless. For tomorrow's third round of competition, I plan to have you engage in impromptu storytelling or poetry. In terms of literary flair, upon hearing the princess suddenly shift the conversation to the competition, Green was initially taken aback, followed by a sense of bewilderment. If it were an impromptu competition, why was she informing him of it now? As Green gazed at the elegant figure in a flowing white gown, already turning away, he scratched his head, pondering whether this could be deemed as cheating. Perhaps anticipating Green's thoughts, Princess Victoria, who had already stepped into the mist, turned her back and waved at him, calling out in a sweet voice, I am the judge, after all. My dragon warrior, you must persevere. As the sun rose, the arena of Persel was more vibrant than ever, for all the Vikings were aware that the final round of the selection ceremony was to take place today. The crowd surged, a sea of heads, with even the previously neglected back row now filled with standing Vikings. Dressed as a bard, Lagroth adjusted his hat adorned with swan feathers and grasped his nickel harpa, slowly ascending to the commentary platform. He waved to the cheering audience and, with his resonant voice, proclaimed, We Vikings have a saying, the pen is mightier than the sword. A vivid tale can banish the boredom of long winter nights, and a beautiful poem can rekindle our hope for life. We cherish poetry and stories as dearly as we cherish the deep blue sea. Through poetry and stories, we document our history and our lives. Each year, during the biting cold of winter, our favorite pastime is to listen to our forebears recount those enduring tales in the warmth of our homes. For us Vikings, the significance of poetry and stories is akin to spiritual sustenance. Hence, Princess Victoria has decided that the final competition will revolve around vivid tales and poetry. The three valiant contestants must each narrate a new story or poem within the span of a candle's burn. And the one who receives the loudest cheers and applause shall emerge victorious today. Hold on. Just as Lagroth was about to continue, a coarse voice interrupted him. Rael stepped forward, questioning, Has the order of appearance already been determined? Lagroth, puzzled, nodded. This is unfair. Rael turned to the audience. The first contestant hardly has any time to think, while the subsequent two clearly have an advantage. Indeed, that's true. The first warrior is at a disadvantage. Hearing the supportive murmurs from the crowd, Rael raised his voice. We must draw lots to determine the order. Yes, let us draw lots. The audience echoed his sentiments, their clamor growing louder, and Rael felt quite pleased with his ability to incite such enthusiasm. Ultimately, the order of the competition was decided by drawing lots. However, after Rael completed the drawing and glanced at the red slip in his hand, his expression darkened to an inky despair, for he had drawn the first position. Lagrave, with a graceful demeanor, stepped aside, allowing the expressionless Rael to approach the horn. A smile involuntarily crept across his mind as he recalled the previously arranged order. After all, Rael was not the first. Could this be a case of cleverness backfiring? Standing before the horn, Rael's mind was blank. He had never shown any interest in tales or poetry, and now, faced with the task of improvisation, he found himself utterly incapable of conjuring anything. Observing the slight smirk on the lips of that insufferable commoner beside him, Rael felt certain he was being mocked. How could he possibly relinquish the beautiful Princess Victoria to such a lowly individual? He was unwilling to accept it. Rael clenched his fists in frustration, vowing that upon his return, he would ensure the demise of that detestable black dragon. Ah, the black dragon. Why not weave a tale about this creature? Inspiration struck Rael, and he immediately envisioned a story. Chapter 55. The Dragon of Calamity legend has it that lurking by the roots of the world tree, which leads to the land of the dead, Nibelungen, resides a colossal black dragon known as Nidhogg. After a prolonged wait, the audience was taken aback when Rael began recounting these myths, well cherished among the Vikings, eliciting immediate discontent and boos from the crowd. They had heard these tales countless times since childhood, and although they found them captivating, they were evidently not what they wished to hear at this moment. However, the tale I intend to tell is of another black dragon, one named Calamity. Upon hearing the audience's jeers, Rael raised his voice. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, and its powers remain unknown, yet wherever it appears, calamity follows. Its wings emit a horrifying shriek as it soars through the heavens, bringing only terror and despair to humankind. Some say it is the offspring of Hela, the goddess of death, spreading curses and pestilence, feasting upon flesh and souls in the ravaged land. Others claim it is the progeny of the despairing dragon Nidhogg, appearing upon the earth with a mission to surveil the world. When 3 long and harsh winters have passed, Taking advantage of the world's moment of vulnerability, it delivers a fatal strike. Yet, there are those who have foreseen its treachery. The seers have foretold the future, warning the world's kings that this harbinger of misfortune must be slain. The king proclaimed a decree to all warriors. Whoever slays this black dragon would win the hand of the most beautiful princess, his own daughter. A valiant warrior named Siegfried took on this quest. He battled the fearsome dragon for 7 days and nights, emerging battered and bruised. Yet he ultimately cleaved the beast in twain with his sharp axe and devoured its heart. Bathed in dragon's blood and having consumed the dragon's heart, Siegfried became invulnerable, unmatched in combat, yet he bore a fatal flaw. Upon his back, as he basked in the dragon's blood, a single leaf had fallen upon him. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by another warrior named Grendel, who belonged to the same tribe as Siegfried. He had discovered the fearsome black dragon before Siegfried, yet he lacked the courage to confront it. Envious of Siegfried's impending union with the beautiful princess, Grendel seized the moment when the dragon-slaying warrior bent down to drink and thrust his spear into him, subsequently claiming the dragon's head and deceitfully presenting it to the king as proof of his own valor. As Rael recounted this tale, he clearly faced his own direction, and Grim understood that he was alluding to himself. The audience had fallen silent. Although Rael's initial narration was rather mundane, they were ultimately captivated by this thrilling story. For the saga of the Dragon Slayer had long been a favorite among the Vikings. Yet the despicable Grendel did not achieve his desires. As the clever and beautiful princess saw through his lies, for the deceased Siegfried had revealed the truth to her in a dream. Was everything over? Rael exclaimed loudly. Not at all. He raised his hands and continued, declaring that the vile Grendel had long been seduced by the dragon's dark influence. After his deception was exposed, he fled into the forest, clutching the dragon's head, intent on resurrecting the black dragon to exact revenge on those who thwarted his ambitions. When the black dragon re-emerged, new calamities would surely follow. Misfortunes would come in succession. Only by slaying the black dragon once more could we prevent the recurrence of such disasters. Slay the black dragon. Rael cried passionately. Slay the black dragon. Many Vikings immediately echoed his fervor. Slay the black dragon. As the audience's fervent cries grew louder, Rael concluded his tale, satisfied with his exceptional performance. Unless Douglas and that lowly commoner could weave a more compelling narrative, the championship was surely his. More importantly, he had sown the seeds of rumor. On the royal dais, the little Maria pouted, clinging to Victoria's arm, indignantly muttering, "Your Highness, look at this villain. He harbors ill intentions. How could Pip be the dragon of doom?" In recent days, she had often sneaked out to play with Annie and cuddle with the playful Pip, who had become one of her favorite companions. Victoria, furrowing her brow, listened to the overwhelming clamor in the arena, her heart filled with apprehension. Regardless of what the son of Jarl from Thunder Island truly intended, he had undeniably stirred the sentiments of many Vikings towards dragons, a situation that greatly disadvantaged Grim. She silently hoped that he could turn the tide in his favor. Indeed, our little god of Thunder Rail's story was truly remarkable. Raglov returned to the horn, confident that everyone understood the meaning behind his tale. Is the black dragon a symbol of misfortune? Lagrove raised his voice slightly. Yet now we are all aware that our dragon tamer, Green, possesses a formidable black dragon. One cannot help but wonder what his thoughts on this perspective might be. I am certain that many are eager to discover this, and we hope to find answers within his tale. Now allow me to take the lead. Just as Green was about to step forward upon hearing Lagrove's commentary, he was unexpectedly halted by Douglas, who tugged at his sleeve. Consider this a token of gratitude for assisting me in taming Fawn. Douglas's gaze held a certain depth. Regardless, today, I shall proceed. He uttered these words in a low tone before swiftly advancing. It appears our berserker can hardly contain his anticipation, Lagrove exclaimed, stepping aside to reveal an opportunity for an even more captivating story. Standing before the horn, surveying the thousands of Vikings within the arena awaiting his initiation, Douglas exhaled deeply. Since the moment he had heard the final event of the competition, he realized that claiming victory was beyond his grasp, for he too was not adept at storytelling, let alone reciting a poem. However, there were matters he must attend to today, which he had originally intended to address only after achieving champion status. The Vikings have long adhered to the law of the jungle, where the words of the strong often garner greater acceptance. Yet now, he has come to comprehend that his greatest adversary was not the quest for external validation or societal pressures, but rather his own indecision, hesitation, and timidity. He lacked the courage to embrace challenges. Without action, one ultimately reaps nothing, especially in matters of the heart. Douglas clenched his fist in silence, raised his gaze to the crowd, and with a voice both firm and somber, proclaimed, at the age of 5, I befriended a girl who had lost her ability to speak from birth. Chapter 56, Douglas's Love. You have surely surmised. Douglas spoke loudly to the murmuring audience. In our Viking tradition, there exists but one kind of person who embodies such a fate, the Vilva witch. They are born mute, destined to be sent to the halls of the gods, forever deprived of parents and kin. The genesis of all tragedy lies in those ethereal legends. The Vilva witches are the chosen oracles of the gods, permitted to speak only by divine consent. Yet the gods have never granted them that opportunity. A sudden hush fell over the arena as the crowd gazed in disbelief at the man who dared to so brazenly blaspheme against the deities. However, Douglas remained unfazed. He continued, speaking slowly, My father was quite strict with me from a young age, so from the time I can remember, I spent my days wielding an axe. While other children fished in the sea, I was continuously swinging my axe. While others frolicked in the snow, I remained steadfastly engaged in my task. As my hands became scraped and my face bore wounds, my father would take me to the temple of the gods to tend to these injuries. It was during this time that I encountered Nina, a diminutive witch of the warrior temple. The usually expressionless and cold-voiced berserker displayed an unexpected gentleness in her tone. At that moment, she appeared frail and tiny, resembling a little quail. Under the guidance of an elderly witch, she carefully applied herbs and dressed my wounds. Although the bandaging resembled a bear's paw, it was through her that I met my first peer, a silent companion. In the lengthy and brutal days of training that followed, the only moments of solace and joy were those spent in her company. To prolong our time together, I would recklessly inflict injuries upon myself. However, when I turned 10, the old witch of the warrior temple passed away, leaving her alone amidst the cold statues. I considered bringing her home, but everyone insisted that it was not permissible, for she was a Vilva witch, destined to remain as such throughout her life. But why was that so? Douglas shouted loudly, addressing the crowd. At 12, I battled fierce wolves in the forest, sustaining grievous wounds, and prayed to the gods for strength, yet they did not respond. At 13, I fought a great bear in the northern lands, nearly freezing to death in the snow, and once again prayed for warmth, but still, there was no answer. Never had there been a response, just like the silent stones that would never speak. Ultimately, it was the witch who healed me, restoring my health. But how did I repay her? By offering some food, leaving behind a bit of gold, then continuing to imprison her within the temple through ancient legends? Is this how we Viking warriors conduct ourselves? Douglas roared. We merely sacrificed a lifetime of one for our selfish gain, to serve us. As for serving the gods, you all know that is unnecessary. From that moment, I vowed to liberate Nina from the temple. Not only would I free her, but I would also take her as my wife. I would cherish her for a lifetime, caring for her always. Boom. The moment Douglas finished his declaration, the entire arena erupted with fervor. His vow was utterly shocking to the Vikings of the present. To marry a Vilva witch. Everyone knew they were forbidden from marriage throughout their lives. Has he lost his mind? Someone shouted. He has blasphemed the gods countless times. Burn him. Yes, burn him. Of course, many remained silent, their faces reflecting concern as they watched Douglas step toward the honor platform, where all the Vilva witches were seated. Stop him. A noble shouted. The guards rushed forward, yet in the presence of the fierce-looking Pelser, they did not feel themselves to be worthy adversaries. Douglas stepped slowly towards the assembly of the Valkyrie witches, some of whom covered their mouths in tears. Others appeared stunned with disbelief, while a few trembled in fear. Only one frail girl seemed oblivious, sitting there in a daze. Her eyes were vacant, and the cacophony of gasps echoing through the arena seemed irrelevant to her. Even when Douglas approached and extended his hand, she remained silently perched upon the stone bench. It was evident to all that this Valkyrie was not only mute, but also blind and deaf. With tears streaming down his face, Douglas proclaimed, I was bitten by a venomous snake, and she used her own mouth to draw out the poison. Yet now, she cannot see or hear. If I can no longer care for her, then who will? Will it be you? You wish for her to remain forever in the temple, living alongside herbs, only to heal you when you are in need. As the guards closed in with their swords, Douglas resolutely took the girl's hand. He lifted her up and, amidst the roars of outrage and cries of dissent, he steadily moved towards the exit of the arena. Stop him, a nobleman shouted. Burn him alive, an elder Viking bellowed. Yet no guard dared to advance, nor did they wish to, for they saw in Douglas the unwavering determination reminiscent of the valiant Vikings of old, who would rather die than yield, and the spirit of one who charges forward even in the face of countless foes. Most were young, yearning for love. Gradually, a melodious and clear hum began to resonate throughout the vast and frenzied arena. There were no lyrics, no melody. Yet all the Vikings could discern the strength and encouragement within. Who was singing? The voices emanated from the Valkyrie witches, now standing shoulder to shoulder, bidding them farewell. They did not open their mouths, but the song floated like a breeze, echoing within the arena. It was a voice from the soul. Silence enveloped the arena. Was it the gods who granted them the power to speak? Was this the will of the deities? All opposing voices fell silent as Douglas's figure passed through the gates of the arena. The Vikings exchanged glances, pondering what to do next. There is a legend of a bird that sings, but once in its lifetime, its song more beautiful than that of any creature. From the moment it leaves its nest, it seeks out the thorn tree until it finds it, and then it impales itself upon the longest, sharpest thorn, unleashing its voice among the harsh branches. In its dying moments, it transcends its own suffering, and its song reverberates through the clouds, rendering even the lark and nightingale pale in comparison. This is an exquisitely beautiful song, whose melody fades only when life itself comes to an end. Yet, the entire world listens in silence. And even the gods smile down from the heavens. Each of us harbors something within our hearts for which we would willingly sacrifice our lives, even if it brings us profound anguish. Such is our nature, akin to the legendary thornbird of ancient Viking lore, weeping and singing amidst the thorns, offering our hearts and meeting our demise. One day, we shall discover our own thicket of thorns, disregarding the cost, enduring the torment, and convincing ourselves that it is all worth it. Chapter 57. Dreaming of dragons. Only Green witnessed the recent occurrence, and he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ragloff, exchanging a knowing glance with the golden-haired, elegant Viking bard. Both chose to feign ignorance of what had transpired. Green approached the horn, and Douglas's tale reminded him of Helen. Their experiences bore striking similarities, yet Douglas appeared far more reckless and unafraid. Should he follow suit? Green saw Helen on the podium, fervently shaking her head in disapproval. A wall may be breached by the first person, but anyone wishing to cross thereafter must contend with an even sturdier barrier and vigilant guards. Does that mean no opportunity remains? Green did not believe so. One must simply raise the entire wall to the ground. Any resistance would vanish. Though this may prove more arduous and time-consuming, it would be far more decisive, leaving no room for unforeseen complications. After recounting the legend of the Thornbird, Green successfully recaptured the audience's attention. He gazed at the contemplative faces before him and raised his voice slightly. In the past, we Vikings were all pursuers of dreams. For the sake of our aspirations, our ancestors spent their lives adrift upon tumultuous seas. They fashioned their ships to resemble dragons, yearning for the freedom to soar like these magnificent creatures. Generations after generations followed in the footsteps of fallen heroes, searching for a better haven to fulfill the dreams for which their forebears had sacrificed their lives. But what of the present? Centuries have swiftly passed. The world has transformed, and time has wrought its changes. The traces of those days have long been buried beneath the sands, and the mighty dragon ships have turned to ash. The Vikings of later generations have long forgotten the dreams for which their ancestors fought and perished. We have lost our fearless courage, our spirit of endeavor. Each day, we face the sun's rising and setting with numbness, enduring one harsh winter after another. Out of fear of illness and death, we have even entrusted our hopes to a girl who cannot care for herself. And then, shall we confine ourselves within this harsh, resource-scarce environment, continuing to cling to a life of mere survival? Gelin surveyed the silent audience within the Pelser arena and proclaimed, "Is this truly the essence of our modern Vikings? What is even more absurd is that in the past, we held no fear, no trepidation. We regarded the dragons merely as ornamental symbols. Yet now, they have transformed into tales that evoke terror within us. A mere dragon, whose skin is naturally black, has been scapegoated as the root of all our suffering? Is this what we have become?" Gelin's voice turned icy as he continued, "If we do not strive for progress, we deserve to endure such hardships. If we fail to enact change, this nation is destined to wither away." With that, Gelin exhaled slowly. He raised his head towards the Vikings, addressing all past, present, and future Vikings with a resounding voice. "I aspire to be a loyal child of dreams and a fleeting servant of reality. Like all my ancestors who dreamed of dragons, I must tread the same path as both the valiant and the coward. While many seek to extinguish the flame, I alone shall elevate it high. This flame represents the grand blossoms of an empire, sacred and divine. Like my dragon-dreaming forebears, I shall traverse the endless winter nights with this flame, which is the horn of the great empire and the mighty dragon ships hewn from the forests. In Valhalla, where even July can chill the bones, as pure as snow and as unyielding as the cold white drifts lying upon the mountains of the gods. I commit to this fire, the beacon that illuminates my captivity. Countless souls shall pass by my blade to herald the Empire's call. I willingly embrace the chance to begin anew, and like my ancestors who dreamed of dragons, I too am prepared to meet my fate upon the battlefield. Among the creations of the gods, I am the most susceptible to decay, bearing the relentless weight of mortality. Only the sword is dear to me, and I shall grasp it firmly, wielding it until my last breath in combat. Like all my dragon-dreaming ancestors, I would gladly be laid to rest in the vast ocean, watching over my tranquil homeland. Before my birthplace, I am filled with profound shame, my youth squandered, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. Like my forebears, time swiftly passes, stars fade, and clouds harbor a great dragon, destined to depart this life. If, a millennium hence, I were to be reborn upon the shores of the Empire, if once more I were to wield the Empire's sword and don the armor of my forefathers, while the great dragon soars above, I would choose the eternal endeavor. My quest is to embody the essence of the sun throughout my existence, radiant and illustrious from ancient times to the present. In the end, I shall be lifted by the twilight gods into the eternal sun. The sun is my name. The sun encapsulates my life, and upon its peak lie the remains of dreams. The Millennium Empire and I, riding the dragon named Dream, shall raise our swords high. I may falter, but the dream itself and the sun shall ultimately triumph. No one anticipated that Grin would choose poetry during the final contest, though the Vikings held a profound love for both poetry and storytelling. Yet, stories evidently resonate more profoundly, while poetry demands contemplation. An impromptu contest is far too brief for such reflection. Moreover, the previous remarks of the little locksmith bore striking resemblance to Douglas's storytelling style. As the fervent voice concluded, a momentary silence enveloped the Vikings, followed by an applause that surged like a tide within the arena. Though this applause could not rival the earlier calls, it was undeniably more enduring. Many individuals longed to cheer, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Until the prolonged applause finally subsided, a distant, melodious sound of the nyckelharpa began to resonate. The foremost skald of the Vikings, Lagerlof, sang with a magnetic and uplifting voice, declaring his desire to be a faithful child of dreams. A multitude of Vikings fell silent, captivated by this anthem of aspiration, recalling their ancestors who had perished far from home in their relentless quest for survival, and the memories that had been deeply buried within their hearts. It was indeed time for a change. An elderly Viking with graying hair rose to his feet, softly harmonizing with the song. A spirited young Viking also stood, joining in the gentle chorus. One by one, more Vikings rose, the song of dreams swelling in volume, resounding like thunder, akin to the roar of a mighty dragon or the growl of a regal lion. When the voice of a nation unites, there exists no louder refrain. Chapter 58. A turn of events, Your Highness. Did you hear? Green has triumphed. He has won. A red-haired little girl on the royal dais exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Victoria glanced at her excited maid, exasperated, and sighed. All right, Maria. One must learn to be composed. Do you understand? Can you not be so exuberant? In truth, Victoria had felt quite anxious herself. Although Green had received more applause, according to the rules, the cheers for Rael had not been as resounding. Fortunately, the later chorus had completely altered the tide. But Green's poetry is truly remarkable. Your Highness, I had no idea he was so talented, Maria remarked, glancing back with wide eyes before playfully adding, You won't forget me once you're with him, will you? Victoria's face flushed crimson, and she pulled her maid, who had tried to hide behind Freya, close and playfully smacked her head, saying, Oh, you little rascal, how thoughtless you are. As the grand chorus concluded, the champion of the selection competition was indisputably clear. King Harold, with a smile, looked at Green, who knelt on one knee, poised to formally announce the victor, when suddenly the audience in the arena gasped in astonishment. Odin, is that Chief Gustav of the Battle Axe tribe? What has transpired? Is there war? It is said that a band of pirates from the southern continent has attacked their island. This is impossible. For centuries, they have never traversed the misty sea. Those from the south are as docile as sheep. How could they? A few guards bore the bloodied form of Chief Gustav onto the stage. Harold could no longer attend to anything else. He hurried over, anxious to inquire, What has happened? Where are the others? Your Majesty, the warriors of the Battle Axe tribe have been completely decimated. We found only Chief Gustav lying in a small boat at sea. King Harold, though he found the words spoken by Green on that fateful day somewhat alarmist, could not shake the feeling of unease as a day passed without any news from the Axe tribe. With a sense of apprehension, he dispatched someone to investigate. only to receive shocking news upon their return. What of the pirates? The astonished King Harold inquired urgently. The guard, clearly unaware of the enemy's whereabouts, shook his head in confusion. Before he could respond, the unconscious Gustav Jarl opened his eyes. Black Crow seeks vengeance, Gustav struggled to utter, clutching King Harold's sleeve, his eyes quickly losing their luster. The Black Crow? Damn it, they have headed towards Black Crow Island. A bearded tribal leader, adorned with braids, erupted in excitement upon hearing this. I must return at once. The leader of the Black Crow tribe, Hade, wore a grim expression as he turned to leave, but paused after a few steps to declare, Your Majesty, I require more manpower. In times of battle, the Vikings were known for their collective readiness to fight. Any able-bodied man of suitable age could take up arms. Thus, when news of the pirate assault on their homeland spread, every Viking warrior of the Axe tribe swiftly armed themselves and hurried back in small boats. Yet, with thousands embarking, none returned, underscoring the ferocity of their adversaries. Green, recount the information you possess regarding these pirates and their advanced weaponry. The abrupt conclusion of the selection contest prompted King Harold to summon Green to the council hall upon his return to the palace, accompanied by various tribal leaders. At this moment, Hade of the Black Crow tribe had been intercepted, with nearly all his people absent from the island. Returning now would be tantamount to certain death. The safety of life outweighed material possessions and provisions. Green surveyed the diverse expressions of the tribal leaders surrounding him and thoughtfully remarked, These pirates from the southern continent number roughly 1 to 2,000. While not an overwhelming force, their weaponry is exceptionally advanced. The cannons, cast from bronze and iron, though colossal and unwieldy, possess formidable power. They can launch solid iron balls, chain shot linked by iron, and explosive shells filled with nails and iron pellets. Their range surpasses that of catapults, and their rate of fire is astonishing. A single cannonball strike would render our Viking ships utterly defenseless. Moreover, they wield handheld crystal magic guns, weapons that not only boast the penetrating power of a crossbow, but also the range of a longbow. With continuous reloading, they can unleash a relentless barrage. Notably, their colossal sailing warships, equipped with numerous cannons, resemble mobile fortresses upon the sea, making victory for us Vikings, given our current combat methods, exceedingly difficult. Does this mean we have no chance of defeating them? King Harold pondered in silence for a moment before turning to Green with a grave expression. It is not entirely impossible, Green replied, stroking his chin. Though their warships are formidable, they cannot reach the land, and their range is limited. As long as we avoid direct confrontation, we can safeguard ourselves. After all, their numbers are finite, and they cannot achieve much. Are we to simply watch them ravage our homeland, plundering one tribe after another? Scoffed Rail's father, Orodile, interjecting. Such a stance is the mark of the weak. Indeed, Your Majesty, we must act at once. Otherwise, those pirates will surely pillage the entire kingdom of Navia. The leader of the Black Ravens, Hade, immediately concurred. Yes, we must make those pirates aware of our strength. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly continue their looting. Let us depart. Those who fear for their lives may stay behind. Hearing the leaders, each with their own thoughts, clamoring, Green rolled his eyes and said, I had not yet finished speaking. We can indeed defeat them with dragons. Is that the same black dragon that only knows how to eat fish? Orodile laughed derisively. Who was it that spoke of the enemy's formidable weapons and sturdy ships? We can certainly tame more dragons. Once we gain aerial superiority, they will not stand a chance against us. Green disregarded the taunts from the leader of the Thor tribe, remembering how he had seized the championship from that very son. Humph, but the enemy will not grant you much time. They have already set sail for Black Raven Island, and once they perceive our weakness, they will continue their pillaging. Who says we need? Green was interrupted by King Harold, who declared, Enough of these meaningless disputes. We must set forth, even if we cannot defeat them. We must show them the might of the Viking warriors. King Harold furrowed his brow and continued, All the adult men of the Battle Axe tribe have perished. Dragon Tongue Island now requires a new leader. Whomever defeats the enemy and earns the highest battle merit shall become the new Jarl of Dragon Tongue Island. Chapter 59. I guessed the beginning, but not the end. The leaders of the various tribes departed with mixed emotions, none of them expecting that, at such a time, King Harold would throw them a piece of tempting bait. Since King Hakon I unified the Vikings through force or alliance, establishing the kingdom of Navia. The Hakon royal family has subtly strengthened its rule, a fact long perceived by the tribal leaders. However, faced with the mightiest king, they dared not confront him directly, even if they harbored grievances. Thus, over the years, whenever a Jarl's lineage came to an end, the king would never appoint a new leader, but rather designate a regent to manage affairs. Though the area of Dragon's Tongue Island is modest, each habitable isle is urgently needed by the ever-increasing population of the Vikings. After witnessing the departure of the tribal leaders, King Harold turned to Green with a smile, saying, "Well, everyone has left. Green, you may now express your thoughts." Observing the sudden change in King Harold's demeanor, Green hesitated before responding, "Your Majesty, those pirates. Ha. Do not worry excessively. The situation is not as dire as it seems." King Harold chuckled as he approached Green, patting him on the shoulder. "You have triumphed. We are now akin to family. It is permissible to discuss certain matters with you. This crisis also presents an opportunity. Those pirates cannot possibly conquer the entire kingdom of Navia, yet they will certainly inflict hardship on the tribal leaders. This is an excellent chance to strengthen royal authority. Do you comprehend?" King Harold resumed his seat on the throne, speaking slowly to Green. "After your marriage to Victoria, you must study these matters." However, noticing his beloved daughter entering, a pang of reluctance washed over him, and he smiled wryly. "Dragon Knight Green, you must now make a choice. First, you may choose to become Victoria's husband, but you cannot partake in the resistance against the pirates. Alternatively, you may engage in the battle and, should you achieve great merit, become the new leader of Dragon's Tongue Island. But in doing so, you forfeit the chance to marry Victoria. You must select one of these paths." As King Harold's words resonated, the council chamber fell silent. All present were eager to see how Green would respond to such a dilemma. Just when everyone presumed that any rational individual would choose the first option, Green, bowing his head and clearing his throat, quietly declared, "Your Majesty, I choose the second option." "You." King Harold's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Green, struggling to articulate his astonishment. Princess Victoria, entering the hall with her attendants and guards, stood equally stunned, as the only sound in the palace was the crackling of burning candles. "I apologize, Your Highness. I am truly sorry." Without needing to glance up, Green could surmise the reactions of those around him. He bowed to Princess Victoria and, before anyone could react, swiftly exited the palace doors. "That rascal. I was merely jesting with him to test his resolve, yet he took it seriously." Moments after Green's departure, King Harold, regaining his composure, gritted his teeth and said, "My dear, wait here. I shall send someone to bring him back." "Father," Victoria replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation at her father. She slowly made her way to the grand arched terrace of the royal palace, gazing at the silhouette that had vanished into the mist, murmuring to herself, "My beloved is a paragon of heroes. One day he shall ride a black dragon and traverse a seven-colored rainbow to wed me." Yet, while I anticipated the beginning, I failed to foresee the conclusion. This sensation feels akin to having missed a fortune, having reached the end of the bridge. Green turned back to glance at the palace shrouded in clouds, a sense of wistfulness stirring within him. However, this mood did not linger for long, as it was abruptly interrupted by a somewhat familiar voice. "Green, Douglas, what brings you here?" Green inquired, astonished to see Douglas, who had departed from the arena, now appearing before him. "This is Nina." Douglas approached cautiously, holding the hand of a frail girl with a pointed chin, and then introduced her to Green. "Hello." Green greeted her warmly, only to realize upon speaking that the girl could not hear a sound. Nevertheless, although she could neither see nor hear him, she sensed the presence of someone nearby and curtsied slightly, lifting her dress. "Thank you once again," Douglas said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Green. "Oh, there's no need for such gratitude. I was merely assisting my own interests." Green quickly waved his hand dismissively. "Assisting your own interests?" Douglas pondered for a moment, slightly taken aback by Green's response of modesty. "You will come to understand in due time. But tell me, what brings you to seek me?" Green observed that this taciturn Viking clearly had something on his mind but struggled to articulate it. "I wish to inquire if there is a way to restore the broken wings of Fong," Douglas asked with utmost seriousness. "Fong?" Green paused, momentarily confused, before realizing that this must be the name he had given to that fiery creature. "It should be feasible. I recall a certain dragon that Nibel had once described to me, though it may require some time. Is there any way to expedite the process?" Douglas implored somewhat awkwardly. "I have been cast out by my father and am no longer permitted to return to the tribe. Moreover, I do not wish to endure the incessant judgment of others." As Douglas spoke, he turned his head away, gazing into the distant sky. "I plan to leave the kingdom of Navia with Nina, seeking a deserted island to inhabit. And I need Fong's assistance for that." Leaving the kingdom of Navia? Green was not optimistic about Douglas's decision. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a word of caution. "The outside world is quite perilous at the moment. That band of pirates, having attacked the Great Axe tribe, has not departed. They are now heading towards Black Crow Island. If it were only you, I would not voice my concerns, But now you have Nina with you. Did you not free her to ensure a better life? However, venturing into the wilderness inevitably entails hardships, and it may require a considerable amount of time. Would this not be a greater challenge for Nina than before? Observing Douglas, who appeared somewhat dazed by his own words, Green gently patted his shoulder and remarked that King Harold had decreed that the individual who accomplishes the most in repelling the pirates would become the new leader of Dragon Tongue Island. This represents an opportunity for us. As long as we secure Dragon Tongue Island, I assure you that Nina will not face any injustice there. However, I currently require your assistance. After uttering these words, Green recalled another matter. Sam had taken the blacksmith and his crew to Sunstone Island, and he wondered how many dragons had been tamed by now. Chapter 60. Believe in yourself. You shall have dragons. With the sea breeze blowing against him, basking in the warm sunlight and listening to the jingle of gold coins in his pocket, the pirate Bucktooth, standing on the lookout, had never felt the world so splendid. Ever since the adventurer was consumed by flames, they had been compelled to remain in these treacherous waters to repair the equally damaged Queen of Vengeance, and their supplies were running low. Without sufficient provisions, traversing the stormy sea back to the pirates' haven would be impossible. Thus, under Captain Eric's stringent orders, they anxiously began their search in these waters. One day, however, upon landing on an island, they unexpectedly uncovered a startling truth. There were no longhorned demons. Rather, they were merely Viking pirates from centuries past, who donned horned iron helmets and had plundered the continent of the magic realm. Legends spoke of these Viking pirates as brutal and fearless, unmatched in combat. Yet, after exploring the island, they discovered that aside from a few elderly and infirm, there was no formidable force to contend with. Consequently, the blood demon pirates instinctively unleashed their predatory nature. After a spree of pillaging and destruction, each of them returned with considerable spoils. Moreover, they were astonished to find that despite the Vikings' modest living conditions, most homes possessed exquisite gold and silver jewelry or coins minted from precious metals. It was said that the Viking pirates once ravaged the entire magic realm, seizing immeasurable wealth. The gold and silver they found were merely a fraction of the total. Grasping this reality ignited a fervor among the pirates, and the thought of departing was quickly forgotten. As they excitedly prepared to journey to the next island, they finally encountered resistance from the Vikings. Recalling the sight of those clad in animal skins, paddling small boats scarcely larger than a palm, brandishing various weapons, and charging towards the Queen, Bucktooth could not help but dig into his nostrils. Truly, a band of primitive savages. He languidly sat on the lookout, continuing to gaze across the sea. If they could just locate another Viking island, they would certainly earn enough for their return journey. On the distant horizon, a gray speck gradually emerged upon the sea's surface, instantly capturing the attention of the yawning, buck-toothed pirate. He raised the monocular hanging from his neck to his eyes, and, upon seeing what lay ahead, broke into a wide grin. However, after a brief moment of joy, a hint of mockery began to creep onto his face. The pirate rose leisurely, striking the alarm bell that hung from the mast, and only after the crew had rushed onto the deck did he glance over, pointing forward and exclaiming, "Look ahead. Those foolish Viking brutes have come to meet their doom once more. By the way, where is your brother Tim's dragon?" asked Green, glancing back at the silent Tim, who was flying alongside Sam's rock-chewing dragon. Sam shrugged his shoulders in resignation, letting out a sigh. "I have no idea what happened. The dragon pearl grass attracted quite a few dragons, but most of them seemed to take a disliking to Tim, so I had to release them again. But hey, Green, did you see the dragon my father tamed? It is undoubtedly a rare giant stone dragon. While we have only tamed rock-chewing dragons, he encountered such a magnificent creature. Indeed. Green, do you know what kind of dragon Iron Shield is?" Upon hearing his dragon mentioned, the old man riding in the sky immediately swooped down. "It should be a rock iron dragon." Green turned his head for a closer look, stroking his chin as he spoke. The rock iron dragon is a close relative of the rock-chewing dragons, possessing a pair of small ears reminiscent of a hippopotamus, but with a flatter head and bulging, frog-like eyes that often squint, giving it a perpetually drowsy appearance. Notably, the rock iron dragon is much larger, boasting 2 pairs of wings capable of rapid flapping. If not for its large spiked tail, it would resemble a Chinook helicopter. This creature, adorably clumsy in appearance, has a particular fondness for slumber, often dozing off mid-flight. Due to its diet of iron ore, the rock iron dragon has exceptionally tough skin that can even produce a resounding clang when struck. Clang. As Green finished his sentence, the old man couldn't help but pick up the hammer in his hand and gently tap it against the rock iron dragon's body. Hearing the delightful clanging sound, he broke into a wide smile, clearly enamored with the creature. "Brother Green, do you know why this is the case?" I've noticed that most of those dragons seem to dislike me. No matter how I try to win their favor, they hardly acknowledge me. James, feeling despondent as he observed everyone joyfully riding their dragons, finally voiced his concern. Hee, I believe the root of the issue lies within yourself. Green pondered before responding with a smile. You must deeply question whether you truly like those dragons. Green looked at James earnestly. I don't particularly like them. James lowered his head and fell into a brief silence before murmuring, my aversion does not stem from hatred. Rather, I believe they are not particularly suited to me. Precisely. Green exclaimed, clapping his hands. The stone dragons are exceedingly perceptive. If you do not harbor affection for them, how can you expect them to take a liking to you? I have previously stated that to tame a dragon, one must genuinely regard them as companions, friends, and kin, for you may find yourselves together for a lifetime. It is less about taming a dragon and more about mutually choosing one another. This is a bond, a commitment, an enduring promise between you. When will I discover my own dragon? James pondered thoughtfully, unable to restrain a murmured inquiry. Have faith in yourself, young one. You shall have a dragon. Green affirmed just as a distant rumble akin to thunder echoed from afar. He seized the monocular he had found and peered ahead, his expression growing grave. Form ranks and prepare for battle. We shall proceed as planned. Chapter 61. The first aerial bombardment in history, listening to the cannonade below. The toothy sentry on the watchtower found no interest in the unfolding chaos. The backward Viking brutes were indeed foolish enough to fear nothing. No matter how many waves were slaughtered, there remained an unyielding cadre of dim-witted challengers. The sounds of the magic crystal cannon briefly paused, only to be succeeded by the sharp crack of gunfire. The sentry grimaced, clearly vexed, surmising that the tiresome rabble had intentionally sent a fresh batch of Vikings for practice. I have never encountered such an unmelodious roar. Even the howls of wild dogs might rival their vocalizations, yet their frightfulness remains unmatched. If sound could slay, we would have perished countless times over, but alas, it cannot. These heartless wretches. As he listened to the raucous laughter emanating from below, a grin crept across his face, though it soon faded into a look of stunned disbelief. In the sky ahead, a formation of dragons approached, flying in a straight line towards them. Before he could observe closely, an ear-piercing, familiar shriek approached rapidly from above. Swoosh! Swoosh! The black dragon! Good heavens! That cursed black dragon has returned. Pirates shouted hoarsely. Get out of the way. Take cover. Open fire. Fire now. The pirates on the deck of the Queen's ship, previously leisurely in their aim, descended into chaos. The sentry barely caught a glimpse of a flash of white light before the sound of splintering would reach his ears, and then darkness enveloped him as he plummeted from the watchtower. Upon hearing the first cry of alarm, Eric rushed out, only to be struck by a piece of flesh as he stepped out of the cabin. Wiping the blood from his face and examining it closely, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. How dare that accursed black dragon return? Silence! If anyone shouts again, I'll cleave them in two with my axe. Everyone, load the dragon-hunting bullets at once. I shall make that black-skinned beast experience the wrath of the dragon root. With a glance at the pirates on deck, who were frantically running about in chaos, Eric bellowed in anger. As Eric emerged, the pirates aboard the vengeful Queen gradually regained their composure. This time, only one black dragon had attacked, and the colossal winged dragon that spewed flames like a fiery furnace had yet to appear. It was still daytime, with the sky clear and cloudless, making any incoming threat easily discernible. Reassured, the pirates promptly followed Captain Eric's orders, loading bullets smeared with dragon root juice. However, the black dragon's speed was astonishing. Each time they unleashed a barrage into the sky, the dragon had already soared far away. Damn it! How is it possible to hit anything? The pirates cursed under their breath after yet another collective miss. Normally, these foolish giants would first unleash a torrent of dragon flame before diving in for the kill, but now they retreated with cunning, akin to a vile vulture. What should we do now? That black dragon won't come down. One pirate could no longer contain his anxiety and asked Eric. Setting aside his telescope, Eric's expression darkened. A Viking was riding atop the black dragon. Though the method of taming such a creature was unknown, a dragon under someone else's control posed an even greater threat. Look, what is that? At that moment, someone finally spotted a formation of dragons appearing in the sky. Heavens, they are in formation. There are riders on their backs. Vikings. A pirate who had a clearer view exclaimed in shock. Viking dragon riders? The pirates exchanged apprehensive glances, and one trembled as he suggested, perhaps we should leave quickly. Eric shot a fierce glare at the cowardly pirate, then addressed the anxious crew, bring forth all the dragon-hunting weapons. This time, we shall make those wretched beasts regret ever crossing us. The pirates, filled with trepidation, watched as the formation of dragons flew overhead, then arced gracefully, releasing a cascade of dark projectiles from the sky. While most of these initially landed in the sea, a few struck the ship with precision. Hearing the sound of pottery shattering across the deck, the pirates were left bewildered, questioning the nature of this unexpected assault. Did these Vikings truly expect to sink a three-decked sailing warship with mere clay pots? Alas, another unfortunate soul has met his demise aboard the vessel, but for the pirates, who dance daily on the edge of a blade, this is hardly a concern. They are merely curious about the antics of these Viking dragon riders. As the pots shattered, the pirates finally perceived the anomaly. An oily, viscous substance now coated the deck, evoking memories of the roaring blaze from that fateful night. Fire! Fire! Drive them away, quickly! A pirate, trembling with fear, cried out. Enlightened by this realization, the pirates disregarded the peril of being struck by clay pots. They immediately seized every weapon capable of launching projectiles skyward and unleashed a frenzy of firepower. However, the newly arrived Viking dragon riders soared high above the reach of most of their armaments, leaving the pirates helplessly watching as shattered pots tumbled one after another onto the ship. Captain, we must leave this place at once. If that black dragon descends and unleashes its fiery breath, our ship will surely ignite. Just as Iron Hook uttered these words beside Eric, a piercing shriek filled the air. Quick! Stop it! Stop it! Fire! Fire! Everyone fire! In a frantic rush, the pirates could only witness a dark silhouette evade their assaults, followed by a violet-white sphere of lightning striking the sails coated in glue. Boom! The entire sail ignited like an oil-soaked frying pan, engulfing it in flames. As sparks scattered onto the deck, any area touched by the oily substance burst into flames. Put out the fire, extinguish it. A pirate hastily dashed forward with a bucket of water to douse the burning glue, only to be left dumbfounded as the water failed to extinguish the flames, instead allowing the glue to spread the fire further. Fool! Water won't work! Iron Hook exclaimed in alarm. But it was too late. The glue, now interconnected by the water, transformed the deck into a sea of flames. Chapter 62. Rescue at sea. Oh no, we've been hit. We've been struck. Sam's frantic cries echoed as he observed the blazing sailboat below. Green had just commanded Pip to unleash the final sphere of lightning upon the mast when he heard Sam's desperate shouts from above. Suddenly, the stone chewer, halting its wing beats, resembled a helicopter whose engine had stalled, spiraling downward toward the ocean. Despite Sam's desperate grip on Meatball's neck, the immense centrifugal force from the stone chewer's descent flung him from its back. Help! Sam screamed in terror as he plummeted through the air, swiftly responding to Sam's cries. Green directed Pip to soar towards him, swiftly catching him by his garments and hoisting him onto the back of Nightshade. Sam, pale-faced, gasped for breath, and before he could regain his composure, he continued to shout in a panic, "Meatballs! And more meatballs!" If the unconscious stone-chewing dragon were not rescued in time, it would surely drown in the ocean. Do not fret. Your father and James have already retrieved it. Green immediately bent down to take a glance and inquired, "What just transpired? Weren't you all supposed to be in a safe position?" He turned his head in confusion to see Sam, who was still somewhat shaken, patting his chest in relief. It was a stray bullet, one that came out of nowhere. Sam lamented, his expression one of despair for his unfortunate Meatball. "A stray bullet?" Green replied, bemused, with a slight grimace. Although the magic crystal guns of this world utilized crystal powder as propellant and dragon blood as an activator, they were still in the era of muzzle-loading smoothbore firearms. As smoothbore guns relied solely on dense barges for accuracy, once a bullet exceeded its effective range, no one could guarantee where it would land. This uncertainty was indeed a troublesome factor, prompting Green to rub his nose thoughtfully. "Brother Green, that large ship has turned tail and is fleeing. Shall we pursue?" James called out from atop the Iron Dragon. Green glanced at the Queen, which was gradually receding into the distance, shrouded in smoke, and after some deliberation, replied, "Let us prioritize saving lives." Their departure had been too hasty. They had not brought many flaming oil bombs, and the aftermath of the battle had revealed numerous issues. The equipment of these dragon knights was far too rudimentary, making them susceptible to unforeseen accidents. Had Sam been secured with a safety rope on the dragon's back, he would not have been thrown off. Even if the stone-chewing dragon lost consciousness, its massive wings could still serve as a means of gliding for a controlled descent, significantly increasing the survival chances of the downed dragon knight. With a furrowed brow, Green surveyed the bodies drifting on the water and the Vikings desperately struggling in the waves, then called out to the others and soared toward the ocean. "Cough, cough, damn it. Strip off your clothes, soak them in the water, and cover up quickly. Iron Hook shouted, bare-chested, as he ran across the deck, ready to kick any fool attempting to douse the flames with water into the sea. The sticky oil jars discarded by these Viking dragon knights were terrifying. Even the slightest spark would ignite them instantly. Many pirates had already been charred to a crisp due to the sticky oil igniting after they doused themselves with water. The remaining pirates, free of sticky oil, were rendered pale with fear at the horrific burning effect, hence their apprehension even while extinguishing the flames. Although everyone knew they could jump into the sea to quell such flames, none wished to transform into ghastly figures in the aftermath. The Queen's ship was enveloped in thick, black smoke, and the wailing of the pirates rendered Eric unable to maintain his composure. The mere thought of that accursed black dragon ignited a thirst for blood within him. A shadowy figure darted past him, but Eric paid little mind to the identity of the individual. His growing irritation prompted him to seize the person by the collar, raising his bloodied axe with the intent to cleave him in two, only to be halted by a firm grip on his arm. "Captain, wake up," Iron Hook urged, shaking Eric's arm. "We must leave this place swiftly, or the dragon riders will soon be upon us." Eric held the bloodied axe aloft for what felt like an eternity, until the crimson glow in his eyes began to fade. Coldly, he replied, "Do as you see fit." However, he added, "Our supplies are still insufficient. Throw all the injured overboard. If there are still too many, continue to cast them away. Do not question me further." With an expressionless glance at Iron Hook, he swung his axe, severing the pirate who had just been grateful to have survived, before striding towards the ship's cabin without a backward glance. Wiping the splattered blood from his face, Iron Hook shivered and hurried toward the stern of the ship. "Is there anyone left in the sea?" Green inquired of James, who was seated atop the back of the rock iron dragon, while behind them trailed a line of Vikings recently rescued from the ocean. "There should be none." James pondered briefly before responding. "However, I have instructed Alvin and Jimmy to search once more." Rescuing individuals from the sea typically required a coordinated effort, with one dragon using its claws to lift people from the water and placing them on the back of another dragon, assisting each other until both dragons were filled with survivors before returning to shore. Compared to the Night Fury, which could hover in midair and maneuver with agility, the rock iron dragon was evidently more suited for such tasks. Thus Green entrusted the rescue operation to James. With the old man controlling the flight of the rock iron dragon, he calmed the newly rescued Vikings atop its back, and after much effort, they successfully brought all the survivors ashore. "Then let us return at once," Green exclaimed. "I scouted earlier and discovered that the pirates have not fled too far. If we prepare now, we should still be able to pursue them." "Very well, Brother Green. How is my brother's dragon faring?" "All is well. Meatball was merely grazed by a stray bullet on its wing, and it has since awakened, though it may require a few days to recuperate. Look, they have returned." As Green and the dragon riders landed on the shores of Black Raven Island, they were met with a chorus of cheers. Upon dismounting from their dragons, they were immediately surrounded by Vikings coming from all directions. "Thank you, Green. Thank you for saving me. Thank you, James. Thank you, old hunter." The air was filled with sounds of gratitude and outstretched arms, primarily from the rescued Vikings, along with the entire populace of Black Crow Island. The youths, taken aback by this unprecedented situation, stood frozen momentarily. However, upon hearing the praises being showered upon them, they exchanged bashful glances, save for the old man, Tet. With a commanding presence, he made his way through the jubilant crowd, shaking hands with each individual. If one were to disregard the nearly floral smile adorning his face, he could easily be mistaken for a triumphant hero returning from battle. Chapter 63. The Prisoners. "Haha, our heroes have finally returned," exclaimed Green, as he and the young blacksmith stepped out of the cheering throng, only to be met by King Harold approaching with the leaders of various tribes. "Your Majesty." Green and the youths bowed in respect. "Ah, splendid. This victory against the pirates was solely due to your efforts," King Harold remarked, casting a brief glare at Green before bypassing him to engage with the youths behind. Green, momentarily taken aback, scratched his nose in bemusement. "I cannot express my gratitude enough." Green, the chief of the Black Crow tribe, Hater, said as he approached with a look of deep appreciation. He clapped Green on the shoulder and whispered, "If you require assistance in the coming days, do not hesitate to seek me out." "And I as well." Another tribal leader stepped forward. "Yes, indeed. We are here for you," echoed the leaders whom Green had rescued from the sea. Eventually, even Douglas's typically stoic father, Graham, approached, giving Green's shoulder a reassuring pat, as he had just welcomed his younger son, Dodge, back with the Dragon Knights. Understanding the underlying sentiments in the leader's words, Green felt a wave of joy wash over him as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. However, once these leaders had moved on, he noticed a small group lingering behind, their gazes inexplicably fixed upon him. Choosing to disregard them, Green turned away. These were the tribal leaders who had not participated in the battle. Some had merely rode over to observe from a distance, while others, upon realizing the formidable fighting prowess of the enemy, had swiftly retreated. Consequently, they had suffered little to no losses during the previous conflict. Green, was the pirate ship sunk by you? King Harold inquired after concluding his conversations with the other youths. From the shore, he had only seen thick black smoke billowing from the sea, leaving him uncertain of the ultimate outcome. No, the pirate ship was too large. It would be exceedingly difficult to destroy it solely by fire. However, we have managed to sever 2 of its masts, so they should not have escaped too far. Green replied, pausing momentarily. Now, let us prepare for another assault. When night falls, we shall launch our attack, creating chaos aboard the ship to suppress their firepower. At this moment, it is the most opportune time to board the ship. If we are to eradicate this band of pirates completely, we require everyone's cooperation. Green addressed the assembled leaders earnestly. King Harold pondered for a moment and found Green's plan quite feasible. However, the question remained, who should be dispatched? After all, the pirates wield formidable weaponry. Your Majesty, allow us to take charge this time, declared Orod, father of Rael, stepping forward alongside the other leaders. The former first mate of the Queen Mary, Barbassa, has been enduring a rather unfortunate fate. After Queen Mary vanished upon a dragon, he was swiftly discarded as he had lost his utility. The pirates not only failed to honor their initial promises, but stripped him of his position as well. Now stranded on this desolate island, he has come to realize the absurdity of having once placed his trust in those pirates. Pirates shall forever remain pirates. They adhere to no rules, let alone promises. Those damned pirate scoundrels left us here to delay the Vikings, someone shouted from the beach. If it were Her Majesty, Queen Mary, though ruthless, she would never resort to such treachery, another lamented quietly. What use is there in lamentation now? We have already betrayed them. Yet, the weapons we possess may allow us to inflict some damage on those Vikings. Fool, do you truly believe that with this meager ammunition, we can withstand for long? Can you slay thousands of Vikings? I suggest we surrender. Surrender? We have slaughtered one of their tribes. Do you think those Vikings would accept our capitulation? Silence fell among the sailors on the beach, though it was short-lived as someone suddenly exclaimed, Look, the Viking dragon riders are appearing again. In the twilight glow, a line of massive dragons was soaring toward them. Run for your lives, cried some sailors, fleeing into the depths of the island without a glance back. Others simply sat on the ground, motionless, praying that their surrender might earn them mercy from the enemy. Still, some shot wildly into the sky. For such die-hard individuals, Green would often send Pippi to deliver a blast of shock ammunition. As for those who fled, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue them, for at that moment, the Viking dragon ships had already made landfall. Is that the magic crystal gun? Sam inquired curiously, gazing at the long-barreled weapon in Green's hands. What? Do you wish to try one shot? Green examined the magic crystal gun, turning it over in his hands. Haha, let me give it a shot. Sam chuckled. I am eager to discover how this weapon can launch those lead projectiles so far. I suspect you might not want to know, Green replied, picking up a leather water pouch from the ground and handing it to Sam. With a puzzled expression, Sam opened it, only to be assaulted by a foul stench. What in the world is this? After spending some time with Green, he had picked up quite a few catchphrases. This is dragon blood, Green reassured the somewhat anxious Pip, explaining that the people of the southern continent could use dragon blood to enhance the power of a certain mineral powder, which could then be employed to launch lead projectiles. This method is utterly nefarious, Sam exclaimed, immediately tossing the beast skin pouch containing the dragon blood into the sea. Tell James and the others to gather these guns. And then we shall continue our search to see if we can find that ship. Are we still keeping these guns? Sam asked, astonished. They can be repurposed. But we should discard all that dragon blood. And what about the captives? Let the other tribes handle them. They will know what to do. With a resounding smash, a hammer struck down upon the enemy's weapon. A somewhat shaken Rael wiped the cold sweat from his brow, raising his weapon to turn the pirate beneath his feet into a pulp, but was suddenly restrained by a hand gripping his arm. Hold on, young master, spare his life. What? My clever uncle, do you wish for me to violate the Viking prohibition? Rael turned, glaring angrily at Geoffrey, who had pulled him back. Ever since his defeat in the selection contest, Rael had been consumed by a seething anger, and it was infuriating to see that wretched little locksmith seize the glory in this battle against the pirates. He found fault with everyone, especially his father, who had once proven incapable of even the simplest tasks. Young Master Rael, anger will not resolve the matter, Lachi interjected, emerging from the other side. We need this man. As he spoke, he picked up the weapon that had been knocked to the ground. Humph. Rael cast a disdainful glance at the magic crystal gun in Lachi's hand before coldly snorting and lowering his hammer. He menacingly grasped the trembling pirate, who lay in the dirt, and said, "I care not whether you understand my words, but you had better act the part shortly, or I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death." Chapter 64. The Earth-Shattering Dragon. This is the place. Let us descend, James said, patting Alvin's shoulder as they gazed down upon the rocky, barren island devoid of any vegetation. There were 4 of them and 3 dragons on this expedition to Stone Island. Ever since Green had officially become the leader of Dragon Tongue Island some time ago, many previously unfeasible endeavors had now been placed on their agenda, leading to an increasing demand for cement. Although they had discovered a few limestone and clay mines on Dragon Tongue Island, the reserves were limited. Hence, they decided to explore this island as well. "James, my brother wishes to join us and become a dragon knight. Do you think Green will agree?" Alvin asked as he directed his dragon to land, glancing at James, who was surveying the surrounding terrain. "No problem. Just yesterday, I heard Green mention that we are short-handed. We will certainly need to expand our ranks soon." James retrieved a hammer from his backpack and struck a piece of rock from the Greystone cliff. "That is splendid," Alvin exclaimed joyfully, for he had recently been quite troubled by his brother. "However, you must first inform your brother that all new members are required to study dragon lore for a period of time, and only upon passing the assessment may they acquire their own dragon and become a true dragon knight." James picked up the rock from the ground, examined it closely, and confirmed that these stones were indeed the limestone spoken of by Brother Green. "All right, sounds good. James, may I have my brother join as well?" Jimmy, accompanied by his dragon, approached, though he was only 12 years old. The more he interacted with dragons, the more he sensed their boundless potential. Many things he once deemed unattainable now felt effortlessly within reach. Ever since he soared through the skies on a dragon, he believed he could outpace anyone in any endeavor. 12 should be fine. Brother Green says change should start from a young age, and he has been planning to establish an academy where children as young as 6 can learn. "Then let my brother come too. He just turned 6 this year, huh?" Another boy, Bran from the nearby blacksmith shop, joined in. "All right, let us discuss this matter further upon our return." They all began to search the island for clay. If none could be found, they would have to procure it from another island. No sooner had James finished speaking than a thunderous rumble echoed from the distant hillside, followed by tremors that shook the ground. Was that an earthquake? He exchanged puzzled glances with the other 3 boys, just as they were about to climb onto their dragons when they noticed a massive, dark brown boulder rolling down the slope, which wasn't particularly steep. "Get out of the way," James shouted urgently. The spherical boulder, resembling a small hill, thundered down with ferocious momentum, crushing everything in its path to dust, while clouds of debris filled the air. The boys, who had taken shelter behind their rock-chewing dragons, brushed off the dust from their clothes, exchanging anxious glances as they caught their breath. They hadn't even had a moment to glance at where the boulder had rolled before they heard another rumbling sound. "Another one?" James exclaimed in astonishment, glancing upwards, but aside from swirling dust, there was no sign of another boulder. "By the gods, that rock is rolling back up," Bran shouted in alarm. "Rolling back up?" James said, bewildered, as he looked down. The enormous boulder, covered in stone spikes, seemed to be propelled by an invisible force, slowly moving at the foot of the slope before accelerating rapidly, akin to a runaway wheel, careening towards them. "Quick, everyone, take to the skies," James urged fervently. "That is definitely not just a rock." The stunned boys swiftly mounted their dragons and readied themselves for flight into the sky. The stone dragon, already sensing a hint of danger, had begun to flap its wings as the young boys ascended its back. With its short, sturdy legs, it leapt into the air. Jagged boulders rolled past the place where they had just stood, and the boys who had taken flight in the sky, feeling a rush of anxiety, began to pat their chests, intending to leave the area, only to be met with a more astonishing sight. The colossal spiked orb had cracked open. A pair of deep gray wings unfurled from the fissure in the massive stone, transforming into a gargantuan dragon clad in spiked armor. It flapped its wings a few times and soared into the sky. Then, before the horrified gazes of the 4 boys, opened its gaping maw, lined with serrated teeth, and bit down on its own spherical tail. In an instant, it morphed back into a massive orb in the air. "Scatter!" James, the first to regain his composure, shouted urgently, noticing the dragon plummeting to the ground like a meteor. However, it was already too late. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled, and the sound of stone shattering echoed through the air. A violent shockwave, mixed with swirling dust and debris, radiated outward, sweeping the 4 young dragon riders off their mounts before they could escape its reach. James shook his dizzy head, forcing himself to rise from the ground despite the pain coursing through his body. The air was thick with dust, obscuring his view of the terrifying dragon that may still be lurking nearby. He felt a warm, slick droplet trickle down his forehead, crossing his brow, and pooling at the corner of his eye, distorting his vision into a crimson haze. Am I bleeding? Just as James reached up to touch his wound, he immediately noticed a colossal shadow emerging through the swirling dust. A massive dragon's head, adorned with stone spikes, loomed above him, slowly parting its jaws to roar. Looking over at a group of small, jubilant fairy dragons huddled together not far away, Green smiled at the book of dragons in his hands and said, "Nibber, how have you been lately?" Now the newly appointed leader of Dragon Tongue Island, having secured his own territory, Green decided to bring those still on Crescent Island to Dragon Tongue Island. Although Merry and Lannister's identities remained concealed, dressed as Vikings, they would likely go unnoticed as long as they refrained from speaking freely. Moreover, he truly found himself stretched thin, in dire need of any assistance, particularly from an encyclopedia like Nibber and a top-tier administrator like Queen Mary. Ha ha ha, little Lindsay, ever since you left, my head no longer aches, and my heart is at ease. I've breezed through over 100 books. What a relief. Upon hearing Nibber's characteristic laughter, Green felt a weight lift from his heart, realizing that there had indeed been no significant troubles recently. He waved at Mary, who was approaching through the furious winds from afar, and then, noticing the absence of any Lannisters around, he inquired of Nibber, "Why are there no Lannisters here?" "Do not bother with that stubborn fellow. He has been keeping to himself lately, likely contemplating the mysteries of life," Nibber casually remarked before continuing. "So, what brings you back so suddenly? And who is this new rotund character?" "Ah, he is Sam, a new acquaintance of mine, an enthusiast and researcher of dragon lore." Green succinctly recounted the recent events to Nibber. "Oh my, impressive indeed, little Lin. It is said that absence sharpens appreciation. I never imagined you would return and ascend to leadership so swiftly," Nibber exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment, calling out to Green, "My esteemed leader, let us not forget our bonds in times of prosperity." Green rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding with a polite gesture, "Nibber, I hope to rely on your support in the future." Chapter 65. Knights and Faith. Ha ha ha. Little Lin, splendid. It seems you have undergone quite the transformation during this time. If one were to remain perpetually irate, what difference would there be between them and a toad? Nibber laughed heartily. Transformed? Green shrugged, feeling unchanged. It was merely a brief separation that rendered Nibber's incessant chatter now somewhat endearing. "By the way, you mentioned a wounded dragon in need of treatment. I happen to have something to discuss with you as well. Hello, Mary, it has been a while." As he noticed Mary gracefully approaching, leading the Windslayer dragon, Green hastily tucked the Tome of Dragons into his satchel and greeted the young woman clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading about her. "Indeed, it has been quite some time," Mary replied with a smile. "Little Lin, should you not offer her a heartfelt embrace after such a long separation? And how could you forget your friend in the presence of beauty? You left me hanging before I could finish my sentence. But perhaps you did not anticipate that I can now speak without any external aid." Ha ha. Caught off guard by Nibber's unexpected interjection, Green felt his smile freeze on his face, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. However, Mary did not allow the awkwardness to linger. She took a step closer, opened her arms, and gently embraced Green. As the embrace ended, the lovely girl nonchalantly turned her beautiful face away, leaving Green momentarily dumbfounded. "Fool, why don't you take the initiative to speak? Do you expect the girl to initiate the conversation?" Nibber's impatience broke through, causing Green's fair complexion to flush crimson. The more anxious he became, the less he knew what to say. "Green, is this the Windslayer dragon?" Sam approached quietly with his stone chewer dragon, having been captivated by the charming spirit dragons moments before. To his surprise, he turned around and discovered the enormous presence of a Windslayer dragon beside him. Green had already informed him about the matters concerning the two alien beings, and although it contradicted the Viking prohibition, Sam was unconcerned. His primary interest lay with the newly emerged Windslayer dragon. "Indeed, this is the Windslayer dragon I mentioned," Green quickly interjected, "a large flame dragon with exceptional flying abilities. Just look at its forked wings." Suddenly, Green halted, hastening to the side of the Windslayer dragon, gazing at the still unhealed massive wounds on its wings with astonishment. "What happened here? Nibber, didn't you say dragons possess formidable self-healing abilities?" "These wounds. You can ask Mary about that. She knows far more than I do," came the reply. "Who is speaking?" "Green, did you hear that?" Sam's face turned ghostly pale as he trembled, clutching Green's garment. The voice of an old man interrupted Green before he could finish. Sam, shocked, glanced around but found no one else apart from Green and the beautiful girl. As for the talking spirit dragons, Sam was aware of their existence. Having conversed with them moments ago, he was certain it was not their voice. Haha. Another one frightened by my Lord Nibber. A voice exclaimed, Shaolinzi, bring me out. I want this chubby fellow to witness what a true dragon scholar looks like. Sam's body shook even more violently. Green mused that had he not been present, Sam would likely have fled in terror. Fear not. It is merely a talking magic book. Green reassured, pulling out the dragon book and presenting it to Sam. Oomph, what a timid fellow. Nibber scoffed. Not even as brave as a little girl. Mary didn't even flinch. Perhaps provoked by Nibber's words, Sam took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself. Trembling, he accepted the dragon book and, with an incredulous expression, exclaimed, A magic book? By Thor, could it be that magic truly existed? According to Viking legends, it was said that long ago, the southern continent was ruled by elves wielding magical powers. However, with the emergence of a phenomenon called elemental tides, the elven empire that had dominated the south for millennia suddenly fell into ruin, paving the way for humanity to rise as the new rulers of the southern continent. Sam had once been enthralled by these tales of the southern continent, especially the enchanting notion of magic. Yet, after some time spent in research, he concluded that the stories were too absurd and fantastical, and given their ancient origins, unverifiable, leading him to gradually abandon them. However, based on these studies, he also inferred some particularly intriguing insights. The ancestors of the Vikings once resided on the southern continent long ago, only to migrate to this island due to certain unspecified reasons. As for the exact cause, he remained uncertain. Now, having encountered a talking magical book, Sam felt a vague sensation. The migration of the Viking ancestors was likely connected to the dominion of the elf race. Ah, the existence of magic. Was it ever real? My dear friend, let us discuss this matter privately. After all, the two have been apart for so long and surely have much to share. We ought not to be mere spectators here. Seeing Sam genuinely take the dragon book and move aside, Green scratched his head in exasperation, apologizing profusely. Nibber is always like this, indulging in nonsensical chatter. Mary turned her head and cast a peculiar glance at Green, extending her delicate hand to gently caress the wound on the Windslayer dragon's wing, stating that the pirates had employed a specific corrosive curse potion aimed at dragons, capable of diminishing their self-healing abilities, rendering their wounds unable to mend. Restricting a dragon's self-healing capabilities? After hearing Mary's explanation, Green couldn't help but stroke his chin, realizing the uncanny coincidence. He had brought Sam here for similar matters. On a cliff facing the sea, Green finally located the elusive Lannister. The once meticulous leader of the Royal Knights now bore a face full of scruffy beard, his body caked in dirt, and his long, unkempt hair scattered with bits of grass. As for the long sword he typically wore at his waist, it was nowhere to be found. Observing Lannister, who sat despondently on the cliff, gazing at the sun gradually sinking into the ocean, Green sighed softly and approached, taking a seat beside the knight. The sunset over the sea is truly magnificent, isn't it? It is beautiful, yet it ultimately must submerge into the depths of the ocean. Lannister slowly turned his head. Time passes, all things fade, and a new day will inevitably arrive. However, the past can only remain in the past. There is no need for you to persuade me. Green, I am grateful for your past rescue, but I am truly sorry. Perhaps I should end my days on this desolate island, watching over the sea where my fallen comrades once fought. To abandon hope is indeed foolish. Green pondered for a moment before speaking. I believe you should not dwell on what you have lost, but rather consider what you can still do. When one's faith is lost, and honor has faded, what remains for them to do? Lannister stared vacantly at the distant sea, feeling as though he had already perished. Chapter 66. The Dragon Shepherd and the Severed-Tailed Dragon. Green was taken aback by Lannister's extreme outlook, prompting him to recall a story. Adjusting his posture, he began. I once heard a tale of a country gentleman named Don Quixote. He was nearing 50, yet he was utterly captivated by tales of knights, to the extent that he eventually sold his land to acquire these books. From dawn till dusk, and from dusk till dawn, he incessantly conversed with others about such matters, his mind filled with absurd stories of chivalry, ultimately leading him to believe in their veracity and losing his rationality. He named his mule Rocinante and, armed with a lance and an old shield, resolved to become a wandering knight, seeking to achieve greatness and gain renown. He summoned his neighbor, Sancho, a simple and honest farmer, and appointed him as his squire, promising to one day make him the governor of an island. During his adventurous escapades, he became the source of countless amusements, mistaking windmills for giants, inns for castles, convicts for persecuted knights, and a bag of skins for a giant's head. It was not until one fateful day, when a scholar from his village, masquerading as a knight, defeated him, that he returned home to seclude himself for a year. It was then that Don Quixote fulfilled his promise and returned home. He lived an absurd life, steadfast in his belief that knights still existed, despite the fact that times had changed, rendering his actions decidedly anachronistic. Yet, while Don Quixote's behavior may be viewed as comical, his fearless spirit, heroic deeds, unwavering belief in justice, and loyalty to love are noble qualities still deserving of praise. Although the era of knights has passed, the spirit of chivalry remains undiminished. At this juncture, Green rose and patted Lannister on the shoulder, saying, "Lanny, what you need to do now is to reshape your faith and establish a new chivalric spirit, rather than discarding it entirely." After a long moment, Lannister finally regained his composure and slowly lifted his head. He called out to the receding Green, "What constitutes the new chivalric spirit?" "Ah, that is for you to discover," Green replied without looking back. In the northwestern corner of the kingdom of Navia lies a small island known as Frostfire Isle. This island is named for its majestic active volcano, the largest in Navia, in a region that resembles frost-covered depressions. At this moment, Green, accompanied by his companions, arrived here, circling the skies in search of their desired target. Failing to locate it, he instructed Pippi to land upon the frosty white depression. As he stepped onto the solid ground, he paused in surprise and addressed Nibber, perched atop Pikachu, saying, "I thought this was a saline wasteland. To my astonishment, it is a white sedimentary rock." "Huh, little Lindsay, you are currently standing on a gold mine. Do you know that?" Upon hearing Nibber's mysterious words, Green was momentarily taken aback, and soon after, his body began to tremble with excitement. "Nitrogen? Could it be? This is a nitrogen mine, haha." Green's sudden, manic laughter startled Sam, Merry, and Lannister, causing even the small fairy dragons and Pippi to take a few steps back in fright. "What has you so elated, Green?" Sam approached, perplexed. What astonished him was that Green not only refrained from answering his inquiry, but also, with a beaming expression, picked up a white stone from the ground and licked it with his tongue. "Are you all right?" Sam inquired, his face etched with concern. "Haha, Sam. Do you remember that I asked James to search for a certain type of, or that he could not find not long ago? This must be it. The scent is bitter and cold, and its color resembles frost." Green excitedly handed the stone to Sam. "What? This is the material you mentioned that can be used to create gunpowder?" Sam gazed in astonishment at the white stone in his hand. He vividly recalled Green's earlier descriptions of the powerful explosive. Merry and Lannister, utterly bewildered by the conversation, exchanged puzzled glances. Could it truly be a kind of, or they had never encountered before? Unable to resist, they also picked up a stone from the ground. Observing the others, the little dragons curiously followed suit. A few fairy dragons imitated Green, picking up stones and licking them, only to grimace in distaste at the bitter flavor. Pip, after a quick lick, sneezed and burst into laughter, while Meatball seized a stone and, unlike the others, directly bit into it. Upon discovering that the stone was neither delectable nor pleasant, but rather bitter and cold, it promptly expelled a mouthful of magma. Only Mary's storm dragon did not partake. It held its head high, rolling its eyes at the misfortunes of its companions, truly a bunch of foolish creatures. In a dense volcanic forest on Frostfire Island, Green led the group into hiding. Observing a purple dragon grazing on leaves in the distance, he turned to Nibber and quietly asked, "Is it this kind of dragon?" "Indeed. You may instruct Pip to proceed," Nibber casually replied. Upon receiving the command, Pip cautiously emerged from the woods and, upon reaching the clearing, feigned a dramatic howl, portraying an image of great suffering. Noticing the purple dragon glance in its direction, Pip quickly swayed its body, pretending to be fatigued, and collapsed dramatically onto the ground. Yet, after falling, perhaps disturbed by a stone, it slightly lifted itself and continued its boisterous roaring. Glancing at Merry, who was stifling laughter, and the dazed Lannister, Green could only cover his face in despair. "This performance is truly over the top." Clearing his throat awkwardly, Nibber explained, "The Tailbreaker dragon particularly enjoys assisting other dragons for amusement and possesses a simple mind. Do not worry, it will come over. All these antics are what I taught it." Despite Pip's exaggerated display, the purple Tailbreaker dragon merely paused for a moment, gradually approaching Pip as Nibber had predicted. "Did you see that fan-like fin crown? It emits a soothing signal by producing a hissing sound and gently shaking its fin crown, conveying its goodwill. When the irritable dragons, nursing their wounds, regain their composure, the tailless dragon approaches them, locating their injuries and using its tongue to tenderly lick their wounds. The wounds treated by the tailless dragon heal swiftly. However, It exhibits a markedly different demeanor towards non-draconic creatures, swiftly retreating upon detection. Thus, the tailless dragon is not easily approached, let alone tamed. Yet, it has now approached Pippi's side. If Pippi embraces it, we must hasten to its aid, for it is time to soothe it. Observing this black dragon, which it had never encountered before, the tailless dragon circled around the nightshade, inspecting it with its fin crown quivering. After a few turns, it blinked its round little eyes in confusion, realizing that this black dragon did not seem to be injured at all. At that moment, Pippi suddenly sprang up and lunged toward the tailless dragon. Now is the time. Nibber commanded Pikachu to charge ahead, leading the way. Chapter 67. A large durian completely unprepared for the sudden transformation of its intended ally into a potential predator, the tailless dragon let out a startled cry, swiftly flicking its long tail in front of the foe. However, Pippi, having been well trained, wisely refrained from seizing the bait, continuing its advance and pinning the tailless dragon, which was attempting to flee. Quickly, retrieve that tail. The dragon's blood at the severed end enhances the healing and regeneration of wounds, and we must not let it go to waste. Hearing Nibber's call, Green, astonished, picked up the still bouncing tail from the ground. So, dragons too can shed their tails to survive? Indeed, as long as they are part of the biological chain, they will possess various survival instincts. Nibber chuckled, especially considering the simple-minded nature of the tailless dragon. Due to frequent deception by cunning predators, they have evolved such self-preservation abilities. Sam, with a look of newfound wisdom, diligently took notes, while Green smeared the dragon's blood onto the wounds of the Windslayer dragon. Although these injuries did not incapacitate the Windslayer from flight, they did hinder its flying capabilities, preventing it from soaring for extended durations or with greater agility. Come on, Lannis, it is now your turn. If you can soothe it, it will become your dragon. After applying the dragon's blood, Green gestured to Lannis, who was watching as Pippi held the tailless dragon firmly to the ground, struggling feebly. Lannis nodded seriously. This would be the first step of his new beginning. The tailless dragon resembled a duck with a fan atop its head, its skin primarily purple, adorned with splashes of teal. Upon its snout rests a barbed dragon horn, and like most dragons, it possesses protruding teeth. As a dragon of moderate size, the tailless dragon's neck and limbs are not as slender as those of avian creatures, and beneath its neck, it bears a pair of vestigial forelimbs. Deprived of its tail, the dragon cannot currently fly, thus Green must allow the other 3 dragons to take turns carrying it back. However, for a dragon capable of straight flight, this distance is trivial. Gazing at the distant Dragon Tongue Island, Green is reminded of something. Nibwa, I have always meant to ask you. How is it that you can produce sound now? Haha, little Lin, have you not noticed the new addition I possess? Are you referring to this metallic rod? Green inquired, flipping through the dragon book, discovering a pen-like object embedded in its spine. Yes, precisely. I crafted this using the electrosensitive fur from the ears of the spirit dragon. However, this is merely temporary. Once we return, little Lin, you must assist me in sourcing additional materials, and I shall truly transform it into a pen. That sounds splendid. Green mused, stroking his chin. The dragon book had previously served solely as a reference. With a pen, it would become an input device. Coupled with Nibwa's formidable analytical and error-correcting abilities, many tasks would become considerably simpler. However, Nibwa, upon our return, please refrain from speaking indiscriminately. After all, it is prudent to keep extraordinary matters from the ears of outsiders. I am well aware of this principle. No further admonishment is necessary. The leader has returned. As Green and his companions descended before the arena of Dragon Tongue Island, the island's inhabitants erupted in cheers. With the wooden dwellings of the Battle Axe tribe largely incinerated by pirates, the remaining elderly, women, and children had been temporarily sheltered here by Green. Wow, 2 new dragon riders have arrived, someone exclaimed. When the new leader first brought a contingent of dragon riders to Dragon Tongue Island, the local residents harbored concerns, as the dragons seemed to bring only destruction. However, after some time spent in their company, they quickly recognized the dragon's benefits. Previously, many laborious tasks were performed by the men. However, after the majority of the Battle Axe tribe's men perished in battle, these responsibilities fell to the women. With their homes ravaged, they faced numerous challenges in rebuilding. Yet, when the new leader instructed the dragon riders to assist them, the women of Dragon Tongue Island were astonished to discover that with the dragon's help, they no longer required the assistance of men. Tasks that were once arduous and exhausting could now be accomplished by the dragons without their intervention. Look, that girl is beautiful. A sharp-eyed girl discovered the enchanting Mary. Could she possibly be our leaderess wife? Alas, I had once contemplated marrying the leader myself, but now that seems utterly implausible. Maggie, you truly have a penchant for dreaming. The leader has triumphed in the selection contest. He is destined to become our princess's husband. So you ought to abandon such fanciful thoughts. However, the newcomer trailing behind does possess some charm. Though he appears somewhat unkempt, there is a certain handsomeness to his countenance. Indeed, he is rather appealing. I shall find the time to inquire if he would consider becoming my new husband. After all, I was the first to choose him. Wasn't he? Must you truly encroach upon my choice? How could this possibly be deemed encroachment? He remains single, and we are merely engaging in fair competition. As he navigated through the crowd, listening to the tempestuous chatter, Green couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was aware that Viking women were more audacious in matters of love and marriage compared to the world he once inhabited. However, he hadn't anticipated such unabashed boldness. Could it be attributed to the scarcity of men on the island? Green absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, realizing that once he addressed their living conditions, there were other issues that also required resolution. Furthermore, he noted another truth. Gossip is an inherent trait of women, unchanged across any realm. Leader, Brother James and the others have returned, but they are injured. A 12 or 13-year-old boy approached. This was Gustav, a clever lad whom Green had encountered on Dragon Tongue Island. He had taken a liking to this astute child and intended to nurture him into a new generation of dragon riders. Injured? Green paused momentarily and quickly inquired. Is it serious? It should be fine. They were laughing and chatting when they returned, and they even received treatment from Sister Helen. Upon hearing Gustav's response, Green felt a slight relief, yet he furrowed his brow and pressed on. What exactly transpired? Weren't they scouting Cloudstone Island? Brother James tamed a dragon, a colossal one. Gustav's youthful exuberance shone through as he recounted the tale. With animated gestures, Gustav explained the events, and Green gradually pieced together the story. It turned out that while James and his companions were surveying Cloudstone Island, they encountered an enormous dragon's attack. Fortunately, James managed to tame the beast in the end. However, based on Gustav's description, Green could not ascertain the type of dragon, prompting him to decide to investigate further. When he arrived at the cave where James and the others were temporarily residing, Green was met with the sight of the dragon, and a singular thought filled his mind. What a colossal durian! Chapter 68. I shall build a city, Your Highness. Green lifted the curtain and entered the cave that served as his temporary dwelling, observing Princess Victoria standing by the wooden table, examining various items. He inclined his head slightly in greeting. Just moments ago, while at Jan's, I received word that Princess Victoria had arrived, compelling Green to set aside his tasks and hasten over. As per usual, the esteemed princess was accompanied by her petite maid Maria and the taciturn, expressionless Viking warrior Freya. To his delight, Green was greeted by a flurry of adorable little Totoro creatures. Just as he was about to utter a second remark, he suddenly noticed Maria exclaiming joyfully and rushing past him, followed closely by the equally astonished Annie. With a leap, Meow Meow bounded into Annie's embrace, startling the other small fairy dragons, which deftly evaded Maria's enthusiastic hug and landed upon Green's shoulders. Only Pikachu, slightly slower to react, found itself caught in the little maid's grasp. Upon seizing Pikachu, Maria immediately rubbed her rosy cheeks against its head, emitting a contented purr akin to that of a small animal. However, Pikachu's expression conveyed a hint of exasperation. This creature is even more clingy than my own offspring. Observing her maid's lack of decorum, Victoria helplessly rubbed her forehead and addressed the somewhat dazed Green, instructing him to disregard Maria's antics, as she was perpetually this eccentric. Green, please share your blueprints. What is this you have drawn? With that, Princess Victoria picked up a sheet of paper from the table. Regaining his focus, Green accepted the blueprint from Victoria's hand and glanced at it, explaining, this is a model house I plan to construct for the residents of Dragon's Tongue Island. A model house. Victoria expressed curiosity at this novel term. She approached him gently, standing shoulder to shoulder as she pointed to a section of the blueprint and inquired, why have you left such a large window? Won't it be quite cold in winter? Inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her, Green felt a flutter in his heart. He took a subtle breath and retrieved the monocular he had found, presenting it to the princess. Your Highness, do you know what this is? Victoria extended her alabaster hand to take the telescope, lowering her gaze to examine it, as she casually remarked, you need not call me Your Highness, Green. Simply refer to me as Victoria. After which, she pointed at the crystal lenses with admiration. I have never seen such transparent and clear crystal. Did you acquire this from the pirates of the southern continent? Indeed, Green nodded. Though it is not natural crystal, it is an artificial variant. However, I prefer to refer to it as glass. Victoria suddenly turned her head, gazing into the princess's luminous eyes, Green felt an unexpected wave of shyness wash over him, prompting him to quickly redirect. Victoria, you can hold this telescope up to your eyes and look through it, just like this. He gently positioned the telescope before the princess's eyes. Victoria curiously closed one eye and then placed the other against the telescope, only to be startled by the sight that appeared before her, a large, round eye. Habby innocently hopped onto Green's head. Goodness, that mischievous fellow. Green couldn't help but smile wryly and said to the princess, take another look. Habby was blocking your view just now. Victoria winked at Habby and leaned back against the telescope. After observing quietly for a moment, she began to understand Green's intention. Are you planning to install this glass on the windows? But isn't this something exclusive to the southern continent? Victoria couldn't help but exclaim. Certainly not, Green chuckled. I can create such things too. With that, he retrieved 3 different stones from a corner of the cave and presented them to Princess Victoria. All you need to do is have the stone-eating dragon consume these 3 types of stones: limestone, natural soda, and quartz. Afterward, you simply scratch its chin, and it will produce a molten glass-like substance. Once this liquid reaches a semi-solid state, it can be fashioned into various objects, such as windows, cups, bottles, mirrors, and so forth. As he spoke, Green, filled with excitement, pulled out several blueprints and presented them to Princess Victoria. Behold, this is the floor plan of the house. This is the side view, and this is the rear view. I intend to construct a uniform 2-story building, with clay tiles on the roof and glass windows. This design will not only allow light to enter, but also prevent drafts. The floors will be laid with wooden planks, ensuring warmth during winter. And every household will have a fireplace, allowing everyone to gather in their cozy homes even during heavy snowfall. At this point, Green paused momentarily. Originally, he had planned to install heating and hot water in every home, considering that many of the islands in the Viking Sea had natural hot springs. The varying temperatures of these springs would be too wasteful if left untapped. However, although the dragon helped forge sufficient steel, the slow processing and production of pipes led Green to temporarily abandon that notion. Nevertheless, he retained the reserved holes for the pipes, as he believed that these issues would eventually be resolved in due time. Victoria stared at Green, who was brimming with enthusiasm, utterly astonished that this boy of humble origins harbored such grand ambitions. If every Viking household in the Nevia kingdom could reside in such homes, would there still be so many fatalities from the winter chill each year? Although such houses were only being constructed on Dragon Tongue Island for now, wasn't this a wonderful beginning for all Vikings? Princess Victoria? Green, noticing her lost gaze fixed upon him, scratched his head and called softly. The princess, returning to her senses, appeared somewhat adorably dazed, yet she quickly regained her composure. Glenn, is there something you need? Victoria inquired, smoothing her golden locks. Glenn, could you possibly extend an invitation to Master Bardadil to visit Dragon Tongue Island? Glenn responded with utmost seriousness. Is there anything else? Victoria asked curiously, aware that if it were merely a matter of constructing houses, Glenn would not request her assistance so formally. Indeed, Glenn nodded, retrieving a larger blueprint from a nearby wooden cabinet and unfurling it upon the table. Your Highness, I intend to construct a city. Originally, such a grand ambition had not featured in Glenn's immediate plans. The creation of this blueprint had been an impulsive act. There were concerns regarding cement production and manpower. However, since James had brought back a colossal seismic dragon, the issue of cement production was no longer a hindrance. A seismic dragon exceeding 30 meters in length could yield cement in quantities that far surpassed that of a stone-chewing dragon, and it was a natural rock crusher. As for the manpower dilemma, Glenn planned to recruit among the Vikings of the entire Scandinavian kingdom. Those willing to work here would not only have their meals and lodging covered, but also receive generous wages, with the possibility of those wishing to settle down being allocated their own homes. Of course, this was a temporary consideration, and some matters still required discussion with the leaders of other tribes. After standing quietly beside the wooden table for a considerable time, Princess Victoria finally lifted her head, smiling sweetly at Glenn. No problem, Glenn. In 3 days, a leaders' conference will convene on King's Island, and I can introduce you then. As for whether Grandpa Bardadil will attend, that depends on your own efforts. Chapter 69. The Leaders' Conference. Glenn, over here. As Glenn stepped into the palace's council hall, he heard someone calling him. In the front row of seats, the bearded leader of Crow Island, Hyde, was waving him over. The palace's council hall bore some resemblance to the Temple of the Gods, both constructed with massive stone slabs and columns forming a vaulted structure. However, unlike the temple, there was no stone statue at the center of the hall. Instead, there stood a throne, cast in black iron, appearing rather unremarkable. Am I allowed to sit here? Are there no rules? Glenn asked in astonishment. At that moment, He found himself seated in the second position on the right side, with Douglas's father, Graham, the leader of the warrior tribe, sitting before him. What rules could there possibly be? Sit however you like, Hyde said jovially, plopping down beside Glenn. Though Hyde's demeanor was relaxed, Glenn sensed an undercurrent of formality. The seating in the hall was divided into 2 rows, separated by a spacious aisle, presenting a clear distinction, and on the azure stone-paved floor. He could distinctly see the marks left by a long table being moved. What topics will be discussed at this conference? Glenn cast a glance at Orode, the father of Rael, who was engaged in conversation across the hall, and instantly grasped certain underlying reasons. To his left sat mostly the tribal leaders who had suffered little loss in the previous battle, while to his right were another group of chiefs. What topics could possibly arise? It was, as usual, merely a matter of drinking and feasting. As he spoke, Hyde poured a cup for Glenn from a flask, urging him to taste it. This is fine honey mead, a luxury that one cannot easily procure even with wealth in our kingdom of Navia. Due to climatic constraints, only a limited amount of barley and rye could be cultivated in Navia, making alcoholic beverages an absolute luxury, while sugars like honey were similarly extravagant. Observing the boisterous Hyde indulging in the feast, Glenn silently raised his cup and took a sip, just as he was about to inquire about Graham, the father of Douglas. King Harold entered the hall accompanied by Princess Victoria and her guards. King Harold was momentarily taken aback by the starkly divided seating arrangement, but quickly regained his composure. The primary purpose of this assembly of leaders was to discuss the recent pirate incursions. What shall we do if those southerners once again sail their warships, armed with cannons, to our kingdom of Navia? How shall we vanquish them to safeguard our homeland? King Harold, seated upon the Iron Throne, spoke with a grave countenance. Anyone who had witnessed those colossal ships resembling castles and the formidable crystal weapons would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation, and King Harold was no exception. The image of countless Viking warriors bravely rowing their small boats toward the enemy only to fail to even touch the enemy's deck filled him with sorrow and despair. Your Majesty, we too require such weapons, a chief promptly stood to declare. But we do not know how to manufacture these weapons. We have only captured a few handheld crystal guns, and we have yet to even see one of those powerful crystal cannons, let alone replicate them. Someone articulated this critical concern. If only we had kept some prisoners, another chief murmured, but as soon as he spoke, he noticed the peculiar gazes from the surrounding leaders and quickly added, I merely jest. The horrific plague that had once ravaged the Vikings had left an indelible mark. And thus, even after all these years, the Viking prohibitions remained strictly enforced. I observed some dragon's blood and powder on those pirates. Must such weapons require dragon's blood? It seems so. I witnessed it as well. It appears we must hunt dragons and study them thoroughly. As the discussion among the chiefs grew increasingly animated, Glenn could no longer contain himself. Your Majesty, I too can create such weapons, and they do not necessitate dragon's blood. The murmurs in the council chamber abruptly ceased, and all the chiefs turned to Glenn with expressions of disbelief. You can create them? How? King Harold immediately stood up in shock. However, just after he uttered that sentence, he hastily corrected himself. Glenn, do you have a finished product that you can show me? Of course, Glenn replied, pulling out a short-barreled firearm from his bosom. A weapon modified by the old man Hart according to his instructions. The propellant of the magic crystal gun differs from that of the firearm. Yet their structures are remarkably similar, making the modification quite straightforward. How does one fire this? King Harold inquired, as the leaders of various tribes gathered around. Allow me to demonstrate, Glenn said, gesturing for those in front to step aside. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders blocking his view promptly moved to the back. He poured in gunpowder, loaded a lead ball, and ignited the fuse. The crowd heard a loud bang, and a hole over an inch deep appeared in the stone pillar Glenn had aimed at. The leaders, startled by the power of the firearm, fell into a momentary silence before erupting into loud discussions. Is it truly unnecessary to use dragon blood? Can it really be ignited with fire alone? This weapon's might cannot be defended against, even in armor. The operation is so simple that even women and children could learn to use it with some training. Listening to the surrounding praises, Glenn could not help but smirk. It was merely an antiquated matchlock gun. Since those pirates required dragon blood to be poured from a reserved hole each time they fired the magic crystal gun, Glenn had no choice but to modify it into the form of a matchlock gun. However, he vowed that in the future, he would never employ such primitive methods for manufacturing new firearms. Although a breech-loading gun could not be produced for the time being, a flintlock should pose no problem. Furthermore, he intended to convert the powdered black gunpowder into granules, thereby enhancing the power of the firearms. After Glenn confidently assured them that he could also construct cannons, the assembly of leaders swiftly moved on to the next agenda item, Shipbuilding. The leaders of the various tribes understood that merely possessing these weapons was inadequate. They needed warships to match, or else they would remain defensively anchored on land. Moreover, with those small boats, even if they managed to attack the enemy, it would be challenging to board their vessels and eliminate them. However, constructing such a massive warship was evidently beyond the capabilities of a single tribe. Therefore, despite some reluctance from several tribal leaders, the proposal was ultimately approved. The new warships would be built on King Island, with all tribes contributing timber and craftsmen. As the third agenda item was introduced, Gelin immediately stood up once more. Chapter 70. 3 conditions. I am willing to assist you in becoming dragon riders. But you must accept 3 conditions. Gelin noticed all the leaders' gazes fixated upon him, prompting him to continue. First, through a decree, it is forbidden to harm or slaughter dragons indiscriminately. That is impossible. Before Gelin could finish, a leader interrupted loudly. What if those dragons attack us first? Are we to remain defenseless? Indeed, they continue to ravage our crops, hunt our livestock, and hinder our fishing. Are we to merely watch as starvation claims us without taking necessary measures? The leaders were embroiled in heated debate, with the majority voicing opposition. This issue can be readily resolved, Green proclaimed, if we establish an association dedicated to addressing these matters. Henceforth, all affairs concerning dragons will be managed by this association. Families suffering losses due to dragons will receive financial compensation, and even the most perilous dragons can be tamed by the association. Noticing others wishing to speak, Green hastened his words. Furthermore, we will educate and disseminate knowledge about dragons across all tribes. Once everyone is well versed in this knowledge, many of the troubles posed by dragons shall cease to be problematic. It was surprising that Green had already conceived a solution. The previously contentious leaders fell silent, exchanging glances before pondering thoughtfully. I wholeheartedly support this approach, said Hyde, the leader of the Black Raven tribe, raising a hand as Green had just seated himself. Douglas's father, without uttering a word, also raised his arm, prompting all the leaders on the right side of the assembly hall to follow suit. I concur. I too support this. The Yars on the left were caught off guard by the swift consensus among those on the right, exchanging bewildered looks before turning their attention to the chief among them. Orod. Under the gaze of all, Orod stood expressionless. He first bowed slightly to King Harold, then spoke. Your Majesty, Green's proposal sounds promising, yet it remains untested, laden with uncertainties. Thus, I express my reservations. Indeed, I too reserve my opinion. Resonated the Yars on the left. The numbers were nearly equal, and all eyes turned to King Harold upon the Iron Throne. According to Viking law, the king possessed ultimate judgment, though this authority was seldom exercised. Clearly, King Harold had no intention of invoking this power on this occasion, as he pondered for a moment before saying, State your next condition, Green. We wish to establish a Dragon Rider Academy. All Vikings aspiring to become Dragon Riders must undergo systematic training at the Academy and pass assessments to be officially recognized as Dragon Riders. Additionally, this academy must be situated on Dragon Tongue Island. Opposition. Why must it be built there? Dragon Tongue Island is remote and utterly unsuitable. Came an impatient voice from the left as soon as Green finished speaking. Indeed, it is inconvenient for travel to other tribes. The distance is too great. In response to the collective protests from the Jarl on the left, Green chose to disregard them. He turned to King Harold upon the Iron Throne and said, Your Majesty, Dragon's Tongue Island is situated at the farthest edge of the Navian Kingdom, closest to the Misty Sea. It is perfectly suited for addressing unforeseen circumstances. Green then shifted his gaze across the room, adding, Once one becomes a Dragon Rider, the previous distance will cease to be an issue. The Jarl, who had been clamoring just moments before, fell silent, taken aback by Green's response. From the perspective of countering external threats, Dragon's Tongue Island was indeed the most prudent choice. As anticipated, King Harold did not hesitate and declared, I can agree to this condition. Now, please proceed, Green. I wish to lift the Viking prohibition, Green stated with a grave countenance. The assembly hall remained quiet for an extended period. The tribal leaders evidently astonished by Green's audacious proposal, an issue that had not been broached in centuries. Your Majesty, this condition must not be accepted, Orod Jarl coldly interjected. Furthermore, I propose the revocation of Green's leadership position. A man who trifles with the lives of all Vikings is unfit to be a Jarl. Seconded. Your Majesty, this notion is far too perilous. We cannot permit the lifting of the Viking prohibition. Many Jarl from the left immediately rose in agreement. Perilous? If those from the southern continent could traverse the Misty Sea once, they could surely do so again. What significance does the Viking prohibition hold for us now? Moreover, centuries have passed. The plague must have long since ended. Why do we continue to confine ourselves to this maritime realm? The outside world is advancing rapidly, yet we remain too fearful to open our eyes and witness it. When shall we progress? How can you be certain that the plague has subsided? Someone could not help but retort, are not those pirates a sufficient testament? If the dreadful plague still ravaged the southern continent, they would surely have perished, and would have had no opportunity to forge weapons or build such grand ships. Perhaps they have merely discovered a cure for the plague. Then should we not lift the Viking prohibition and seek such a remedy? Unacceptable. The Viking prohibition must remain. Enough. As Green and the leaders on the left grew increasingly heated in their debate, King Harold finally banged his fist on the table, proclaiming, "This council is adjourned. It is now time for revelry and feasting. Green, come here." With that, King Harold rose from his throne. "You are far too reckless. Some matters must be approached step by step. How could one such as you achieve anything?" King Harold chastised angrily in a side chamber of the assembly hall. This reprimanding tone towards his future son-in-law left Green feeling quite exasperated. He rubbed his nose and replied, "Your Majesty, some matters are best addressed without delay. We have already fallen far behind. Such radical actions should not be taken, and certain matters can be conducted discreetly without any issues as long as they go unnoticed." Green appeared somewhat astonished. "Are you implying?" "Enough. Let us discuss the affairs of the academy." King Harold waved his hand. "How many individuals do you intend to recruit?" "For the initial batch, I plan to enroll 30. "So few?" This time, it was King Harold who was taken aback. "It is not a small number, Your Majesty. The training of Dragon Knights is a complex endeavor, and the academy is still in its planning stages. Aside from myself, there is only one other capable of imparting this knowledge, and that is Sam. How do you intend to arrange the composition of the personnel?" King Harold pondered before responding. "I will recruit 10 on Dragon Tongue Island, and the remaining 20 from tribes willing to support the establishment of a dragon protection law." Upon hearing Green's response, King Harold paused briefly before a knowing smile spread across his face. You have finally matured somewhat. However, I have one condition. Among those 20 spots, 5 must be from King's Island. Chapter 71, The Dragon's Flame Recruitment, preferably for singles. The assembly of leaders was momentarily taken aback by Green's words. They understood that Dragon Tongue Island was in dire need of manpower, but what was this business about singles? "Well, you see, Dragon Tongue Island is currently in urgent need of men," Green replied with an awkward smile. "Rest assured, the recruitment incentives for this occasion are quite generous. Ordinary workers will receive a monthly salary of 1 crown, with meals and accommodation included. Masons, blacksmiths, tailors, those with skills will enjoy even better benefits. Furthermore, those willing to settle on Dragon Tongue Island can apply for a cement house at a low cost once new housing is constructed, and they may even apply to raise a dragon. Meals, accommodation, housing, and even a dragon included." The leader's jaws dropped in astonishment, gazing at Green as if he were spinning a fantastical tale. "You have stirred my interest," mused Haidar, the leader of Black Crow Island, smacking his lips. "In Viking tradition, there exists an unwritten rule that upon the death of the family patriarch, the eldest son inherits the family estate, while younger brothers must leave to establish their own households. Consequently, over the years, many Vikings have been compelled to leave their homes due to population growth, struggling to survive by working for others, with the formation of their own families proving to be a formidable challenge." "No problem, Green. We can help promote your recruitment upon our return. When does this recruitment commence?" "As soon as possible. Anyone willing to come is most warmly welcomed. If one were to gaze down from the skies upon Dragon Tongue Island, one would observe its resemblance to the tongue of an amphibious creature, an irregular, elongated shape stretching north to south, with a bay located at its bifurcated southern end." At this moment, Green stood at this bay alongside Master Barditor and his chief student, Elisha Nin. "I intend to level these areas and transform them into a port using cement." Green indicated at the bifurcated coastline depicted in the blueprints. On his blueprint, the area was divided from north to south into 3 distinct sections: the academic district, the residential zone, and the industrial area, with the port situated adjacent to the latter. Master Barditor scrutinized the drawing for a moment, his expression curious as he pointed to a blank space between the residential and industrial zones, inquiring, "Why have you left such a vast expanse of land? I recall this area being sandy, unsuitable for cultivation, is it not?" "This was, in fact, one of the reasons I summoned the master," Green replied after a brief glance. "I intend to construct a plaza here, serving as a symbol of Dragon Tongue Island, and I hope you can assist in its design." "Now that is intriguing." Master Barditor stroked his beard, pondering. "What sort of plaza do you envision?" "It should embody the essence of the dragon, I presume." After a moment's contemplation, Green responded, On a grassy expanse in the northern part of Dragon Tongue Island, Green gently touched the open wings of the dragon, addressing Douglas. All right, you may take flight. Remember, at the outset, allow the dragon to fly independently. Take your time to feel the rhythm. When you sense the moment is right, you may attempt to grasp its horns to assume control. However, keep in mind, no matter what occurs, do not unfasten your safety harness. Understood? Yes, I understand. Douglas nodded excitedly. The inaugural experience of dragon riding typically unfolds in this manner. And Green empathized with the sensation. He gave Douglas a thumbs up before gradually stepping aside. Unlike his own initial venture, where he had mounted Pip without any precautions, each dragon rider was now well equipped. They possessed a dragon saddle tailored to the creature's physique, along with a pair of stirrups fixed to the saddle straps, leather caps, gloves, woolen scarves, and windproof goggles, an array of essential gear. This equipment not only ensured the rider's safety atop the dragons, but also provided warmth and wind resistance, enabling them to soar for longer durations. As the Inferno beast flapped its massive wings and ascended into the sky, Green observed from the ground for a moment. Satisfied there were no issues, he then called out to Pip, "All right, let us follow suit." Douglas found it challenging to articulate his feelings at that moment. Soaring through the sky, it was as if he had entered an entirely different realm. The island appeared diminished, the houses shrank, and the people and livestock on the ground resembled tiny ants. The clouds felt within reach, the azure sky was tantalizingly close, and even the vast ocean he once deemed immense now seemed less imposing. As he circled atop the dragon, he beheld the entirety of Dragon Tongue Island. Nina must be in the pantheon of dragons alongside Helen now. He yearned to take her for a ride. Although she could not witness this magnificent spectacle, he felt compelled to bring her up to share in the experience. Douglas extended his hand to caress the neck of Fong, then took a deep breath and gradually grasped its dragon horn. Observing the flame frenzy soaring gracefully in the sky, Green could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, the healing prowess of the broken-tailed dragon was remarkable. During this healing session, he had followed Nibber's instructions to reopen Fong's previously healed wound, applying the dragon's blood onto the fractured sinews and bones. The newly sprouted tail of the broken-tailed dragon had to be severed once more, leading to considerable chiding from Lannister about why it was always the dragon that suffered injuries. Green could distinctly sense that the knight, having emerged from the shadows of despair, was now considerably more cheerful, albeit still burdened by the accent of the southern continent that rendered him somewhat reserved in conversation. This misunderstanding had even led many girls from Dragon Tongue Island to mistakenly believe that the new Viking was mute. However, Mary had already overcome her obstacles. Clever as she was, she swiftly learned to speak like a Viking, prompting Green to muse. After all, a queen is indeed a queen. A distant dragon roar echoed across the sky. Sensing something amiss, Green quickly turned to look. He saw Fong, who had been flying well, now flailing its wings chaotically, plummeting toward the ground. In that moment, Douglas was in a state of panic, desperately clutching the dragon's horn. "Let go of it," Green shouted. Yet, it was already too late. Fong refused to heed Douglas's commands to ascend and instead descended into the dense jungle. With Douglas's figure disappearing from sight, Green hastened toward the location. "Are you all right?" Green called out anxiously upon seeing Douglas suspended from a branch. "I'm fine, just can't seem to get down," Douglas replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Each dragon rider's saddle was equipped with a quick-release buckle, designed not only for the convenience of dismounting when the dragon rested, but also to address unforeseen circumstances. As was the case now, with Douglas hanging on one side and Fong suspended on the other. After retrieving Douglas from PP, Green gazed curiously at Fong, who was still struggling on the opposite side. "What is going on? Can Fong not descend? It seems entangled in something. Just a moment ago, I noticed some transparent, web-like material on the branch. Spider webs ensnaring the dragon?" Green exclaimed in astonishment, then promptly pulled out his monocular. A butterfly, the size of a wheel, emerged from the thicket. Its body resembled that of a lizard with outstretched wings, possessing slender limbs and a tailless form. Behind it trailed several delicate tubes akin to cricket antennae. Its head was elongated and flat, adorned with two fin-like ears, and its small mouth revealed two sharp teeth. The butterfly sported two pairs of vividly colored wings, appearing even more exquisite than that of a typical butterfly. The tusked creature, previously struggling on the branch, ignited its own body upon the appearance of the butterfly and plummeted from the air. Instinctively, it sensed an unusual peril. "Hurry!" Green, perched on a nearby branch, observed an increasing number of butterflies. The more beautiful the entity, the greater the danger. Douglas understood this notion as well. He approached, tearing away the singed strands from the tusked creature, and hurried to follow in Green's footsteps. However, at that moment, they found themselves encircled by an ever-growing swarm of butterflies from all directions. The hissing butterflies emitted a piercing shriek, then suddenly turned in midair, spraying a dense stream of transparent strands toward them. "Quick, have the tusked creature ignite itself," Green urged as he pulled Douglas onto the Night Fury's back. Boom. Without hesitation, the tusked creature shielded them, igniting itself and flapping its dragon wings to soar upward. Pip followed closely behind. Yet, they underestimated the resolve of these exquisite beings. Like moths drawn to a flame, they charged toward the blazing inferno, revealing their multitude of fine, sharp teeth. "Quick, turn. Don't fly that way," Green exclaimed, spotting numerous white eggs suspended atop a towering tree ahead. These dragon-like creatures, unlike any they had encountered, were fiercely defending their nesting grounds. Chapter 72, The Dragon Silkworm and the Multi-Tailed Dragon Smack. "Chief, why are all the newly recruited dragon riders male? This is unfair," Maggie exclaimed, assertively pressing her hand upon the wooden table, addressing Green, who was bent over sketching. It was stated during recruitment that there would be no gender restrictions. Yet every selected candidate was male, which understandably vexed her. Green looked up, somewhat speechless, only to find himself staring at a rather ample bosom, prompting him to quickly turn his head aside, rubbing his forehead as he spoke. Currently, Dragon Tongue Island requires a significant number of stone dragons for production and transportation duties, which are not particularly suited for girls. If you wish to spend your days dealing with stones and mud, I can grant you permission to join the first batch of trainees. He was genuinely wary of this headstrong Viking girl. Maggie not only enjoyed pressing for answers, but also disregarded the distinctions between genders, frequently interrupting him while he was focused on his drawings. Was it possible that he lacked the necessary authority? Green pondered, stroking his chin, noting that she was merely 13 or 14, yet so well developed. Was everyone in this world so precocious? Upon hearing about dealing with stones and mud, Maggie's expression wavered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, complaining, "Chief, you're trying to brush me off again. Besides the stone dragons, surely Dragon Tongue Island needs other types of dragons. Must they all be male? You once said that women can hold up half the sky. Who says women are inferior to men? I think your words are nothing but falsehoods." "Falsehoods?" With a wry smile, Green rolled up the partially drawn blueprint of the Newcomen steam engine on his desk and resignedly remarked, all right. I assure you that should we encounter a suitable dragon, you will be the first to train it." Just as Green was pondering how to hasten the departure of the headstrong girl, Mary entered the room. The previously obstinate Maggie immediately tempered her demeanor, sensing an aura of reverence emanating from the newly arrived beautiful sister. Mary first nodded at Maggie, then produced a piece of paper, placing it before Green with a serious expression. "Our food supplies have become critically insufficient. If we do not devise a means of replenishment soon, we shall find ourselves hungry within a couple of days." The initial pillaging by pirates had left Dragon Island devoid of food and livestock, forcing the returning residents to rely on fishing and hunting for sustenance. However, the fishing nets crafted from hemp and wool were prone to decay and lacked durability, necessitating drying and mending every 2 days, resulting in a meager daily harvest. Green, puzzled as he examined the paper, inquired, "Did we not receive livestock and poultry from other tribes a few days ago? Why then is our food supply still lacking?" Recently, he had entrusted all such matters to Mary, having assumed a more leisurely role as a hands-off manager, and thus was not well versed in the specifics. "These livestock and poultry are meant for breeding and cannot be counted as food. Moreover, we have recently recruited a number of workers, all of whom require sustenance," Mary explained. "Perhaps we should revert to our original 2-meal system and expedite the weaving of additional fishing nets." "That cannot be." Green rose, furrowing his brow. "If they are not adequately fed, how can we expect them to work diligently? I believe we should consider alternative solutions." "Hey Mary, Maggie is here too." Sam entered with an exuberant expression. "The 20 trainees have arrived. Is our Dragon Rider Academy set to commence? Just hand them over to James for now. Let them assist the construction team, and we can officially begin later," Green instructed. Upon hearing Green's words, Sam paused momentarily but retained his enthusiasm, approaching with a hushed tone. "Green, we have identified the weaknesses of the multi-tailed dragon." "Really?" Green's face lit up with excitement. Ever since he and Douglas had escaped from the forest that day, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of this magnificent dragon, especially after discovering something intriguing about the translucent threads he had brought back. The threads secreted by this dragon were not only of high tensile strength, but also exhibited remarkable elasticity and durability. Though slightly fire-averse, these exceptional qualities could not be overshadowed. This reminded Green of a widely used synthetic fiber known as nylon on Earth. Upon confirming with Nibber that the Book of Dragons contained no information regarding this particular dragon species, he promptly resolved to name it the multi-tailed nylon. Given the myriad applications of nylon, it is evident that the prospects of this nylon thread are exceptionally promising. Not only can it be employed in weaving ropes, fabrics, and fishing nets, but it can also be utilized to create garments, backpacks, carpets, capes, and furthermore, it can produce a parachute, an invention that Green had long aspired to create but had struggled to find suitable materials for. However, as a newly discovered dragon species, the methods for taming the multi-tailed nylon still require exploration. Thus, Sam has been clandestinely observing the lifestyle and habits of this dragon alongside Nibber, seeking out its weaknesses and potential taming techniques. "Shall we embark now?" Green inquired, unable to contain his eagerness. Once the multi-tailed nylon is tamed and the nylon thread is secured, the food crisis on Dragon Tongue Island will be swiftly resolved. The combination of dragon and net fishing will undoubtedly revolutionize the fishing efficiency, transforming the previous 3 days of fishing into mere 2 days of drying nets. "Oh, not just yet," Sam replied with a mysterious smile. "We must wait until nightfall to act." As the dusky sun gradually sank into the sea, twilight began to envelop the landscape. Green cautiously peered from the concealed thicket, gazing at several pea-sized glimmers within a nearby iron cage, and uncertainly remarked, "Will this truly work?" "Fear not, little Green," chuckled Nibber. "There is absolutely no issue. Do you recall why those multi-tailed nylons fiercely attacked you? Was it not because we intruded upon their nesting grounds?" "That is merely one fragment of the truth," Nibber replied enigmatically. "The eyes of the multi-tailed nylon are not particularly effective. During nocturnal flights, they rely on their light-sensitive antennae to navigate. Moreover, in illuminated areas, they can capture more insects for sustenance. Consequently, through evolution, the blazing fire has become both an object of their yearning and their dread. It is only at the final moments of their lives that they will plunge into the flames, fulfilling their long-held aspirations. This same motivation drove them to recklessly defend against your intrusion. If a light source were to manifest now, one that would allow them to approach without harm, they would undoubtedly rush toward it in joyous delight." Chapter 73. The art of papermaking. To the east of the Dragon Tongue Island Coliseum lies a considerable grove of giant sequoias, among which hangs a multitude of white dragon eggs resembling silken cocoons. After Green, along with Sam, Lannister, and Douglas, transported the iron cage containing the multi-tailed nylon to a clearing beneath the towering tree, he turned to Maggie, who was adorned in a vibrant, floral dress, and inquired, "Are you prepared?" Maggie, her face taut with anticipation, nodded in affirmation. Before her, in an adjacent cage, resided an even larger multi-tailed nylon, a leader among its kind. The Dragon Queen. Compared to ordinary multi-tailed dragons, the size of the Dragon Queen has more than doubled, and her 2 pairs of expansive wings appear even more resplendent. "There's no need to be so anxious. Everyone is nearby, and your safety is absolutely assured," Green reassured the young girl with a few lighthearted remarks. Noticing that Maggie had finally relaxed, he stepped aside and called out, "Go for it, Maggie. The next moment is yours." As Green's words echoed, Maggie, adorned in a beautiful, colorful dress, began to dance, while on the other side, the tailless dragon also swayed its fin crown, producing soothing sounds. This was the method Nibel had devised upon returning, to mimic the multi-tailed dragon's courtship dance in the air to win the favor of the Dragon Queen, while the tailless dragon emitted calming signals to soothe their emotions. As for the dragon eggs nestled in the tree, they could mitigate the multi-tailed dragon's hostility. As Maggie twirled her wide sleeves, the previously restless multi-tailed dragons within the iron cages gradually calmed down. The closest Dragon Queen even extended her head out of the cage to observe. Sensing the opportune moment, Green quietly unlatched the lock on the iron cage. The liberated Dragon Queen did not immediately soar to Maggie's side. Instead, she fluttered her vibrant wings toward the tall giant sequoia. After inspecting the foliage and confirming that none of the dragon eggs were damaged, the Dragon Queen, reassured, flew to Maggie's side and began to dance alongside her. Observing that the released multi-tailed dragons posed no threat to Maggie, Green breathed a sigh of relief and waved to the young girl beneath the sequoia from a distance before leading everyone away. "Green, I noticed that many of the multi-tailed dragons have burn marks. Once Maggie fully tames them, can we assist in their treatment?" Sam emerged from the nearby bushes, pen and notebook in hand. "No problem, but let us assign this task to Lanny," Green replied. Lannister, who was returning with the tailless dragon, nodded with a wry smile. "I find that I'm truly becoming something of a dragon shepherd." "Heh, I think you resemble less a shepherd and more a paladin," Green said with a smile. shaking his finger. A paladin? A Templar knight? Lannister inquired, shaking his head in confusion. Furiously shoveling dragon dung into a wooden barrel, Albie could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it, we came here to learn how to become dragon riders. Instead, we're shoveling dung and feeding dragons. All under the guise of being poop scooper or caretaker. They're treating us like free labor. What can we do about it? Another youth, resembling Douglas yet still youthful in demeanor, looked up and said, "Do you really want to give up? Give up?" Upon contemplating the inevitable fury of his father upon his return, Albie felt a significant portion of his pent-up anger dissipate. With a resigned sigh, he dropped the shovel he had been clutching and lamented, "Dodgy. I truly wish to avoid dealing with dragon dung all day." He continued, "I heard your brother is also on Dragon Tongue Island and has become a dragon rider. Could we not beseech him to impart the true art of dragon taming upon us?" Without a moment's hesitation, Dodgy shook his head, stating, "My father forbids me from meeting him, and while we share blood, we are not close." Not close, even as brothers? Albie was taken aback by Dodgy's response, exclaiming, "Indeed. Berserkers are all peculiar. I've heard some have been assigned to construction sites to haul bricks. We should count ourselves fortunate. At least our work is related to dragons." He gestured towards a girl in black clothing diligently feeding a chewing stone dragon in another dragon stable. "Look at her. She has never uttered a complaint. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by a mere girl." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Albie scratched his head and asked, "Do you know her? She seems oddly familiar." "That is Freya, the silent shield maiden who serves Princess Anne. Surely, you can't have failed to recognize her by now." Meanwhile, Green, accompanied by Pip, had just entered the arena and spotted Anne and Maria, each cradling a small fairy dragon, their heads pressed together in a conspiratorial whisper. Upon noticing Green's arrival, the two girls quickly feigned nonchalance and hurried away, leaving Green puzzled. Did they share a secret that should not be overheard? However, he dismissed the thought, as Maria's presence signaled that Princess Victoria was likely nearby. Outside the arena, in a newly constructed workshop, Victoria was intently observing the women of Dragon Tongue Island as they spread the extracted pulp onto wooden boards to dry. Upon seeing Green enter, she exclaimed with delight, "Green, did you invent this papermaking technique?" "This is not of my invention. It was Sam who discovered it in an ancient tome," Green replied, greeting the industrious villagers before approaching Princess Victoria and speaking softly. Due to the recent surge in paper demand on Dragon Tongue Island, the cumbersome and expensive parchment was no longer suitable. Consequently, Green had taught the island's inhabitants a new method of papermaking. By soaking or boiling materials such as tree bark, hemp, rags, and fish nets in lime water to separate the fibers, they could then be pulped, mixed with water to create a slurry, and finally scooped and dried to produce new paper. This method not only utilized readily available materials, but was also remarkably simple, allowing the women of Dragon Tongue Island to master it in a short period. Although the paper produced today may exhibit some yellowing and a coarse texture, it is undeniably awe-inspiring when compared to the parchment-making methods of yore. Chapter 74. The Dragon Maid of the Green Family. Your Highness, why have I not seen your guard today? Green inquired with evident curiosity. Traditionally, the princess always appeared alongside her petite maid and the taciturn female protector. Yet today, apart from Maria, he noticed the absence of others. Victoria turned her head and winked at Green. "Freya is currently tending to your dragon knights." Tending? Green was momentarily taken aback, but clarity soon dawned upon him. Just days earlier, Sam had mentioned that among this cohort, there was a singular female participant. He had not expected it to be her. Embarrassed, Green rubbed his nose. "I merely wish to fortify their resolve, not to assign them labor." Princess Victoria, unable to deny her amusement, wrinkled her delicate nose. Green pulled aside the curtain at the entrance of the cave. "Your Highness, please step inside. I have organized the materials on papermaking for you." As he finished speaking, he noticed Victoria, already ahead of him, standing still in the cave. Curiously, he hurried to follow her. Inside the cave, Mary, who had entered unbeknownst to him, was resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought at his wooden desk. What a beautiful girl. This was the simultaneous impression of both Victoria and Mary, as they discovered numerous similarities between one another. Observing the silence as the two appraised each other, Green felt an unusual tension in the air. He cleared his throat and stepped forward to introduce them. "Mary, this is Princess Victoria. Victoria, this is Mary." Noticing the two had entered, Mary had already risen from her seat. After nodding at Victoria, she proceeded to walk towards the cave's exit. However, as she brushed past Green, she inadvertently stepped on his foot. Just as Green winced, ready to voice his discomfort, Mary, now at the cave's entrance, abruptly turned and said, "Chief, we are running low on timber. We must resolve this issue promptly." Who is she? After taking a seat, Princess Victoria regarded Green with a perplexed expression. Ah, she is a native of Dragon Tongue Island, a new friend of mine, quite gifted in management. Surely not. A girl as beautiful as she must be well known among the Viking tribes. How could I have never heard of her? Victoria exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She generally prefers not to venture out, Green replied, feeling somewhat sheepish under scrutiny. Just then, a cacophony of excited shouts erupted from the arena. Quick, look! How did those two manage to fly up there? Call the chief. This is far too dangerous. Upon hearing the shouts, Green swiftly lifted the curtain and dashed outside, where he beheld Annie and Maria being playfully lifted into the air by two mischievous little spirit dragons. Bring them down immediately, Green bellowed. These audacious little creatures were indeed quite bold. Although the four spirit dragons had a commendable weight capacity, flying without any protective measures was perilous. Watch out. Perhaps Green's furious roar startled the timid Lulu, causing her tiny claws to loosen their grip on one of Annie's arms. Meanwhile, the single Meow Meow dragon was evidently insufficient to support such weight, leading to Annie plummeting from the sky. Catch her! Green exclaimed in alarm as he rushed forward. Yet, someone appeared to be faster than him. A shadow darted past, swiftly catching the falling Annie just before she hit the ground. Seeing Annie, pale and dazed from her fright in Pippi's embrace, Green felt a wave of relief as he hurried over. Pippi, experiencing her first close encounter with Annie, seemed quite pleased. Tilting her head to examine the motionless girl clinging to her neck, then proudly sticking out her tongue and grinning at Green. All of you, stand in line. Upon returning to the cave, Green, with a stern expression, commanded Annie, Maria, Meow Meow, Lulu, Habby, and Little Black to form a line, tapping each of their heads in turn. Lately, these little ones had become increasingly mischievous, emboldened by the affection they received. Just days prior, he had heard they had caused a ruckus at the construction site. He had intended to address their behavior later, but his recent busyness had led him to neglect it. Who came up with this reckless idea? Do you not comprehend the dangers? Green said, his face darkening. Annie stubbornly bit her lip and turned her head away, while Maria looked pleadingly at Princess Victoria, who was observing the scene with amusement. Victoria playfully turned her head, feigning ignorance of Maria's pitiful gaze. If someone could give her disobedient little maid a gentle reprimand, she would be most agreeable to it. Neither of you will speak, will you? Green glared, then turned to the four little spirit dragons, who were dutifully standing with their heads bowed. Then you four, who conceived this mischievous idea? The four spirit dragons obediently extended their little claws and uniformly pointed at the pitiful Maria. Caught off guard by this betrayal, Maria blinked in disbelief before bursting into tears. Everyone was flying, and I saw Annie wanted to try, but she doesn't like dragons, so she devised this plan, she sobbed, her nose running. Green, taken aback by this revelation, exchanged a bemused glance with the chuckling Princess Victoria. All right, no more tears. This time we shall let it pass. But it shall not happen again. Upon hearing the words of Grin, Maria immediately ceased her sobbing, and Grin felt a sense of having been deceived. He glanced at Pippi, who was sprawled on the ground like an onlooker, and added, however, punishment for the lot of you is unavoidable. For the next couple of days, you shall serve tea and water to everyone and attend to Pippi, taking on the duties of maids. What? Upon hearing his own name mentioned, Pippi promptly flipped over and crawled up, presenting its neck before the little ones, for it was feeling a bit itchy. Perhaps due to being saved by Pippi once, Annie no longer harbored such aversion towards it. Under Grin's supervision, the little ones rushed forward, affectionately scratching Pippi's neck, causing it to blissfully squint its eyes. Perhaps the sensation of being scratched was so delightful that after a while, Pippi turned over to expose its belly, raising its head to signal to the little ones that its belly, too, deserved a massage. Chapter 75. The Woodcutting Dragon of the Forest. After receiving the water from Annie, Grin handed it to Sam and inquired, what has transpired? You seem rather out of breath. Sam gulped down the water in one go and replied with a grin. Maggie has completely tamed those multi-tailed dragons, and we have already acquired some dragon silk. How could it be so swift? Grin asked with astonishment. It turned out that those multi-tailed dragons had a penchant for beauty and were initially resistant due to their unsightly burns. However, once we healed them, they fully accepted Maggie. And now Lannister could approach them as well. This was an unexpected delight, Grin mused while stroking his chin. Indeed, Sam exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. I have handed the dragon silk over to Miss Mary. As soon as we create new fishing nets, we shall catch as many fish as we desire, big or small. Haha. Upon hearing Sam's words, Grin was reminded of something. The holes in the fishing nets cannot be too small. We should only catch the larger fish and let the smaller ones go. Not catch the smaller fish? Sam paused and asked, why not? This would disrupt the ecological balance and diminish sustainable resources. If the holes in the nets are too small, the smaller fish would be unable to escape, preventing them from reproducing, and consequently, the fish population in this sea would dwindle. Although Sam did not fully grasp the first half of Grin's statement, he understood the latter part. You truly think long-term. Sam nodded in admiration. By the way, what about those trainees? They are all at the lumberyard. With the recent demand for wood and papermaking and construction, I have assigned them there. What about the princess's female guard? I have placed her in the paper mill. But this girl is rather headstrong. She insists on sticking with everyone. I see. Grin contemplated for a moment before stating, Sam, let us proceed. It is time to commence their first dragon training lesson. As Sam followed Grin outside, he was astonished to see several diminutive dragonlings assisting him by bringing over a coat and a backpack. With a hint of envy, he exclaimed, how wonderful it would be to have a few obedient little dragons like these. To which Grin replied, you have yet to witness their mischievous antics. Upon entering the lumberyard, Grin spotted two young lads straining against a saw, diligently felling a colossal oak tree. One was Albie, the son of the Black Crow tribe's leader, and the other, Dodge, the brother of Douglas. The two youths glanced at Grin with blank expressions before resuming their labor. Grin could sense the profound resentment simmering within them. Amused, he shrugged at Sam and stepped forward to inquire, how does it feel? Is lumberjacking tiring? Tiring, Albie replied, his face stoic as he pulled the saw with a loud rasp. This marked the 10th day of their toil. Each day, aside from tending to dragon droppings and feeding the rock-chewing dragon, they were compelled to work in various workshops. Apart from the absence of wages, their circumstances bore no distinction from those of the laborers. Yet, none had chosen to withdraw, for each bore the weighty expectations of their tribe. To abandon their quest for such trivial reasons would render them unworthy of being among the first cohort of trainees. However, human nature often rebels against such rationality, leading them to regard Grin with disdain. Go inform everyone. Gather here with your distributed pens and notebooks. We are about to commence the first lesson in dragon training. Really? Albie exclaimed, dropping the saw in excitement. Are you truly not deceiving me? Quickly now. We must reach the abyss of shadows before nightfall. To become a dragon knight, the foremost transformation you must undergo is to rectify your previous misconceptions about dragons. I trust that over the past 10 days, you have all gained new insights. Through labor, you have come to understand the dragon's routines, temperaments, and dietary needs. These newfound revelations will greatly assist you in taming your own dragons in the future. Under the ironwood forest of the Abyss of Shadows, Grin surveyed the trainees arrayed before him in 3 rows, ready to initiate the first lesson of the Dragon Training Academy. The first step in dragon taming is to cultivate diligence and perseverance. Diligence will enable you to discern the dragon's vulnerabilities, while perseverance will empower you to exploit these weaknesses in your quest for complete mastery. Today's lesson will focus on how to tame a lumber dragon. Noticing the uncertain glances exchanged among the trainees, Grin reassured them, do not fret over the difficulty. The taming will primarily be conducted by Sam and me. Your foremost task is to observe and learn, and upon your return, each of you must document your reflections. What if we cannot write? Albie asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Those who cannot write may initially express themselves through drawings, provided that they are able to comprehend their own representations. After Grin concluded his statement, he felt the necessity to introduce an additional cultural course upon their return, concealing themselves in a discreet location. He and the trainees did not have to wait long for their intended target to emerge. The coloration of the lumber dragon's hide is typically brown or golden yellow, closely resembling the hues of fallen leaves. However, the creature that appeared this time was a rare green lumber dragon, prompting a shared look of astonishment between Grin and Sam. Observe closely. The lumber dragon resembles a serpent endowed with a pair of enormous wings. Its body is both agile and slender, making it exceptionally adept at gliding, while also possessing formidable explosive power. Now, I pose a question to you. What do you think the outstretched wings of the lumber dragon resemble? Ginkgo leaves. One trainee promptly whispered in response. Correct. The wings of the lumber dragon do indeed resemble a vast ginkgo leaf. Yet, the edges of its wings are not smoothly curved as those of a ginkgo leaf. Rather, they are akin to serrated, razor-sharp blades. When a lumber dragon soars at high speed through the forest, those sharp, bony wing edges can effortlessly sever trees, making close combat with such a powerful creature exceedingly unwise. However, they do possess a notable weakness. Do you know what it is? Upon hearing Grin's inquiry, the trainees gazed contemplatively at the lumber dragon that had silently landed on the ground. At that moment, a feminine voice softly replied, Speed. their ground movement is quite sluggish. Green cast an approving glance at the girl clad in black nearby, remarking, Freya has observed very astutely. Indeed, their ground speed is limited. The limbs of the lumber dragon have undergone degeneration, and upon landing, they can only crawl across the ground using their elongated tails and the hooked claws between their wings, which constitutes one of their vulnerabilities. Nonetheless, although lumber dragons usually prefer not to descend to the ground, there exists an exception when they need to sharpen their wings. I shall pose another question. Why do you think the lumber dragon would choose to alight in this ironwood forest? Because ironwood is exceptionally hard, making it ideal for honing their wings. Albie, crouching beside Green, eagerly answered. However, after his response, he expressed a hint of confusion, asking, but shouldn't a dragon's wings be covered in scales? How can a lumber dragon sever trees? Albie, that is an excellent question. One must always engage in thoughtful consideration. Green replied with a light chuckle. Along the edges of the lumber dragon's wings, there grows a dense layer of exposed skeletal structure, which is the very reason it can cleave through trees. In fact, this characteristic is common among most blade-like dragons, and you shall gradually come to recognize this prominent feature.